Welcome, dear dreamers. As you settle into the gentle embrace of night, let your imagination drift into whimsical worlds where anything is possible. Allow relaxation to be your guide, leading you to sweet dreams and peaceful slumber. With the soothing sounds of this video, unwind and prepare for the comforting stories that await. Here, in this tranquil moment, let go of your worries and embrace the magic of bedtime tales. Story 1. Once upon a starlit night, a gentle breeze whispered through the emerald branches of the ancient wildwood, carrying with it the soft scent of pine and damp earth. Fireflies danced amid the ferns, their flickering lights resembling 1,000 tiny stars fallen to earth, guiding wandering sprites to their woodland homes. The air was alive with the hum of life, each sound a note in the symphony of the forest. Deep in this enchanted realm, Mother Oak, a grand tree whose roots ran deeper than any stream, her bark twisted and gnarled with age, yet radiating a timeless strength, kept a watchful eye over the forest's delicate balance. As the first crisp notes of fall greeted the wildwood, painting the leaves in hues of amber and crimson, the woodland creatures began their preparations. Bushy-tailed squirrels scurried to gather the season's bounty of nuts and seeds, their tiny paws pattering over the forest floor like a gentle rain. Beaver families worked tirelessly, reinforcing their dams with intricate latticeworks of branches and mud, the sound of their labor a rhythmic counterpoint to the babbling brook. Even the shyest fawns ventured out, their dappled coats blending seamlessly with the kaleidoscope of autumn hues, their large eyes wide with the wonder of the changing world. It was during this transitory time between summer's warmth and winter's chill that the forest's magic hummed strongest. Strange will-o'-the-wisps drifted through the mists like ethereal lanterns, casting a ghostly glow on the ancient stones. Mushroom rings glowed with an eerie bioluminescence, their light pulsing like the heartbeat of the earth. Wise old owls hooted ancient rhymes from the twisted boughs, their songs echoing the rhythms of the earth itself, a reminder of the long history written in the rings of the trees. In a sunlit meadow carpeted with wildflowers, their colors vivid even in the fading light, young foxes played hide-and-seek amid the tall grasses as their mother kept watch. She was Russet, a vixen as clever as she was beautiful, her fur a rich tapestry of reds and browns, and today's lesson wove the deepest forest lore. Littles ones, she called in a gentle trill that carried like a melody on the breeze. Gather close and listen well, for it is we forest kin who must safeguard the balance. Her voice was like the rustle of leaves, calming and wise. As her kits snuggled against her warmth, their eyes wide and attentive, Russet began the sacred tale, one passed faithfully from mother to daughter since the dawning of the wood. She spoke of the great Mother Oak, whose roots anchored the spiritual and physical realms, her branches reaching out like arms embracing the sky. Of the guardian sprites who tended the wild places, coaxing new life from fallow soil each spring, and of the wise old beast folk whose very existence breathed magic into being, their stories woven into the very fabric of the forest. We are all caretakers, Russet purred, her voice a gentle caress, tasked with cherishing these lands and helping them flourish, for if we grow heedless and greedy, the balance will shatter. She passed a velvet soft paw over her smallest kit's brow, a gesture of love and protection. This is the wisdom of the ancients, as eternal as the turning of the seasons. Guard it well, and pass it to your own littles when the time comes. As if in affirmation, a shooting star streaked across the violet dusk, its light a fleeting brush of wonder against the night sky. A soft patter of raindrops followed, carrying the fresh earthy fragrance of renewing life, the ground drinking eagerly of the gift from above. The kits tumbled and pounced, their laughter ringing like bells, trying to catch the diamond droplets on their tiny pink tongues. A fine omen, Russet whispered with a contented purr, her eyes reflecting the starlit sky. The wildwood blesses our vigil. Nearby, hidden among the shadows of the trees, a lone wolf watched the vixen and her kits. His fur was silver, like moonlight woven into flesh, and his eyes were pools of midnight. He was a guardian, too, one who walked the borders of the wildwood, ensuring the peace of the realm remained unbroken. Though the wolf and vixen were of different kin, they shared a silent understanding that the forest was a tapestry of life, each thread significant in its own right. For in that ancient forest where the veil between worlds grew gossamer thin, the ebb and flow of the seasons was sustained by all, from Mother Oak's patient stewardship to the playful wonderment of a litter of foxes, and the watchful vigilance of a lone wolf. As long as the woodland creatures honored their sacred trust as guides and guardians, the Wildwood's ethereal magic would never fade, its stories forever whispered among the leaves, its spirit eternal. Story 2. In the quaint village of Willowbend, nestled snugly at the foot of the whispering woods, there was a curious tale that had been passed down through generations, carried on the wings of time like a cherished heirloom. It spoke of an extraordinary artifact known as the Locket of Echoes, said to hold the mystical power to reveal the true nature of one's heart. This locket had long been considered a mere legend, a whisper among the rustling leaves, until one crisp autumn evening, when the winds carried a peculiar scent of mystery, a promise of adventure lingering in the air. The air was brisk, with a sharpness that invigorated the senses, and the deciduous trees that bordered the village stood like sentinels, adorned with leaves of gold and crimson. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm, amber glow across the landscape, the villagers gathered in the town square to share stories by the light of the flickering fire. It was here, amidst the crackling of the wood and the soft murmur of conversation, that a young girl named Lila first heard of the Locket of Echoes from her grandmother. The wise and gentle woman, with a twinkle in her eye and a voice as soft as the whispering breeze, wove the tale with a practiced ease that captivated all who listened. Lila, with her chestnut hair tied in a loose braid and eyes as curious and bright as the morning sky, was entranced by the story. Her grandmother described the locket as a small, heart-shaped pendant, forged from the silver of the moon and adorned with tiny, intricate engravings that seemed to dance when touched by moonlight. It was said that the locket could only be found by those who sought it with a pure heart and an open mind, a challenge that stirred something deep within Lila. As the story unfolded, Lila's imagination soared on wings of its own. She envisioned the wonders the locket might reveal and the secrets of her own heart it might uncover. The idea of embarking on an adventure to find such a magical object filled her with a sense of excitement and wonder, and she resolved then and there to seek the Locket of Echoes. The very next morning, Lila set off towards the whispering woods, her heart brimming with anticipation. The forest was alive with the sound of rustling leaves and the distant call of songbirds, a symphony of nature that seemed to welcome her into its embrace. As she ventured deeper, the path became less distinct, winding through thickets of wildflowers that nodded gently in the breeze, and beneath towering oaks whose branches formed a canopy of ever-shifting light. Lila felt a sense of harmony with her surroundings, as if the forest itself was guiding her on her quest. It wasn't long before Lila met her first companion on this journey, a small, inquisitive squirrel named Nutmeg. With his tufted ears and bushy tail, Nutmeg was a sprightly creature, bounding from branch to branch with effortless grace. Lila watched him with delight as he paused to study her with bright, intelligent eyes. "Hello there," Lila called softly, crouching down to offer a handful of acorns she had collected along the way. Nutmeg, sensing her kind intentions, scampered down to accept her offering, his tiny paws deftly peeling the acorns as he chattered amiably. "Are you here to help me find the Locket of Echoes?" Lila asked, half-jokingly. To her surprise, Nutmeg seemed to nod, tilting his head in a manner that suggested understanding. With Nutmeg as her guide, Lila ventured further into the woods. The sun filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the forest floor, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and pine. As they walked, Lila shared her hopes and dreams with Nutmeg, who listened with attentive ears, occasionally chirping encouragement or offering a playful twirl. Their journey led them to a hidden glade, where the remains of an ancient stone circle stood. The stones were worn and covered in lichen, yet they exuded an aura of ancient power. In the center of the circle, a pool of clear water shimmered, reflecting the sky above like a mirror. As Lila approached the pool, she noticed a faint glow emanating from its depths. Curious, she knelt beside it, her reflection mingling with the shimmering light. Nutmeg, perched on her shoulder, peered into the water with her, his whiskers twitching with intrigue. "What do you suppose it is?" Leela wondered aloud. From the depths of the pool, a gentle voice echoed, soft and melodic, as if the water itself was speaking. "To find what you seek, listen to your heart and trust in what it reveals. The path ahead is guided by wisdom and friendship." Startled yet comforted by the voice, Lila realized that the journey was as much about discovering herself as it was about finding the locket. With renewed determination, she continued onward, Nutmeg faithfully at her side, the words of the mysterious voice lingering in her mind like a melody. As the days passed, Lila and Nutmeg encountered many wonders within the Whispering Woods. They met a family of rabbits who shared tales of the forest, a wise old owl who imparted secrets of the night, and even a shy fox who led them to hidden streams and fragrant meadows. Each encounter taught Lila something new, and she found herself growing more attuned to the rhythms of the forest and the gentle wisdom it offered. One afternoon, as the sun cast long shadows through the trees, Lila and Nutmeg came upon a grove of ancient willows, their long, sweeping branches creating a natural curtain that swayed gently in the breeze. Intrigued, Lila pushed through the curtain of leaves, finding herself in a secluded hollow where the air was cool and filled with the scent of earth and rain. In the center of the hollow sat an elderly man, his beard long and white like the first snowfall of winter, his eyes twinkling with a mischievous light. He was tending a small fire, over which a kettle of fragrant tea simmered. Lila hesitated for a moment, unsure of whether to disturb him, but Nutmeg, with an encouraging chirp, bounded forward to sit beside the old man. "Welcome, young seeker," the man said, his voice warm and rich, like the notes of a well-tuned cello. "I am Elon, keeper of the forest's stories. Come, sit with me." Lila, taken by his gentle demeanor, joined him by the fire, accepting a cup of the steaming tea he offered. As they sipped the rich herbal brew, Elon shared tales of the forest's history, of the creatures who dwelled within its depths, and of the locket that had guided many seekers before her. "The locket," Elon mused, "is not merely a treasure to be found, but a reflection of the heart's journey. It reveals not only what is, but what could be, if one is brave enough to listen and learn." Lila listened intently, her heart swelling with a mixture of excitement and apprehension. She realized that the locket's true power lay not in its ability to show her heart's secrets, but in the courage it inspired to embrace them. With a grateful heart, she thanked Elon and continued on her journey, his words echoing in her mind. As Lila and Nutmeg continued deeper into the woods, the landscape began to change. The trees grew denser, their trunks thick and gnarled, whispering secrets to each other in the language of the wind. The forest floor was carpeted with a soft layer of fallen leaves, and the sound of a nearby brook added a gentle harmony to their steps. It was in this part of the forest that Lila met another traveler, a young woman named Anara, who was seated by the brook, her fingers deftly weaving a crown of wildflowers. Her hair was the color of autumn leaves, and her eyes held a depth that spoke of untold stories. Intrigued by her presence, Lila approached, Nutmeg scampering ahead to greet this new friend. "Hello," Lila greeted, her voice curious yet friendly. "I'm Lila, and this is Nutmeg. We're on a journey to find the Locket of Echoes." Anara looked up with a gentle smile, her hands never pausing in their work. "I've heard whispers of your quest," she replied, her voice as soft as the rustle of leaves. "The forest speaks of a young seeker with a heart full of wonder." Lila felt a warmth spread through her chest at Anara's words. "Would you join us?" she asked, feeling an unspoken connection to this stranger. Anara nodded, placing the finished crown upon her head. "I would be honored," she said. "There is much wisdom to be found in companionship." As the three of them continued their journey, Anara shared her knowledge of the forest, teaching Lila and Nutmeg about the healing properties of various plants and the secret paths known only to those who listen to the forest's whispers. Lila discovered a deep well of kindness and empathy within Anara, qualities that inspired her to see the world through new eyes. One evening, as twilight descended upon the forest, the trio found themselves in a clearing bathed in the silvery light of the moon. The air was cool and crisp, carrying the faint scent of blooming night flowers. Anara paused, her gaze fixed upon the sky, where the stars began to twinkle like scattered diamonds. Every star, she murmured, is a story waiting to be told. Together, they weave the tapestry of the universe, illuminating the paths we walk. Lila, moved by her words, felt the weight of the Locket's quest lift slightly from her shoulders. She realized that the journey was not solely about finding an artifact, but about embracing the stories and connections that unfolded along the way. As they shared their discoveries under the starlit sky, a sense of unity formed between Leela, Anara, and Nutmeg. It was as if the forest itself had woven their paths together, creating a tapestry of friendship and shared purpose. One misty morning, as dawn's light kissed the foliage with a soft glow, Lila awoke to find Nutmeg chattering excitedly by a cluster of vibrant mushrooms. Intrigued, she approached to find a hidden path revealed by the morning dew, its edges glistening like a thread of silver. The path seemed to beckon them forward, whispering promises of new discoveries. As they followed the winding trail, the forest opened up to reveal a breathtaking vista. Before them lay a vast meadow, where wildflowers bloomed in a riot of colors, and a gentle breeze carried the scent of lavender and honey. In the center of the meadow stood a grand, ancient oak, its branches stretching wide like a guardian of secrets. Anara, sensing the tree's significance, approached with reverence. "This is the heart of the forest," she whispered, her voice filled with awe. "It is said that those who seek truth will find guidance here." Lila felt a shiver of anticipation run through her. The air around the oak seemed to hum with energy, as if the tree itself was alive with stories of the ages. She placed a hand on its rough bark, feeling the pulse of life beneath her fingers. In that moment, a gentle warmth spread through her, a sense of connection that transcended words. Images flashed before her eyes, a tapestry of memories and dreams, woven together by the threads of her own heart. She saw her journey through the woods, her encounters with Nutmeg, Anara, and the creatures of the forest, each moment shining with its own unique light. The realization washed over her like a gentle wave. The Locket of Echoes was not a physical object to be found, but a mirror of her innermost self. It reflected the courage, kindness, and wonder she had discovered within her heart, and the connections she had forged with those around her. With this new understanding, Leela felt a profound peace settle over her. The quest had led her to the heart of the forest, but more importantly, it had led her to the heart of herself. As the sun rose higher in the sky, casting a golden light over the meadow, Lila turned to her companions with a radiant smile. "Thank you," she said, her voice filled with gratitude, "for guiding me, for showing me the way." Anara and Nutmeg nodded, their eyes shining with shared understanding. Together they made their way back through the whispering woods, the path now clear and bright. As they approached the edge of the forest, Lila paused, taking a last lingering look at the woods that had become a second home. She felt a pang of longing mixed with gratitude, knowing that its whispers would forever echo in her heart. When Lila emerged from the forest and beheld the familiar sight of Willowbend, she felt a deep sense of fulfillment. The village, with its cozy cottages and welcoming hearths, seemed to embrace her with open arms. In the town square, where the villagers gathered once more, Lila shared her story with the same warmth and wonder that her grandmother had once shared with her. She spoke of the journey, the friendships, and the discoveries that had shaped her heart. And so, as the fires burned brightly in the hearths of Willowbend, Lila's tale of the Locket of Echoes became a cherished part of the village lore, a story of friendship, wisdom, and the power of a journey to reveal the true nature of one's heart. The legend of the Locket of Echoes lived on, not as an artifact to be found, but as a reminder of the courage and connection that lay within each of them. Story 3. In the heart of a lush, ancient forest, where the air was always sweet with the scent of pine and wildflowers, there lived a young woman named Anwyn. She resided in a small, cozy cottage nestled between two towering oaks, their branches entwined like old friends sharing secrets. Anwyn was known throughout the forest for her gentle heart and her gift with plants, but she was also known for her reluctance to embrace change, a trait that had become almost as defining as her kindness. The forest was a living symphony, its melodies composed of rustling leaves, the distant call of a woodpecker, and the gentle babbling of a nearby brook. This serene environment was both a sanctuary and a boundary for Anwyn, who found comfort in its predictability. Every morning, as the first light of dawn spilled like liquid gold through the leaves, she would tend her garden. She spoke to her plants softly, her fingers brushing against their leaves as if they were beloved companions. Yet, despite her love for the growing things around her, Anwyn felt a restlessness within, a whispering breeze that urged her to seek something more, something beyond the borders of her familiar garden. Her days were marked by routine, but also by a quiet yearning. She often found herself pausing, eyes drifting towards the edges of the forest, where the trees stood like sentinels guarding the unknown. It was as if the forest itself was inviting her to explore its depths, to unravel the mysteries hidden within its emerald folds. One particularly crisp autumn morning, as the sun rose and painted the sky with hues of amber and rose, Anwyn found a peculiar seed nestled among her usual collection of herbs. It was unlike anything she had ever seen, shimmering with a faint silver light that seemed to pulse gently, like a heartbeat. Intrigued, she cradled it in her palm, feeling its warmth spread through her fingertips. The sensation was unlike any other, a gentle thrum that seemed to echo in her very soul, awakening a curiosity that had long been dormant. Unsure of what to do, Anwyn decided to consult with her dear friend, Thistle, a wise old squirrel who had lived in the forest longer than anyone could remember. Thistle was known for his vast knowledge, and his bushy tail flicked with curiosity when Anwyn showed him the seed. The two of them had shared many thoughtful conversations beneath the canopy, the squirrel's wisdom often guiding Anwyn in times of doubt. "This is no ordinary seed," Thistle chittered, his eyes twinkling with the reflections of the morning sun. "It carries the magic of transformation. But be warned, Anwyn, it will change not only your garden, but yourself as well." Anwyn's heart fluttered with a mix of excitement and apprehension. Change was something she had always been wary of, a great unknown that loomed like the shadow of a storm cloud. But the seed's gentle glow filled her with a sense of calm, a promise of a gentle transformation. With Thistle's encouragement, Anwyn planted the seed in the center of her garden, whispering a soft prayer for guidance. As the days passed, the seed began to grow, sprouting delicate tendrils that reached skyward, weaving themselves into a magnificent vine. Flowers bloomed upon it, their petals shimmering with the same silvery glow as the seed, casting a soft, magical light across the garden. As Anwyn tended to her garden, she noticed the vine's growth mirrored her own internal changes. She began to recall stories her grandmother told her, tales of explorers and adventurers who ventured beyond the safety of their homelands, driven by a thirst for discovery. These stories, once heard with passive interest, now resonated deeply within her. One evening, as she sat by the fireplace, the crackling flames dancing in her eyes, Anwyn remembered her grandmother's words. "The world is full of wonders, my dear, but they remain hidden to those who do not seek them." A newfound determination grew within her, like the sturdy roots of the vine anchoring to the earth. Anwyn started venturing further into the forest, discovering hidden paths and secret glades she had never dared explore before. The forest, once a backdrop to her life, became a vast canvas of wonder and exploration, each step a brushstroke of courage on her burgeoning journey. One day, as she wandered deeper into the woods, she stumbled upon a hidden waterfall, its waters cascading down with a roar that resonated through her bones. The sight took her breath away, the misty spray kissing her skin as rainbows danced in the air. She stood in awe, realizing that this was the kind of beauty she had been missing, the kind of discovery that awaited just beyond her comfort zone. Her newfound courage did not go unnoticed by her friends. The forest creatures, who had always been her companions, cheered her on with gentle encouragement. There was Willow, the gentle deer, who shared her wisdom about finding the strength within oneself, and Finch, the chirpy little bird, whose songs filled Anwyn with joy and lightness, even on her most uncertain days. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the forest was bathed in the soft glow of twilight, Anwyn sat with her friends by a crackling fire. The vine's flowers glimmered in the dim light, casting ethereal shadows that danced along with the flickering flames. "It's strange," Anwyn mused, her voice a gentle murmur above the crackle of the fire. "I was so afraid of change, but now I feel free." Thistle nodded, his eyes wise and kind. Change is like the turning of the seasons, Anwyn. It can be daunting, but it is in these shifts that we find growth and new beginnings. Willow added softly, you've learned to trust yourself, to listen to the whispers of your heart. That is the greatest magic of all. Anwyn smiled, feeling warmth spread through her, more comforting than the fire's heat. She realized that the vine's magic had mirrored her own journey, guiding her gently towards personal discovery and transformation. As the stars appeared, twinkling like distant lanterns in the sky, Anwyn knew she had found something precious, an inner strength she hadn't known she possessed. She had learned that change, though mysterious and sometimes frightening, was a natural part of life's tapestry, weaving new patterns and colors into the fabric of her existence. With her heart full of newfound courage, Anwyn decided to explore the village beyond the forest, a place she had always viewed from a distance but never dared to enter. She had heard tales of its bustling marketplace and vibrant festivals, where people from all paths of life gathered to share stories and laughter. Anwyn hoped to bring back tales of her own adventures, to weave them into the rich tapestry of her life. The villagers welcomed Anwyn with open arms, their curiosity piqued by the woman who came from the heart of the forest. She shared stories of her magical vine and the wisdom of her forest friends, and in return, she learned of the villagers' customs and traditions. The exchange of stories enriched her understanding of the world and her place within it. As days turned into weeks, Anwyn found herself absorbed in the life of the village. She visited the bustling market, where the scents of freshly baked bread and ripe fruits mingled in the air. The vibrant colors of woven fabrics and handmade crafts dazzled her senses, each stall a testament to the creativity and diversity of the people who called the village home. One afternoon, as she wandered through the market, Anwyn encountered a storyteller named Eldrin. His tales were renowned for their vivid imagery and the way they transported listeners to far-off lands and times long past. Captivated, Anwyn spent hours listening to his stories, each one igniting a spark of imagination within her. Eldrin noticed Anwyn's rapt attention and approached her with a warm smile. "You have the eyes of a seeker," he observed. "Someone willing to embrace the unknown and find stories in every corner of the world." Anwyn blushed at his words, feeling a sense of kinship with the storyteller. "I've always loved stories," she admitted. "They remind me of the magic in the world, of the beauty that lies just beyond what we know." Eldrin nodded, his eyes twinkling with understanding. "Stories are like seeds, Anwyn. They grow within us, weaving their roots into our hearts and minds. They change us, just as you have been changed." Through her conversations with Eldrin, Anwyn discovered a new passion for storytelling. She began to weave her own tales, drawing inspiration from her experiences in the forest and the village. Each story became a reflection of her journey, a tapestry of transformation that echoed the magic of the vine in her garden. One day, as Anwyn shared one of her stories in the village square, she noticed a young girl watching her with wide, curious eyes. After Anwyn finished, the girl approached her shyly, clutching a small, worn notebook. "Your stories are beautiful," the girl said softly, her voice trembling with awe. "I want to be able to tell stories like you do." Anwyn knelt down to the girl's level, her heart swelling with warmth. "Stories live in all of us," she said gently. "You only need to listen to the world around you and let your heart guide your words." The girl beamed, her eyes shining with newfound determination, and Anwyn realized that her journey had come full circle. She had become a bearer of stories, a keeper of the magic that lay in the world, waiting to be shared and cherished. And so, with her heart full of newfound courage and creativity, Anwyn embraced the magic of transformation, her spirit blooming as beautifully as the vine in her garden. As she drifted into a peaceful sleep that night, the forest whispered its approval, the gentle rustle of leaves a lullaby of acceptance and joy. In the heart of the ancient forest, under the watchful gaze of the stars and the tender glow of the moon, Anwyn's story of personal growth and magical transformation became a cherished tale, whispered through the ages by the trees and the creatures who had witnessed her journey, a testament to the beauty and wonder of discovering one's true self. As the seasons turned, Anwyn's legends spread beyond the village, slipping into the rivers and winds, carried to distant lands where others like her awaited the courage to embrace the unknown. Story 4. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between verdant hills and the gentle curve of a sparkling stream, there lived a young girl named Clara, whose insatiable curiosity led her to explore the meadows and woods surrounding her home. The village itself was a tapestry of vibrant colors and textures. Cottages with thatched roofs stood like sentinels amidst gardens overflowing with marigolds and lavender, their scents mingling in the cool morning air. The sun often painted the skies in hues of pink and gold, bathing the village in a warm, ethereal glow. Clara, with her wild curls and bright eyes, was known throughout the village for her boundless energy and adventurous spirit. Her pockets were always filled with treasures from the earth, smooth stones, peculiar leaves, and the occasional feather. Her father, a kind-hearted blacksmith, often marveled at her discoveries, encouraging her to continue exploring the world with wonder and open-mindedness. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden leaves danced from the trees with the whispering wind, Clara ventured deeper into the woods than she ever had before. The air was fragrant with the scent of pine and earth, and a soft carpet of moss cushioned her every step. It was here, beneath the ancient boughs of a towering oak, that Clara stumbled upon something peculiar, a small, intricately carved wooden box, half buried beneath the fallen leaves. The forest around her seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting to see what she would do next. The box was no larger than a loaf of bread, but its craftsmanship was exquisite. Delicate patterns of vines and flowers wove around its surface, and a tiny, curious lock sealed it shut. Clara's fingers tingled with anticipation as she brushed away the leaves and lifted the box into her arms. It felt warm to the touch, as though it held a secret just waiting to be discovered. With the box cradled gently against her chest, Clara made her way back home, her mind swirling with possibilities. She placed the box on the table in her cozy kitchen, where the soft glow of the afternoon sun filtered through the lace curtains, casting playful shadows on the walls. The kitchen was a sanctuary filled with the comforting aroma of freshly baked bread and herbs drying by the window. It was a place where Clara often felt the presence of her mother, who had passed away when she was just a child, leaving behind a legacy of love and warmth. For days, Clara tried to open the box, but the lock remained steadfast, defying every attempt. She sought the counsel of her grandmother, a wise and gentle soul known throughout the village for her knowledge of the old ways. Her grandmother examined the box with a knowing smile, her eyes twinkling like stars. The lines on her weathered face were a testament to a life rich with stories and wisdom, and her presence was a beacon of comfort for Clara. "Ah, my dear," she said, her voice as soothing as a lullaby, "this is no ordinary box. It is said that such items hold the secrets of the heart. To unlock its magic, you must first unlock the truth within yourself." Clara pondered her grandmother's words, and that night, beneath a sky strewn with glittering constellations, she lay awake, listening to the soft rustle of the wind through the trees. She realized that to understand the box, she must embark on a journey of her own, a journey of reflection and discovery. The stars seemed to blink in agreement, and the moon bathed the village in a gentle, guiding light. The next morning, Clara set out once more, this time with a clearer purpose. She visited the village's wise old librarian, Mr. Pemberton, whose bushy eyebrows and spectacles, perched precariously on the end of his nose, gave him an air of endearing eccentricity. He welcomed Clara with a warm smile and a cup of steaming chamomile tea. His library was a haven of knowledge, with towering shelves teeming with books that whispered secrets from bygone eras. As they sipped their tea in the library's cozy nook, surrounded by the comforting scent of aged paper and ink, Clara shared her tale of the mysterious box. Mr. Pemberton listened intently, nodding along, and when she finished, he rose and shuffled to a dusty shelf, retrieving a leather-bound book. "This," he said, handing the book to Clara, "is a collection of stories and songs from our ancestors. It speaks of the heart's journey and the wisdom we find along the way. Perhaps it will guide you." With the book tucked under her arm, Clara thanked Mr. Pemberton and returned home. For days, she read the stories, each one a gentle reminder of kindness, patience, and the power of friendship. She began to see her world in a new light, finding joy in small moments and cherishing the bonds she shared with those around her. The stories resonated with her deeply, each one a mirror reflecting her own growing understanding of herself and the world. As winter's chill crept into the village, Clara found herself spending more time with her friends and family, helping her neighbors with their chores, and spreading warmth with her laughter. With each act of kindness, she felt a change within her, a lightness, as if her heart were unlocking itself. The village, too, seemed to respond to her warmth. People smiled more readily, and the air was filled with a palpable sense of togetherness. One day, after a particularly rewarding afternoon spent helping the elderly Mrs. Thornby tend to her garden, Clara decided to visit the village's annual winter festival. The festival was a celebration of community and warmth, with lanterns casting a golden glow over the snow-covered streets and the sound of fiddles filling the air with lively tunes. Clara's heart danced with joy as she joined hands with her neighbors in a circle, their laughter echoing through the night. It was amidst this festive revelry that Clara felt a profound connection to the village and its people, a sense of belonging that filled her with peace. She realized that the magic she sought was not hidden in the box but woven into the very fabric of her life, the love she shared, the kindness she gave, and the joy she found in simple moments. As the festival continued, Clara found herself drawn to a small tent set up at the edge of the festivities. Inside, a fortune-teller, known as Madame Seraphina, sat amidst a swirl of silks and incense. Her eyes, a deep, knowing blue, met Clara's with a hint of mystery. "Come, child," Madame Seraphina beckoned, her voice like a soft breeze rustling through leaves. "Let me see what the fates have woven for you." Curious, Clara entered the tent, the air thick with the scent of sage and sandalwood. Madame Seraphina took Clara's hands in her own, her touch gentle yet firm. "You seek answers, and yet the answers have always been within you," she murmured, tracing the lines on Clara's palm. "Trust in your heart, and it will guide you to the truth you seek." Clara left the tent with a sense of wonder, the words of Madame Seraphina echoing in her mind. As she walked back through the village streets, she felt a deeper connection to the world around her, the whisper of the wind and the twinkle of stars now familiar friends. Returning home, Clara paused by the stream that bordered her village. The moonlight danced on the water's surface, casting a silver glow. She knelt beside the stream, letting her fingers trail through the cool, rippling water. It was then she noticed something gleaming amongst the pebbles, a tiny key, delicate and intricate, as if crafted by the hands of fairies. Clara's heart skipped a beat. Surely this was meant for the box. One snowy evening, as Clara sat by the crackling fire with her grandmother, she felt a sudden urge to hold the wooden box once more. Gently, she lifted it from the shelf, her fingers tracing the familiar patterns. With the newfound key, she approached the box with a mixture of excitement and trepidation. The key slid into the lock effortlessly, and with a soft click, the lock finally gave way, and the box opened with a quiet sigh. Inside, nestled on a bed of soft velvet, was a simple, heart-shaped locket. Clara lifted it into the firelight, admiring its gentle glow. The locket was warm and comforting in her hand, and as she opened it, she found a tiny mirror inside. The reflection was more than just her own. It was a reflection of the journey she had undertaken and the transformation she had undergone. Her grandmother smiled, her eyes filled with pride and love. "The greatest magic, my dear, lies not in the mysteries of the world, but in the love and kindness we carry within us." And so Clara learned that the true treasure was not the box or the locket, but the journey that had helped her discover her own heart's wisdom. She closed the locket gently and placed it around her neck, feeling its warmth against her skin. It was a tangible reminder of the intangible lessons she had learned. From that day on, Clara wore the locket as a reminder of her journey and the magic of the world around her. She continued to spread kindness and joy wherever she went, knowing that the greatest secrets were those that bound her to others in friendship and love. As spring began to blossom, Clara's adventures led her to a hidden grove, where a circle of ancient stones stood sentinel around a bubbling spring. Here, the air was filled with the melody of birdsong, and the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze seemed to whisper secrets of the ages. It was in this serene place that Clara often found solace, a retreat where she could reflect on her journey and the lessons she had learned. One afternoon, as she sat by the spring, Clara noticed a young boy from the village, Thomas, wandering into the grove with a look of uncertainty. His eyes were wide with a mix of fear and curiosity, reminiscent of Clara's own explorations. Sensing his hesitation, Clara beckoned him to join her, offering a warm smile. Thomas, with sandy hair and a timid demeanor, shared his own story, a tale of feeling lost and unsure of his place in the world. Clara listened intently, her heart reaching out to him. She realized that her journey of self-discovery had equipped her with the empathy to guide others on theirs. Together, they spent the afternoon exploring the grove, each discovery, a hidden flower, the song of a distant bird, bringing a new sense of wonder and joy. Clara shared stories from the book Mr. Pemberton had given her, tales of courage and heart, resonating deeply with Thomas. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of purple and orange, Thomas looked at Clara with newfound confidence. "Thank you," he said softly, "for helping me see the beauty in the world." Clara smiled, her heart full, knowing she had passed on the gift of wonder and discovery. As they walked back to the village together, Clara felt the bonds of friendship growing stronger, a new thread in the tapestry of her life. When the village's children gathered around her by the fireplace, eager for stories before bed, Clara would smile and begin her tales with the comforting knowledge that the world was filled with wonder, just waiting to be discovered by those with open hearts. The flames danced in the hearth, casting a warm glow that mirrored the light in Clara's eyes as she spoke. And as the night deepened, with the village of Willowbrook nestled in peaceful slumber, the bonds of love and friendship wove a tapestry of dreams that cradled the hearts of all who called this enchanting place home. Story 5. In the heart of the ancient whispering woods, where the trees murmured secrets of old to the winds and the streams sang lullabies to the earth, lived a community of creatures whose lives were intertwined with the magic of the forest. This was no ordinary forest. It was a sanctuary where the lines between the tangible and the ethereal danced like sunbeams through autumn leaves, wrapping every inhabitant in a warm embrace of enchantment. Each creature, from the tiniest firefly with its luminous glow to the majestic stag with antlers that seemed to brush the sky, played a role in maintaining the delicate balance of this enchanted ecosystem. Among them was a wise old turtle named Thistle, whose shell bore the colors of the forest itself, deep greens and rustic browns flecked with gold, reminiscent of the forest floor on a sunny afternoon. Thistle was the keeper of the forest's ancient lore, a title passed down through generations of turtles, each chosen for their patience and wisdom. His eyes, dark pools reflecting the mysteries of the woods, held stories untold and secrets well kept. One crisp morning, when the dew clung to the leaves like diamonds and the air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, Thistle awoke to a soft thumping sound echoing through the forest floor. It was the sound of Fern, the young rabbit, bounding towards him. Her ears were as soft as the moss underfoot, and her fur as gray as storm clouds before they spill their rain. Her eyes, always wide with curiosity, now brimmed with a sense of urgency that was impossible to ignore. "Thistle! Thistle!" Fern's voice was breathless, her little nose twitching with urgency. "There's something strange happening by the great oak. The leaves are falling even though it's not yet autumn." Thistle blinked his wise old eyes, the corners crinkling like the parchment of an ancient map. He took a moment to process the surprising news, his thoughts swirling like the mist that hovered over the forest floor in the early morning. "This is curious indeed," he murmured in a voice as gentle as the morning breeze. "Let us go and see what the forest wishes to tell us." Together, they made their way through the winding paths of the woods, where every step was cushioned by fallen leaves and the air was alive with the sounds of rustling branches and distant birdsong. The sun filtered through the canopy, casting a warm, golden glow that danced across their path. As they approached the great oak, a feeling of wonder tingled in the air, as if the forest itself held its breath in anticipation of a revelation. The great oak stood towering and ancient, its branches stretching wide like the arms of a wise elder embracing the sky. Around its base, the ground was littered with leaves that should not have fallen for weeks yet. As Thistle and Fern drew closer, they felt a gentle hum beneath their feet, a rhythm like the heartbeat of the earth itself, resonating with a message that needed deciphering. "It is the song of the seasons," Thistle whispered, his voice barely more than a breath. "The forest is trying to tell us something." Before they could ponder further, a rustling above announced the arrival of Wren, a tiny bird with feathers as blue as the summer sky and a song as sweet as a lullaby. She alighted on a low branch, her bright eyes filled with curiosity and concern. "I've heard the whispers in the wind," Wren said, her voice a delicate trill. "The balance of the seasons is shifting." Thistle nodded solemnly, the weight of the forest's history heavy on his shoulders. "We must discover why. The forest relies on its harmony, a symphony of life that must not fall out of tune." The three friends set off together, deeper into the heart of the forest where the light grew dappled, and the air thick with the scent of rich, loamy soil. They visited the wise old owl, perched high in his pine tree, who spoke of a disturbance in the northern winds. His feathers, a tapestry of browns and whites, rustled softly as he shared tales of ancient storms and the forest's resilience. They consulted the fox, whose keen eyes had noticed a peculiar pattern in the stars above, his tail flicking with the energy of a mind always alert and calculating. As dusk began to settle, painting the sky in hues of pink and lavender, they arrived at the edge of the silver stream. Its waters sparkled under the moonlight, a ribbon of light weaving through the darkness. Here, the forest's magic was at its strongest, a place where wishes whispered into the waters were carried to the heart of the earth. It was here they found the answer they sought. The gentle breeze carried the voice of the stream, a soft, melodic murmur. "The seasons are out of tune because the heart of the forest is troubled," the stream sang. "A great storm is coming, one that will test the bonds of our community." Thistle nodded, his heart steady as he absorbed the stream's words. "We must prepare, not with fear, but with unity and care," he said, his voice carrying the weight of ages. "Together, we shall weather this storm and restore balance to our home." In the days leading up to the storm, the creatures of the Whispering Woods united like never before. They gathered in the clearings and under the canopy, where the sunlight kissed their fur and feathers with warmth and comfort. Meetings were held where each creature shared their skills and ideas on how best to protect their home. The bees, masters of organization, buzzed plans into action, while the squirrels gathered and stored extra food to ensure no one would go hungry during the tempest. As night descended, the forest glowed with a gentle luminescence, fireflies weaving through the trees like wandering stars. Thistle often found himself at the silver stream, reflecting on the stories of old that spoke of strength in unity and resilience in the face of adversity. Fern would accompany him, her youthful energy, a reminder of the future they all strove to protect. When the storm finally arrived, it came with a roar and a rush, unleashing torrents of rain and gusts of wind that bent the tallest trees. As the storm raged, Thistle recalled a tale from his ancestors, a story of an ancient storm that had once nearly torn the forest apart, only to be quelled by the united song of its creatures. But the creatures of the Whispering Woods stood firm, united by the bonds of friendship and the wisdom shared by Thistle and their ancestors. They sheltered in the safety of their burrows and nests, supporting one another with warmth and kindness. The fireflies gathered, forming constellations of light that danced in defiance of the storm's darkness, a beacon of hope for all who beheld them. When the storm finally passed, the forest emerged into a world washed clean and new. The sun broke through the clouds, spilling light like liquid gold over the glistening leaves and shimmering streams. In the aftermath, the great oak stood stronger than ever, its branches reaching skyward in gratitude. The leaves that had fallen too soon had nourished the earth, and the forest seemed to hum with renewed vitality, a testament to the resilience of nature and the power of unity. Gathered once more beneath the great oak, the creatures celebrated their triumph over the storm. Thistle, his eyes twinkling with the wisdom of centuries, spoke softly. "We have learned that true strength lies not in standing alone, but in leaning on one another. In this way, we keep the magic of the forest alive." As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with the soft glow of twilight, the creatures settled into their homes, lulled by the gentle whisper of the wind through the trees. The forest, eternal and serene, cradled them in its embrace, a living testament to the harmony of nature and the enduring power of friendship. In the quiet days following the storm, the forest seemed to breathe with newfound life. The creatures gathered regularly, not just under the great oak, but at the silver stream and the sun-dappled clearings, where the grass grew lush and sweet. It was during one of these gatherings that Fern, her curiosity as bright as a sunbeam, asked Thistle about the origins of the Whispering Woods. Thistle, his heart warmed by the eager eyes of his young companions, shared a tale of the forest's birth. He spoke of a time long forgotten, when the world was young and the earth itself sang with the first breath of life. The Whispering Woods, he explained, were woven into existence by the hands of ancient spirits, guardians of balance and peace. These spirits had imbued the forest with a magic that thrived on harmony and respect, a legacy entrusted to its inhabitants to nurture and protect. As Thistle spoke, the forest seemed to listen, the leaves rustling softly in agreement. Fern, Wren, and their friends felt the weight of this legacy settle gently upon their shoulders, a mantle of responsibility and honor. They understood then that the magic of the Whispering Woods was not merely in its beauty or its mystery, but in the hearts of those who called it home. With this newfound understanding, the creatures of the forest resolved to share their stories and their wisdom, ensuring that the lessons of unity and resilience would endure. They began to carve their tales into the bark of the ancient trees, a living library of their history and hopes. The fireflies, too, joined in the effort, using their light to illuminate these stories on the darkest nights, guiding the way for future generations. This commitment to preserving their heritage and strengthening their bonds transformed the Whispering Woods into more than just a sanctuary. It became a beacon of hope and harmony, a place where the past and present intertwined, and where every creature, great or small, was a vital part of the forest's soul. And so, the Whispering Woods continued to thrive, a testament to the enduring power of unity, wisdom, and the magic that lies within the heart of nature and its guardians. As the seasons turned and the stars watched over them, the forest whispered its stories to the winds, ensuring that its legacy of enchantment and harmony would echo through the ages, touching the hearts of all who listened. In the gentle embrace of the forest's rhythm, Thistle found solace, his heart swelling with pride as he watched Fern and her friends carry forth the legacy of the Whispering Woods. Their laughter and song wove through the trees, a living testament to the resilience and harmony that defined their home. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the ancient trees and the eternal stars, the Whispering Woods thrived, a magical haven where the stories of old were cherished and passed down, and where every creature, no matter how small, played a part in the unfolding tapestry of life. In the quiet of the night, the forest whispered its gratitude, a song of unity and resilience that would echo through the ages, ensuring that the wonders of the Whispering Woods would endure for generations to come. 6. Once upon a time, in the heart of a lush, tranquil forest, stood the quaint village of Lumina. Nestled among towering oaks and whispering pines, Lumina was a place where the golden light of dawn filtered gently through emerald leaves, casting a serene glow over cobblestone paths and thatched cottages. Here, the villagers lived in harmony with nature, attuned to the rhythms of the earth and sky. In this idyllic setting, there lived a young woman named Anwyn. With her auburn curls and eyes the color of the forest's deepest glades, Anwyn was known for her gentle spirit and kind heart. However, she was also known for her reluctance to embrace change. Anwyn cherished the predictability of her days, finding solace in the familiar routines that defined her life. Yet deep within her heart, Anwyn longed for something more, a whisper of adventure that echoed through her dreams like the distant call of a lark. The thought of change, however, filled her with such trepidation that she could scarcely bear to entertain it. And so she remained in her comfortable cocoon, fearing the unknown that lay beyond. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun painted the sky in hues of amber and rose, Anwyn took her customary walk through the forest. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of fallen leaves. As she strolled along the winding path, her mind wandered, caught between the beauty around her and the restless yearning in her heart. It was then that she stumbled upon an ancient oak, its gnarled branches reaching skyward like the hands of a wise elder. At the base of this majestic tree lay a peculiar sight, a small, glowing orb, shimmering with hues of sapphire and gold. Mesmerized, Anwyn reached out and gently cradled the orb in her hands. The moment she touched it, she felt a warmth seep into her fingers, spreading through her like a gentle tide. Suddenly, the forest around her began to shimmer. The leaves rustled with a melody she had never heard before, and the air was filled with a soft, luminous glow. From the orb emerged a tiny, radiant creature, no larger than a sparrow, with wings of iridescent light. "Greetings, dear Anwyn," the creature chimed in a voice like tinkling bells. "I am Lyrical, a guardian of this forest. The time has come for you to discover the magic within you." Anwyn blinked in astonishment, her heart pounding in her chest. "Magic within me?" she echoed, her voice barely above a whisper. Lyrical nodded, her wings fluttering with a gentle hum. "Indeed, you have a journey of transformation ahead, one that will unfold as you embrace change and discover your true self." Despite her initial fear, Anwyn felt a spark of curiosity ignite within her. "But how? I do not know where to begin," she admitted, her voice tinged with uncertainty. "Fear not, for you shall not walk this path alone," Lyrical assured her. With a graceful flutter, the tiny guardian alighted on Anwyn's shoulder, her presence a comforting weight. "You have friends who will guide you, and lessons that will reveal themselves along the way." Thus began Anwyn's journey of transformation. As she ventured deeper into the forest, she encountered a cast of gentle, kind-hearted characters who would become her companions and mentors. First among them was Eamon, a wise old owl with feathers like silken shadows and eyes that gleamed with the light of the moon. Perched high in the branches of his tree, Eamon shared stories of the forest's history, weaving tales of courage and wisdom that inspired Anwyn to look beyond her fears. Next, she met Bryony, a cheerful squirrel whose boundless energy and zest for life were matched only by her resourcefulness. With Bryony's encouragement, Anwyn learned the art of adaptability, discovering that change, like the seasons, could bring new opportunities and growth. As the days turned into weeks, Anwyn's confidence blossomed like a spring flower. She began to see the forest not as a place of uncertainty, but as a tapestry of wonders waiting to be explored. With each step she took, the forest revealed a new secret, a hidden grove or a sparkling stream, each teaching her a lesson in courage, patience, and self-acceptance. One day, as Anwyn wandered through a sun-dappled glen, she came across a pool of crystal-clear water. Curious, she knelt beside it and gazed at her reflection. To her amazement, she saw not only her own face, but the faces of her friends, each one a part of her journey. It was then she realized that the magic within her was not something to be feared, but a source of strength and wonder. With this newfound understanding, Anwyn embraced change with open arms. She returned to Lumina, her heart alight with the joy of discovery. Her friends welcomed her with open arms, their smiles reflecting the pride they felt in her transformation. And so Anwyn's life became a dance of harmony and exploration, as she learned to balance the comfort of the familiar with the thrill of the unknown. She often shared her stories with the villagers, her voice a soothing melody that filled the air like the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze. As the seasons turned, Lumina flourished, its people inspired by Anwyn's journey of growth and discovery. The village became a haven of wisdom and friendship, a place where change was embraced as a natural part of life's beautiful dance. And so, under the watchful eye of the ancient oak and the twinkling guidance of Lyrical, Anwyn's story continued to unfold, a testament to the magic that lies within each of us, waiting to be awakened by the gentle touch of change. In the heart of the forest, where the light of the stars mingled with the whisper of the leaves, Anwyn found her place in the world, a place where magic and transformation danced hand in hand, forever illuminating the path of personal discovery. And as the soft glow of twilight settled over Lumina, Anwyn's journey of growth served as a reminder to all who listened, that within the gentle embrace of change lies the power to transform, to discover, and to find one's true self amidst the beauty of the world. Story 7. Once upon a time, in a cozy village nestled among rolling hills and whispering forests, strange things began to happen. It started small, a misplaced book here, a mysteriously unraveled knitting project there. Villagers woke to find their gardens gently rearranged, or household objects swapped between neighbors' homes. The occurrences were odd but harmless, sparking more curiosity than concern. Young Emma loved a good puzzle, so she paid close attention, determined to get to the bottom of these quirky happenings. With her ever-present notebook and a keen eye for detail, she spent hours observing and documenting every inexplicable event. One crisp autumn morning, Emma woke to find her bedroom subtly redecorated, her stuffed animals lined up in size order, her books color-coded on the shelf. She gasped in delight, recognizing the telltale signs of mischievous magic at work. "Brownies!" she exclaimed to her cat Jasper, who regarded her with wise, golden eyes. In the legends, brownies were shy household sprites who craved order and loved to lend a hand with chores and tidying up when the mood struck them. Determined to meet these elusive creatures, Emma stayed up late into the night, snuggled under her quilt with Jasper keeping watch. Just as the moonlight filtered through her curtains, she spotted a flicker of movement. 3 tiny figures emerged from the shadows, their wispy forms glowing with an inner light. "Oh, you startled us," one brownie said, wringing his hands. "We were just trying to help." Emma beamed. "Thank you, I could use a bit of extra tidying. But please, don't be frightened. I've always wanted to meet brownies. I'm Emma, and this is Jasper." The brownies visibly relaxed at her warm welcome. Over bowls of warm milk and fresh-baked cookies, they became fast friends. Emma learned their names were Willow, Oak, and Bramble, and they simply couldn't resist using their magic to spread a little extra order and coziness wherever they went. From then on, Emma shared her home with the 3 brownies, trading stories and listening to their sage brownie wisdom late into the night. Though the rest of the village never saw them, Emma's friends and family noticed her renewed zest for life, her homework completed ahead of schedule, and an ever-present glow of contentment. When asked her secret, Emma would simply smile and say, "I have some very helpful friends." The strange occurrences continued, bringing more curiosity and wonder than fright to the village. Sometimes the simplest magic is recognizing the extraordinary in the ordinary and keeping an open heart and mind to life's delightful little mysteries. Story 8. The Whispering Woods, a tale of friendship and magic. Once upon a time, nestled on the edge of a sleepy village, lay a forest unlike any other. Known as the Whispering Woods, it was a place where the trees stood tall and ancient, their branches twisting like gnarled fingers reaching towards the heavens. The forest floor was a soft carpet of moss, dotted with clusters of wildflowers that released a sweet fragrance into the air. A narrow, winding path cut through the woods, inviting those with curious hearts to explore its mysteries. In the village lived a young girl named Lily. With hair the color of chestnuts and eyes as bright as the morning sky, she was known for her inquisitive nature and a heart that brimmed with kindness. Though she was beloved by her village, Lily longed for adventure beyond the familiar cobblestone streets and quaint cottages. One golden afternoon, as the sun began its descent and painted the sky with hues of orange and pink, Lily stood at the edge of the Whispering Woods. Her heart fluttered with excitement and a touch of trepidation, for she had decided that today would be the day she ventured into the forest. Her friends often spoke of the woods with a mix of fear and awe, claiming it was enchanted, with secrets beyond human understanding. Clutching her small satchel filled with a loaf of bread, a flask of water, and a well-loved book of fairy tales, Lily took a deep breath and stepped onto the path. As she walked, the rustling leaves seemed to whisper secrets in her ears, their words just out of reach, yet strangely comforting. The forest was alive with the sounds of chirping birds and the gentle babble of a hidden brook, creating a symphony that accompanied her every step. The deeper she ventured, the more the woods enveloped her in their embrace. The sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled shadows on the ground that danced with the breeze. Lily felt a sense of wonder and peace as the path wound its way deeper into the heart of the forest. After walking for what felt like hours, Lily came upon a small clearing, bathed in the soft glow of the setting sun. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its trunk wide and strong, with branches that spread out like a protective canopy. At the base of the tree was a small wooden door, intricately carved with symbols that seemed to pulse with a gentle, inviting light. Curiosity piqued, Lily approached the door. She traced her fingers over the carvings, feeling the warmth they radiated. As if sensing her presence, the door creaked open, revealing a spiral staircase that wound down into the earth. Hesitant but intrigued, Lily descended the steps, her heart beating a steady rhythm of anticipation. At the bottom of the staircase, she emerged into a hidden world that took her breath away. The underground chamber was vast, its walls lined with shelves filled with books, trinkets, and curiosities from lands unknown. In the center of the room stood a round table, upon which lay a shimmering crystal orb that glowed softly in the dim light. As Lily approached the table, she was greeted by a soft, melodic voice. "Welcome, dear traveler," it said. "I am Eliana, the guardian of the Whispering Woods." Startled, Lily looked around, searching for the source of the voice. To her astonishment, a small, ethereal creature appeared before her, its form shifting like a wisp of smoke. Eliana had eyes that sparkled like stars and wings that shimmered with all the colors of the rainbow. "Do not be afraid," Eliana continued, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "I have watched over these woods for centuries, and I have awaited someone with a pure heart to unravel the secrets hidden here." Lily, though initially taken aback, felt a sense of calm wash over her. "I am honored to meet you, Eliana," she replied, her voice steady. "What secrets do you speak of?" Eliana fluttered closer, her wings leaving trails of light in the air. "Within this orb lies the memory of the forest, a tapestry woven from the stories of those who have walked these paths before you. It is said that those who possess the courage and kindness to listen to these tales will gain wisdom beyond their years." Enchanted by the prospect, Lily reached for the orb. As her fingers brushed its surface, it pulsed with warmth, and a gentle hum filled the air. The room faded away, and Lily found herself standing in a meadow filled with vibrant wildflowers and the sound of laughter echoing in the breeze. In this vision, she saw two children, a boy and a girl, playing a game of hide-and-seek among the flowers. Their joy was infectious, and Lily couldn't help but smile as she watched them. As the vision unfolded, she realized that the children were none other than the founders of her village, their friendship the seed from which the community had grown. The scene shifted, revealing a young woman standing at the edge of a cliff, her face turned towards a stormy sea. Despite the tumultuous waves, her expression was one of determination and hope. Lily understood that this woman had once faced a great challenge, her courage and resilience serving as an inspiration for generations to come. As the visions continued, Lily felt her heart swell with understanding and compassion. Each story revealed to her the interconnectedness of life, the importance of friendship and courage, and the beauty of embracing the unknown. When the last vision faded, Lily found herself back in the chamber, the orb resting quietly on the table. Eliana hovered nearby, her eyes filled with warmth and approval. "You have seen the wisdom of the forest," Eliana said softly. "Hold these lessons close to your heart, for they will guide you on your journey." Lily nodded, feeling a newfound sense of purpose. "Thank you, Eliana. I will cherish these stories and share them with others, so their wisdom may continue to grow." With a knowing smile, Eliana gestured towards the staircase. "Go now, dear Lily, and let the light of your heart guide you." As Lily ascended the steps, she felt the gentle embrace of the woods around her. The path home seemed brighter, the whispers of the forest more harmonious than ever before. By the time she reached the edge of the woods, the stars were beginning to twinkle in the evening sky, casting a gentle glow over the village. Lily's heart was full as she stepped onto the cobblestone streets, her mind alive with the tales she had witnessed. She knew that her journey had only just begun, and that the Whispering Woods would always be a part of her, guiding her with its timeless wisdom. In the days and weeks that followed, Lily shared the stories of the forest with her friends and neighbors. She spoke of the strength found in friendship, the courage to face the unknown, and the beauty of life's interconnected tapestry. Her words inspired those around her, planting seeds of kindness and understanding that blossomed into a stronger, more compassionate community. As the seasons passed, the Whispering Woods continued to stand as a silent guardian over the village. its secrets shared with those who dared to listen. And Lily, with her heart full of wonder and wisdom, knew that the magic of the forest would forever be a part of her story. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the ancient trees and the twinkling stars above, the whispering woods and its tales lived on, a testament to the power of friendship, courage, and the ever-turning wheel of life. Story 9. In the heart of a serene, undulating valley, where the whispering winds carried tales of old and the stars blinked knowingly from a vast, velvety sky, lay the quaint village of Bramble Hollow. Nestled among lush emerald hills and kissed by the gentle glow of twilight, the village was a place where dreams were nurtured and stories were cherished. The villagers of Bramble Hollow were a kind and gentle folk, each with their own unique talents and quirks. But perhaps the most intriguing among them was a young girl named Lila. Lila had a heart as vast as the sky and an imagination that soared even higher. Her days were spent exploring the winding forest trails and her nights in the company of well-loved books and the comforting crackle of the hearth. One blustery autumn evening, as the leaves danced to an unseen melody and the air was thick with the scent of earth and spice, Lila sat by her window, gazing out at the silvery moonlight that bathed the village. Her thoughts wandered to the tales of her grandmother, a wise woman who had once told her of hidden worlds and magical places, waiting just beyond the veil of the ordinary. It was in this moment of quiet contemplation that Lila's eyes caught a glimmer from the corner of her room. Curiosity piqued, she turned to find a small, intricately carved wooden box she had never seen before. The box was adorned with delicate patterns of leaves and vines, and in its center lay a single, luminous opal that seemed to pulse with a gentle, otherworldly light. With a tender touch, Lila lifted the lid, revealing a soft, shimmering fabric inside, a cloak unlike any she had ever seen. The cloak shimmered like stardust woven into a tapestry of twilight, its colors shifting and dancing with every movement. As her fingers brushed the fabric, a warmth spread through her, as if the cloak itself welcomed her touch. Determined to uncover the mystery of this magical garment, Lila wrapped the cloak around her shoulders. In an instant, a gentle breeze swept through the room, and Lila felt herself being drawn into a world that lay just beyond the edges of her reality. The room faded away, replaced by a vibrant forest, alive with colors and scents that defied description. The trees towered above her, their leaves whispering secrets in a language only the wind could understand. The ground beneath her feet was soft and welcoming, a carpet of moss and fallen leaves that cushioned her steps. As she ventured deeper into this enchanted realm, Lila encountered creatures of all shapes and sizes. A family of curious foxes with eyes like liquid amber, a chorus of birds whose songs wove the very fabric of the air, and a gentle deer with antlers that glistened like frost-kissed branches. Each creature greeted her with a nod or a song, as if acknowledging her as one of their own. It was here, amidst the symphony of the forest, that Lila met Finn, a sprightly squirrel with fur that shimmered like copper in the sun. Finn was a mischievous soul, forever darting between branches and leaves, his laughter like the tinkling of tiny bells. "Welcome, Lila," Finn chattered, his eyes twinkling with delight. "We've been waiting for you. The forest has a task for you, if you're willing to accept." "A task?" Lila asked, intrigued and eager to help. Finn nodded, his expression turning earnest. "The heart of our forest is in danger. Shadows have crept in, threatening to dim the light that nurtures our world. We need your help to find the source and restore the balance." Lila's heart swelled with a mix of trepidation and determination. She had always longed for an adventure, and here it was, unfolding before her, like the pages of a beloved story. With Finn as her guide, Lila set off into the depths of the forest, the magical cloak swirling around her with each step. They journeyed through sun-dappled glades and over babbling brooks, the air rich with the scent of pine and the earthy sweetness of the forest floor. As they traveled, Finn shared tales of the forest's history, of the ancient magic that flowed through its roots and branches, binding all creatures in a delicate harmony. But the further they ventured, the more apparent it became that something was amiss. The trees grew sparse, their leaves tinged with an unnatural pallor. The air grew still, heavy with an oppressive silence that weighed upon Lila's heart. It was in this desolate part of the forest that they encountered Eldon, a wise old owl with feathers as white as snow and eyes that held the wisdom of ages. Eldon perched upon a gnarled branch, his gaze steady and kind. "You've come far, young one," Eldon hooted softly. "The shadows are strong here, but so too is the light within you. Remember, true strength lies not in might, but in understanding and compassion." Buoyed by Eldon's words, Lila pressed onward, her resolve unwavering. She and Finn journeyed to the heart of the forest, where the darkness gathered like a storm, swirling and pulsing with a life of its own. There, in a clearing surrounded by ancient oaks, they found the source of the shadow, a once vibrant tree, now twisted and blackened, its leaves withered and brittle. It was a sorrowful sight, a stark reminder of the balance that had been upset. Lila approached the tree, her heart aching with empathy for its plight. She laid a gentle hand upon its trunk, feeling the coldness of the shadow that had taken hold. But beneath it, she sensed a flicker of warmth, a glimmer of the tree's former vitality. With Finn by her side, Lila closed her eyes and focused on the warmth within. She envisioned the tree as it once was, full of life and light, its branches reaching skyward in joyful abandon. She poured all her love and hope into that vision, willing the shadow to retreat. Slowly, the darkness began to lift, like mist rising from a sunlit meadow. The tree shuddered, its branches stretching as if awakening from a long slumber. Color returned to its leaves, a vibrant green that shimmered in the dappled light. As the last of the shadows faded, the forest breathed a collective sigh of relief. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blossoms, and the sound of birdsong echoed joyfully through the trees. Eldon appeared once more, his eyes twinkling with pride. "You have done well, Lila. The forest is grateful for your courage and kindness. Remember, the light within you is a gift to be shared with the world." Lila smiled, her heart full of warmth and gratitude. She had discovered a strength within herself she never knew existed, a strength born of empathy and love. With the forest restored, Lila and Finn returned to the edge of the Enchanted realm. As she prepared to leave, the creatures of the forest gathered to bid her farewell, their eyes filled with gratitude and affection. Finn scampered up to her shoulder, his voice filled with warmth. "Thank you, Lila. You've made a friend in the forest, and will always be here, just a heartbeat away." Touched by their friendship, Lila wrapped the cloak around her once more, feeling the familiar warmth envelop her. The forest faded from view, and she found herself back in her room, the wooden box resting on her lap. The cloak lay across her shoulders, its magic now a part of her own. Lila knew that the world was full of hidden wonders, and that the strength to make a difference lay within her heart. As she settled into bed, the gentle glow of the moonlight cast comforting shadows on the walls, and the soft rustle of the leaves outside lulled her into a peaceful slumber. In her dreams, she wandered once more through the forest, her spirit forever entwined with the magic of Bramble Hollow. And so, in the quiet stillness of the night, Lila's heart swelled with the knowledge that she was never truly alone, that friendship and love could bridge the gap between worlds, and that the light of kindness could banish even the deepest shadow. Story 10. Once upon a time, in the heart of the vibrant valley, where the sky was perpetually painted in shades of pink and gold, there lived a group of quirky and endearing creatures known as the Whimsicans. These delightful beings were no taller than a toadstool and wore tiny hats made from petals of the most fragrant flowers. Among them was Pippin, a whimsican with a tuft of lavender hair that changed colors with his mood, and a penchant for collecting the most peculiar things, like feathered acorns and giggling pebbles. The Whimsicans lived in cozy burrows lined with soft moss and glowing mushrooms that emitted a comforting, warm light. Each night, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the valley would twinkle with a million tiny lights, as fireflies fluttered gracefully through the air, illuminating the path to the great moon meadow, where the Whimsicans gathered for their nightly celebrations. One particularly starry evening, as Pippin and his friends, Tilly and Bloop, were preparing for the grand moonlight jig, a peculiar problem arose. The moon itself, a usual participant in their festivities by casting its silvery glow over the meadow, had developed an unexpected hiccup. Quite literally, it couldn't stop hiccuping, causing little bursts of moonlight to shoot sporadically across the valley. Every time the moon hiccuped, a beam of light would dance across the sky, creating delightful patterns, but also causing quite a bit of confusion. The fireflies, distracted by the erratic bursts, were flying in dizzying spirals, and the mushrooms, which relied on the steady moonlight to maintain their glow, flickered on and off like tiny lanterns in a breeze. "Oh dear," sighed Pippin, watching the scene with wide, curious eyes. "We must find a way to help the moon before our dance begins." Tilly, whose ears were as fluffy as a cloud and could catch the softest sounds, tilted her head thoughtfully. "Perhaps the moon needs a lullaby to soothe its hiccups away," she suggested in her melodious voice. Bloop, who was known for his delightful knack of creating bubbles that floated whimsically into fantastic shapes, nodded enthusiastically. "Yes, and I can make some calming bubble shapes to accompany the lullaby." The three friends set off towards the highest hill in the valley, where the moon could hear them best. As they climbed, the scent of honeysuckle and sweet clover filled the air, and the gentle rustle of leaves whispered secrets of the night. Upon reaching the hilltop, Pippin took a deep breath, his hair shimmering in a rainbow of colors, and began to hum a gentle tune. Tilly joined in, her voice weaving through the air like a silken thread, while Bloop sent bubbles drifting upwards, each one catching the moonlight and casting soft, kaleidoscopic reflections over the meadow. As the lullaby floated up to the sky, the moon's hiccups began to slow, each one softer and more spaced out than the last. Gradually, the sporadic bursts of light subsided, replaced by a steady, serene glow that bathed the valley in its soothing embrace. With the moon now calm, the Whimsicans gathered once more in the great moon meadow, their hearts light and full of joy. The fireflies resumed their gentle dance, and the mushrooms glowed steadily, as if smiling along with the Whimsicans. "Thank you, dear friends," the moon whispered softly, its voice a tender breeze that caressed the valley. "Your song was like a gentle hug that eased my troubled night." With the moon's blessing, the Whimsicans began their moonlight jig, twirling and laughing beneath the stars, their worries forgotten in the warmth of friendship and the magic of the night. And so, beneath the serenade of crickets and the watchful gaze of the now contented moon, Pippin, Tilly, and Bloop danced with their friends, their hearts aglow with the simple joy of having turned a hiccup into a harmonious celebration. From that day on, whenever the moon felt a hiccup approaching, it would remember the sweet lullaby of the Whimsicans and smile, knowing that friendship and creativity could turn any problem into an opportunity for a delightful adventure. And so in the vibrant valley, where the sky was always a canvas for dreams, the Whimsicans lived happily, their days filled with wonder and their nights with joy, embracing each moment as a chance to weave magic into their lives. Story 11. In the heart of a galaxy far removed from our own, where stars glimmered like scattered diamonds against the velvet of space, lay the planet of Luminara. Known for its luminescent flora and shimmering skies, Luminara was a place of beauty and tranquility. It was here that the adventure of an unlikely pair would unfold, a tale of understanding and friendship that transcended the vastness of space. The first of our companions was Kale, a young luminarian with skin that glowed softly like moonlit water. His people were gentle and wise, prizing harmony and the gentle art of bioluminescent communication. Kale, with his curious mind and playful spirit, longed to explore the universe beyond his radiant home. From the distant, rugged world of Terras came Rhea, a Terran explorer with a heart as vast as the skies she navigated. Her species, known for their resilience and strength, were as varied as the landscapes of their home. Rhea's eyes were the color of the deep ocean, her hair a cascade of untamed curls, and her spirit was as fierce as it was kind. Their paths crossed unexpectedly when Rhea's starship, the Starlight Voyager, landed on Luminara for much-needed repairs. The ship had sustained damage during a meteor storm, and her crew was eager to find a sanctuary where they could mend their vessel and rest. Kale, intrigued by the sight of a Terran ship descending from the heavens, ventured from his village to the landing site. He approached with a mixture of awe and caution, his luminescent skin casting a gentle glow in the twilight. As Rhea emerged from the ship, she was struck by the ethereal beauty of the Luminarian landscape. The air was fragrant with the scent of blooming nocturnal flowers, and the ground glimmered under the soft luminescence of bioluminescent moss. "Hello," Kale greeted, his voice a gentle whisper that seemed to harmonize with the breeze. Rhea, unused to the soft glow of the luminarians and the quietude of their world, returned the greeting with a broad, welcoming smile. "I'm Rhea. We come in peace and hope to repair our ship." Kale nodded, understanding her Terran words through the universal translator he wore. "Welcome to Luminara. I am Kale. Perhaps I can offer assistance." As the days passed, Rhea and her crew worked diligently to repair the Starlight Voyager. Kale, fascinated by their technology, offered his help, his natural curiosity leading him to spend hours with the Terrans, learning about their customs and technology. However, misunderstandings were inevitable. One evening, as Kale and Rhea sat beneath the luminescent canopy of trees, Kale presented a delicate luminescent flower to Rhea, a gesture of friendship among his people. Rhea, misinterpreting the gesture, assumed it was a sign of farewell, leading to a moment of awkwardness. "Are you saying goodbye, Kale?" Rhea asked, her voice tinged with surprise. Kale's brows knitted together in confusion, his skin flickering with a soft lavender hue, a sign of embarrassment. "No, Rhea. This flower is a sign of friendship among my people." Understanding dawned on Rhea, and she laughed softly, the sound like a gentle breeze rustling through the leaves. "I see. It seems we have much to learn from each other." Their friendship deepened with each shared challenge. When a sudden storm threatened the progress of the repairs, Kale guided the crew to a nearby cave, where they took shelter until the skies cleared. In the dim light of the cave, Rhea and her crew listened as Kale shared tales of Luminara's history and its celestial wonders. In return, Rhea shared stories of Terrace, painting pictures of vast oceans and towering mountains of the fierce beauty of her world. Kale listened, his imagination alight with visions of distant lands. One afternoon, as the repairs neared completion, Kale and Rhea embarked on a journey to the Crystal Falls, a place of breathtaking beauty where water cascaded over crystal formations, scattering rainbows in the air. It was a journey that required trust, as the path was treacherous and the way uncertain. Along the way, Rhea stumbled on a loose stone, and Kale, with surprising strength and agility, caught her arm, steadying her. They shared a look of mutual understanding and gratitude, a silent acknowledgement of the bond that had grown between them. At the falls, they stood side by side, the roar of the water a gentle symphony around them. The air was cool and misty, and the sight of the rainbows dancing in the spray filled them both with a sense of wonder. "It's beautiful," Rhea murmured, her voice almost lost in the sound of the falls. Kale nodded, his eyes reflecting the myriad colors of the rainbows. "Yes, and so is the friendship we have found." As the repairs came to completion, the time for departure loomed closer. Rhea and her crew prepared to take to the skies once more, their ship gleaming under the bright stars of Luminara. On the day of their farewell, Kale presented Rhea with a small, glowing crystal, a keepsake from the Crystal Falls. "To remember our time together," he said softly. Rhea accepted the gift with a heartfelt smile, her eyes shining with unshed tears. "And this," she said, handing Kale a small Terran compass, "to guide you wherever your adventures might lead." As the Starlight Voyager ascended into the sky, Kale watched until it was a mere point of light against the vastness of space. Though his heart ached with the parting, he felt a warmth that transcended distance, a friendship forged through understanding and shared experiences, a bond that would endure beyond the stars. In the quietude of Luminara, beneath the luminous canopy of trees, Kale held the compass close, a symbol of the journey they had shared and the adventures yet to come. And though the stars glimmered cold and distant above, his heart was filled with the warmth of friendship, a light that would guide him always. Story 12. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between the gentle slopes of emerald hills and the whispering embrace of a great forest, there was a place known to its inhabitants as Willowbrook. The village was named for the graceful willows that lined the brook flowing serenely past the cottages, their branches swaying softly in the breeze, like dancers caught in a slow, perpetual waltz. In this cozy, enchanted hamlet, life unfolded in the gentle rhythm of seasons, each day bringing with it the comforting smells of fresh bread and blooming wildflowers. At the heart of Willowbrook was a cottage more peculiar than the rest, not for its appearance, but for its occupant. This was the home of a gentle soul named Alden, a kindly old man whose eyes twinkled with the wisdom of many summers and whose laughter was like the soft tinkling of wind chimes. Alden was known far and wide for his extraordinary talent. He was a weaver of dreams. Each night, under the silvery glow of the moon, Alden would sit by his hearth, spinning vibrant threads of dreams using his enchanted loom. This loom, a marvelous creation of wood and starlight, had been passed down through generations, each weaver adding their own touch of magic. It was said that within its wooden frame lay the very essence of imagination, capable of weaving dreams so vivid that they could guide, comfort, and inspire. Alden's dreams were gifts to the village. Every morning, as the first rays of dawn kissed the earth, the villagers would find their dreams waiting for them in the form of delicate dream catchers, hung lovingly on their doors. These dreams, spun from the threads of their hopes and fears, whispered wisdom and courage to those who needed it most. One crisp autumn evening, when the air was filled with the scent of fallen leaves and wood smoke, a young girl named Marigold found herself at Alden's doorstep. Marigold was a curious child, her eyes wide with wonder at the world around her. She was known for her boundless energy and a heart full of questions that often tumbled out of her like pebbles from an overflowing jar. "Mr. Alden," Marigold began, her voice a sweet melody of innocence and curiosity, "how do you make dreams?" Alden, with a smile as warm as the crackling fire beside him, invited her in. "Ah, Marigold," he said, "dreams are not made. They are woven. They are the stories our hearts tell while we rest. Would you like to see how?" Marigold nodded eagerly, her eyes sparkling like stars. Alden led her to the loom, an intricate structure that seemed to hum with a life of its own. As he gently guided her small hands to touch the loom, a soft glow surrounded them, and Marigold felt a comforting warmth spread through her fingers. "Close your eyes," Alden instructed softly. "Feel the threads of your thoughts and dreams. Each one is a color, a texture, a sound. Weave them together with kindness and patience." As Marigold closed her eyes, her world became a tapestry of colors and sensations. She could feel the golden warmth of a summer's day, the cool blue of the brook's gentle flow, and the sweet scent of the wildflowers that danced in the meadow. Her heart swelled with the joy of these memories, and she began to weave. Under Alden's watchful eye, Marigold's fingers moved deftly, her hands guided by an unseen force. She wove stories of friendship and adventure, of laughter shared under the starlit sky, and of whispers exchanged between the leaves of ancient trees. The loom sang a soft lullaby as her dreams took shape, a delicate dance of colors and light. When Marigold opened her eyes, a beautiful dream catcher hung before her, shimmering softly in the firelight. It was a masterpiece of her imagination, a testament to the magic within her heart. "Keep this close, dear Marigold," Alden said, placing the dream catcher gently into her hands. "Let it remind you of the dreams you hold inside and the magic you can create." As Marigold left the cottage that night, she felt a newfound sense of wonder and possibility. She wandered through the village, her heart light as a feather, the dream catcher swaying gently in her grasp. The days turned to weeks, and autumn gave way to the crisp chill of winter. The village of Willowbrook was blanketed in a soft cover of snow, transforming it into a landscape of pristine white. The villagers huddled around their fireplaces, their laughter and stories mingling with the crackling of the flames. It was during this time that a stranger arrived in the village, a traveler from lands unknown. His name was Thorn, a mysterious figure wrapped in a cloak of midnight blue, his eyes like deep pools of shadow. He wandered the village with a quiet grace, observing the warmth and camaraderie of its inhabitants. Thorn was drawn to Alden's cottage, for he had heard whispers of the Dreamweaver and his magical loom. He approached Alden with a mixture of curiosity and skepticism. "I have traveled far," Thorn said, his voice a low rumble, "and I seek a dream that has eluded me." Alden regarded him with gentle eyes. "What dream do you seek, traveler?" Thorn hesitated, as if weighing his words. "I seek a dream of belonging, of finding a place where I am welcome and at peace." Alden nodded, understanding the longing in Thorn's heart. "Come, sit by the fire," he invited. "Let us see what dream awaits you." As Thorn settled into a chair by the hearth, Alden set to work at the loom. His fingers danced deftly over the threads, weaving a tapestry of warmth and acceptance. The loom sang a soft melody, a song of homecoming and friendship. When Alden finished, he held up the dream catcher, a beautiful creation that glowed with a gentle light. "This is your dream, Thorn," Alden said, offering it to the traveler. "May it guide you to the place where you truly belong." Thorn took the dream catcher with a sense of awe and gratitude. He felt a warmth spread through him, a feeling of connection that he had long sought. In the days that followed, Thorn found himself drawn to the village and its people, his heart softening with each act of kindness and friendship. He joined in their celebrations, shared in their laughter, and became a part of their community. The dream catcher hung in his room, a constant reminder of the dream that had led him to this place of belonging. As the snow melted and spring breathed new life into the world, Thorn realized that his journey had changed him. He had found not only the dream he sought, but also a family and a home in the village of Willowbrook. And so, life continued in the village, the seasons turning like the pages of a well-loved storybook. Alden, Marigold, and Thorn, along with the other villagers, lived in harmony with the dreams they wove and the magic they created together. In the heart of the forest, where the brook flowed gently and the willows danced in the breeze, the village of Willowbrook remained a place of wonder and enchantment. It was a place where dreams were woven, friendships were forged, and the magic of belonging was cherished by all who called it home. As the years passed, the story of Willowbrook and its dream weaver was told and retold by those who had been touched by its magic. The village became a beacon of hope and inspiration, a testament to the power of dreams and the bonds of friendship. And so the tale of Willowbrook, Alden, Marigold, Thorn, and the enchanted loom lives on, a gentle reminder of the dreams we hold within and the magic we can create together. As the night falls and the stars twinkle above, the village rests in peaceful slumber, cradled by the dreams woven with love and imagination. Story 13. In a quaint village nestled between lush, rolling hills and a shimmering sapphire lake, there lived a young woman named Leora. The village, known for its vibrant gardens and gentle, whispering winds, was a place where time seemed to flow as softly as the babbling brook that wound its way through the meadows. Here, the days were a tapestry of golden sunlight and the nights a quilt of twinkling stars, each day a reflection of quiet, simple beauty. Leora, with her flowing auburn hair and eyes like the deepest parts of the forest, was known for her gentle heart and kind smile. Yet, beneath her calm demeanor, she harbored a secret unease. Leora was apprehensive about change. Her life in the village was as predictable as the changing of the seasons, and she found comfort in its familiar rhythm. But lately, an inexplicable restlessness had begun to stir within her, like the first whispers of wind before a summer storm. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of lavender and rose, Leora sat by the lake's edge. The water mirrored the sky's colors, creating a canvas of tranquil beauty. She dipped her fingers into the cool water, watching the ripples spread outwards. It was then that a soft, melodious voice interrupted her thoughts. "Why do you sigh, dear Leora?" asked the voice, as gentle as the rustling leaves. Startled, Leora looked up to see a figure emerging from the water. It was a water nymph, her skin glistening like the lake itself, eyes shimmering with the wisdom of ages. Leora had heard tales of the nymphs who dwelled in the lake, but never had she seen one so close. "I fear change," Leora confessed, her voice barely above a whisper. "I worry about what lies beyond the life I know, and yet something within me yearns for something more." The nymph smiled kindly, her presence as calming as the gentle lapping of waves. "Change is but the nature of life, Leora. It is as constant as the flow of water. Though the path may seem uncertain, it is through change that we grow, much like the flowers in your village gardens." Encouraged by the nymph's words, Leora felt a flicker of courage ignite within her. She returned to the village with a newfound resolve, determined to embrace change rather than fear it. The following morning, as the first light of dawn kissed the village awake, Leora discovered an unexpected visitor at her door. It was a small, peculiar creature with wings like gossamer and eyes like dew-kissed leaves. The creature, known in the village as a glimmerwing, was a rare sight. They were said to appear only to those with the heart to accept life's mysteries. "Hello, Leora," chirped the Glimmerwing, its voice like a silver bell. "I have come to guide you, should you wish to embark on a journey of discovery." Intrigued and heartened by the nymph's encouragement, Leora agreed. Together, they embarked on a journey through the forest that bordered the village. The forest was a place of enchantment, where sunlight filtered through the canopy like liquid gold, and the air was perfumed with the fragrance of pine and wildflowers. As they traveled, the Glimmerwing shared tales of the forest's magic, of trees that whispered secrets and streams that sang lullabies. Leora listened, her heart opening to the wonders around her. Each step she took felt like shedding a layer of fear, each story a balm to her anxious soul. One day, deep within the heart of the forest, they came upon a grove where time seemed to stand still. In the center of the grove stood an ancient tree, its branches reaching skyward like a guardian of dreams. Nestled among its roots was a pool of crystal-clear water, shimmering with an ethereal light. "This is the mirror pool," the Glimmerwing explained. "It reflects not just your image, but the essence of who you are and who you can become." Tentatively, Leora approached the pool and gazed into its depths. She saw herself, but not just as she was. The reflection showed her as a tapestry of all her experiences, fears, hopes, and dreams. In the depths of the pool, she saw a vision of herself embracing change, growing stronger and more radiant with each new day. Moved by the vision, Leora realized that change was not something to fear, but a journey to cherish. It was the path to discovering her true self, to becoming the person she was meant to be. With the Glimmerwing by her side, Leora returned to the village, her heart light and her spirit renewed. She embraced each day with openness and courage, finding joy in the unexpected and friendship in unlikely places. The villagers noticed her transformation, drawn to her newfound warmth and wisdom. In the days that followed, Leora became a beacon of hope and inspiration for others who shared her fears. She taught them that change, though daunting, was a gift that allowed them to bloom and flourish. As the seasons turned, Leora's journey continued, each step a dance with the unknown, each moment a chance to grow. The village thrived under her influence, becoming a place where dreams were nurtured and change was celebrated. And so, under the endless sky, Leora discovered the beauty of personal transformation, her heart a garden of endless possibilities, forever guided by the gentle nymph and the playful Glimmerwing. She had learned to embrace change with grace and courage, turning the unknown into a journey of endless wonder. And as the stars twinkled above, like 1,000 watchful eyes, Leora knew she was exactly where she was meant to be. Story 14. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled amid rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a gentle soul named Clara. She was known for her warm smile and her curious nature, always eager to explore the world around her. Clara lived in a cozy cottage with her grandmother, whose stories of old filled their evenings with wonder and delight. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden leaves danced in the breeze, Clara decided to venture into the attic, a place she seldom visited. It was a dim, dusty space, filled with memories of generations past. As she explored, her fingers brushed against a peculiar object, a small, intricately carved wooden box, its surface adorned with delicate patterns of swirling vines and tiny stars. Curiosity piqued. Clara gently opened the lid. Inside, nestled on a bed of velvet, lay a shimmering feather of the deepest blue, glinting with hints of silver and gold. As she held it, a soft warmth spread through her fingers, and she felt a gentle whisper in her heart, an invitation to discover its secrets. Determined to unravel the mystery, Clara sought the wisdom of the village elder, a kind-hearted man named Gideon, who was known for his knowledge of ancient tales and forgotten lore. Gideon welcomed her into his cozy study, its walls lined with books that seemed to breathe stories of their own. As Clara shared her discovery, Gideon's eyes twinkled with recognition. "Ah, the feather of serene skies," he mused, his voice soft and melodic. "It is said to hold the power to reveal the unseen, to show the world through the eyes of wonder and possibility." With Gideon's guidance, Clara set out on a journey of exploration, the feather tucked safely in her satchel. Her first stop was the tranquil whispering woods, where she hoped to uncover the feather's true potential. As she wandered among the towering trees, a gentle rustling caught her attention. There, perched on a branch, was a squirrel with a bushy tail, its eyes bright with curiosity. "Hello," the squirrel chirped, tilting its head. "I see you found something special." Clara smiled at the squirrel's friendly demeanor. "Yes, I have. Do you know anything about this feather?" The squirrel nodded, its tiny paws clasping a nut. "It's a gift, you see. A gift that reveals what's often hidden. But to understand its magic, you must first listen to the whispers of the world." Intrigued, Clara thanked the squirrel and continued her journey, her heart open to the possibilities. As she walked, the feather seemed to hum with a gentle energy, guiding her steps. Her path led her to the edge of the village, where a babbling brook wound its way through fields of wildflowers. There she met a wise old turtle named Tobias, who was sunning himself on a smooth rock. "Good day, young one," Tobias greeted her with a slow, deliberate nod. "What brings you to my quiet corner of the world?" Clara explained her quest, and Tobias listened with the patience of the ages. "The feather you hold," he said slowly, "is a reminder that the world is filled with wonders, if only we take the time to see them. It teaches us to find beauty in the simple, the overlooked." With Tobias's words echoing in her mind, Clara sat by the brook, allowing the feather's magic to seep into her soul. As she gazed at the water, she noticed the way the sunlight danced upon its surface, creating patterns of light and shadow. She saw the vibrant hues of the wildflowers, each petal a masterpiece of nature. And she heard the symphony of life around her, the rustle of leaves, the buzz of bees, the distant call of a songbird. In that moment, Clara understood the feather's true gift. It wasn't about seeing the unseen, but about appreciating the beauty that was always there, waiting to be noticed. With newfound clarity, Clara returned to Willowbrook, her heart filled with gratitude for the simple joys of life. She shared her journey with her grandmother and the villagers, teaching them to see the world through eyes of wonder. And so, the feather of serene skies became a cherished symbol in Willowbrook, a reminder to all that magic lies not in what we possess, but in how we perceive the world around us. As the days turned to seasons, Clara's gentle wisdom spread, weaving a tapestry of kindness and understanding throughout the village. And every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the land, Clara would sit by the fireplace with her grandmother, sharing stories of wonder and discovery, their hearts content in the knowledge that true magic is found in the moments we choose to cherish. Story 15. In a forest so old that its roots seemed to cradle the very earth, a gentle harmony enveloped everything. The air was rich with the scent of pine and earth, and the gentle rustle of leaves created a symphony of whispers. This was a place where the borders between the ordinary and the magical danced together like sunbeams filtering through the canopy. In this enchanted realm, creatures moved with a grace born of knowing their place in the tapestry of life. There was Aurelius the wise owl, whose eyes glimmered like polished amber stones, and Lila the swift deer, whose movements were as fluid as a brook cascading over smooth stones. These creatures, along with many others, lived in a delicate balance, each playing their part in the forest's grand design. The heart of this forest was the great oak, its branches stretching wide like a guardian's arms, offering shade and shelter. The tree was ancient beyond measure, its bark a tapestry of time etched with stories of seasons past. It was said that the great oak held the wisdom of the forest, its roots intertwined with the spirits of those who had come before. As the seasons turned, magic awakened in a cycle of wonder. In spring, the forest hummed with the vibrant energy of new life. Flowers unfurled their petals, releasing fragrances that danced on the breeze, while streams gurgled with laughter as they wound their way through the underbrush. It was during this time that the forest dwellers gathered around the great oak to share stories and wisdom, passed down through the generations like treasured heirlooms. One spring, as the first blush of dawn painted the sky, a peculiar event occurred. The forest awoke to find the great oak had begun to bloom with luminescent flowers, their glow soft and ethereal in the early morning light. The flowers pulsed with a gentle light, each petal a hue of soft violet that shimmered with the promise of mysteries yet to be understood. Aurelius, perched high in the branches, turned his gaze to the gathering creatures below. "This is an omen," he hooted softly, his voice a gentle murmur that wrapped around them like a comforting shawl. The forest is asking us to listen, to learn, and to nurture the balance we've been given. Lila, her eyes wide with curiosity, nodded. But what does it mean? How do we heed such a call? From the shadows stepped an elder tortoise named Anwyn, his shell a mosaic of greens and browns, each marking a testament to the years he had seen. The forest speaks in whispers, Anwyn said, his voice a slow, steady rhythm like the heartbeat of the earth. It is time to remember our bonds, to share our strengths, and to become the keepers of harmony. As the days passed, the creatures of the forest worked together, guided by the wisdom of the great oak. They tended to the forest with care, ensuring that each stream flowed freely, each glen thrived with life, and each creature had what it needed. It was a time of unity and understanding, where even the smallest of insects felt a part of something grand. Summer arrived, bringing with it the warmth of golden sunlight that seeped through the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. The luminescent flowers of the great oak had given way to delicate, twinkling seeds that floated on the warm breezes, spreading the magic of the forest far and wide. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the forest was bathed in the cool silver of moonlight, Aurelius gathered the creatures once more. "We have learned much from the great oak," he said, his eyes reflecting the shimmering stars above. "We have found strength in our unity, wisdom in our silence, and magic in our hearts." Lila stepped forward, her coat aglow in the moonlight. "Let us carry these lessons with us through all seasons," she said, "for in our togetherness lies the heart of this forest." As the seasons turned once more, the forest continued its dance of life and magic. Autumn arrived, painting the leaves in hues of amber and crimson, and winter followed with its quiet, snowy embrace. Through it all, the creatures remembered the luminescent flowers and the wisdom they had shared beneath the boughs of the great oak. In this ancient forest, where magic was as natural as the changing seasons, the creatures lived in a harmony that was both fragile and profound. And every spring, when the great oak bloomed again, they would gather to listen to the whispers of the forest, ready to renew their vows of friendship and balance. Thus the forest thrived, a testament to the enduring power of kindness, unity, and the gentle wisdom of nature. And as the stars watched over the sleeping woods, the creatures knew they were part of a story as old as time itself, a story of peace woven into the very fabric of the earth. Story 16. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, where cobblestone paths meandered like gentle streams through a tapestry of flower-draped cottages, there lived a young girl named Clara. She possessed an unassuming air of curiosity, her heart as open as the sky above the rolling hills that embraced the village. Clara's days were filled with quiet wonder, exploring the nooks and crannies of her world, always with a book in hand and a question on her lips. One crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves danced in the cool breeze, Clara wandered into the village's old curiosity shop, a place steeped in the scent of aged parchment and polished wood. The shopkeeper, Mr. Thistle, was an elderly man with twinkling eyes that seemed to hold 1,000 stories. He greeted Clara with a gentle nod as she perused the shelves, each one a treasure trove of forgotten tales. Clara's fingers brushed lightly against a peculiar object, a small brass key, ornate and intricate, yet oddly warm to the touch. It seemed to hum softly, as though whispering secrets only she could hear. "Ah, you've discovered the key of whispers," Mr. Thistle remarked, his voice a soft rumble like distant thunder. "It is said to unlock the hidden wonders of the world, but only for those who truly listen." Intrigued and slightly bewildered, Clara purchased the key, feeling its comforting weight in her pocket as she left the shop. The air outside was brisk, the sky a canvas of azure and clouds as she set out to discover what the key might unlock. Clara's journey led her beyond the familiar paths of Willowbrook, through the whispering woods where sunlight filtered through the canopy in dappled patterns. She walked with purpose, her heart guided by a melody only she could hear, the key warm against her palm. As the sun began its slow descent, painting the sky in hues of rose and gold, Clara arrived at a secluded glade, where an ancient oak stood, sentinel over a small, moss-covered door nestled among the roots. The key thrummed with anticipation, urging her forward. With a deep breath, Clara inserted the key into the lock, and the door creaked open with a sound like a sigh of relief. Beyond the door lay a realm of wonder, a hidden garden where time seemed to dance in playful twirls. The air was filled with the scent of blooming jasmine and the gentle murmur of a nearby brook. In this enchanted garden, Clara met her first helper, a wise old tortoise named Albus. His shell was etched with the patterns of the stars, and his eyes held the gentle wisdom of ages past. "Welcome, young explorer," Albus greeted her in a voice as soothing as a lullaby. "The Key of Whispers has chosen you, for you have the heart to hear its truths. Here you will find the answers you seek, but remember, true understanding comes from within." Emboldened by Albus's gentle guidance, Clara explored the garden, each step revealing more of its magical secrets. She encountered a mischievous squirrel named Pippin, whose tail was as bushy as a cloud and whose laughter was a tinkling bell. Pippin delighted in showing Clara the hidden paths and playful riddles of the garden, always with a twinkle in his bright eyes. As days turned into weeks, Clara learned the language of the garden, each discovery a note in the symphony of life. She realized that the true magic lay not in the key itself, but in the connections she forged and the wisdom she gained. The garden taught her patience, kindness, and the strength that comes from gentle understanding. One evening, as the stars began to twinkle like lanterns in the velvet sky, Clara sat beside the brook, her heart full of gratitude. Albus joined her, his presence a comforting balm. "You have learned well, dear Clara," he said, his voice a gentle caress. "The world is a tapestry of stories, each thread woven with care and purpose. You hold the key to your own story, and it is a beautiful one." With Albus's words echoing in her heart, Clara knew it was time to return to Willowbrook. She bid farewell to her friends, promising to carry their lessons with her always. As she stepped through the door, the garden faded into the whispering woods, leaving behind a warmth that lingered like a cherished memory. Back in Willowbrook, Clara shared her tales with the villagers, her stories weaving a tapestry of wonder and connection that bound them all together. She understood now that the true magic of the Key of Whispers lay in its ability to open hearts and minds, to reveal the extraordinary within the ordinary. And so, under the starlit sky of Willowbrook, Clara's story became a part of the village's own, a gentle reminder that the greatest journeys are those that bring us home to ourselves, enriched by the wonders we discover along the way. As the fire crackled softly in the hearth, Clara drifted into a peaceful slumber, her dreams woven with the magic of the world she had come to understand. Story 17. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled at the edge of the whispering woods, tales of magic and mystery were as common as the gentle rustle of leaves in the evening breeze. The village was a tapestry of cobblestone streets, thatched roof cottages, and vibrant gardens that flourished under the loving care of its inhabitants. At the heart of this serene village lay the ancient oak, its branches stretching wide, providing shade and shelter to all who sought refuge beneath its boughs. Under the comforting canopy of this majestic tree, there lived a young girl named Amara. With hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that shimmered like the morning dew, she was known for her boundless curiosity and gentle heart. Amara's days were filled with adventures, exploring the hidden nooks and crannies of Willowbrook, always accompanied by her faithful companion, a small, wise owl named Orion. Orion had been with Amara since she could remember. He was more than just a pet. He was a guardian and confidant, his soft hoots a comforting melody in the quiet of night. Together, they shared a bond stronger than the roots of the great oak, their friendship a beacon of warmth in the chill of uncertainty. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was laced with the scent of fallen leaves and the sky was painted in hues of amber and gold, Amara discovered something extraordinary. As she wandered through the whispering woods, she stumbled upon a glimmering object half buried beneath a carpet of moss. It was a small, intricately carved wooden box, its surface adorned with mysterious runes that seemed to dance in the dappled sunlight. Amara's fingers traced the delicate carvings, a warmth spreading through her fingertips as she lifted the box. Orion, perched on her shoulder, peered at the discovery with keen interest, his eyes reflecting the curiosity that sparked within Amara's heart. With a gentle click, The box opened, revealing a shimmering crystal that pulsed with a soft, ethereal light. As she cradled the crystal in her hands, a gentle voice echoed in her mind, whispering secrets of old and tales untold. The heart of the woods, it revealed, holds the power to mend what is broken and heal what is hurt. Amara's eyes widened with wonder, the weight of its significance settling upon her like a comforting cloak. Determined to understand the true nature of this magical artifact, Amara and Orion embarked on a journey through the Whispering Woods, a realm where reality and fantasy entwined seamlessly. The woods were alive with enchantment, every rustle of leaves and flutter of wings a symphony of nature's magic. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting playful shadows on the forest floor, as a gentle breeze carried the sweet scent of wildflowers. Days turned into nights, and nights into days, as Amara and Orion ventured deeper into the heart of the woods. Along the way, they encountered creatures of every kind, from graceful deer that watched with gentle eyes to mischievous squirrels that chattered with delight. Each encounter was a lesson in kindness and respect, the animals teaching Amara that every being, no matter how small, played a vital role in the tapestry of life. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with twilight, Amara and Orion reached a clearing bathed in moonlight. At its center stood an ancient stone circle, its surface etched with runes similar to those on the box. The air hummed with energy, a gentle thrumming that resonated with the crystal Amara held. As she stepped into the circle, a figure emerged from the shadows, a woman cloaked in robes of emerald green, her hair cascading like a waterfall of silver. Her eyes were ancient pools of wisdom, reflecting the stars above. "Welcome, Amara," she said, her voice a gentle breeze that caressed the soul. "I am Celine, guardian of the Whispering Woods." Amara's heart swelled with awe and respect, and she bowed her head in greeting. "I seek to understand the heart of the woods," she said, her voice steady and sure. Celine smiled, a warm glow emanating from her very being. "The heart of the woods is a gift, but also a responsibility," she explained. "It has the power to heal and restore, but only when wielded with a pure heart and selfless intent. Your journey has shown kindness and wisdom, for you listen to the whispers of the woods and heed the lessons they impart." Amara nodded, understanding the weight of Celine's words. She realized that the journey itself had been as much a part of the magic as the crystal she held. The friendships she had formed, the compassion she had shown, and the courage she had displayed were all reflections of the power within the heart of the woods. As the moon bathed the clearing in silver light, Amara lifted the crystal high, its glow merging with the moonlight in a radiant dance. A soft, melodious hum filled the air, and the runes on the stone circle blazed with a gentle luminescence. In that moment, Amara felt a profound connection to the world around her, a unity of spirit and nature, of heart and mind. Celine watched with a knowing smile, her presence a comforting assurance. "You have learned well, Amara," she said, her voice a soft echo of the night. "Remember that true magic lies not in the power to change the world, but in the power to change oneself and inspire others to do the same." With those words, the light of the crystal dimmed, its energy settling into a gentle glow that pulsed in harmony with Amara's heartbeat. A sense of peace washed over her, a warmth that filled her from within and spread to the world around her. Amara thanked Celine, her heart overflowing with gratitude and newfound wisdom. As she and Orion made their way back through the Whispering Woods, the path seemed brighter, the air sweeter, the world more alive with possibility. Returning to Willowbrook, Amara shared her story with the villagers, her words weaving a tapestry of wonder and hope. The heart of the woods became a symbol of unity and healing, a reminder that within each of them lay the power to bring about change through acts of kindness and love. And so, as the seasons turned and the years passed, the village of Willowbrook thrived, its people bound by a shared belief in the magic of friendship and the strength of the human spirit. Under the watchful gaze of the ancient oak and the shimmering stars above, Amara and Orion continued to explore the wonders of their world, their hearts forever open to the whispers of the woods. In the end, the story of the heart of the woods became a legend, a bedtime tale told by the fireside on cold winter nights. And as the flames danced and crackled, the warmth of the story wrapped around those who listened. a gentle reminder that the greatest magic of all was the love and wisdom shared between friends. Story 18. Once upon a time, in a village nestled between the whispering woodlands and the gentle sweep of a silvery river, there lived a young girl named Leora. Leora had hair the color of chestnuts and eyes that mirrored the tranquil blue of the sky after a summer rain. Every morning she would awaken to the sweet melody of bird song and the rich aroma of dew-kissed earth. But despite the beauty around her, Leora felt a restlessness within her heart, a yearning she could not quite understand. The village of Eldinglen was a place where change was looked upon with a mix of apprehension and awe. The villagers were deeply connected to their traditions, and any deviation from the norm was approached cautiously. Leora, however, longed for something more, something different, though she could not quite articulate what that was. It was during an autumn morning, when the world was cloaked in a tapestry of amber and crimson leaves, that Leora's journey began. As she wandered along a path through the enchanted forest, her feet crunching softly on the carpet of fallen leaves, she stumbled upon an old, gnarled oak tree. Its branches reached out like ancient arms, and its bark was etched with mysterious runes that shimmered faintly under the dappled sunlight. Nearby, an elderly woman sat on a moss-covered stone, her hair a silver cascade beneath a wide-brimmed hat. Her eyes sparkled with a warmth that made Leora feel instantly at ease. "Good day, dear child," the woman greeted, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "I am known as Mira. What brings you to this part of the forest?" Leora hesitated, feeling a strange connection with this woman. I feel lost," she admitted, the words tumbling out like autumn leaves on the breeze. "I want to grow and change, but I don't know how." Mira nodded knowingly. "Change is like the river that flows beside our village, sometimes gentle, sometimes fierce, but always moving forward. Perhaps what you seek is not just change, but transformation." Intrigued by Mira's words, Leora's gaze drifted back to the runes on the oak. "What do these symbols mean?" "They hold the secrets of the forest," Mira explained, her voice a gentle whisper. "Each rune is a story, a lesson from the earth itself. If you listen carefully, you might hear the whispers of transformation." Encouraged by Mira's wisdom, Leora visited the old oak every day, seeking its quiet guidance. As the days turned into weeks, she began to notice subtle changes within herself, mirrored by the magic of the forest. The once timid rustle of leaves became a symphony of whispers, each note a new discovery about herself. One crisp afternoon, as Leora sat beneath the oak, a gentle breeze carried with it the scent of wildflowers and the soft flutter of wings. A tiny blue butterfly, as delicate as a breath, alighted on Leora's hand. She watched in awe as its wings, shimmering with an iridescent glow, opened and closed like a delicate heartbeat. "You see, Leora," Mira said, appearing beside her as if conjured by the forest itself, "transformation is often hidden in the simplest of things. A butterfly emerging from its cocoon, a sapling growing towards the sun. It is through the acceptance of both the beauty and the struggle that true growth happens." Leora nodded, her heart swelling with understanding. The forest had taught her that change was not something to fear but to embrace. Each day, she learned to listen to the gentle nudges of her own heart, allowing herself to be guided by the wisdom she found within and around her. Over time, Leora's confidence blossomed, much like the wildflowers that painted the forest floor with vibrant colors. She became a beacon of hope for others in the village, encouraging them to seek their own paths of transformation. Her journey inspired those who had been hesitant to embrace change, showing them that personal growth was a gift, not a burden. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky was painted with strokes of lavender and gold, Leora stood by the river, its surface reflecting the stars that began to twinkle in the twilight. She watched as the water flowed serenely, ever-changing yet constant, just as she had become. With a heart full of gratitude and a spirit alight with newfound wisdom, Leora understood that she, too, was a part of the endless cycle of transformation. And so, as the village of Eldinglen settled into the soft embrace of night, Leora's story became a cherished tale, whispered by the fireside, teaching all who heard it that the journey of growth is as boundless as the stars in the sky and as gentle as a butterfly's wings. And in the quiet rustle of the leaves and the murmuring of the river, the village found peace, in the ever-present magic of change. Thus, the story ends, with Leora's spirit forever woven into the heart of the forest, a testament to the beauty of embracing transformation. As the gentle night folded the world into its starry cloak, the village of Eldingland dreamed of new beginnings, each dream a step towards the endless dance of growth and renewal. Story 19. In the heart of the whispering wood, where the trees whispered secrets to the stars, there lay a quaint little village called Willowbrook. The village was cradled by gently rolling hills and surrounded by a misty veil that shimmered like spun silver in the moonlight. The paths were lined with cobblestones that sparkled faintly under the light of the lanterns, and the air was always filled with the soft, sweet scent of honeysuckle and lavender. The village was home to gentle souls who lived in harmony with the magical creatures that called the woods their home. Among them was a wise old owl named Soren, known for his deep, amber eyes that could see into the hearts of those who sought his counsel. Soren was the keeper of the library, perched high in the branches of the ancient oak, its leaves rustling like pages in the wind. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with shades of pink and gold, a peculiar series of events began to unfold. The villagers noticed tiny, glowing footprints appearing in the dew-kissed grass each morning, leading from the forest's edge to the village square, where they vanished without a trace. The footprints danced in patterns that seemed purposeful yet mysterious, like a melody whose tune was just out of reach. The villagers were curious, but not alarmed. They knew that the forest was a place of wonder, where the unexpected was often delightful. However, the footprints' origins remained a puzzle, and so they turned to Soren for guidance. Gathered under the oak's broad canopy, the villagers listened as Soren spoke in his deep, soothing voice. "The forest speaks in many ways," he began, "and it is our task to listen with both our ears and our hearts. These footprints may be a message, a story waiting to be told." Eager to unravel the mystery, a small group of villagers, including a gentle-hearted baker named Finn and a bright-eyed storyteller named Lyra, decided to follow the footprints into the forest the next morning. As dawn brushed the sky with soft light, they set off, their steps light and filled with anticipation. The path wound through the trees, where shafts of sunlight pierced the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. The air was alive with the chorus of bird song and the gentle rustle of leaves. The footprints glowed softly, a trail of luminescence leading them deeper into the heart of the woods. As they followed the path, the group encountered a serene pond, its surface like polished glass reflecting the sky. By the pond stood a majestic figure, a unicorn with a mane that shimmered like moonlight and eyes that held the wisdom of ages. The unicorn, known as Astra, was a guardian of the forest, and her presence filled the air with a profound peace. "Greetings, kind travelers," Astra spoke, her voice as gentle as the breeze. "I have watched the footprints with interest, for they are not of this world, but of dreams." Lyra, her eyes wide with wonder, asked, "Dreams? How can dreams leave footprints?" Astra smiled, the corners of her eyes crinkling with warmth. "In this place, where magic weaves through every leaf and stream, dreams can touch the earth. The footprints belong to a dreamweaver, a creature whose purpose is to mend the frayed edges of dreams and bring comfort to those in need." Finn, who always found joy in the simplest of things, asked, "But why are they here in our village?" "The dreamweaver senses a need," Astra replied. "Perhaps there is a dream left unfulfilled, a wish unspoken. To understand, you must listen with both heart and mind." With Astra's guidance, the villagers returned to the village, their minds alight with thoughts and their hearts open to the whispers of the world around them. They gathered in the village square, where the footprints always disappeared, and began to share their dreams, hopes, and wishes. As each villager spoke, a pattern began to emerge, woven from the threads of their stories. There was a common longing for connection, for understanding the ties that bound them together, and to the world of magic they lived within. It was Lyra who first saw the answer, her storyteller's heart attuned to the tales around her. "The Dreamweaver is not here to fulfill a single wish," she said softly, "but to remind us of the magic that resides in our everyday lives, in the friendships we cherish and the love we share." Inspired by Lyra's insight, the villagers decided to hold a festival, a celebration of dreams and togetherness. Lanterns were hung like stars above the square, tables were laden with delicious treats, and music filled the air, weaving its own enchantment. As the festival commenced, the glowing footprints appeared once more, spiraling through the square in a dance of luminous joy. The Dreamweaver had heard the village's collective wish and responded with a gift of unity and light. That night, as the villagers danced under the stars, a gentle contentment settled over Willowbrook. They had learned that even the smallest of mysteries could lead to the greatest of discoveries, and that sometimes the answers lay not in unraveling the unknown, but in embracing the beauty of the journey. And as the moon cast its silvery glow over the village, the tiny footprints began to fade, their purpose fulfilled. But the sense of wonder and the bonds forged remained, a testament to the magic that lived in their hearts. With a final sweep of her mane, Astra watched over the village, her presence a quiet assurance that the magic of dreams would always find its place in the world. And so, with hearts light and dreams aglow, the villagers drifted off to sleep, cradled by the gentle whispers of the forest and the promise of a new day. Story 20. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills and the gentle embrace of an azure sea, there lived a young woman named Leora. Her days were filled with the simple joys of life by the shore, collecting seashells, weaving them into delicate necklaces, and listening to the soft lullaby of the waves. Her nights, however, were often filled with dreams of a distant past, of people and places she couldn't quite grasp but felt deeply connected to. Leora's grandmother, a wise and gentle soul, often spoke of their ancestors, skilled artisans and keepers of ancient traditions. It was said that their lineage traced back to an island far beyond the horizon, a place shrouded in mist and mystery. "Our family holds a legacy," her grandmother would say, her eyes twinkling like starlit waters. "One day you will understand and cherish it." One balmy afternoon, while exploring the attic of their cozy cottage, Leora stumbled upon a dusty old chest. Its wooden surface was carved with intricate patterns that seemed to dance in the dim light. As she opened the chest, a soft golden glow filled the room, revealing an array of beautifully crafted artifacts, a delicate silver sea compass, a small ornate mirror, and a journal bound in worn sea-green leather. Curious, Leora carefully picked up the journal. Its pages were filled with elegant script detailing the voyages of her ancestors and the wonders they encountered on their journeys. Each entry was a story, a piece of a puzzle that seemed to call out to her. With each page she turned, she felt a growing sense of belonging, as if a part of her soul was awakening to its true essence. That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Leora sat with her grandmother by the crackling fireplace. The warmth of the flames mirrored the warmth in her heart as she shared her discovery. "Ah, the journal," her grandmother said, a gentle smile gracing her lips. "It holds our family's stories, the wisdom and courage of those who came before us. The compass was crafted by your great-great-grandfather, a navigator who guided ships through tempestuous seas. And the mirror," she continued, "was said to reveal the true nature of one's heart." Intrigued, Leora gazed into the mirror. Its surface shimmered like the surface of a calm sea under the moonlight, revealing not just her reflection, but also a vision of her ancestors, their faces serene and wise. She saw them working together, their hands skillful and sure, passing down their knowledge and love through generations. As days turned into weeks, Leora immersed herself in the stories of her ancestors. She learned of their traditions, their connection to the sea, and their harmony with nature. She began to understand the importance of preserving these stories, not just as relics of the past, but as guiding lights for the present and future. Her journey of discovery led her to explore the natural beauty surrounding her village. She found solace in the whispering pines of the forest, the vibrant tapestry of wildflowers that danced in the meadows, and the gentle murmur of the brooks that crisscrossed the land. Each element seemed to resonate with the stories she had read, weaving a tapestry of life that was both ancient and ever-renewing. One evening, as she sat by the shore, the sea breeze gently tousling her hair, Leora realized that the legacy of her ancestors was not just in the artifacts she had found, but in the values they embodied: resilience, wisdom, and a deep respect for all living things. These lessons were as relevant now as they were in the past, guiding her in her own life and in her interactions with the world around her. With newfound clarity, Leora decided to share her family's stories with the village. She organized gatherings where people could come together to listen, learn, and connect with their own roots. The stories inspired others to delve into their own histories, fostering a sense of unity and understanding within the community. As the golden leaves of autumn began to fall, painting the village in shades of amber and scarlet, Leora felt a profound sense of peace. She had not only uncovered an ancient legacy, but had also found her place within it, weaving her own story into the rich tapestry of her heritage. And so, under the starry sky, with the gentle sound of the waves lapping at the shore, Leora sat by the crackling fire, surrounded by friends and family. Her heart was full, knowing that the legacy of her ancestors would continue to guide and inspire, lighting the way for future generations. And in that moment, she understood that the true essence of legacy was not just in the stories of the past, but in the love and wisdom that would forever ripple through the hearts of those who cherished them. As the fire crackled softly and the stars twinkled above, Leora knew she was exactly where she was meant to be, at home, embraced by the warmth of her heritage and the promise of tomorrow. Story 21. Whispers of the Moonlit Forest. In the quaint village of Windmere, nestled between the emerald folds of gentle hills and the whispering wings of a vast, ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Marin. Her eyes sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 stars, and her heart beat to the rhythm of the natural world that surrounded her. Marin had a gift, a subtle ability to hear the secrets of the winds and the whispers of the trees, though she never spoke of it to anyone, for fear they might not understand. Each evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of orange and pink, Marin would wander into the forest. The path she took was a narrow ribbon of earth, winding its way through towering oaks and elms, whose leaves rustled like a gentle lullaby. The forest was her sanctuary, a hidden world where time seemed to bend and the air shimmered with the promise of magic. One such evening, when the air was crisp with the onset of autumn, Marin noticed something she had never seen before. A soft, silvery glow emanated from beneath the roots of an ancient yew tree. Her heart quickened with a mixture of fear and excitement as she approached the source of the light. There, nestled in the embrace of gnarled roots, was a small, intricately carved wooden box. Its surface was smooth and cool to the touch, etched with swirling patterns that seemed to dance in the moonlight. Marin opened the box with trembling fingers and found within it a delicate pendant shaped like a crescent moon, crafted from a metal that shimmered with an otherworldly glow. The moment she touched it, a warmth spread through her, like a gentle embrace. She knew, deep in her heart, that this pendant was special, imbued with a magic that resonated with her very being. That night, as she lay in bed, Marin held the pendant close. Its warmth lulled her into a deep, peaceful sleep, filled with vivid dreams of places she had never seen and beings she had never met. She awoke with a sense of purpose, a feeling that the pendant was meant to guide her on a journey beyond the familiar paths of her village. The next day, Marin set off into the forest once more, this time with the pendant resting against her chest. As she ventured deeper into the woods, the trees seemed to part for her, and the air grew thick with enchantment. She soon found herself in a part of the forest she had never explored, where the light filtered through the canopy in shimmering beams, and the ground was carpeted with moss that felt like velvet underfoot. It was here that Marin encountered a creature unlike any she had ever seen. It was a fox, but not just any fox. Its fur glistened like silver in the dappled light, and its eyes were the color of the deepest forest green. The fox approached her with a cautious grace, its gaze steady and wise. "Greetings, young traveler," the fox spoke, its voice like the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. "I am called Silas. You have found the pendant of the moonlit forest, a gift bestowed upon those chosen to protect the harmony of our world." Marin was astonished. She had never imagined animals could talk, let alone offer such profound wisdom. "What must I do?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "Your journey begins with understanding," Silas replied. "There is a delicate balance that holds our world together, and it is under threat. You must seek the hidden heart of the forest, a place where the magic of nature is strongest. There, you will find the answers you seek." And so, Merrin embarked on her quest, guided by Silas through the hidden paths of the forest. Along the way, she encountered many wonders. A brook that sang with the voices of the fae, flowers that bloomed with colors unknown to any painter's palette, and trees that seemed to whisper her name as she passed. As they traveled, Merrin and Silas formed a bond of friendship that transcended words. Silas taught her to see the world through the eyes of the forest, to listen with her heart, and to understand the language of all living things. In turn, Merrin shared her dreams and hopes, her fears and doubts, finding strength in the wisdom of her newfound friend. Days turned into weeks, and Merrin's journey brought her to the heart of the forest, a clearing bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. Here the air was thick with magic, and the very earth seemed to hum with life. In the center of the clearing stood a magnificent tree, its trunk wide and strong, its branches reaching toward the heavens like open arms. "This is the heart tree," Silas said, his voice filled with reverence. "It is the source of all magic in our world." Merrin approached the tree with awe, feeling the pulse of life that thrummed through its roots. As she placed her hand upon its bark, the pendant around her neck glowed with a brilliant light. Images flooded her mind, visions of the past and future, of the delicate balance that sustained the forest and all its inhabitants. She saw the threat that loomed on the horizon, a darkness that sought to consume the magic of the forest for its own gain. But she also saw hope, a way to restore balance and protect the world she loved. "Merrin," Silas said softly, "the pendant grants you the power to mend what is broken, to heal the rift, and restore the harmony of our world. But you must act with wisdom and courage, for the path ahead is fraught with challenges." With renewed determination, Merrin set out to confront the darkness. She ventured into the deepest parts of the forest, where the shadows were thick and the air was heavy with foreboding. Yet with each step, she felt the presence of the heart tree and the strength of the forest guiding her. In the heart of the darkness, Merrin found the source of the threat, a twisted, gnarled tree, corrupted by greed and malice. Its roots spread like a poison, leeching the life from the land. But Merrin was not afraid. She drew upon the magic of the pendant and the wisdom of the forest, channeling their power into a force of light and love. The corrupted tree shuddered, its dark bark cracking and splintering as light poured from Merrin's hands. Slowly, the darkness receded, replaced by the vibrant colors of life. The forest sighed with relief, the balance restored. Exhausted but triumphant, Merrin returned to the heart tree, where Silas awaited her. "You have done well, young guardian," he said, his eyes shining with pride. "The forest owes you a debt of gratitude." Merrin smiled, her heart full of joy and peace. She understood now that the magic of the forest was not just something to be protected, but something to be shared, a gift to be nurtured and cherished. As the sun rose over Windmere, painting the sky with the promise of a new day, Merrin knew that her journey had only just begun. She had discovered a hidden world within the natural environment, a world of wonder and mystery, of friendship and growth. And though the path ahead would not always be easy, she was ready to embrace it, with the pendant of the moonlit forest as her guide, and the love of the forest as her strength. And so Merrin returned home, her heart light with the knowledge that she was never truly alone. The forest would always be with her, whispering its secrets and guiding her steps, a constant reminder of the magic that lay within and around her. Thus ends the tale of Merrin and her journey of discovery, a story of friendship and courage, of magic and hope, woven together by the gentle hands of fate and the enduring spirit of the moonlit forest. Story 22. In the heart of the misty, whispering woodlands, where the trees swayed like gentle giants telling secrets to the wind, there lay a quaint little village named Willowbrook. The village was surrounded by a shimmering stream that sang as it flowed, and the air was always perfumed with the sweet scent of lilacs and honeysuckle. In Willowbrook, time seemed to slow down, and the world felt wrapped in a warm, cozy embrace. The villagers of Willowbrook were known for their kind hearts and gentle spirits. They lived in harmony with the magical creatures of the forest, who often wandered into the village to share stories and wisdom. There was the wise old owl, Oliver, whose feathers were as soft as the evening mist and whose eyes twinkled with ancient knowledge. There was the playful fox, Fern, whose bushy tail danced like a flame in the moonlight, always ready with a clever trick or two. But most beloved of all was the gentle giant, Alder, a towering tree spirit who often helped the villagers with his immense strength and deep-rooted wisdom. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with shades of pink and lavender, something peculiar began to happen in Willowbrook. The villagers noticed that the lanterns lining the cobblestone paths flickered with a strange, silvery light instead of their usual golden glow. The air felt different, too, humming softly with a melody that none had heard before. The villagers gathered in the square, their faces lit by the silvery glow, murmuring softly among themselves. They decided to seek the counsel of the wise old owl, Oliver, who perched high in the ancient oak tree at the edge of the village. With a gentle flutter, Oliver descended from his perch, his eyes reflecting the silvery light. "Ah, my dear friends," he hooted softly, "it seems we have a mystery on our hands. But fear not, for mysteries are merely stories waiting to be told, and together we shall uncover the tale." The villagers, comforted by Oliver's words, nodded in agreement. They formed a small group to investigate the strange occurrences, led by a young girl named Lila, whose curiosity was as boundless as the sky and whose heart was as warm as the summer sun. As Lila and the villagers ventured through the village, they noticed that the silvery light seemed to lead them towards the forest. The melody in the air grew clearer, like a lullaby sung by a mother to her sleepy child. They followed the light and the song until they reached the edge of the forest, where they found Fern the fox waiting for them, her eyes sparkling with mischief and mystery. "Welcome, friends," Fern chirped, her voice as light as a breeze. "The forest has been whispering secrets tonight, secrets that only those with open hearts can hear." Layla stepped forward, her eyes wide with wonder. "What secrets, Fern? What is happening to our village?" With a playful flick of her tail, Fern led them deeper into the forest, where the trees formed a canopy of twinkling stars. "There is magic afoot, a gentle kind of magic that wishes to be discovered," she explained. "But first, we must find the source." As they walked, Lila noticed small signs pointing them in the right direction. A trail of glowing mushrooms, a pair of fireflies dancing in circles, and a gentle breeze that seemed to nudge them forward. With each step, the melody grew stronger, wrapping around them like a soft blanket. Finally, they reached a small clearing bathed in the silvery light. In the center stood an ancient well, its stones covered in moss and ivy, and from the well, the melody flowed like a gentle stream. The villagers gathered around, their hearts filled with anticipation and wonder. Alder, the gentle giant, emerged from the shadows, his form towering yet comforting. "This well," he rumbled softly, "is the source of the magic. It has been asleep for many years, and now it awakens to share its gifts." Lila approached the well, peering into its depths. "But why now?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. Alder smiled, his eyes twinkling like the stars above. "Sometimes magic awakens when the world needs a little more wonder and light. It senses the hearts of those who seek and believe." Oliver nodded in agreement, his feathers shimmering in the moonlight. "We must listen to the melody and let it guide us. It holds the answers we seek." With a gentle nod from Alder, Lila closed her eyes and listened intently. The melody seemed to wrap around her, telling a story of ancient times when the well had been a source of joy and light for the forest and village alike. It spoke of a promise to return when the world was ready to embrace its magic once more. As Lila shared what she had heard, the villagers understood that the well's magic was a gift, meant to bring the village and forest closer together, to remind them of the beauty and wonder that lay in unity and friendship. With newfound understanding, the villagers returned to Willowbrook, their hearts filled with gratitude and joy. The silvery glow of the lanterns now felt like a gentle embrace, and the melody in the air was a song of hope and harmony. From that day forward, Willowbrook thrived under the well's gentle magic. The villagers and forest creatures grew even closer, sharing stories and laughter under the starlit skies. And Lila, with her boundless curiosity and warm heart, often visited the well, listening to its tales and sharing them with all who wished to hear. As the seasons turned and the world danced through the cycle of time, the mystery of the silvery glow became a cherished memory, a reminder that sometimes the most wondrous stories are found not just in ancient wells, but in the hearts of those who believe in the magic of friendship and love. And so, as the moon cast its gentle light over Willowbrook, the village slept peacefully, wrapped in the soothing melody of the night, knowing that they were part of a story that would be told for generations to come. Story 23. In the heart of the whispering wood, where the ancient oaks whispered secrets to the wind and the babbling brook sang lullabies to the moon, there lay a quaint little village named Willow Hollow. The village was nestled snugly between the rolling hills and the serene lake, its cottages adorned with ivy and their chimneys puffing gentle wisps of smoke that mingled with the morning mist. The villagers of Willow Hollow were a cheerful lot, known for their warm smiles and the hearty bread they baked, which filled the air with the comforting aroma of home. Among them lived a kind-hearted young girl named Lila, whose curiosity was as boundless as the sky, and whose heart was as gentle as the softest feather. Lila had a gift for noticing things others might overlook, like the way the dew glistened on the spider's web, or the subtle change in the leaves as they whispered secrets to each other. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun painted the sky with hues of gold and amber, Lila noticed something peculiar. The village's beloved moonflowers, which opened only at night to reveal their luminescent petals, were blooming in the light of day. Their silvery glow shimmered under the sun, a sight so rare that it stirred a gentle ripple of curiosity throughout Willow Hollow. The villagers gathered in the square, their voices a soft murmur as they pondered the strange occurrence. Mr. Thistle, the kindly old gardener whose hands were as weathered as the ancient trees, scratched his head in bewilderment. "In all my years, I've never seen the moonflowers bloom in daylight," he mused aloud, his eyes crinkling with wonder. Lila, with her keen sense of observation, decided to seek the counsel of the wise elder, Sage Rowan, who lived in a cozy cottage at the edge of the whispering wood. The path to Sage Rowan's home was lined with wildflowers and the playful chatter of squirrels, creating a tapestry of nature's music that accompanied her steps. Sage Rowan was a gentle soul, with eyes that twinkled like stars and a voice that flowed like a soothing brook. He welcomed Lila with a warm smile and a steaming cup of chamomile tea, its floral scent wrapping around them like a comforting hug. "What brings you to my humble abode, dear Lila?" Sage Rowan inquired, settling into his rocking chair that creaked with the wisdom of ages. Lila shared the tale of the moonflowers, her voice a mix of excitement and intrigue. Sage Rowan listened intently, his fingers tracing patterns on the armrest as he pondered the mystery. "Ah, the moonflowers," he murmured, his gaze distant as if peering into the past. "They are delicate creatures, touched by the magic of the night. For them to bloom in daylight is indeed unusual." Sage Rowan rose from his chair, his movements deliberate and graceful. He retrieved an ancient tome from a shelf lined with books whose spines were worn with love. The pages rustled like autumn leaves as he turned them, revealing sketches of flowers and notes written in a flowing script. "Long ago," Sage Rowan began, his voice like a gentle lullaby, "it is said that the moonflowers were gifted with a special bond to the moon. They would only bloom under its gentle gaze, drawing strength from its silvery light. But there was a tale of a rare phenomenon, whispered through the generations, where the moonflowers could bloom in daylight if touched by the song of the earth." Lila's eyes widened with wonder. "The song of the earth?" she repeated, her mind alight with possibilities. Sage Rowan nodded, his expression thoughtful. "Yes, the earth sings in its own way, through the rustle of leaves, the babble of brooks, and the hum of life in every corner of our world. Perhaps, dear Lila, the earth's song has changed." Determined to solve the mystery, Lila decided to visit the meadow where the moonflowers grew, hoping to listen to the earth's song. As she reached the meadow, the sun was beginning its slow descent, casting a warm glow over the landscape. Lila sat quietly among the flowers, closing her eyes to better hear the symphony of the world around her. The wind played a gentle melody through the grass, the leaves murmured in hushed tones, and the brook's laughter danced over stones. Amidst these familiar sounds, Lila noticed something new, a soft, melodious hum that seemed to emanate from the very ground beneath her feet. It was a sound she had never heard before, a harmony that resonated with her heart and filled her with a sense of peace. As the hum enveloped her, Lila realized that the earth itself was singing a new song, one that was gentle and full of life. Perhaps this was the song that had awakened the moonflowers, urging them to share their beauty with the world in the light of day. Eager to share her discovery, Lila returned to the village, where the setting sun painted the cottages in shades of gold and rose. She found Sage Rowan in the square, surrounded by curious villagers. With a heart full of excitement, Lila recounted her experience in the meadow, describing the new song of the earth that she had heard. The villagers listened with rapt attention, their faces softening with understanding. Mr. Thistle, who had spent a lifetime tending to the earth, nodded knowingly. "The earth's song is a living thing, ever-changing like the seasons," he said, his voice like the gentle rustle of leaves. "Perhaps it is reminding us to listen more closely, to be attuned to the world around us." Sage Rowan smiled, his eyes twinkling with warmth. "Indeed, the earth's song is a gift," he agreed. "It teaches us to cherish the beauty of each moment, to find magic in the everyday." As twilight descended upon Willow Hollow, the villagers gathered around a crackling fire in the square, their hearts light with the joy of discovery. Lila sat beside Sage Rowan, her eyes reflecting the dancing flames. The moonflowers in the meadow continued to glow, their petals shimmering like stars against the deepening sky. That night, as the villagers drifted off to sleep, their dreams were filled with the gentle hum of the earth's song, a lullaby that cradled them in its tender embrace. And Lila, with her heart full of wonder and wisdom, knew that the true magic lay not in the mystery of the moonflowers, but in the simple act of listening and understanding the world around her. In the days that followed, the villagers of Willow Hollow found themselves more attuned to the subtle symphony of their world. They listened to the whispers of the wind, the rustle of the leaves, and the gentle murmur of the brook with newfound appreciation. And in those quiet moments, they discovered a deeper connection to the magic that surrounded them. The mystery of the moonflowers had brought the village closer, reminding them of the beauty in the everyday and the importance of listening to the earth's song. And in Willow Hollow, where the moonflowers bloomed both day and night, the villagers carried the lesson of the earth's melody in their hearts, finding comfort and joy in the gentle rhythm of life. Story 24. Once upon a star-kissed night, in a quaint village nestled deep within the Wildwood forest, peculiar things began to happen. It started small. A scattering of pine needles found perfectly arranged into intricate patterns on the dusty path winding through the trees. Then, a batch of freshly baked woodland berry pies mysteriously appeared on the windowsills of the cottages, their flaky crusts still warm to the touch. Willow Maplewood, a young witch in training whose rosy cheeks and bright eyes sparkled with curiosity, couldn't help but notice these strange happenings. As a novice in the magical arts, she was enthralled by the unexplained and determined to unravel the mystery. With her best friend Oakley, a wise old oak tree sprite with bark as gnarled as his jolly grin, Willow set out to investigate. Together they scoured the forest, searching for clues amid the towering pines and carpets of fallen needles. One misty morning, as the first golden rays peeked through the canopy, Willow stumbled upon a trail of twinkling lights dancing among the underbrush. She gasped in delight, for these were no ordinary lights. They seemed to possess a magical energy all their own. "Pixie dust," whispered Oakley, his mossy brow furrowed in thought. "But the pixies haven't been seen in these parts for ages, not since the great oak fell in the gnarled grove." With renewed determination, the pair followed the shimmering trail deeper into the forest's emerald embrace. Willow's heart raced with anticipation, for she knew they were drawing closer to unraveling the mystery. At last, they came upon a clearing bathed in warm, golden light. In its center stood a magnificent tree, its boughs laden with tiny crystalline lanterns that cast a gentle glow. And there, perched among the branches, were the pixies, dozens of them, their gossamer wings a kaleidoscope of vibrant hues. The pixies regarded Willow and Oakley with friendly curiosity, their delicate features alight with mischief. It was then that Willow noticed the twinkling patterns adorning the mossy ground, an exact match to those found on the village path. With a musical trill, the pixie queen alighted on a nearby toadstool. "Welcome, friends," she said, her voice like the sweet tinkling of wind chimes. "We thank you for finding our new home and keeping our presence a secret from those who might wish us harm." Oakley bowed his gnarled head in reverence. "The honor is ours, your majesty. But why have you returned to the Wildwood after all this time?" The pixie queen's iridescent wings fluttered solemnly. "Our old home, the great oak of gnarled grove, fell to rot and disease. With no place to dwell, we've been wandering, looking for a new tree to call our own." Willow's heart swelled with understanding. "And you've been leaving those wondrous trails and treats to thank the villagers for caring for this forest, for giving you a place to make your home once more." The pixie queen smiled warmly. "You are as perceptive as you are kind, young one. The Wildwood is a sanctuary for all creatures, great and small, thanks to the stewardship of your people." From that day forth, a new harmony bloomed between the pixies and the villagers of Wildwood. The little sprites continued their whimsical surprises, bringing joy and wonderment to all who crossed their path. And Willow, having solved the magical mystery with the help of dear Oakley and the pixies themselves, knew that as long as the forest stood tall and true, its enchantment would never fade. Story 25. In the distant reaches of the galaxy, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds upon a velvet sky, there existed a peculiar planet named Oralis. It was a place of endless twilight, where the air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming stardust flowers and the gentle hum of crystal-clear streams. On this serene planet, the sky was a tapestry of purples and blues, and the ground shimmered with a soft luminescence that seemed to cradle the entire world in a perpetual embrace. It was here that a young traveler named Leora, from the planet Solara, found herself stranded. Leora was a Solarian, a species known for their radiant skin that glowed like the sun and their ability to harness light for energy. Her ship, a sleek vessel crafted from the lightest of alloys, had encountered an unexpected solar storm, forcing her to make an emergency landing on Oralis. As Leora stepped out of her ship, she marveled at the beauty of the twilight world, her heart fluttering with a mix of awe and trepidation. Her soft golden locks caught the gentle breeze, and her eyes, bright as twin suns, scanned the horizon for any signs of life or aid. Yet what she found was not another Solarian, but a creature unlike any she had ever imagined. Emerging from the lush underbrush was Kor, an Orion native. A creature of the night, Kor's skin was a deep azure blue, and his eyes were as dark and endless as the deepest part of space. His kind were known for their connection to the natural world, able to communicate with the flora and fauna that thrived in the eternal twilight. Their first meeting was fraught with misunderstanding. Leora, with her light, inadvertently startled Kor, who was accustomed to the gentle shadows of his home. Kor, in turn, attempted to communicate through the melodic whistles of his kind, which sounded like a series of musical notes to Leora's ears. They stood there, two beings from different worlds, trying to make sense of one another's presence. Yet, despite the initial confusion, Leora and Kor felt a pull towards each other, a curiosity that transcended language. Leora, determined to repair her ship, realized she needed materials unique to Oralis, and Kor, intrigued by the light that emanated from Leora, decided to help her navigate his world. Together, they embarked on a journey across Oralis, traversing fields of luminescent flowers that swayed like ocean waves, and climbing crystalline cliffs that shimmered in the twilight. It was during these shared adventures that they began to understand one another, not through words, but through gestures and shared experiences. One evening, as they rested by a gentle stream that sang a lullaby of flowing water, Leora attempted to convey her gratitude. She placed her hand over her heart, a universal gesture of thanks among her people, and Kor, understanding the sentiment, nodded with a soft, harmonious hum that resonated through the air. Their bond deepened as they encountered challenges that tested their newfound friendship. One such trial was the starlight storm, a rare phenomenon where the sky erupted in a dazzling display of light and energy. While it was a spectacle to behold, it posed a danger to Leora, whose body could absorb only a finite amount of light before becoming overwhelmed. As the storm raged, Kor led Leora to a hidden cave, a sanctuary of shadows. There, he shared with her the wisdom of his people, teaching her to balance the light within her and find harmony with the world around her. In turn, Leora showed Kor the beauty of the sun's warmth, something he had never experienced in his twilight existence. Through these mutual exchanges, they learned the value of listening and adapting, realizing that strength lay not in their individual abilities, but in their willingness to learn from one another. Leora's glow became softer, more harmonious, as she attuned herself to the rhythms of Auralis, and Kor's understanding of light grew, his once shadowy form now possessing a gentle luminescence of its own. As time passed, the day came when Leora had gathered all she needed to repair her vessel. Standing beside her ship under the eternal twilight, she felt a pang of sadness at the thought of leaving. Kor, too, felt the weight of parting, yet he understood that their journey together had reached its conclusion. In a final gesture of friendship, Leora crafted a small, radiant orb from the light she carried, a piece of her world to remain with Kor. In return, Kor gifted her a delicate flower, its petals shimmering with the essence of Auralis. These tokens, though simple, symbolized the bond they had forged, a testament to the friendship that had grown between two unlikely companions. With a gentle embrace, Leora boarded her ship, and as it ascended into the starry sky, she looked back at the planet that had become a second home. Kor watched as the vessel disappeared into the heavens, his heart full of warmth and gratitude for the friend who had shown him the light. And so, beneath the eternal twilight of Auralis, the story of Leora and Kor became a legend, told by the gentle stream and whispered by the swaying flowers. It was a tale of friendship that transcended worlds, reminding all who heard it that understanding and kindness could bridge even the widest of galaxies. As the stars twinkled on, the universe continued its dance, forever cradling the memories of those who dared to reach beyond their own worlds and discover the beauty of friendship among the stars. Story 26. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and lush meadows, there was a little shop known as the Curiosity Cottage. This was no ordinary shop, for it was filled with peculiar trinkets and mysterious artifacts that whispered of faraway lands and forgotten times. The shop was run by an elderly man named Mr. Thistle, whose eyes twinkled with the wisdom of many years, and whose stories captivated both young and old. One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden leaves danced in the breeze, a young girl named Lila wandered into the Curiosity Cottage. Lila was a curious soul, with hair the color of chestnuts and eyes that sparkled with the light of 1,000 questions. She loved nothing more than to explore and discover, and on this particular day, she was seeking something unusual, though she knew not what. As she meandered through the shop, her fingers brushing over odd-shaped bottles and old leather-bound books, Lila's gaze fell upon a small, unassuming teapot tucked away on a dusty shelf. It was made of porcelain, with delicate blue patterns that seemed to swirl and shift like the ocean on a stormy day. Intrigued, Lila picked it up, feeling an unexpected warmth spread through her hands. Mr. Thistle, who had been quietly polishing a brass lamp, looked up and smiled. "Ah, you found the wishing teapot," he said in his gentle, gravelly voice. "That little pot holds more magic than its humble appearance suggests." Lila's eyes widened with wonder. "A wishing teapot?" she echoed. "Indeed," replied Mr. Thistle, "but it is not a trinket of grandiose wishes. It offers only small, simple things, things one might overlook, but which often hold the greatest joy." Intrigued and unable to resist the allure of the teapot's mystery, Lila decided to take it home. With a promise to return and share her discoveries with Mr. Thistle, she tucked the teapot under her arm and skipped out into the late afternoon sun. As the days passed, Lila found herself constantly pondering what small wish she might make. She roamed the meadows, her thoughts weaving through dreams and possibilities. One evening, as the sky blushed with shades of pink and orange, she poured a cup of tea from the pot and whispered her first wish. I wish to understand the language of the birds. The next morning, Lila awoke to the sound of birdsong, clearer and more vibrant than ever before. To her amazement, she found she could understand their cheerful chatter. The robins spoke of the best places to find worms, the sparrows gossiped about the weather, and the wise old owl shared secrets of the night. With her newfound ability, Lila embarked on a journey to learn from her feathered friends. She discovered hidden paths through the woods, secret glades where wildflowers bloomed in riotous colors, and clear bubbling brooks that sang their own melodious tunes. The birds became her companions, guiding her with their songs and stories. One day, Lila overheard a conversation between two magpies, renowned for their love of shiny things. They spoke of a hidden glen where the heart of the forest pulsed with ancient magic, a place that could only be found by those who listened deeply to the world around them. Eager to find this mystical place, Lila asked the magpies to lead her there. The journey to the glen was a gentle adventure. The path was soft with moss, and the air was rich with the scent of pine and earth. Lila followed the magpies as they flitted from branch to branch, their wings glistening in the dappled sunlight. Along the way, she met a kind-hearted squirrel named Nutkin, who offered her acorns and tales of the forest. Nutkin was quick and nimble, and his laughter was like the rustle of leaves in a breeze. As they approached the glen, the forest seemed to hold its breath. The air shimmered with anticipation, and a sense of peace settled over Lila. In the center of the glen stood an ancient oak tree, its branches reaching towards the sky like a wise old sage. Beneath its canopy, the light danced in soft patterns upon the ground. Here, Lila learned that the heart of the forest was not a place of grand gestures or dazzling displays, but a sanctuary of quiet wisdom and gentle magic. She sat beneath the oak, listening to the whispers of the leaves and the songs of the earth. It was a place where time seemed to pause and the soul could breathe deeply. In this tranquil haven, Lila found herself reflecting on her journey. She realized that the true magic lay not in her ability to understand the birds, but in the connections she had formed and the lessons she had learned. The forest had taught her to see the beauty in the small things, to find joy in simple moments, and to listen with her heart. Having discovered the heart of the forest, Lila knew it was time to return to Willowbrook. With a heart full of gratitude, she bade farewell to her bird friends and the wise old oak. Nutkin scampered alongside her, promising to visit her in the village with tales of his adventures. When Lila returned to the Curiosity Cottage, Mr. Thistle greeted her with a knowing smile. "And what did you discover, my dear?" he asked. Lila's face shone with the light of newfound wisdom. "I've learned that the greatest magic is in the small things we often overlook," she replied, "and that true understanding comes from listening, truly listening to the world around us." Mr. Thistle nodded, his eyes twinkling. "Ah, the wishing teapot has chosen well," he said softly. "May its magic continue to guide you on your journey." That evening, as the stars twinkled like scattered diamonds across the night sky, Lila sat by her window, the wishing teapot resting quietly beside her. The village of Willowbrook lay in peaceful slumber, and Lila's heart was filled with contentment. She knew that the world was full of wonders waiting to be discovered, and that the smallest of wishes could lead to the grandest of adventures. With a gentle sigh of satisfaction, she drifted into a deep and restful sleep, the soft lullaby of the forest echoing in her dreams. And as the first light of dawn kissed the horizon, the wishing teapot gleamed softly, a silent promise of the magic yet to come. Story 27. Title: The Whispering Woods. Once upon a time, nestled beyond the rolling hills and the babbling brooks of a quaint village named Willowbrook, there lay a forest so ancient and deep that it was said to be older than time itself. This was the Whispering Woods, a place where the trees seemed to breathe with stories of old, and the air was thick with the scent of pine and mystery. The forest teemed with life, from the smallest rustling leaves to the towering oaks whose branches danced in the wind, whispering secrets into the ears of those who dared to listen. Among the villagers, there lived a gentle soul named Oliver. Oliver was a curious boy with eyes as bright as the morning sun and a heart full of wonder. He lived in a cozy little cottage with his grandmother, whose tales of the whispering woods had filled his dreams with magic since he was a child. She often spoke of a hidden world within the forest, a world that could only be found by those with pure hearts and open minds. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves painted the ground in hues of gold and crimson, Oliver set out on a journey into the whispering woods. He carried with him a small knapsack filled with bread, cheese, and a flask of warm tea, and in his pocket he tucked a tiny, peculiar compass his grandmother had given him. The compass was unlike any other. Its needle spun not towards the north, but towards the path the heart most desired. As Oliver stepped beneath the canopy of the forest, he felt the world around him shift. The air was cooler, the light softer, and the sounds of the village faded into a gentle hush. He walked along a narrow path, his footsteps muffled by the carpet of leaves, as the compass in his hand quivered with anticipation. The woods were alive, each rustling branch and distant call of a bird a melody that guided him deeper into its heart. After wandering for what felt like hours, Oliver reached a clearing, bathed in dappled sunlight. In the center of this glade stood an ancient oak, its trunk twisted and gnarled, with branches reaching out like welcoming arms. Oliver felt a strange pull, as if the tree itself was calling to him. He approached and laid a hand on its rough bark, feeling an energy humming beneath his fingertips. "Welcome, young traveler," came a voice, soft and gentle as the wind. Oliver looked around, startled, but saw no one. "Who speaks?" he asked, his voice a mere whisper. "It is I, the spirit of the whispering woods," the voice replied, its tone warm and inviting. "You have a pure heart, Oliver, and the forest has awaited your arrival." Oliver's eyes widened in awe and curiosity. "The forest, it speaks?" "Indeed," the voice chuckled softly, like the rustle of leaves. "And it listens, too. You hold a compass that guides you not by direction, but by desire. Tell me, what is it you seek?" Oliver pondered for a moment, his heart filled with dreams and questions. "I seek to find the hidden world my grandmother spoke of, a place of magic and wonder." The spirit of the woods seemed to nod, though Oliver saw no form, only felt its presence. "Then follow the path your heart shows you, and you shall find more than you ever imagined." With renewed determination, Oliver set off once more, the compass in his hand gently tugging him along a winding path. The deeper he ventured, the more the forest revealed its secrets. He saw mushrooms that glowed with an ethereal light, streams that sang as they flowed, and animals that watched him with eyes full of ancient wisdom. As twilight descended upon the forest, painting the skies with strokes of pink and purple, Oliver found himself standing before a shimmering veil of mist. The compass in his hand spun wildly, and he knew this was the threshold to the hidden world. Taking a deep breath, he stepped through the mist. On the other side lay a realm unlike any he had ever seen. The trees were taller, their leaves a vibrant emerald green, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of blossoms. Creatures of all shapes and sizes frolicked about, from the tiniest pixies that flitted like fireflies to majestic deer with antlers that glistened in the soft twilight. In this enchanting world, Oliver felt a sense of peace and belonging. He wandered through fields of wildflowers, across crystal-clear streams, and beneath the canopy of trees that hummed with life. Along his journey, he met a myriad of gentle creatures, each with a tale to tell and wisdom to share. One evening, as the stars began to twinkle overhead, Oliver encountered a wise old owl perched upon a mossy branch. The owl's eyes were like pools of moonlight, deep and knowing. "Greetings, young wanderer," the owl hooted softly. "I have watched your journey, and I see a kind heart and a curious spirit." Oliver smiled, feeling a warmth spread through him at the owl's words. "Thank you, wise owl. I have come to learn and to see the wonders of this hidden world." The owl nodded, its feathers rustling like the pages of an ancient book. "Then you must understand that the greatest wonders lie not in what you see, but in what you feel and learn. The forest teaches us to listen, to be patient, and to find beauty in every moment." Oliver pondered the owl's words, realizing the truth they held. In this magical world, he had learned to see beyond the surface, to appreciate the quiet moments and the gentle whispers of the woods. As the days turned into weeks, Oliver continued his exploration. his heart growing fuller with each new experience. He befriended creatures both great and small, learning the language of the forest and the songs of the streams. He discovered that the hidden world was not a place, but a state of being, one that existed in harmony with nature and in the hearts of those who cherished its magic. Finally, the day came when Oliver knew it was time to return to Willowbrook. With a heavy but contented heart, he bid farewell to the friends he had made, promising to carry their stories and lessons with him always. As he stepped back through the veil of mist, the familiar sight of the whispering woods greeted him. The forest seemed to sigh with contentment, its branches swaying in farewell. Oliver walked the path back to his village, the compass in his pocket now still, for he had found what he truly sought. Returning home, Oliver was greeted by his grandmother's warm embrace. He shared tales of his journey, of the hidden world and the wisdom he had gained. She listened, her eyes twinkling with pride and understanding. From that day on, Oliver saw the world with new eyes. The village of Willowbrook, with its simple beauty and gentle rhythm, was filled with magic, just like the hidden realm. He realized that the true wonder lay in the connections he forged, the kindness he shared, and the wisdom he gained. And so, Oliver lived his days with a heart full of gratitude and a spirit that continued to wander, ever curious, ever open to the magic that lay within and around him. The Whispering Woods remained a cherished part of his life, a reminder that the world was filled with hidden wonders, waiting to be discovered by those who dared to dream. And as the years passed, the tales of Oliver's journey became a beloved story in Willowbrook, passed down through generations, inspiring others to seek their own paths and find the magic within their hearts. Thus, the story of Oliver and the Whispering Woods came to rest, a gentle lullaby that sang of friendship, wisdom, and the endless wonders that awaited those who listened to the whispers of the world. Story 28. Once upon a time, in the gentle embrace of twilight, there lay a village nestled between emerald hills and whispering forests. This village was called Willowbrook, named after the graceful willows that line the babbling brook running through its heart. The people of Willowbrook led simple, contented lives, their days gently swaying like the willows in a soft summer breeze. In this village lived a young girl named Lila. With hair the color of ripe chestnuts and eyes as bright as the morning sun, Lila was known for her kindness and curiosity. She loved wandering through the woods, where the trees seemed to weave a canopy of stories above her. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with streaks of pink and gold, Lila ventured into the forest to gather wildflowers for her grandmother. As she wandered deeper into the woods, a glimmer caught her eye. It was a small, intricately carved box, half hidden beneath a cluster of ferns. The box seemed to hum with a soft, gentle light, casting a warm glow that danced across the forest floor. With a heart full of wonder, Lila reached out and picked it up. The wood was smooth and cool to the touch, and as she held it, she felt a surge of warmth spread through her fingertips. Back home, Lila showed the box to her grandmother, a wise and gentle woman whose stories were as nourishing as her soup. Her grandmother's eyes widened with recognition as she took the box into her hands. "Ah, Lila," she said softly, "this is no ordinary box. It is the Whispering Box, a magical object of old, said to contain the voices of the forest itself. It is a keeper of secrets and stories, a guide for those who seek wisdom." Intrigued, Lila gently opened the box. To her amazement, a soft melodic whisper filled the room, as if the forest itself were speaking. The voice was soothing and kind, carrying tales of ancient times and distant lands, of creatures that roamed the woods and the secrets they held. Lila listened, entranced, her heart swelling with the magic of the stories. As the days passed, Lila found herself drawn to the box, her nights filled with the comforting whispers that lulled her to sleep. The stories spoke of a hidden world within the forest, a place where the trees sang and the streams laughed, a world invisible to those who did not believe. They spoke of a bridge between the ordinary and the extraordinary, a journey that would change her in ways she could not yet understand. One morning, guided by the whispers, Lila set out on a journey into the heart of the forest. The air was crisp and fragrant, carrying the scent of pine and earth, and the leaves rustled softly in the gentle breeze. As she walked, The world around her seemed to transform, the colors brighter, the sounds sharper, as if the forest itself were alive and watching. It was then that she stumbled upon a brook, its waters shimmering in the dappled sunlight. Across the brook lay a bridge, a simple structure of twisted vines and smooth stones. As Lila stepped onto the bridge, a tingling sensation washed over her, as if she were crossing into a realm untouched by time. On the other side, the forest seemed different, more alive, as if it were holding its breath in anticipation. The trees stood tall and majestic, their leaves whispering secrets to the wind, and the ground beneath her feet felt soft and welcoming. Lila felt a sense of peace envelop her, as if she had found a place where she truly belonged. As she wandered deeper into this hidden world, she came upon a clearing bathed in golden light. In the center of the clearing stood a magnificent tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches reaching towards the sky like arms open in embrace. Beneath the tree sat a figure, a creature unlike any Lila had ever seen. The creature was small and delicate, with skin like bark and hair like moss, eyes as deep as the forest itself. It watched her with a serene expression, and as Lila approached, it spoke in a voice that echoed with the wisdom of the ages. "Welcome, Lila," it said, "to the Heartwood Grove. I am Thistle, guardian of this realm." Lila felt a sense of connection with Thistle, as if they had known each other for a lifetime. She sat beside the creature, and together they listened to the forest's song, a melody that wove through the trees and danced on the breeze. Thistle told her stories of the hidden world, of creatures that lived in harmony with nature, of the balance that kept their world alive. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, painting the grove with hues of amber and rose, Lila and Thistle spoke of the challenges their worlds faced. Thistle spoke of a blight that threatened the forest, a creeping darkness that sought to snuff out the light and life within. Lila listened, her heart heavy with the weight of the knowledge. Yet in the face of this threat, Thistle remained hopeful. "There is always a way," Thistle said softly, "a path forward for those who seek it with an open heart and a willing spirit. The forest chose you, Lila, for your kindness and courage. Together, we can find a way to restore the balance." Inspired by Thistle's words, Lila resolved to help. She spent her days in the Heartwood Grove, learning the ways of the forest, discovering the secrets it held. Under Thistle's guidance, she grew to understand the delicate threads that connected all living things, the harmony that sustained their world. With each passing day, Lila's bond with the forest deepened. She could feel its pulse beneath her fingertips, hear its whispers in the rustle of leaves, see its beauty in the play of light and shadow. The forest became a part of her, and she a part of it. One day, as Lila sat beneath the great tree, her mind full of thoughts and plans, the whispering box began to hum with a gentle urgency. She opened it, and the voice within spoke of a hidden spring, a source of life and renewal, a place where the forest's heart could be healed. Determined to find the spring, Lila set out with Thistle by her side. They journeyed through the forest, following the whispers that guided them through thickets and glades, across streams and over hills. The path was long and fraught with challenges, but Lila's spirit remained unyielding, her heart buoyed by the promise of hope. At last, they reached a secluded valley, where the air was thick with the scent of wildflowers and the song of birds. In the center of the valley lay the spring, its waters crystal clear and shimmering with a light that seemed to come from within. Lila approached the spring, her heart full of wonder and gratitude. As she knelt beside the water, she felt a warmth spread through her, a lightness that lifted her spirit. The forest seemed to sigh in relief, its leaves rustling in a gentle symphony of thanks. Lila dipped her hands into the spring, the cool water a balm for her soul, and as she did, she felt the forest's gratitude envelop her like a warm embrace. The journey had changed her, as the whispers had promised. She had grown in ways she had never imagined, her heart open to the wonders of the world, her spirit in tune with the harmony of nature. The forest had taught her the value of balance, of kindness and courage, of friendship and hope. With the spring's healing waters, the blight began to recede, the forest's light and life returning with renewed vigor. Lila and Thistle watched as the trees stood taller, their leaves greener, the air filled with the vibrant song of life. The Heartwood Grove was whole once more, and with it, the the bond between Lila and the forest had deepened into something sacred and unbreakable. As the sun set behind the hills, casting a golden glow over the forest, Lila sat beside Thistle beneath the great tree. Together, they listened to the forest's song, a melody that spoke of unity and peace, of a world where all lived in harmony. And so, in the gentle embrace of twilight, the village of Willowbrook slumbered peacefully, its heart forever touched by the magic of the forest and the girl who had answered its call. And as Lila drifted into dreams, the whispering box by her side, she knew that she was exactly where she belonged. The end. Story 29. In the heart of a gentle valley, where the hills rolled like waves frozen in time, there lay a quaint village named Willowbrook. The village was cradled by the arms of ancient woods, whose trees whispered secrets in the breeze, and whose leaves shimmered with an emerald glow. The villagers lived in harmony with the land, tending to their gardens, crafting fine goods, and weaving tales that danced on the air like the songs of birds. One peculiar morning, as the first blush of dawn kissed the sky, the villagers awoke to find that their beloved village clock tower had stopped. The clock, with its grand brass face and elegantly carved hands, had been the heartbeat of Willowbrook for generations, ticking steadily day and night. Without its comforting chime, the village felt oddly adrift, as if time itself had paused. The villagers were bewildered. The clock tower was not merely a keeper of time, it was a symbol of unity and steadfastness. Gathering in the village square, the townsfolk murmured amongst themselves, their breath forming little clouds in the crisp morning air. They needed someone with keen eyes and a sharp mind to unravel the mystery. It was then that young Oliver, known for his curiosity and gentle demeanor, stepped forward. Oliver was a bright lad with a mind as nimble as a squirrel in the treetops. He had spent countless hours exploring the woods, befriending the creatures that dwelled within. His heart, like his eyes, was wide open to the wonders of the world, and his ears attuned to the whispers of the forest. "I'll find out what's happened to the clock," Oliver declared, his voice steady with determination. The villagers nodded in agreement, their faces softening with hope. Armed with a small satchel containing a notebook, a pencil, and a magnifying glass, gifts from his late grandfather, a renowned clockmaker, Oliver set off toward the tower. The path wound through gardens where roses blushed in the dawn light, and past cottages with chimneys puffing gentle trails of smoke into the sky. As he approached the clock tower, Oliver noticed something peculiar. The air around the tower shimmered slightly, like the surface of a pond disturbed by a gentle breeze. Intrigued, he reached out, feeling a soft tingle on his fingertips. This was no ordinary morning. With a deep breath, Oliver climbed the oak staircase inside the clock tower, each step creaking softly beneath his feet. The interior was filled with the scent of old wood and metal, a comforting aroma that reminded him of his grandfather's workshop. He reached the clock's inner workings, a beautiful array of gears and cogs, now silent. Oliver examined the mechanism closely, his fingers tracing the intricate patterns of metal and wood. There, nestled within the gears, was something unexpected, a tiny creature, no larger than a walnut, with wings like a dragonfly and a body that glowed faintly with a silver light. The creature was tangled in the gears, its eyes wide with distress. "Don't worry, little one," Oliver whispered, carefully easing the creature free. It flitted to his shoulder, its wings humming softly in gratitude. Oliver marveled at the creature's delicate beauty, its presence a gentle reminder of the enchantment that lingered in the world. The creature, sensing Oliver's kindness, began to speak in a voice as soft as a lullaby. "I am Luna," it said, "a keeper of time for the forest folk. I wandered too close to the village clock, drawn by its rhythmic song, and became trapped." Oliver listened with rapt attention, piecing together the mystery. The clock had stopped because Luna, a magical creature of time, had been caught within its workings. He realized that the clock's song must have been a beacon, a call that resonated with creatures attuned to the rhythms of the earth. "How can I help you, Luna?" Oliver asked, his heart swelling with empathy. Luna fluttered, her wings catching the light like shards of a rainbow. "I need to return to the forest where time flows in harmony, but first we must restore the clock's song, so it may guide me home." Together, Oliver and Luna set to work. With his grandfather's tools, Oliver gently adjusted the gears, coaxing them back into motion. Luna hovered nearby, her presence filling the tower with a gentle glow that illuminated the task at hand. As the final gear clicked into place, the clock began to tick once more, its sound echoing through the tower like a heartbeat restored. Luna's eyes shone with joy, and she let out a soft, melodious trill that resonated with the clock's chime. "Thank you, Oliver," Luna said, her voice filled with warmth. "You have not only freed me, but also reminded the village of the magic that lies in every moment." With a graceful sweep of her wings, Luna took flight, spiraling through the open window and disappearing into the morning light. Oliver watched her go, a sense of peace settling over him like a soft blanket. Returning to the village square, Oliver was greeted by the chiming of the clock, its sound a comforting melody that wrapped around the villagers like a familiar embrace. The townsfolk cheered, their hearts lifted by the return of their clock's comforting presence. As the sun climbed higher, casting a golden hue over Willowbrook, the villagers went about their day with renewed spirits. Oliver, content with the day's adventure, returned to his home by the edge of the woods, where he knew the whispers of the trees would welcome him. And so, life in Willowbrook returned to its gentle rhythm, the mystery of the clock resolved, and the village's bond with the magical world reaffirmed. Through the kindness of a curious boy and the friendship of a tiny creature, the villagers were reminded of the wonder that lay in every moment, and the magic that could be found in the most unexpected of places. As the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Oliver drifted into a peaceful sleep, lulled by the comforting sounds of the clock's steady tick and the soft rustle of the forest. And in his dreams, he wandered through enchanted woodlands, guided by the gentle glow of Luna's wings, forever a reminder of the magic that filled his world. Story 30. In the gentle twilight of the galaxy's edge, where the stars shimmered like scattered diamonds across an indigo canvas, there existed a small planet known as Luminara. This world, with its lavender skies and emerald seas, was home to the Lumini, a luminous species whose skin glowed softly in harmony with their emotions. They spent their days tending to the floating gardens of crystal flora that drifted elegantly through the air, basking in the planet's eternal twilight. On a distant planet called Arbog, where the ground was a patchwork of rust-colored sands and towering basalt spires, lived the Arborians. These beings, with their bark-like skin and leafy crowns, thrived in the dry heat, drawing sustenance from the sun's searing embrace. The Arborians were known for their wisdom and patience, spending centuries in contemplation beneath the starry skies. It was on a day much like any other, beneath the whispering auroras of Luminara, that a curious event transpired. A Lumini named Leora, who yearned for adventure beyond her floating gardens, looked up to see a streak of fiery light descending from the heavens. The comet, as it turned out to be, landed softly in the meadow of drifting crystals. From its glowing core emerged a being unlike any she had ever seen, a towering Arborian named Thalon, who had been sent on a mission of exploration by his elders. Leora approached with a heart full of wonder, her skin pulsating with the hues of rose and gold, signaling her curiosity and warmth. Thalon, though weary from his journey, stood tall, his bark crackling softly as he extended a branch-like hand in greeting. "Greetings from Arbog," Thalon rumbled, his voice deep and resonant as the earth itself. "I come in peace and seek only to learn." Leora's light flickered with excitement. "Welcome, traveler. I am Leora of Luminara. Our world is yours to explore." However, the path to friendship was not without its hurdles. The Lumini and the Arborians differed in more than just appearance. Their ways of life, their traditions, and even their languages were foreign to one another. As Thalon settled into the rhythm of Luminara, misunderstandings began to sprout like weeds in a garden. One such misunderstanding arose when Thalon, eager to express gratitude, attempted to cultivate a garden in the Lumini way. He gathered the floating crystals, planting them into the earth as he would seeds on Arbog. To his dismay, the crystals shattered, causing Leora's light to dim with sorrow. "It's not the way we nurture them," Leora explained gently, her glow a soft blue of understanding. "They thrive when left to drift with the breeze." Thalon felt his leaves droop with regret, but Leora's voice was warm, not scolding. "We all learn from each other, Thalon," she continued, "and we grow. Determined to bridge the gap between their worlds, Leora and Thalon embarked on a journey across Luminara. They visited the luminous caverns where the walls sang with the hum of ancient crystals and the vast, serene lakes that mirrored the heavens above. Throughout their travels, they faced shared challenges, a sudden storm that threatened to scatter the fragile gardens, and a night where the stars hid away, plunging the land into unexpected darkness. In these moments, they learned to rely on each other. Thalon, with his steadfast resolve, shielded Leora from the storm's fury, while Leora, her light a beacon in the shadows, guided them through the starless night. As they journeyed together, a quiet bond began to form. They spoke of their homes, their dreams, and the wisdom passed down through their peoples. Leora taught Thalon to listen to the melodies of the crystals, while Thalon shared tales of the ancient Arborians, whose roots stretched deep into the world's core. One evening, as they rested beneath a canopy of shimmering lights, Leora turned to Thalon, her glow a gentle lavender. "You have taught me much about patience and strength. I am grateful for your friendship." Thalon's bark softened, a ripple of warmth passing through him. "And you, Leora, have shown me the beauty of light and the power of gentle kindness. Together, we have found a new path." In the heart of their shared adventures, Leora and Thalon discovered the true meaning of friendship, that it transcends differences and flourishes through understanding and shared experiences. As they gazed at the stars, they knew that their bond was as enduring as the galaxies that twinkled above. And so, in the quiet embrace of Luminara's endless twilight, two unlikely companions found a home in each other's hearts. Their friendship a light that would guide them through all the journeys yet to come. Story 31. The Whispering Woods. In the village of Larkhaven, nestled amidst rolling hills and sprawling meadows, the air was always filled with the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers and the gentle hum of honeybees. It was a place where time seemed to drift like a lazy river, unhurried and content. But beyond the peaceful fields and the cobblestone paths lay something extraordinary, hidden from the eyes of most villagers, a realm known only as the Whispering Woods. The Whispering Woods, though not vast, was dense and mysterious, filled with ancient trees whose leaves whispered secrets to the wind. It was said that these woods held wonders beyond imagination, and that only those with pure hearts could uncover its secrets. And so it became a place of legend, of stories told by the fireside on chilly autumn nights. In this quaint village lived a young girl named Anwyn. She was known for her inquisitive nature and gentle spirit, with eyes that sparkled like dew-kissed leaves. Anwyn had grown up hearing tales of the Whispering Woods, and her heart longed for adventure, for a chance to discover the magic that lay hidden within its verdant depths. One golden morning, as the sun painted the sky with hues of pink and gold, Anwyn set out for the woods, her heart fluttering with excitement and a touch of trepidation. She packed a small satchel with a loaf of bread, a piece of cheese, and a flask of cool spring water, and set off with a determined stride. As she entered the woods, the air turned cool and fragrant, filled with the earthy aroma of moss and the sweet scent of pine. The path was narrow, lined with towering trees whose branches knit together like an emerald canopy, dappling the ground with patches of sunlight. Anwyn's footsteps were soft on the carpet of fallen leaves, and she listened intently to the gentle rustle of the forest around her. The journey was peaceful, yet the woods seemed to pulse with a life of their own, as if welcoming her into their embrace. Anwyn wandered deeper, her eyes wide with wonder at the vibrant tapestry of ferns and wildflowers that adorned the forest floor. It was then that she noticed a peculiar object glinting under the roots of an ancient oak. Crouching down, Anwyn brushed aside the leaves to reveal a small, intricately carved box. It was unlike anything she had ever seen, made of a wood that shimmered with an otherworldly luster. With a gentle touch, she opened the box to find a crystal compass nestled inside, its needle swirling with iridescent light. As her fingers brushed the compass, a gentle warmth spread through her hand, and she felt a soft whisper in her mind, urging her to follow the path it would reveal. The compass was no ordinary object. It was a guide, a beacon meant to lead her to something wondrous. With her heart thrumming with curiosity, Anwyn clutched the compass and continued her journey. The needle spun, then settled, guiding her deeper into the heart of the woods. The path twisted and turned, leading her through glades where sunlight danced on the leaves like golden rain, and past streams that sang with the music of the earth. Hours passed, yet Anwyn felt no weariness, only a growing sense of anticipation. The forest seemed to change around her, becoming more vibrant and alive. It was as if the trees themselves were watching her progress, whispering encouragement with their rustling leaves. Finally, she arrived at a clearing bathed in soft, ethereal light. In the center stood a magnificent tree, its bark gleaming like silver, its branches stretching out like welcoming arms. At its base lay a glimmering pool, its surface as smooth as glass. Anwyn approached, her reflection gazing back at her with eyes wide with awe. As she knelt by the pool, the crystal compass began to glow with a gentle light, and she felt a presence beside her, soft, like a breeze carrying the scent of forgotten dreams. Anwyn looked up to see a figure emerging from the shadows, a woman cloaked in robes that shimmered like moonlight on water. "Welcome, Anwyn," the woman said, her voice like the rustle of leaves in the wind. "I am Arya, guardian of the Whispering Woods." Anwyn's heart skipped a beat, and she felt a warmth spreading through her, as if the forest itself was embracing her. "I've heard stories of these woods all my life, but I never imagined they were true." "Stories hold the echoes of truth," Arya replied with a gentle smile. "The Whispering Woods are a realm of magic and mystery, hidden from those who cannot see with their hearts." Anwyn gazed at the majestic tree, feeling a deep connection to the land around her. "Why have I been brought here? What is the purpose of the compass?" "The compass is a gift," Arya explained, her eyes shimmering like stars. "It chose you because your heart is pure, and you seek not for gain, but for the joy of discovery. It will guide you to places where you can learn and grow, where you can help others and nurture the light within you." Anwyn listened, her spirit uplifted by the promise of adventure and purpose. "I will do my best to honor this gift and to protect the magic of the woods." Arya nodded, her smile warm and reassuring. "Remember, Anwyn, the true magic lies not in the compass but within you. Trust in yourself, and you will find your way." With those words, Arya faded into the mist, leaving Anwyn alone by the pool. The compass lay in her hand, its light now a gentle glow, as if reflecting the hope kindled in her heart. As Anwyn rose to leave, she felt a sense of peace and belonging, as though she had found a part of herself she never knew was missing. The path back through the woods seemed different now, more familiar, as if the trees themselves were her companions. The sun dipped below the horizon as Anwyn emerged from the Whispering Woods, her heart filled with wonder and a newfound sense of purpose. She knew that her journey was just beginning, that the compass would lead her to places beyond her imagination, and that she would meet friends who would share in her adventures. Her footsteps light and her spirit soaring, Anwyn made her way back to the village, knowing that she carried with her a piece of the woods, a spark of magic, and a promise of endless possibilities. And as she gazed up at the stars twinkling in the velvet sky, she whispered a silent thank you to the Whispering Woods and the guardian who had shown her the way. The gentle breeze carried her words through the night, a promise that the magic of the woods would live on, in stories and dreams, and in the heart of a girl named Anwyn, who had learned to see with her heart and believe in the wonders of the world. Story 32. Title: The Whispering Grove. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled at the edge of an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Lila. With hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled like the morning dew, Lila was known throughout the village for her kindness and gentle spirit. Her days were filled with helping her mother tend to their small garden, listening to the songs of the wind through the trees, and wandering the meadows with her best friend, a mischievous squirrel named Tumble. Lila's world was one of simple joys and quiet wonders, yet there was one place that intrigued her above all others: the Whispering Grove. This mystical part of the forest was said to be enchanted, brimming with secrets and stories that danced on the breeze. Villagers spoke of it in hushed tones, sharing tales of its magical nature and the mysterious glow that sometimes emanated from its heart. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun wrapped the village in its golden embrace, Lila felt a pull towards the grove stronger than ever before. "Today, Tumble," she declared, "we shall discover the secrets of the Whispering Grove." With Tumble perched on her shoulder, chattering excitedly, they set off along the winding path that led into the heart of the forest. The air was cool and refreshing, carrying the earthy scent of fallen leaves and the sweet perfume of blooming wildflowers. As they ventured deeper, the trees grew taller and their branches intertwined, forming a canopy that filtered the sunlight into a mosaic of shimmering green and gold. Lila felt the forest's ancient magic hum beneath her feet, a melody only her heart could hear. Tumble scampered ahead, darting between the undergrowth and occasionally pausing to nibble on an acorn. His antics made Lila laugh, filling the forest with her tinkling mirth. As they neared the grove, the air seemed to thrum with anticipation, as if the very trees were holding their breath. The Whispering Grove lay at the center of a glade, its trees older and grander than any others Lila had seen. Their trunks were covered in soft moss, and their leaves whispered secrets to the wind. In the center of the grove stood a stone pedestal, upon which rested a curious object, a small, intricately carved wooden box. Lila approached the pedestal with a mix of awe and trepidation. The box was adorned with delicate engravings of stars and moons, and as she reached out to touch it, a gentle warmth spread through her fingertips. Tumble, ever curious, nudged the box with his tiny paw, causing the lid to creak open. Inside lay a shimmering, translucent orb that pulsed with a soft, silvery light. As Lila gazed into its depths, visions began to swirl within. Images of people she had never met, places she had never been, and paths yet to be walked. The orb seemed to speak directly to her heart, a silent promise of adventures and wisdom yet to come. "Who are you?" A voice gentle as a breeze and ancient as the stars echoed through the grove. Lila spun around, her eyes wide with wonder. Emerging from the shadows was an elegant figure, draped in robes that shimmered with every color of the forest. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall of moonlight, and her eyes held the wisdom of the ages. "I am Lila," she replied, her voice a soft whisper in the stillness. "And this is Tumble. We were drawn here by the magic of this place." The woman smiled, her expression one of warmth and understanding. "I am Silva, the guardian of the Whispering Grove. You have a pure heart, Lila, and this grove has chosen you for a special journey." Lila's heart fluttered with a mix of excitement and apprehension. "What kind of journey?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "A journey of discovery," Silva replied. "The orb you hold is the Eye of Whispers. It can reveal the unseen, guide you through challenges, and connect you with the hidden world within nature. But remember, its true power lies in your intentions and the strength of your spirit." As Silva spoke, the grove seemed to come alive with a gentle luminescence, as if the very trees were listening. "Your journey will take you beyond the forest, across the river of dreams, and into the mountains of echoes. Along the way, you will meet others who will aid you, and together you shall uncover the mysteries of the world." Lila nodded, determination mingling with the fluttering of her heart. "I will do my best," she promised, her voice steady with resolve. With a graceful wave of her hand, Silva bestowed a blessing upon Lila and Tumble. "Go forth with courage and kindness, and remember, the forest will always be with you." With the Eye of Whispers nestled safely in her satchel, Lila and Tumble set off on their journey, the forest parting before them like a sea of emerald. As they walked, the world seemed to open up, revealing its hidden wonders and secrets. The days turned into weeks as they traveled through lands both familiar and strange. They crossed fields of wildflowers that sang in the moonlight, navigated rivers that glittered with the dreams of starlit skies, and climbed mountains where echoes of the past whispered tales of old. Through every challenge they faced, the Eye of Whispers offered guidance. When they encountered a chasm too wide to cross, the orb revealed a hidden bridge of stardust that shimmered beneath the moon's gentle gaze. When they were lost in a labyrinth of mist, it unveiled a path woven with threads of light. Along the way, they met an array of kind-hearted characters who joined them in their quest. There was Mira, a wise old fox with eyes like twin sapphires, who shared stories of forgotten times and taught Lila the language of the forest. Then came Rowan, a spirited young hare with a heart full of laughter, whose courage and optimism lifted their spirits during the darkest nights. Together they traveled ever onward, their bond growing stronger with each step. They learned that friendship was a treasure beyond measure, a light that could pierce even the deepest shadows. And as they journeyed, Lila felt herself changing, her heart expanding with love and understanding. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blazed with hues of crimson and gold, they arrived at the entrance to the Mountains of Echoes. The path was steep and treacherous, lined with jagged rocks and cloaked in shadow. Yet Lila felt no fear, for she knew she was not alone. With the Eye of Whispers illuminating their way, they ascended the mountain, their steps guided by the rhythm of their hearts. The air grew thin and cold, but the warmth of friendship surrounded them like a comforting embrace. At the summit, they found a stone circle bathed in the light of 1,000 stars. In its center stood an ancient tree, its branches reaching towards the heavens. Lila approached the tree, feeling the weight of ages in its bark, the wisdom of the world coursing through its roots. The Eye of Whispers pulsed with a gentle radiance, and Lila understood what she had to do. She placed the orb at the base of the tree, allowing its light to merge with the tree's own, creating a symphony of luminescence that filled the night with magic. As the light spread, the mountain echoed with the voices of those who had come before, a chorus of gratitude and hope. Lila closed her eyes, her heart swelling with a sense of belonging, of having fulfilled a destiny she had never known was hers. In that moment, Lila realized that the journey had changed her. She had grown wiser and stronger, and her heart was filled with the love of those she had met along the way. The Eye of Whispers had shown her the beauty of the world, the power of friendship, and the strength within herself. With a gentle sigh, the light began to fade, and Lila knew it was time to return home. As they descended the mountain, the path seemed less daunting, the shadows less dark, for the light within her heart shone brighter than ever. When they arrived back in Willowbrook, the village welcomed them with open arms. Lila's stories of the journey captivated the hearts of all who listened, weaving a tapestry of wonder and inspiration that would be cherished for generations. And so, life in Willowbrook continued, enriched by the magic of the Whispering Grove and the adventures it had inspired. Lila and Tumble's friendship remained steadfast, a testament to the power of love, courage, and the gentle wisdom of the world. As the years passed, Lila often returned to the grove, where the whispers of the trees sang a melody only she could hear. And there, beneath the ancient canopy, she would close her eyes and remember the journey that had changed her life, a journey that had taught her the true meaning of magic. For magic, she realized, was not just in the wonders of the world, but in the love and friendship that bound us all, a light that could never be extinguished, a story that would never end. Story 33. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, nestled between the ancient oaks and silver streams, there lay a quaint little village named Glimmerbrook. The village was known for its cobblestone paths that wound like gentle ribbons through fields of lavender, and its cottages with thatched roofs that seemed to sigh with contentment under the soft glow of twilight. The villagers of Glimmerbrook were fond of gathering in the evenings by the warm light of the community bonfire, exchanging tales and laughter. But lately, a peculiar series of events had cast a curious shadow over their peaceful lives. Each morning, the villagers awoke to find their carefully tended gardens rearranged in the most unusual patterns. Tulips formed spirals, daisies lined up in neat little rows, and sunflowers seemed to bow in the direction of the rising moon rather than the sun. The mystery of the rearranged gardens intrigued young Marin, a thoughtful child with curls, the color of autumn leaves, and eyes that twinkled like stardust. Marin loved the village gardens as if they were her own secret world, weaving through them like a soft breeze, soaking up every scent and sight. She decided to solve the mystery, believing that understanding the ways of the woods might reveal the answer. One misty morning, as dew clung to the petals like tiny jewels, Marin set out on her quest, her little basket swinging at her side. She wandered into the woods, where the air was filled with the songs of birds and the whisper of leaves. Her first stop was the burrow of Hetty the hare, known for her quick wit and nimble feet. Hetty was nibbling on a breakfast of clover when Marin arrived. "Good morning, Hetty," Marin greeted with a smile. Have you seen who might be rearranging the gardens? The hare twitched her long ears thoughtfully. Ah, Marin, those patterns are not the work of any mischief maker, I know. But perhaps the answer lies with Owen the owl. His eyes see far, and his wisdom runs deep. Thanking Hetty, Marin continued deeper into the woods, where the light wove through the branches in warm threads of gold. She found Owen perched on a wise old oak, his feathers as soft as the twilight sky. Owen, Marin called softly, do you know who is behind the garden mystery? The owl blinked slowly, his eyes like amber lanterns. Dear Marin, the answer you seek is closer than you think. Listen to the whispers of the night, and you may find your answer. Puzzled yet hopeful, Marin returned to the village. That night, she decided to keep watch, sitting quietly among the lavender with a blanket wrapped snugly around her shoulders. The moon cast its gentle light over the village, painting everything in shades of silver and blue. As the night deepened, Marin heard a soft rustling, a melody of movement that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. She peered into the shadows, and to her surprise, she saw a line of tiny figures, creatures no taller than a sunflower, with wings that glimmered like moonlight on the water. They were garden sprites, known in tales as the caretakers of nature. They danced gracefully between the flowers, their laughter like the tinkling of wind chimes. With gentle hands, they rearranged the blooms, creating patterns that sang in harmony with the stars above. Marin watched in awe, understanding at last that this dance was not mischief, but a celebration, a nightly gift to the village from the magical heart of the woods. The next morning, Marin gathered the villagers and shared her discovery. They were enchanted by the tale and grateful to the sprites for their nightly artistry. In honor of their gift, the villagers decided to leave small tokens of appreciation, shells, feathers, and polished stones, along the garden paths as offerings of friendship. And so, the mystery of the gardens was solved, not with suspicion, but with understanding and gratitude. The villagers continued to cherish their gardens, now with an added layer of magic and wonder. Marin, with her heart full of the forest's secrets, felt closer than ever to the land she loved. That night, as the village settled into the gentle embrace of sleep, Marin lay beneath her patchwork quilt, listening to the soft rustling of the garden sprites at work. She drifted into dreams filled with moonlit dances and whispered songs, comforted by the knowledge that all was well in her enchanted world. And so the village of Willowbrook nestled deeper into the warmth of the whispering woods, where the night held no fear, only the promise of dreams and the gentle watch of its magical guardians. Story 34. Whispers of the Enchanted Grove. In the heart of a lush, sprawling forest, where the sun-dappled canopy formed a protective embrace over all who sought solace beneath it, lay a hidden world known only to those who believed in the magic of the natural realm. This was the Enchanted Grove, a place where time seemed to slow, and the very air shimmered with stories yet untold. Within this grove, there lived a kindly old tortoise named Bartholomew. He was not just any tortoise, but the wisest creature in all the woodlands. His shell, etched with patterns as intricate as a map of the stars, glistened with a soft jade hue. Bartholomew spent his days tending to the grove, speaking to the trees, and learning their ancient secrets. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves rustled a symphony of gold and amber, Bartholomew awoke to find something unusual. Resting delicately on a bed of moss was a small, luminescent stone. It glowed with a gentle light, pulsing like a heartbeat, and emitted a warmth that felt like a comforting embrace. Bartholomew, with his wise, knowing eyes, sensed that this stone was no ordinary object. It was a magical gift from the grove itself, imbued with the power to reveal the unseen. As Bartholomew pondered the stone's purpose, he noticed a young squirrel named Pippin scampering through the underbrush. Pippin was a sprightly creature, his eyes twinkling with curiosity, his fur a soft blend of cinnamon and cream. He often visited Bartholomew, eager for tales of wisdom and adventure. "Good morning, Bartholomew," chirped Pippin, his voice as bright as the morning sun. "What have you found there?" Bartholomew smiled, his eyes crinkling with warmth. "Ah, Pippin, my dear friend, it seems the grove has bestowed upon us a gift. This stone is unlike any I've seen before." Pippin's whiskers twitched with excitement as he peered at the stone. "What does it do?" "That, my young friend, is what we must discover," replied Bartholomew, his voice a gentle rumble. "But I sense it holds the power to reveal hidden truths, perhaps even the secret world within our forest." Pippin's heart raced at the thought of such an adventure. "Let's find out," he exclaimed, his tail flicking with anticipation. And so, with Bartholomew leading the way, the pair embarked on a journey deeper into the grove. The forest around them seemed to awaken with each step, the leaves whispering secrets only they could hear. The path was soft underfoot, strewn with the fragrant petals of wildflowers and the gentle hum of bees. As they ventured further, the stone's glow grew brighter, casting a warm halo around them. Suddenly, the air shimmered, and before their eyes the forest transformed. The trees appeared taller, their trunks carved with intricate designs that spoke of ancient wisdom. Flowers unfurled in a riot of colors, their petals shimmering with an otherworldly light. Creatures of all shapes and sizes emerged, their eyes wide with wonder. Bartholomew and Pippin had discovered the hidden world of the grove, a realm where magic thrived and dreams danced like fireflies. "Welcome," came a melodic voice, as soft as a lullaby. From the shadows stepped a graceful deer, her coat a tapestry of silver and gold. "I am Seraphina, the guardian of the Enchanted Grove." Bartholomew bowed his head respectfully. "Greetings, Seraphina. It is an honor to meet you." Pippin, his eyes as round as acorns, could barely contain his awe. "This place is incredible." Seraphina smiled, her eyes twinkling like stars. "It is a sanctuary for those who seek the truth within themselves. The stone you carry is a key, a gift from the grove to those who walk with open hearts." Bartholomew nodded, understanding dawning upon him. "We seek to learn and to grow, to uncover the mysteries that bind us all." Seraphina nodded, her gaze soft yet piercing. "To do so, you must trust in the journey and in each other. The grove will guide you." With those words, Seraphina turned and disappeared into the shimmering forest, leaving Bartholomew and Pippin to explore the wonders around them. As they wandered through this enchanted realm, they encountered creatures who shared their stories and wisdom. A wise old owl taught them the language of the winds, while a playful fox revealed the dance of the shadows. Each meeting was a thread in the tapestry of their journey, weaving a tale of friendship and discovery. Throughout their adventure, the stone continued to guide them, revealing new paths and hidden treasures. With each revelation, Bartholomew and Pippin grew closer, their bond strengthened by shared experiences and newfound insights. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, they found themselves at the edge of a shimmering lake. The water mirrored the sky, a perfect reflection that seemed to stretch into infinity. Bartholomew settled onto the mossy bank, his heart full of gratitude. "Our journey has brought us so much more than we imagined, Pippin. The grove has shown us the beauty of its secrets and the power of friendship." Pippin nodded, his eyes bright with understanding. "And we've learned that the magic of this world is not just in the stone, but in the connections we make and the hearts we touch." As night fell, the grove came alive with the gentle glow of fireflies, their light dancing like stars across the water. Bartholomew and Pippin sat in companionable silence, the warmth of their friendship a comforting balm against the cool night air. In that moment, they knew that their journey was far from over. The world was filled with mysteries waiting to be discovered, and together they would uncover them, one step at a time. And so, beneath the star-studded sky with the grove whispering its eternal song, Bartholomew and Pippin drifted into a peaceful slumber, their dreams a tapestry of adventures yet to come. For in the Enchanted Grove, where magic and friendship thrived, every ending was but a new beginning, and every dream a promise of wonders yet to unfold. Story 35. In the heart of the Andromeda constellation, where stars twinkled like silver dust scattered across velvet, lay the tranquil planet of Luminara. It was a world that glowed with a soft inner light, casting a gentle luminescence over its rolling hills and crystalline lakes. Here, the air was sweet, with the fragrance of blooming luma flowers, their petals shimmering in hues of blue and violet under the night sky. On this serene planet lived a gentle being named Kale, whose luminous gossamer wings caught the starlight as he flitted about, tending to the luma flowers. Kale was of the Luminae, a species known for their nurturing spirits and affinity with nature. His life on Luminara was peaceful, filled with the quiet joy of watching over the land and the creatures that called it home. One quiet evening, as the twin moons began their slow dance across the heavens, Cale noticed a peculiar sight. A streak of light, unlike any shooting star he had ever seen, descended from the sky, landing in the nearby glimmering woods. Intrigued and a bit apprehensive, Cale decided to investigate. As he ventured into the forest, the air grew thick with the scent of pine and moss, and the gentle rustle of leaves accompanied his every step. Eventually he arrived at a small clearing, where a curious craft lay nestled amidst the ferns. It was sleek and silver, reflecting the moonlight in a dazzling display. From the craft emerged a figure unlike any Cale had ever seen. Tall and slender, with skin that shimmered like molten gold, was a being from the distant planet of Oron named Lyra. Her eyes, deep and knowing, glowed with a soft amber light. Lyra was an explorer, a voyager seeking knowledge and understanding of the universe. Their first encounter was fraught with misunderstanding. Cale, protective of his home, approached with caution, while Lyra, unfamiliar with the customs of Luminara, mistook his wariness for hostility. Their initial communication was a tangle of gestures and expressions, a dance of confusion under the moonlit canopy. Yet, in the heart of that misunderstanding lay the seeds of growth. As they stood in the clearing, surrounded by the whispering trees, both Cale and Lyra realized the importance of patience and empathy. Slowly, they began to bridge the gap between them, using the universal language of kindness and curiosity. Over the days that followed, Cale and Lyra set out together to explore Luminara. They wandered through fields of lumaflowers, their laughter echoing across the valley as they shared stories of their worlds. Cale spoke of the gentle rhythms of Luminara, while Lyra recounted tales of Oron's golden skies and endless deserts. Their journey was not without challenges. One misty afternoon, as they explored the Mistvale Mountains, a sudden storm descended upon them. The winds howled, and rain fell in torrents, turning the path into a treacherous river of mud. It was in this moment of adversity that their bond was truly forged. Cale, with his intimate knowledge of the land, guided Lyra to the shelter of a nearby cave. There, as the storm raged outside, they huddled together, sharing warmth and stories. Lyra, in turn, used her technological skills to create a small, comforting light from her equipment, illuminating the cave with a warm, golden glow. As the storm subsided and the sun broke through the clouds, painting the world in hues of gold and silver, Cale and Lyra emerged from their refuge. They stood side by side, gazing at the rainbow that arched across the sky, a symbol of hope and renewal. In the days that followed, their friendship deepened. They learned from each other, growing in understanding and respect. Cale discovered the wonder of the stars through Lyra's tales of the cosmos, while Lyra found solace in the gentle embrace of Luminara's natural beauty. Eventually, the time came for Lyra to continue her journey. As she prepared to leave, there was a gentle melancholy in the air, yet beneath it lay a deep sense of gratitude for the friendship they had forged. Standing at the edge of the glimmering woods, Cale presented Lyra with a small bouquet of lumaflowers, their petals glowing softly in the twilight. "Take these as a reminder of Luminara," he said, his voice a gentle whisper. Lyra smiled, her heart full. "And I shall carry them with me, a symbol of the friendship we've shared. Thank you, Cale, for showing me the beauty of your world." With a final embrace, Lyra boarded her craft, the lumaflowers nestled safely within. As she ascended into the starry sky, Cale watched, his heart full of both sorrow and joy. And so, under the watchful gaze of the twin moons, two unlikely companions found the true meaning of friendship. Their paths had crossed by chance, yet they had enriched each other's lives in ways they could never have imagined. Cale returned to his lumaflowers, his spirit aglow with the warmth of their shared experiences. And somewhere among the stars, Lyra carried a piece of Luminara with her, a reminder that even the vastness of the universe could not diminish the bonds of friendship. In the quiet of the night, with the stars as his witnesses, Cale whispered a silent prayer of gratitude, knowing that the light of their friendship would forever illuminate his heart. Story 36. In a distant corner of the galaxy where stardust shimmered like scattered jewels across the velvety blackness, there existed a whimsical planet known as Lumia. Its skies were painted in hues of lavender and gold, and its landscapes were a patchwork of gently rolling hills and phosphorescent forests. On this serene planet lived Nori, a gentle being with skin that glimmered like moonlit water and eyes that changed colors with her mood. Nori spent her days tending to the luminous flora that bloomed in her garden, each flower a radiant testament to the harmony of Lumia. Far, far away, on a planet called Zoran, where the land was a vast sea of shifting sands and the air carried the scent of spices, lived a sturdy creature named Kiro. His skin was rough like the bark of ancient trees, and his heart beat with the rhythm of the Zoran drums. Kiro was a guardian of the sand dunes, ensuring they twirled in dance with the desert winds and whispered their secrets to those who listened. One fateful day, a solar storm, fierce and unpredictable, swept across the galaxy. It carried with it both Nori and Kiro, whisking them away from their respective worlds and depositing them on a small, uninhabited moon, its surface gleaming under the watchful gaze of the surrounding stars. Disoriented and bewildered, they awoke to find themselves in a landscape of silver sand and softly glowing crystals. Nori was the first to rise, her eyes a swirl of worried blue and curious green. She noticed Kiro, who lay not far from her, his form like a boulder against the silvery expanse. Cautiously she approached, her footsteps leaving trails of light in the sand. Kiro stirred, his eyes opening to reveal an amber warmth. He sat up slowly, taking in the unfamiliar surroundings and the peculiar creature before him. In an instant, his heart drummed with caution. "Who are you?" he rumbled, his voice like the echo of distant thunder. "I am Nori of Lumia," she replied softly, her voice as soothing as a gentle breeze. "I mean you no harm. We seem to have been brought here by the storm." Kiro regarded her with suspicion, but there was something in her gaze, a sincerity, that made him pause. "I am Kiro of Zoran," he finally said, his tone softening. "It seems we are both far from home." Thus began their unlikely companionship. At first, misunderstandings were common. Nori, used to the tranquility of Lumia, found Kiro's gruff manner overwhelming. Meanwhile, Kiro misinterpreted Nori's gentle nature as weakness, mistaking her kindness for fragility. Yet, despite these initial missteps, they both understood the necessity of cooperation to survive on this strange moon. The moon had its own challenges. The nights were long and cold, the air humming with a chill that seeped into their bones. But as the days passed, Nori and Kiro began to learn from each other. Nori taught Kiro how to harness the moon's light to cultivate warmth, weaving together the glowing crystals to form a radiant shelter. In turn, Kiro demonstrated how to listen to the subtle whispers of the wind, finding safe pathways and hidden resources. One evening, as they sat by the warmth of their crystal shelter, Nori noticed Kiro's gaze fixed on the horizon, his eyes a thoughtful amber. "What do you miss most about your home?" she asked softly, her voice a gentle melody against the backdrop of the celestial night. Kiro sighed, the sound like a gentle breeze rustling through leaves. "I miss the songs of the dunes," he confessed, "the way they sing to the stars each night." Nori listened, her heart touched by his longing. "Perhaps we can create our own song here," she suggested, a hopeful lilt in her tone. And so, beneath the canopy of stars, Nori began to hum a melody, her voice intertwining with the wind. Kiro joined in, his deep tones harmonizing with her lighter tune. Together they crafted a song that echoed across the moonlit landscape, a testament to their growing friendship. As the days turned into weeks, Nori and Kiro faced many challenges. A sudden meteor shower that threatened to dismantle their shelter, and a fierce moonquake that shifted the very land beneath their feet. Yet each trial strengthened their bond, teaching them the value of trust and understanding. Nori's gentle wisdom complemented Kiro's strength, and together they forged a partnership rooted in respect and empathy. One morning, as dawn's light painted the sky with shades of rose and gold, Kiro turned to Nori, his gaze soft and earnest. "I never imagined I would find a friend so different from myself," he admitted, his voice a tender rumble. Nori smiled, her eyes sparkling with warmth. "Nor did I," she replied, "but sometimes it is in our differences that we discover the truest harmony." Their time on the moon was drawing to a close, the solar storm's energy beginning to wane. Nori and Kiro knew they would soon return to their worlds, but the friendship they had forged would remain a beacon in their hearts. As they prepared to part, Nori reached out, her hand glowing softly as it rested on Kiro's arm. "Thank you, Kiro," she said, her voice a gentle caress, "for teaching me the strength found in the heart." Kiro nodded, his eyes reflecting the dawn's light. "And thank you, Nori, for showing me the power of kindness." With a final embrace, they stood side by side, watching as the solar storm's remnants gathered them once more, lifting them into the sky and carrying them home. Back on Lumia, Nori returned to her garden, its flowers blooming more vibrantly than ever, each petal a reminder of the friendship that had blossomed against all odds. On Zoran, Kiro stood among the dunes, his heart swelling with the rhythm of a new song, one that sang of unity and understanding. Though separated by distance, Nori and Kiro remained connected by the invisible threads of friendship, their spirits intertwined across the galaxy. And as the stars twinkled in the night sky, they knew that no matter how far apart they were, their hearts would always be joined by the song they had created together. Story 37. In the sleepy village of Willowbrook, where cobblestone paths wound through fields of lavender and the air was perpetually scented with the sweetness of honeysuckle, there lived a young girl named Clara. She had chestnut hair that danced in the wind and eyes the color of autumn leaves. Clara was known for her gentle nature and her unwavering curiosity, which often led her to explore the nooks and crannies of her quaint village. One golden afternoon, as the sun began its descent into the embrace of the horizon, Clara set out for a walk along the edge of the Whispering Woods. The woods were named so because, when the breeze rustled through the leaves, it seemed as if the trees were sharing ancient secrets with anyone who cared to listen. Clara loved these woods, not just for their beauty, but for the sense of peace they brought her. As she meandered along the path, her attention was caught by a peculiar glint of light beneath a gnarled oak tree. Curiosity piqued, she knelt down and brushed away the leaves to reveal an intricately carved wooden box. The box was small, fitting snugly in her hands, and was adorned with delicate engravings of stars and swirling vines. Clara felt an inexplicable pull towards it, as if the box held stories waiting to be told. With a gentle click, the box opened to reveal a collection of shimmering, translucent stones, each one glowing with its own soft hue. Mesmerized, Clara carefully picked up a pale blue stone. As she held it in her palm, a warmth spread through her fingers, and she felt a gentle tickling sensation at the back of her mind, like the whisper of a forgotten memory. Just then, a soft voice broke through her thoughts. "Ah, you found our little secret, haven't you?" Startled, Clara looked up to see an elderly man emerging from the trees. His hair was a wild silver halo, and his eyes twinkled like sunlight on rippling water. He wore a cloak of deep green, and he moved with a grace that belied his age. "I'm sorry if I've taken something that belongs to you," Clara said, her voice barely above a whisper. The old man chuckled warmly. "Oh, no need for apologies, dear child. I am Eldrin, the caretaker of these woods. That box has been waiting for someone with a pure heart and a curious spirit." Clara blushed at his kind words. "What are these stones, sir?" Eldrin's smile widened. "These are the stones of understanding. Each stone holds a piece of wisdom, a glimpse into the heart of the world. They are not for everyone to find, but for those who do, they offer the gift of seeing things as they truly are." Clara's eyes widened in wonder. "And what am I supposed to do with them?" "Well," Eldrin replied, his voice as soothing as the rustle of leaves, "that is for you to discover. Each stone will reveal its secret in time, but only if you are willing to listen." Clara nodded, feeling a mixture of excitement and responsibility. She thanked Eldrin, who vanished as mysteriously as it appeared, and made her way back home, the box of stones cradled lovingly in her arms. That night, as the moon bathed her room in silver light, Clara sat by her window and pondered the stones. She decided to carry the blue stone with her the next day, eager to uncover its secret. The following morning, the village was abuzz with news that the river, which provided water for the entire community, had stopped flowing. Without it, the villagers would soon face great hardship. Clara, feeling the weight of her newfound treasure, wondered if the stone could help in some way. She set off towards the river, the blue stone clasped tightly in her hand. Along the way, she met Eli, a young boy with a quick smile and an even quicker wit. His laughter was infectious, and he was known for finding joy in the simplest of things. "Clara, Are you off to see what's happened with the river? Eli called out, falling into step beside her. Yes, Clara replied. I have a feeling that I might be able to help. Eli raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Do you have a plan? Not quite, Clara admitted, but I have something that might guide us. Together they reached the riverbank where a small crowd had gathered. The riverbed lay parched and silent, its usual babble eerily absent. The villagers milled about, their faces etched with worry. Clara took a deep breath and closed her eyes, focusing on the stone in her hand. She felt a gentle stirring, like the first drops of rain on a dry leaf. Images began to form in her mind, of the river's course, the rocks and roots that lined its path, and finally, a large boulder that had tumbled down in a recent storm, blocking the water's flow. She opened her eyes, her heart pounding with the knowledge. I think I know what's wrong, she exclaimed. Eli, sensing her certainty, urged her to share what she'd seen. Clara explained about the boulder, and the villagers, though skeptical, decided to follow her lead. Guided by Clara's vision, the group made their way upstream, where they indeed found a massive boulder wedged firmly in the river's path. It was too large to move by force alone, but Clara remembered Eldrin's words, wisdom, not strength. She looked around, spotting a cluster of willow trees whose branches drooped gracefully towards the earth. An idea took shape. If we use the branches as levers, she suggested, we might be able to shift the boulder just enough to let the water through. With everyone working together, they gathered sturdy branches and wedged them under the boulder. Clara, Eli, and the villagers heaved with all their might. Slowly, the boulder shifted, just enough for water to begin trickling through. Encouraged, they redoubled their efforts, and with a final push, the boulder rolled aside, and the river gushed forth in a joyous rush. Cheers erupted along the riverbank. The villagers were jubilant, grateful for Clara's insight and the community's teamwork. As the river resumed its life-giving flow, Clara felt the stone in her hand grow cool, its wisdom shared and its purpose fulfilled. That evening, as the stars twinkled above Willowbrook, Clara sat by her window once more, the box of stones beside her. She had learned that sometimes the greatest strength lay in understanding and unity, rather than in might alone. Her heart swelled with gratitude for the friends who had helped her, for the magic of the stones, and for the wonders that awaited those who dared to look beyond the ordinary. With a contented sigh, she drifted into a peaceful slumber, the night cradling her gently in its embrace. And so, in the heart of Willowbrook, where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, the whispering woods continued to share their ancient wisdom with those willing to listen, while the river sang its eternal song of life, renewal, and harmony. Story 38. Once upon a time in a land where the sun painted the skies with hues of pink and gold, there lay the enchanting village of Whimsy Hollow. The village was nestled between rolling hills of lavender and fields of fluttering daisies, where the air was always filled with the gentle hum of laughter and the sweet scent of honeysuckle. In Whimsy Hollow, every creature was unique, and each had a special charm of their own. There was Pipkin, the pint-sized fox with a tail that sparkled like 1,000 fireflies, and Mary, the mouse who wore a tiny top hat and played delightful tunes on his miniature violin. Then there was Lark, a wise old tortoise with a shell that changed colors with the seasons, and who always had a kind word or two to share. Life in Whimsy Hollow was always filled with wonder and joy, but one sunny morning, a peculiar event occurred that sent ripples of excitement through the village. The great bubble tree, a magical tree that stood at the heart of the village square, began to produce bubbles that were far too large and bouncy. Normally, the tree's bubbles were just the right size to float gently around, spreading giggles to anyone they touched. But now, they were so immense that they bounced off rooftops and sent chickens clucking in surprise. The villagers gathered around the great bubble tree, scratching their heads in bewilderment. "I do declare," said Pipkin, his eyes wide with amazement, "these bubbles are as big as pumpkins and as bouncy as a bed of marshmallows." Mary twirled his hat and played a cheerful note. "Perhaps there's a bit of magic gone awry," he mused. "Or maybe the tree is simply in a jolly mood." Lark nodded thoughtfully, his shell glistening in the sunlight. "It seems to me," he said in his deep, soothing voice, that we must discover the cause and find a way to help our dear tree return to its usual self. The villagers agreed, and so began their whimsical adventure. Pipkin, Mary, and Lark decided to seek the advice of the village's resident enchantress, a whimsical old woman named Flora, who lived at the edge of the village in a cottage made entirely of gingerbread. As they made their way through the fields, the air was filled with the fragrance of freshly baked cookies, and the sound of Flora's laughter danced on the breeze. Her garden was a riot of colors, with flowers that sang when tickled by the wind and trees that swayed in rhythm to the songs. Flora greeted them with a warm smile and a twinkle in her eye. "Ah, my dear friends," she chuckled. "I hear the great bubble tree has been getting a bit carried away with its bubbles." Pipkin nodded, his tail twinkling with excitement. "Yes, indeed. We were hoping you might have a potion or a spell to help." Flora clapped her hands with delight. "Oh, I do love a good magical mystery. Let us see what we can brew together." In Flora's cozy kitchen, the scent of cinnamon and vanilla filled the air as they mixed ingredients from her collection of jars and bottles. There were giggleberries, which always brought a smile, and whispering petals, known to share secrets with those who listened closely. They added a sprinkle of moonbeam dust, just for a touch of sparkle. As they stirred the concoction, Mary played a joyful tune, and Lark shared an old tale of a turtle who once danced with the stars. The potion bubbled and glowed, casting a warm light around the room. With the potion ready, the friends hurried back to the great bubble tree. The villagers watched with anticipation as Flora sprinkled the potion over the roots of the tree. For a moment, nothing happened, and then the tree shivered with delight, and the bubbles began to shrink to their usual delightful size. The villagers cheered, and the air was filled with laughter and hugs. The great bubble tree twinkled in the sunlight, grateful to be back to its bubbly self. Pipkin, Mary, and Lark beamed with pride, knowing they had helped their village with creativity and friendship. Flora smiled, her heart warmed by the joy she saw around her. "Remember, my dear friends," she said, "that the magic of Whimsy Hollow lies not just in spells and potions, but in the kindness and laughter we share." And so life in Whimsy Hollow returned to its happy rhythm, with bubbles that danced gently on the breeze and hearts that sang with joy. The village continued to be a place of wonder and whimsy, where every day was a new adventure, and where friendship was the most magical gift of all. As the sun set, painting the sky with colors as vibrant as the village itself, the villagers gathered around the great bubble tree once more. This time, they weren't there to solve a mystery, but to celebrate the joy of their community. Pipkin, Mary, and Lark stood proudly, knowing that their teamwork had brought the village back to its delightful self. Flora joined them, bringing a basket filled with her homemade ginger snap cookies, each one shaped like a star. As they nibbled on the sweet treats, the bubbles floated gently overhead, casting rainbows in the fading light. The air was filled with the soft sounds of Mary's violin, his tunes weaving a melody of peace and happiness. "Do you suppose the tree will ever get carried away again?" Pipkin asked, a playful glint in his eyes. "Perhaps," Flora replied with a wink. "But that's the beauty of magic, isn't it? It's full of surprises and wonder, much like life itself." Lark nodded in agreement, his wise old eyes sparkling with wisdom. "And when it does, we'll be ready with our wits and laughter," he said, his shell reflecting the gentle glow of the bubbles. The villagers continued to celebrate, sharing stories and dreams as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky. They knew that whatever challenges they might face, they would always have each other, and that was the greatest magic of all. As the night deepened, the villagers slowly made their way to their cozy homes, their hearts warm with the comfort of friendship and community. The great bubble tree stood tall and proud, a symbol of the joy and unity that defined Whimsy Hollow. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, Whimsy Hollow drifted into a peaceful slumber, dreaming of the adventures yet to come and the laughter that would always fill their days. In the quiet hush of the night, the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of bubbles filled the air, a lullaby of magic and love. And as the first light of dawn began to peek over the hills, Whimsy Hollow awoke once more, ready to embrace the new day with open hearts and cheerful spirits. For in Whimsy Hollow, Every day was a celebration of life, a testament to the power of friendship, and a reminder that with kindness and creativity, any problem could be solved. And that, dear listener, is the true magic of Whimsy Hollow, a place where dreams come to life and every heart finds its song. Once upon a time, in a land where the sun painted the skies with hues of pink and gold, there lay the enchanting village of Whimsy Hollow. The village was nestled between rolling hills of lavender and fields of fluttering daisies, where the air was always filled with the gentle hum of laughter and the sweet scent of honeysuckle. In Whimsy Hollow, every creature was unique, and each had a special charm of their own. There was Pipkin, the pint-sized fox with a tail that sparkled like 1,000 fireflies, and Mary, the mouse who wore a tiny top hat and played delightful tunes on his miniature violin. Then there was Lark, a wise old tortoise with a shell that changed colors with the seasons, and who always had a kind word or two to share. Life in Whimsy Hollow was always filled with wonder and joy, but one sunny morning, a peculiar event occurred that sent ripples of excitement through the village. The great bubble tree, a magical tree that stood at the heart of the village square, began to produce bubbles that were far too large and bouncy. Normally, the tree's bubbles were just the right size to float gently around, spreading giggles to anyone they touched. But now, they were so immense that they bounced off rooftops and sent chickens clucking in surprise. The villagers gathered around the great bubble tree, scratching their heads in bewilderment. "I do declare," said Pipkin, his eyes wide with amazement, "these bubbles are as big as pumpkins and as bouncy as a bed of marshmallows." Mary twirled his hat and played a cheerful note. "Perhaps there's a bit of magic gone awry," he mused. "Or maybe the tree is simply in a jolly mood." Lark nodded thoughtfully, his shell glistening in the sunlight. "It seems to me," he said in his deep, soothing voice, "that we must discover the cause and find a way to help our dear tree return to its usual self." The villagers agreed, and so began their whimsical adventure. Pipkin, Mary, and Lark decided to seek the advice of the village's resident enchantress, a whimsical old woman named Flora, who lived at the edge of the village in a cottage made entirely of gingerbread. As they made their way through the fields, the air was filled with the fragrance of freshly baked cookies, and the sound of Flora's laughter danced on the breeze. Her garden was a riot of colors, with flowers that sang when tickled by the wind and trees that swayed in rhythm to the songs. Flora greeted them with a warm smile and a twinkle in her eye. "Ah, my dear friends," she chuckled, "I hear the great bubble tree has been getting a bit carried away with its bubbles." Pipkin nodded, his tail twinkling with excitement. "Yes, indeed. We were hoping you might have a potion or a spell to help." Flora clapped her hands with delight. "Oh, I do love a good magical mystery. Let us see what we can brew together." In Flora's cozy kitchen, the scent of cinnamon and vanilla filled the air as they mixed ingredients from her collection of jars and bottles. There were giggleberries, which always brought a smile, and whispering petals, known to share secrets with those who listened closely. They added a sprinkle of moonbeam dust, just for a touch of sparkle. As they stirred the concoction, Mary played a joyful tune, and Lark shared an old tale of a turtle who once danced with the stars. The potion bubbled and glowed, casting a warm light around the room. With the potion ready, the friends hurried back to the great bubble tree. The villagers watched with anticipation as Flora sprinkled the potion over the roots of the tree. For a moment, nothing happened, and then the tree shivered with delight, and the bubbles began to shrink to their usual delightful size. The villagers cheered, and the air was filled with laughter and hugs. The great bubble tree twinkled in the sunlight, grateful to be back to its bubbly self. Pipkin, Mary, and Lark beamed with pride, knowing they had helped their village with creativity and friendship. Flora smiled, her heart warmed by the joy she saw around her. "Remember, my dear friends," she said, "that the magic of Whimsy Hollow lies not just in spells and potions, but in the kindness and laughter we share." And so life in Whimsy Hollow returned to its happy rhythm, with bubbles that danced gently on the breeze and hearts that sang with joy. The village continued to be a place of wonder and whimsy, where every day was a new adventure, and where friendship was the most magical gift of all. As the sun set, painting the sky with colors as vibrant as the village itself, The villagers gathered around the great bubble tree once more. This time, they weren't there to solve a mystery, but to celebrate the joy of their community. Pipkin, Mary, and Lark stood proudly, knowing that their teamwork had brought the village back to its delightful self. Flora joined them, bringing a basket filled with her homemade gingersnap cookies, each one shaped like a star. As they nibbled on the sweet treats, the bubbles floated gently overhead, casting rainbows in the fading light. The air was filled with the soft sounds of Mary's violin, his tunes weaving a melody of peace and happiness. "Do you suppose the tree will ever get carried away again?" Pipkin asked, a playful glint in his eyes. "Perhaps," Flora replied with a wink. "But that's the beauty of magic, isn't it? It's full of surprises and wonder, much like life itself." Lark nodded in agreement, his wise old eyes sparkling with wisdom. "And when it does, we'll be ready with our wits and laughter," he said, his shell reflecting the gentle glow of the bubbles. The villagers continued to celebrate, sharing stories and dreams as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky. They knew that whatever challenges they might face, they would always have each other, and that was the greatest magic of all. As the night deepened, the villagers slowly made their way to their cozy homes, their hearts warm with the comfort of friendship and community. The great bubble tree stood tall and proud, a symbol of the joy and unity that defined Whimsy Hollow. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, Whimsy Hollow drifted into a peaceful slumber, dreaming of the adventures yet to come and the laughter that would always fill their days. In the quiet hush of the night, the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of bubbles filled the air, a lullaby of magic and love. And as the first light of dawn began to peek over the hills, Whimsy Hollow awoke once more, ready to embrace the new day with open hearts and cheerful spirits. For in Whimsy Hollow, every day was a celebration of life, a testament to the power of friendship, and a reminder that with kindness and creativity, any problem could be solved. And that, dear listener, is the true magic of Whimsy Hollow, a place where dreams come to life and every heart finds its song. Story 39. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled amidst rolling hills and bubbling brooks, there lived a curious young soul named Lila. Lila's heart danced with the rhythm of the world around her, always eager for stories of adventure, whispered by the rustling leaves and murmuring streams. Her days were filled with the scent of blooming lilacs and the soft touch of the sun's rays, but her nights were dedicated to the wonders that lay beyond the horizon of her dreams. One golden afternoon, as the sky blushed with hues of pink and orange, Lila decided to venture beyond the familiar paths that crisscrossed the village. Her feet carried her to the edge of the Enchanted Grove, a place spoken of in hushed tones and awed whispers by the villagers. It was said to be a realm where magic breathed with every rustle of the wind, a place where the veil between reality and fantasy was as thin as a spider's silk. As Lila stepped into the grove, the air shifted around her, infused with the sweet aroma of honeysuckle and the crisp scent of pine. The soft earth cushioned her steps, and the gentle rustle of leaves played a melody only the heart could understand. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, dappling the ground with patterns of light and shadow, guiding her deeper into the mystical heart of the grove. Along her path, Lila encountered a peculiar sight, a delicate butterfly with wings of the deepest emerald, speckled with tiny stars that twinkled as it fluttered. The butterfly, sensing Lila's gentle spirit, danced around her in a graceful waltz, leading her to a hidden glade where a babbling brook wound its way through moss-covered stones. In the glade stood an ancient willow tree, its gnarled branches reaching out in welcome. Beneath its boughs rested a gathering of whimsical creatures. A squirrel with fur as silvery as the moonlight, a wise old owl with eyes like pools of amber, and a fox with a coat of fiery reds and golds that shimmered in the dappled light. They greeted Lila with nods and soft, welcoming sounds, inviting her to join their circle. As she settled among them, the creatures spoke of the wonders of the grove and the adventures that lay within its depths. The squirrel recounted tales of hidden trails that led to secret gardens. The owl shared stories of the stars and their ancient songs, and the fox spun yarns of courage and friendship woven through time. Lila listened, enraptured, her heart swelling with the magic of the stories. Each word was a key, unlocking a part of her soul that yearned for exploration and discovery. The creatures sensed her longing and encouraged her to embark on a journey through the grove, a journey that would require courage, curiosity, and an open heart. With newfound determination, Lila rose to her feet, and the creatures guided her to a path that wound deeper into the grove. As she walked, the air around her shimmered with possibilities, and the world seemed to hum with a gentle energy that urged her onward. Her first challenge came in the form of a shimmering mist that hovered over a clearing. The mist was alive with colors that shifted and swirled like a living rainbow, obscuring the path ahead. Lila paused, uncertainty tugging at her, but the memory of the fox's tales of courage bolstered her spirit. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and stepped forward, trusting her heart to guide her through. As she emerged from the mist, Lila found herself in a meadow filled with flowers of every hue imaginable, their petals sparkling with dew. The air was alive with the sound of laughter, and Lila realized it came from the flowers themselves, their voices light and musical. They sang of the beauty in embracing the unknown, of finding strength in vulnerability. Inspired by the flowers' song, Lila continued her journey, her heart buoyed by their wisdom. She came upon a serene lake, its surface as smooth as glass, reflecting the sky in perfect clarity. In the center of the lake, a single lily pad floated, and upon it sat a tiny frog with eyes as bright as emeralds. The frog, sensing Lila's presence, spoke in a voice as gentle as the breeze. "To continue your journey, dear one, you must cross the lake. But take heed, for the waters hold more than meets the eye." Lila nodded, understanding the challenge before her. She stepped onto the lily pad, feeling it bob gently beneath her weight. As she glided across the water, her reflection danced beside her, a reminder of the journey she had undertaken. Halfway across, the water began to ripple, and from its depths emerged a school of fish, their scales glinting like jewels beneath the surface. They swam alongside Lila, their movements graceful and fluid, guiding her safely to the other side of the lake. In their company, she felt a profound sense of kinship, a bond forged in the shared experience of exploration. As Lila stepped onto the shore, she turned to thank the frog, who nodded sagely, his eyes twinkling with understanding. "Remember, courage lies not in the absence of fear, but in the willingness to embrace it," he said, before diving into the cool depths of the lake. With each step, Lila felt her heart grow lighter, her spirit more attuned to the wonders around her. She followed the path until it opened into a clearing, bathed in the soft glow of twilight. In the center stood a stone archway, entwined with vines and crowned with flowers that glowed with an inner light. Lila sensed that this was the culmination of her journey, the gateway back to her world. As she approached, the archway shimmered, and the creatures of the grove appeared, their presence a comforting reassurance. "You have walked the path of courage and exploration," the owl intoned, his voice rich with wisdom. "The gifts you have gathered here will guide you always." Lila nodded, her heart full of gratitude and wonder. With a final farewell to her friends, she stepped through the archway, feeling the gentle embrace of the grove fade as she returned to the familiar embrace of the village. That night, as Lila lay beneath the stars, she felt the magic of the grove still shimmering within her. The lessons of courage and exploration, of friendship and trust, had become a part of her, a guiding light in the tapestry of her life. And so, with a heart full of dreams and a spirit buoyed by adventure, Lila drifted into a peaceful slumber, cradled by the warmth of the night and the gentle promise of new journeys yet to come. Story 40. Once upon a time, in a tranquil village nestled at the edge of a vast, whispering forest, there lived a gentle soul named Leora. Leora was known throughout the village for her kindness and her gentle manner, but she was also known for her reluctance to embrace change. Her world was a tapestry of familiar routines, each thread woven with the comfort of predictability. She cherished her simple life, tending to her small garden, where the scents of lavender and thyme wove through the air, and spending her evenings by the flickering warmth of her hearth, where the shadows danced on the walls like old friends. Yet, deep within her heart, Leora felt a stirring, a whisper of something more, something she couldn't quite grasp. It was a yearning for growth, a quiet desire to step beyond the borders of her known world. But fear, like a thick fog, kept her rooted in her comfortable patterns. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden leaves fell like confetti from the trees, Leora decided to take a walk in the nearby forest. The forest was a place of mystery, where sunlight filtered through the canopy in streams of liquid gold, and the earthy scent of moss and wood wrapped around her like a familiar embrace. As she wandered deeper, she found herself in a small, secluded glade, where a gentle stream bubbled over smooth stones, singing a soothing melody. In the center of the glade stood an ancient oak, its bark gnarled and weathered, yet steadfast and strong, a silent guardian of the forest's secrets. As Leora approached, she noticed something unusual. Nestled in the roots of the oak was a tiny, shimmering pool of water. The surface was as smooth as glass, reflecting the sky above and the swirling colors of the autumn leaves. Curiosity sparked within her, and she knelt beside the pool. As she peered into its depths, she saw not just her reflection, but visions of her life, a kaleidoscope of moments that had shaped her. She saw her fears, her dreams, and the path she had yet to tread. The pool seemed to speak to her, not with words, but with a gentle urging to embrace the unknown. As Leora sat in contemplation, a soft rustling interrupted her thoughts. From the forest edge emerged a creature unlike any she had ever seen, a luminescent fox with fur that shimmered like moonlight on water. Its eyes, a deep, knowing gold, met hers with a look of gentle understanding. "Do not fear change, dear one," the fox spoke, its voice as soft as a breeze through the leaves. "For within change lies the magic of transformation. Embrace it, and you will find the strength you seek." Leora felt a warmth spread through her, like the first rays of dawn dispelling the chill of night. The fox's words resonated within her, echoing the whisper she had long felt in her heart. Days turned into weeks, and Leora returned to the glade often, finding solace in its serene beauty and the company of her new friend. The fox shared stories of the forest and its inhabitants, tales of growth and change that unfolded with the seasons. Through these stories, Leora began to see that change was not to be feared, but to be embraced as a natural, vital part of life. Guided by the fox's wisdom, Leora began to open herself to new experiences. She ventured beyond her garden, exploring the village and meeting its diverse inhabitants. She learned the art of weaving from the village weaver, creating tapestries that told stories of her journey. She joined the evening gatherings around the village fire, where laughter and song wove bonds of friendship that warmed her heart. With each new experience, Leora felt herself growing, like a sapling reaching for the sun. The fears that had once held her captive began to fade, replaced by a newfound confidence and joy in discovering the world beyond her doorstep. One day, as Leora sat by the pool, she noticed her reflection had changed. She saw a woman who had blossomed, her eyes shining with the light of inner strength and understanding. The fox, sitting by her side, nodded approvingly. "You have grown, dear one," the fox said, its voice filled with warmth. "You have discovered the magic within yourself." Leora smiled, her heart overflowing with gratitude. She had learned that change was not something to be feared, but a journey of discovery that revealed the beauty and strength within. As autumn gave way to the crystalline hush of winter, Leora returned to the village with a heart full of newfound wisdom. She shared the fox's teachings with her friends and neighbors, helping them to see the beauty in their own journeys of transformation. And so, the village thrived, each heart touched by the gentle magic of the forest and the lessons of the luminescent fox. Leora's story became a beloved tale, passed down through generations, a reminder that within each of us lies the power to grow and change, to embrace the unknown with courage and grace. And in the heart of the forest, the ancient oak and its shimmering pool stood as a testament to the magic of transformation, a magic that could be found in the heart of anyone willing to listen to the whispers of their soul. As the seasons turned and the years slipped softly by, Leora lived her life with an open heart, forever grateful for the day she embraced the magic of change. And every so often she would visit the glade, where the luminescent fox would greet her with a knowing smile, a reminder that she had become exactly who she was meant to be. And so the story ends with a gentle lesson gently woven into the tapestry of life. That transformation, though daunting, holds the key to discovering the true beauty within ourselves, a beauty that can illuminate even the darkest of nights. And with that, the fire crackled softly, casting its warm glow around the room, as dreams of growth and magical transformations filled the hearts of those who listened, nestled in the cozy comfort of their beds. Story 41. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang gentle lullabies and the air shimmered with the glow of twilight, there nestled a quaint little village named Willowbrook. The village was a tapestry of cobblestone paths and ivy-clad cottages, each with its own story to tell. Here the villagers lived in harmony with the magical creatures that roamed the forest, sharing their days with laughter and tales spun by the crackling fires. The villagers of Willowbrook were accustomed to the occasional oddity. After all, magic wove through their daily lives like a golden thread in a tapestry. However, something peculiar had begun to unfold, a series of strange occurrences that piqued both curiosity and concern. It started with the village's beloved clock tower, whose bell chimed the hours with a melodious song. One misty morning, the bell tolled 13 times instead of 12, sending a ripple of surprise through the village. The next day, the luminescent fireflies that lit the paths at dusk began forming intricate patterns in the air, swirling into spirals and shapes that danced like they were alive. Then, the brook that babbled happily through the village began to hum an unfamiliar tune, one that seemed to tug at the heartstrings of all who listened. The villagers, though puzzled, were not afraid. They knew that in Willowbrook, the answers often lay hidden in the whispers of the trees or the gaze of a wise mentor. And so, they turned to a gentle soul named Alden, a man with silvered hair and eyes that twinkled with the wisdom of many years. Alden was renowned for his keen observation and understanding of the magical world. Alden, with a heart as warm as the sun's embrace on a spring morning, gathered the villagers by the fireside one evening. The flames flickered softly, casting a warm glow that wrapped around them like a cozy blanket. "My dear friends," Alden began, his voice smooth and soothing, "we are indeed in the midst of something unusual, but let us not be troubled. Instead, let us unravel this mystery together, with patience and friendship as our guides." The villagers nodded, their faces illuminated by both the firelight and the hope that Alden's words kindled within them. Among the gathered was a young girl named Marin, whose curiosity was as boundless as the sky. She had always been enchanted by the whispers of the woods and the secrets they held. As the meeting concluded, Marin approached Alden with a question shining in her eyes. "Do you think the forest creatures might know what's happening, Mr. Alden?" she asked, her voice as soft as a breeze. Alden smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "A wise question indeed, Marin. The creatures of the forest are often privy to things beyond our understanding. We shall seek their counsel on the morrow." The next day, under a sky painted with the hues of dawn, Alden and Marin ventured into the whispering woods. The forest welcomed them with open arms, the leaves rustling gently as if to whisper encouragement. They walked along a path dappled with sunlight, where the air was rich with the scent of earth and flowers. As they journeyed deeper, they encountered a fox with fur like burnished copper and eyes that glimmered with intelligence. This was Finn, a creature as clever as he was kind. Finn had often assisted the villagers with his insightful observations. "Greetings, Alden and Marin," Finn said, his voice smooth and melodic. "I have noticed the peculiar happenings in Willowbrook. Perhaps I can help." Alden nodded appreciatively. "Thank you, dear Finn. We seek to understand the mystery that dances through our village." Finn tilted his head, pondering. "The patterns of the fireflies and the song of the brook, they are not random. They speak of an old magic, one that requires harmony and balance. It seems as though something is out of tune." Intrigued, Marin asked, "How might we restore the balance, Finn?" "An excellent question, young one," Finn replied. "There is a wise owl named Una whose knowledge spans the ages. She resides in the great oak that stands at the heart of the forest. She may hold the key to our mystery." With renewed purpose, Alden, Marin, and Finn continued their journey, guided by the birdsong and the gentle rustle of the trees. They soon arrived at the great oak, its branches stretching towards the heavens like the arms of an ancient guardian. Nestled among the boughs was Una, her feathers as soft as moonlight and eyes as deep as the night sky. "Welcome, seekers of wisdom," Una hooted, her voice carrying the weight of ages past. "I have been expecting you." Alden inclined his head respectfully. "Wise Una, we seek your guidance to understand and restore the balance that seems disrupted." Una regarded them thoughtfully before speaking. "The forest has been whispering of a forgotten song, one that once harmonized the magic of Willowbrook. It seems it has been neglected over time, and now the magic seeks to remind you of its importance." Marin's eyes widened with understanding. "A song. Could it be the brook's melody? The fireflies' dance?" "Indeed," Una replied with a nod. "The song is woven into the very fabric of your village, a melody of unity and peace. To restore it, you must listen with your hearts and let the music guide you." With this newfound knowledge, Alden, Marin, and Finn returned to Willowbrook, where they shared Una's wisdom with the villagers. Together they gathered by the brook as twilight descended, bringing with it a symphony of stars. The villagers, guided by Alden's gentle direction, began to hum the tune that had long been etched in their memories, a melody passed down through generations. The brook responded, its waters shimmering with joy as it joined in the harmony. The fireflies twirled in delight, their lights painting the air with patterns of love and unity. As the song enveloped the village, a sense of peace settled over Willowbrook, like a soft blanket on a winter's night. The clock tower chimed in perfect rhythm, its melody a testament to the restored harmony. In the days that followed, the peculiar occurrences ceased, replaced by a deeper connection between the villagers and the magic that enveloped them. They had learned that through observation, friendship, and respect for the old ways, they could maintain the delicate balance that allowed magic to thrive. And so, as the villagers of Willowbrook nestled into their beds each night, the gentle hum of the brook and the soft glow of the fireflies served as a reminder of the mystery they had unraveled and the unity they had restored. In the heart of the whispering woods, where dreams and magic intertwined, the village slept peacefully, cradled in the embrace of their enchanting world. Story 42. The Whispering Glade. In the gentle heart of the Everwood, where the trees stood ancient and wise, there was a glade known to few, where time seemed to weave its own tapestry. The forest whispered secrets, carried on the breeze, rustling through leaves that glistened like emeralds beneath the soft glow of moonlight. It was a place where magic lingered, not in grand displays, but in the subtle, tender touch of nature itself. At the edge of this glade lived a young girl named Lyra. With hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes as deep and curious as a forest pool, she spent her days exploring the woods, her footsteps light and nimble on the forest floor. Lyra had a heart full of wonder and a spirit that danced with the wind. Her home was a quaint little cottage, nestled between the roots of a great oak, its windows like eyes peering out into the world. Lyra's life was simple yet rich with the quiet joys of nature. Her best friend was a squirrel named Pippin, whose fur was as soft as the down of a dandelion. Together they shared adventures under the watchful gaze of the woodland creatures. Pippin was not an ordinary squirrel. He had a knack for finding things others overlooked, a shiny pebble, a peculiar seed, or a feather that shimmered with the colors of the dawn. These treasures he would present to Lyra with a proud twitch of his bushy tail. But it was not just the tangible treasures that Pippin helped Lyra to find. It was through his companionship that she discovered something far more precious, the joy of friendship, one that spoke in silent understanding and laughter shared beneath the open sky. One autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with twilight hues, Lyra and Pippin ventured to the heart of the Whispering Glade. The air was crisp, filled with the scent of pine and the earthy aroma of fallen leaves. As they wandered, Lyra's eyes caught sight of something unusual, a glimmering stone half buried in the moss. It was no ordinary stone. It gleamed with an inner light like a captured star. With gentle hands, Lyra retrieved the stone, its surface cool and smooth against her palm. As she held it, the stone began to pulse with warmth, and a soft hum filled the air, resonating with the whispers of the trees. Lyra felt a tingling in her fingertips, a sensation that spread warmth through her, as if the stone were awakening something within her. Curious and enchanted, Lyra decided to keep the stone, tucking it into the pocket of her cloak. Little did she know that this small act would set her on a journey that would change her forever. That night, as Lyra lay in bed, the stone glowed softly on her nightstand, its light casting gentle patterns on the walls. As she drifted into slumber, she dreamed of a world unlike any she had known, a hidden realm within the depths of the forest, where creatures of legend roamed, and the air was thick with enchantment. In her dream, she saw a great tree, its branches reaching for the heavens, bathed in a golden light that seemed to sing with the voices of 1,000 whispered songs. When Lyra awoke, the memory of her dream lingered, as vivid as the dawn's first light. She knew, deep in her heart, that the stone held the key to this hidden world, and she felt an irresistible pull to uncover its secrets. With Pippin by her side, Lyra set out on her journey. The forest seemed to welcome her, the path unfolding before her like a story waiting to be told. As they walked, the stone grew warmer in her pocket, guiding her steps with its gentle glow. The deeper they ventured into the forest, the more the world around them seemed to change. The trees were taller, their leaves shimmering like jewels in the dappled sunlight. The air was alive with the songs of unseen birds, and the ground beneath their feet was soft and yielding, as if the forest itself were carrying them forward. As they journeyed, Lyra and Pippin encountered creatures both wondrous and strange. A fox with eyes like sapphires watched them from the shadows, its fur a tapestry of autumn hues. A family of rabbits, their ears twitching with curiosity, paused to greet them with gentle noses. Each encounter was a reminder of the magic that threaded through the forest, binding all its inhabitants in a tapestry of life. Guided by the stone's light, Lyra and Pippin eventually arrived at the tree from Lyra's dream. It stood in the center of a clearing, its trunk as wide as a house, its branches stretching high into the sky, cradling the sun in their embrace. The air around it shimmered with a golden glow, and the ground was carpeted with flowers that bloomed in colors unseen in the waking world. As Lyra approached, the stone in her pocket began to pulse with a rhythm that matched her heartbeat. She knew instinctively that this was the heart of the hidden world, the source of the magic that whispered through the forest. With Pippin at her side, she stepped forward, the stone in her hand glowing like a beacon. In that moment, the tree seemed to come alive. Its bark shimmered with an inner light, and a voice, soft and melodious, filled the air. "Welcome, Lyra," it said, its tone gentle and warm. "You have found the heart of the Everwood, the source of its magic and the keeper of its secrets." Lyra felt a rush of wonder and awe. "Why have I been brought here?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "Because you have the heart to hear the forest's song," the tree replied. "And because you carry within you the light of friendship and wisdom. The stone you hold is a gift, a key to understanding the world in ways unseen by others." As the tree spoke, Lyra felt a change within her, a blossoming of awareness and understanding. She realized that the stone was not just a magical object, but a reflection of the magic within herself. It was a reminder that the world was full of wonders, both seen and unseen, and that the greatest magic of all was the love and friendship that connected her to the world around her. With this newfound understanding, Lyra knew that her journey had only just begun. The hidden world was not a place to be discovered and left behind, but a part of her life, a source of inspiration and joy. As the sun set, painting the sky with hues of gold and rose, Lyra and Pippin made their way back to their cottage. The forest welcomed them with open arms, and the stone, now resting in Lyra's pocket, glowed with a soft, comforting light. That night, as Lyra lay in bed, she felt a sense of peace and contentment. The stone rested on her nightstand, its light casting gentle patterns on the walls, a reminder of the journey she had taken and the world she had discovered. And as she drifted into slumber, she knew that the magic of the Everwood would always be with her, a song that whispered through the leaves, a light that shone from within, and a friendship that would last a lifetime. In the heart of the Everwood, where dreams and reality intertwined, Lyra had found not only a hidden world, but a deeper understanding of herself and her place in the tapestry of life. And as the forest whispered its secrets, she knew that her journey was far from over, for every ending was but a new beginning, a story waiting to be told. Story 43. Once upon a time, nestled in a grove where the forest whispered secrets to the wind, there stood a small, ivy-covered cottage with a roof that sloped as if in a perpetual nod of welcome. Inside lived a gentle soul named Clara, known far and wide for her skillful weaving. Her tapestries, vibrant with colors that seemed to shimmer like the surface of a river under the moonlight, were admired by all who saw them. Yet Clara herself felt like a loose thread in the fabric of her own life. Clara loved the predictability of her days, the rhythmic clatter of loom and shuttle providing a comforting cadence. But lately she sensed a quiet discontent weaving its way through her heart, like a shadow threading through sunlight. She yearned for something more, a change she couldn't quite articulate. One autumn afternoon, as the leaves blushed with gold and russet, Clara stepped outside, her fingers wrapped around a mug of warm cider. The air was crisp and full of the earthy scent of fallen leaves. Just beyond her garden, where the wildflowers nodded in agreement with the breeze, stood an ancient oak tree, its branches sprawling like a welcoming embrace. As she wandered closer, Clara noticed something peculiar. At the base of the oak, where its roots curled like fingers through the earth, lay a small, forgotten door. It was weathered and carved with intricate runes that danced in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity fluttered in her like a new leaf unfurling, and with a gentle push, the door swung open with the softest sigh. Inside, the air shimmered with possibilities, and Clara found herself in a space that was both familiar and wondrously new. This was the realm of the forest folk, beings of gentle magic who nurtured the land and all its creatures. Their haven was alive with colors more vivid than any Clara had ever woven, a tapestry of life itself, unfurling in every direction. The forest folk welcomed Clara with smiles that glowed like the first light of dawn. Leading the way was Alder, a wise elder with eyes that twinkled like stars caught in a canopy of leaves. "Welcome, dear Clara," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "We've been expecting you." Clara's heart fluttered with both excitement and trepidation. "Expecting me?" she asked, her voice a whisper among the leaves. "Indeed," Alder replied, gesturing for her to follow. "It's time for you to discover what's been growing inside you, like a seed waiting for spring." As Clara walked with Alder and the other forest folk, she noticed how the path beneath her feet seemed to transform with each step, a mosaic of stones and moss that mirrored her swirling thoughts. They guided her to a glen where the air hummed with a gentle magic, and the sky was a quilt of twilight hues. In the center of the glen stood a loom, unlike any Clara had ever seen. It was crafted from silver birch and moonlight, its threads spun from the dreams of the woodland creatures. "Here," Alder said, "you will weave a tapestry not with your hands, but with your heart." Clara hesitated, her fingers brushing the ethereal threads. She closed her eyes, inhaling deeply, the scent of pine and possibility filling her senses. As she began to weave, the threads responded to her emotions, each strand a reflection of her inner world. At first, the tapestry was a chaotic jumble of colors, a storm of uncertainty and fear of the unknown. But as Clara continued, she felt the presence of the forest folk surrounding her, their warmth and encouragement flowing into her very being. Slowly, she began to see patterns emerge, shapes that spoke of growth and transformation. With each pass of her hands, Clara wove her fears and doubts into something beautiful, a landscape of change filled with small, shimmering stars of hope. She realized that change, though daunting, was a natural part of life, much like the turning of seasons or the growth of a tree from a tiny acorn. The forest folk watched as Clara's tapestry grew, their gentle smiles reflecting her blossoming confidence. "You're doing wonderfully," Alder murmured, his voice carrying the same warmth as the sunlit glen. As the final thread slipped into place, Clara opened her eyes to behold her creation, a tapestry of her journey, vibrant and alive. It was a piece of art that mirrored her own transformation, capturing the beauty of embracing change and the strength found in vulnerability. With a newfound sense of peace, Clara thanked the forest folk for their guidance. "You've shown me that change is not something to fear, but something to welcome," she said, her voice filled with gratitude. As she stepped back through the door into her own world, Clara felt the autumn breeze brush her skin, carrying with it a whisper of the magic she had discovered within herself. The forest, once a backdrop to her life, now seemed a living tapestry of its own, vibrant and welcoming. Back in her cozy cottage, Clara returned to her loom with a heart full of inspiration. Her tapestries now carried the essence of her journey, each piece a reminder of the beauty that could be found in embracing the unknown. And so, as the days turned to weeks and the forest donned its winter cloak, Clara's heart remained open, her spirit woven into the very fabric of the world around her. She had found her place within the tapestry of life, where change was not an ending, but a beginning, a magical transformation that would continue to unfold with each new day. And so under the gentle watch of the stars and the whispering leaves, Clara's story of personal growth and magical transformation became a lullaby sung by the forest itself, a testament to the power of embracing one's true self. Once upon a time, nestled in a grove where the forest whispered secrets to the wind, there stood a small, ivy-covered cottage with a roof that sloped as if in a perpetual nod of welcome. Inside lived a gentle soul named Clara, known far and wide for her skillful weaving. Her tapestries, vibrant with colors that seemed to shimmer like the surface of a river under the moonlight, were admired by all who saw them. Yet Clara herself felt like a loose thread in the fabric of her own life. Clara loved the predictability of her days, the rhythmic clatter of loom and shuttle providing a comforting cadence. But lately she sensed a quiet discontent weaving its way through her heart, like a shadow threading through sunlight. She yearned for something more, a change she couldn't quite articulate. One autumn afternoon, as the leaves blushed with gold and russet, Clara stepped outside, her fingers wrapped around a mug of warm cider. The air was crisp and full of the earthy scent of fallen leaves. Just beyond her garden, where the wildflowers nodded in agreement with the breeze, stood an ancient oak tree, its branches sprawling like a welcoming embrace. As she wandered closer, Clara noticed something peculiar. At the base of the oak, where its roots curled like fingers through the earth, lay a small, forgotten door. It was weathered and carved with intricate runes that danced in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity fluttered in her like a new leaf unfurling, and with a gentle push, the door swung open with the softest sigh. Inside, the air shimmered with possibilities, and Clara found herself in a space that was both familiar and wondrously new. This was the realm of the forest folk, beings of gentle magic who nurtured the land and all its creatures. Their haven was alive with colors more vivid than any Clara had ever woven, a tapestry of life itself, unfurling in every direction. The forest folk welcomed Clara with smiles that glowed like the first light of dawn. Leading the way was Alder, a wise elder with eyes that twinkled like stars caught in a canopy of leaves. "Welcome, dear Clara," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "We've been expecting you." Clara's heart fluttered with both excitement and trepidation. "Expecting me?" she asked, her voice a whisper among the leaves. "Indeed," Alder replied, gesturing for her to follow. "It's time for you to discover what's been growing inside you, like a seed waiting for spring." As Clara walked with Alder and the other forest folk, she noticed how the path beneath her feet seemed to transform with each step, a mosaic of stones and moss that mirrored her swirling thoughts. They guided her to a glen where the air hummed with a gentle magic, and the sky was a quilt of twilight hues. In the center of the glen stood a loom, unlike any Clara had ever seen. It was crafted from silver birch and moonlight, its threads spun from the dreams of the woodland creatures. "Here," Alder said, "you will weave a tapestry not with your hands, but with your heart." Clara hesitated, her fingers brushing the ethereal threads. She closed her eyes, inhaling deeply, the scent of pine and possibility filling her senses. As she began to weave, the threads responded to her emotions, each strand a reflection of her inner world. At first, the tapestry was a chaotic jumble of colors, a storm of uncertainty and fear of the unknown. But as Clara continued, she felt the presence of the forest folk surrounding her, their warmth and encouragement flowing into her very being. Slowly, she began to see patterns emerge, shapes that spoke of growth and transformation. With each pass of her hands, Clara wove her fears and doubts into something beautiful, a landscape of change, filled with small, shimmering stars of hope. She realized that change, though daunting, was a natural part of life, much like the turning of seasons or the growth of a tree from a tiny acorn. The forest folk watched as Clara's tapestry grew, their gentle smiles reflecting her blossoming confidence. "You're doing wonderfully," Alder murmured, his voice carrying the same warmth as the sunlit glen. As the final thread slipped into place, Clara opened her eyes to behold her creation, a tapestry of her journey, vibrant and alive. It was a piece of art that mirrored her own transformation, capturing the beauty of embracing change and the strength found in vulnerability. With a newfound sense of peace, Clara thanked the forest folk for their guidance. "You've shown me that change is not something to fear, but something to welcome," she said, her voice filled with gratitude. As she stepped back through the door into her own world, Clara felt the autumn breeze brush her skin, carrying with it a whisper of the magic she had discovered within herself. The forest, once a backdrop to her life, now seemed a living tapestry of its own, vibrant and welcoming. Back in her cozy cottage, Clara returned to her loom with a heart full of inspiration. Her tapestries now carried the essence of her journey, each piece a reminder of the beauty that could be found in embracing the unknown. And so, as the days turned to weeks and the forest donned its winter cloak, Clara's heart remained open, her spirit woven into the very fabric of the world around her. She had found her place within the tapestry of life, where change was not an ending, but a beginning, a magical transformation that would continue to unfold with each new day. And so, under the gentle watch of the stars and the whispering leaves, Clara's story of personal growth and magical transformation became a lullaby sung by the forest itself, a testament to the power of embracing one's true self. Story 44. The Whispering Woods and the Enchanted Lantern. In the quiet hamlet of Elderglen, where the stars seemed to hang a little lower and the moonlight painted silver paths on cobblestone streets, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had a heart as bright as the sun and an imagination as vast as the night sky. Her favorite pastime was to wander into the Whispering Woods, a forest that bordered the village and held secrets as old as time itself. The villagers often spoke in hushed tones about the forest, spinning tales of enchantments and ancient spirits that roamed its shadowed paths. Despite these whispered warnings, Lila felt an irresistible pull towards the woods, a curiosity that bubbled within her like a brook in spring. One crisp autumn evening, as the sky blushed with the colors of sunset, Lila set out towards the woods, her steps light with anticipation. The air was cool, and the ground beneath her feet was a tapestry of rustling leaves, their colors a medley of gold, crimson, and amber. As she entered the forest, a gentle breeze greeted her, carrying with it the scent of pine and earth, whispering secrets that only the trees could know. Lila walked deeper into the woods, where the trees grew taller and their branches intertwined like old friends sharing stories. She marveled at the way the sunlight danced through the canopy, casting playful shadows on the forest floor. Every rustle of leaves seemed to be a greeting, every chirp of a bird a song just for her. It was here, in the heart of the Whispering Woods, that Lila stumbled upon something extraordinary. Nestled among the roots of an ancient oak was a lantern unlike any she had ever seen. It was crafted from silver and adorned with delicate filigree, its glass panels shimmering with an iridescent glow. As Lila approached, the lantern flickered to life, casting a warm, golden light that filled the clearing. Curious and unafraid, Lila reached out and touched the lantern. To her astonishment, it felt warm and pulsed gently beneath her fingertips, as if it were alive with some kind of magic. Her heart skipped a beat, and a shiver of excitement ran through her. She lifted the lantern from its resting place, feeling its weight settle comfortably in her hands. Suddenly, a soft voice echoed through the clearing as if carried on the breeze. "Welcome, Keeper of the Light," it said, its tone gentle and ancient. Lila looked around, wide-eyed but strangely calm. She saw no one, yet the voice seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere all at once. "Who are you?" Lila asked, her voice barely a whisper. "I am the spirit of the Whispering Woods," the voice replied. "And you, dear child, have found the Lantern of Kindling. It holds the power to reveal the unseen and to guide the lost." Lila's eyes widened with wonder. "What must I do with it?" she inquired, her heart alight with curiosity. "Follow the lantern's glow, and it will lead you on a journey beyond your wildest dreams," the voice answered. "But remember, true magic lies not in the lantern itself, but in the heart of its bearer." With that, the voice faded away, leaving Lila alone in the clearing, the lantern's glow casting a circle of warmth around her. She took a deep breath, feeling a sense of purpose settle within her. The whispering woods beckoned her onward, and she knew instinctively that her adventure was just beginning. As she walked, the lantern lit her path, its glow illuminating the hidden wonders of the forest. She saw flowers that bloomed with an ethereal light, their petals whispering ancient songs. She marveled at the way the trees seemed to lean closer, their branches forming arches that guided her like silent guardians. The forest was alive with magic, and Lila felt a profound sense of connection to it all. She realized that the Whispering Woods were not a place of fear, but of wonder and discovery. And as she ventured deeper, she knew that the lantern was more than just a guide. It was a key to unlocking the mysteries that lay hidden within her own heart. As twilight deepened into night, Lila found herself standing before a great oak, its trunk wide enough to house a family of foxes. The lantern's light flickered, casting long shadows that danced across the forest floor. She paused, feeling a sense of anticipation in the air. It was then that she noticed a small door set into the base of the oak, almost hidden among the gnarled roots. The door was intricately carved with symbols that seemed to shift and change under the lantern's glow. With a steadying breath, Lila reached out and turned the handle, the door creaking open to reveal a staircase spiraling downward into darkness. Without hesitation, Lila stepped inside, the lantern's light guiding her descent. The air was cool and carried the faint scent of moss and earth. Her footsteps echoed softly as she made her way down the stairs, each step taking her deeper into the heart of the hidden world. At last, she reached the bottom, emerging into a cavern bathed in the soft glow of luminescent crystals. The walls shimmered with hues of blue and green, casting a serene light that filled the space. In the center of the cavern stood a pool of water, its surface as smooth as glass and reflecting the light like 1,000 tiny stars. Lila approached the pool, her reflection gazing back at her with eyes wide with wonder. She knelt beside the water, feeling a sense of peace settle over her. The lantern rested beside her, its light mingling with the glow of the crystals. It was then that she noticed something remarkable. Floating just beneath the surface of the pool was a small, shimmering orb of light. It pulsed gently, its glow resonating with the lantern's own. Lila reached out, her fingers brushing the water's surface as she touched the orb. In that moment, a vision unfolded before her eyes. She saw the Whispering Woods as they once were, vibrant and alive with magic. She saw creatures of all kinds, their forms shifting and changing, living in harmony with the land. She saw the lantern, a beacon of hope and guidance, passed down through generations of guardians. And then she saw herself, standing at the center of it all, the lantern in her hands, her heart filled with the light of understanding. She realized that the lantern was not just a tool, but a symbol of her connection to the world around her, to the magic that flowed through the woods, and to the spirit that watched over it all. As the vision faded, Lila felt a profound sense of clarity and purpose. She understood now that her journey was not just about discovering the secrets of the Whispering Woods, but about discovering her own strength and wisdom. The lantern had shown her the way, but it was her heart that would guide her. With renewed resolve, Lila stood, the orb of light rising from the pool to rest in the palm of her hand. It felt warm and alive, a piece of the forest's magic that she carried within her. She knew that her journey was far from over, but she was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. As she made her way back up the staircase, the lantern's glow lighting her path, she felt a sense of gratitude for the adventure that had brought her to this moment. The Whispering Woods were a place of wonder and magic, but they were also a place of growth and transformation, a place where hearts could be kindled and spirits could soar. When she emerged once more into the forest, the first light of dawn was beginning to paint the sky in shades of pink and gold. The woods were waking, their voices a gentle chorus that welcomed the new day. Lila stood for a moment, the lantern in one hand and the orb of light in the other, feeling a sense of peace and belonging. With a smile, she began her journey home, the path ahead bright with possibility. The Whispering Woods had taught her that magic was not just something to be found in the world around her, but something that lived within her heart. And as she walked, the lantern's light guiding her steps, she knew that she would always be a keeper of that light, a guardian of the magic that connected them all. And so Lila's adventure in the Whispering Woods came to an end, but her story was just beginning. For in her heart, she carried a light that would never fade, a light that would guide her through the darkest of nights and the brightest of days. And with each step she took, the world seemed a little brighter, a little more magical, because of the light she carried within. Story 45. Once upon a time, nestled in a serene valley surrounded by lush emerald hills, lay the quaint village of Willowbrook. In this village, ivy-clad cottages stood under the watchful embrace of towering oak trees, their branches whispering ancient secrets to the winds. Among these cottages, at the end of a winding cobblestone path, was the home of a young woman named Eleanor. Eleanor had always been a creature of habit, finding comfort in the routines that shaped her days. She knew every stone in the path she walked, every note of the birdsong that greeted her at dawn. Yet, as the seasons began to shift from the vibrant energy of summer to the gentle embrace of autumn, Eleanor felt a growing unease, a restlessness she could not quite name. The familiar patterns of her life seemed to stifle rather than soothe, and she found herself yearning for something just beyond her reach. One crisp morning, as the first golden leaves tumbled from the trees like coins from a treasure chest, Eleanor set out for a walk in the nearby forest, seeking solace in the rustling leaves and soft earth. The forest was a tapestry of colors, the air rich with the scent of pine and the earthy perfume of fallen leaves. As she wandered deeper into the woods, she came upon a sight that made her heart pause. A small, glistening pond, its surface a mirror reflecting the world above. Drawn to its tranquil beauty, Eleanor knelt at the water's edge. As she gazed into the pond, a gentle ripple disturbed its surface, and from its depths emerged a curious creature. It was a small, luminous fish with scales that shimmered like 1,000 rainbows. The fish spoke, its voice a soft melody that seemed to echo in Eleanor's mind. "Greetings, Eleanor," the fish said with a gentle nod. "I am the keeper of waters. You have come seeking change, have you not?" Eleanor blinked in surprise, her heart fluttering like the wings of the butterflies that danced around her. "I suppose I have," she replied, her voice barely a whisper, "but I do not know what it is that I seek." The keeper of waters glided closer, its eyes wise and knowing. "Change is a river, ever flowing, ever changing," it said. "It can be daunting, yet it is the essence of life. Embrace it, and you will discover your true self." As these words settled in her heart, the pond began to shimmer with a warm, golden light. Eleanor felt a gentle warmth spread through her, and when she looked around, she found herself no longer alone. The forest had transformed, and standing beside her were creatures of the wood, the spirited fox, the wise owl, and the playful squirrel, all friends she had known since her childhood. Each creature spoke in turn, their voices weaving a tapestry of encouragement and support. The fox, with eyes like amber, spoke of courage and the joy of exploration. The owl, perched with grace, shared wisdom and the importance of patience. The squirrel chattered about the delight found in small wonders and the magic of discovery. With each word, Eleanor felt a growing sense of peace and possibility. She saw her life not as a series of fixed patterns, but as a journey filled with endless potential. She realized that change was not something to be feared, but a path to new adventures and self-discovery. In gratitude, Eleanor thanked the keeper of waters and her woodland friends. As she rose to leave, the pond's light faded, and the forest returned to its familiar form. Yet within Eleanor's heart, a transformation had begun, a spark of courage and curiosity that would guide her forward. Returning to Willowbrook, Eleanor found that the world around her seemed more vibrant, more alive. She welcomed the changing seasons, each day an opportunity to learn and grow. She embraced new experiences, finding joy in the unexpected and strength in her newfound resilience. And so, in the gentle embrace of autumn, Eleanor discovered the beauty of personal growth and magical transformation. With the support of her friends and the wisdom of the keeper of waters, she learned that life, like the shimmering pond, was a mirror reflecting the endless possibilities within her. In time, Eleanor became a beacon of inspiration for others in Willowbrook. Her story a reminder that change, though challenging, can lead to the most wondrous discoveries. And as the stars twinkled above the village each night, the gentle hum of the forest sang a lullaby of hope and transformation, a song that carried the promise of new beginnings for all who dared to dream. Story 46. Story 47. In the far reaches of the galaxy, where stardust wove through the void like strands of glistening silk, lay the planet of Luminara. It was a world bathed in perpetual twilight, where the skies shimmered with hues of lavender and gold, and gentle breezes carried the sweet scent of blooming starflowers. The Luminarans, delicate beings with skin that glowed softly like the moon, lived in harmony with their serene surroundings, tending to the gardens of light that covered their planet. On one particularly tranquil evening, as the twin moons rose to cast their gentle glow over the land, a small spacecraft streaked through the heavens, its hull glinting like a shard of silver against the deepening sky. This ship, a modest transport vessel, was piloted by a solitary traveler from the distant world of Terran. Her name was Lyra, and she was an explorer by trade, one who roamed the stars in search of knowledge and understanding. Lyra's journey had brought her to Luminara, drawn by tales of its beauty and the wisdom of its people. Her heart, though courageous, harbored a loneliness that whispered to her in the solitude of space. As she descended through the atmosphere, her ship's systems suddenly faltered, a cascade of sparks and alarms filling the cabin. With a steady hand and a calm mind, Lyra managed to guide her vessel to a gentle landing in a meadow aglow with the soft luminescence of starflowers. Emerging from her ship, Lyra was greeted not by fearsome warriors or suspicious eyes, but by a single Luminaran who approached with a serene smile. This Luminaran, named Solus, moved with the grace of a breeze and the kindness of a gentle rain. His eyes, deep pools of starlight, held curiosity and a warmth that transcended words. "Welcome, traveler," Solus said, his voice like a soothing melody. "You have come at a time of rest and reflection. How may we assist you?" Lyra, though relieved by the warm welcome, found herself struggling to understand the Luminaran's gentle ways. She had prepared for hostility, for the mistrust of an outsider, and the kindness offered so freely was both comforting and perplexing. "My ship," she began, her voice tinged with the hesitance of uncertainty, "it needs repairs. I did not mean to intrude." Solus merely nodded, his understanding as deep as the night sky. "Here on Luminara, we believe in offering aid to those in need. Your presence is no intrusion, but a chance to share in the exchange of stories and wisdom." As days turned into weeks, Lyra found herself enveloped in the rhythms of Luminaran life. Guided by Solus, she learned the ways of the starflower gardens, their petals soft and fragrant, their glow a gentle caress against the skin. The Luminarans, in turn, listened with rapt attention to Lyra's tales of distant worlds and the marvels she had witnessed among the stars. Yet, not all was smooth in this newfound companionship. Misunderstandings arose, as they often do between those of different worlds. Lyra, eager to help, had attempted to rearrange a section of the garden, believing she was improving it. The Luminarans, who cultivated their gardens with deep reverence and tradition, were taken aback by the changes, though they remained kind in their expressions. Solus, sensing the discomfort that lingered like a shadow, approached Lyra with gentle understanding. "We cherish your enthusiasm, Lyra," he said, his voice a balm to her troubled heart. "But our ways are woven with the fabric of our being. Perhaps, together, we can learn from one another." Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Lyra nodded, her voice a whisper of contrition. "I meant no disrespect. I wished only to contribute, to belong." In this moment of vulnerability, a bond began to form, a bridge of understanding between two souls who had once been strangers. Solus, with patience and wisdom, showed Lyra the intricate dance of their traditions, explaining the balance of light and dark, of growth and rest. As they worked side by side, a challenge arose that would test their burgeoning friendship. A rare celestial event, the eclipse of shadows, was approaching, a time when the twin moons would align and cast the land into temporary darkness. During this period, the gardens required careful tending, as the absence of light could harm the delicate starflowers. Together, Lyra and Solus faced the eclipse, their efforts a seamless blend of Terran ingenuity and Luminaran tradition. Lyra's knowledge of technology complemented Solus's deep understanding of the gardens, and their collaboration ensured the starflowers continued to thrive even in the absence of light. In the quiet hours of the eclipse, as they rested beneath the canopy of stars, Lyra spoke, her voice a gentle murmur in the darkness. "I have traveled far, seeking knowledge and adventure, yet it is here, in your gardens, that I have found something truly precious, a friend." Solace, his glow a gentle beacon in the night, nodded in agreement. "Our paths are like rivers, Lyra, flowing from different sources, but meeting in the same ocean. Through understanding and friendship, we have enriched our journeys." The eclipse passed, and with it came the dawn, a warm embrace of light that painted the world in hues of gold and lavender once more. Lyra's ship, now repaired with the help of her new friends, stood ready for departure. Yet, as she prepared to leave, her heart was filled not with the ache of parting, but with the warmth of connection. Solace and the Luminarans gathered to bid her farewell, their luminescent presence a reminder of the gentle strength found in unity. "Wherever your travels take you, Lyra," Solace said, his voice carrying the promise of their friendship across the distance, "know that you are always welcome here, a part of our story." With a heart lighter than it had been in many years, Lyra embarked on her journey once more, the stars her companions, and the lessons of Luminara her guiding light. As her ship ascended into the embrace of the cosmos, she carried with her the understanding that true friendship, like the gardens of starflowers, blossomed through patience, kindness, and the shared light of two souls, meeting amidst the vastness of the universe. Story 48. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of an ancient forest, there lay a little village named Willow Glen. The village was surrounded by trees so tall that their tops seemed to brush the clouds, and every morning the air was filled with the sweet scent of pine and the gentle rustle of leaves whispering secrets to the wind. The villagers were kind-hearted folk, living in harmony with nature and each other, in cottages that seemed to have sprouted from the earth itself. In this peaceful hamlet lived a young girl named Lila. Lila was known for her curiosity and her penchant for adventure. Her hair was like spun gold, catching the sunlight in a halo around her head, and her eyes sparkled like the clear blue lake that lay on the village's outskirts. Lila's best friend was a gentle, wise old tortoise named Thistle. Thistle had a shell that glistened like polished stone, and he carried with him the wisdom of the ages, speaking in a slow, deliberate manner that always seemed to calm the winds and hush the forest creatures. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to hues of amber and gold, Lila and Thistle set out on their usual walk along the forest path. The air was cool and invigorating, filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. Lila loved this time of year, when the world seemed to be painted in shades of warmth, and the forest was alive with the songs of migrating birds preparing for their long journey south. As they walked, Lila noticed something unusual. A faint glimmer caught her eye from beneath a pile of leaves. Curiosity piqued. She knelt down and brushed the leaves aside, revealing a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was adorned with patterns of swirling vines and flowers, and at its center was an emblem of a tree with deep roots and flourishing branches. "Thistle, look at this!" Lila exclaimed, her voice tinged with wonder. "What do you think it is?" Thistle regarded the box with his wise old eyes, blinking slowly. "It seems to be a very special box, Lila. Perhaps it holds a secret waiting to be discovered." With trembling fingers, Lila opened the lid, and inside she found a delicate silver key, its bow shaped like a tiny, intricate tree. The key gleamed in the dappled sunlight, and Lila felt a strange warmth spreading through her as she held it. She sensed that this key was no ordinary object. It was imbued with magic. "What do you suppose it unlocks?" Lila mused aloud, her imagination already conjuring images of hidden doors and secret worlds. "There is only one way to find out," Thistle replied, ever the voice of calm reason. "We must search and see what lies ahead." And so began their journey, a quest to uncover the mystery of the silver key. Lila and Thistle wandered through the forest, following paths both familiar and new. The trees whispered encouragement as they passed, and the forest seemed to guide them with a gentle hand. As the afternoon sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows across their path, they reached a part of the forest that Lila had never seen before. It was a grove of ancient oaks, their trunks thick and gnarled, their branches twisting and reaching toward the heavens like the arms of giants. In the center of the grove stood a massive tree, larger than any Lila had ever encountered. Its bark was a deep, rich brown, and it exuded a sense of timelessness and majesty. Lila approached the tree, drawn by an invisible force. As she laid her hand on its trunk, she felt a gentle thrumming beneath her fingers, as if the tree had a heartbeat of its own. "Do you feel that, Thistle?" Lila whispered, her voice filled with awe. Thistle nodded slowly. "This tree is ancient and wise, Lila. It holds many secrets within its bark." Just then, Lila noticed something extraordinary. Set into the trunk of the tree was a small, ornate lock, crafted in the same style as the key she held. Her heart raced with excitement as she inserted the key and turned it. There was a soft click, and the lock fell away, revealing a hidden door. With bated breath, Lila pushed the door open, and she and Thistle stepped inside. They found themselves in a hidden world, a place of wonder and magic. The air was filled with the scent of wildflowers and the gentle hum of bees. Sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting patterns of light and shadow on the forest floor. Before them lay a path lined with flowers of every color imaginable, their petals glistening like jewels. The path wound its way through the trees, leading deeper into this enchanted realm. As they walked, Lila marveled at the beauty around her. She saw butterflies with wings that shimmered like rainbows, and birds whose songs were as sweet as the finest melodies. The forest creatures here were unlike any she had seen before, gentle and curious, coming close to greet her and Thistle with friendly eyes. "It's as if this place is waiting for us," Lila said, her voice filled with wonder. "Yes, Lila," Thistle agreed. "I believe this world has been hidden away, waiting for someone who possesses both the key and the heart to appreciate its wonders." The path led them to a clearing where a crystal-clear spring bubbled forth from the earth. The water sparkled in the sunlight, and as Lila and Thistle approached, they saw their reflections gazing back at them, smiling and serene. "This place is magical, Thistle. I feel different here," Lila said, her voice soft with emotion. "Perhaps it is the magic of the forest, or perhaps it is the magic within you that is awakening," Thistle replied with a knowing smile. They spent the afternoon exploring this hidden world, discovering its secrets and marveling at its beauty. As the sun began to set, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Lila and Thistle made their way back to the door in the ancient tree. "Do you think we can return here?" Lila asked, a note of longing in her voice. "I believe so, Lila," Thistle said. "As long as you hold the key and the desire in your heart, this place will remain open to you." With a final glance at the enchanted forest, Lila and Thistle stepped through the door and back into their own world. The door closed softly behind them, the lock once again hidden from view. As they walked home, the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, and Lila felt a deep sense of peace and contentment. She knew that she had discovered something truly special, a place where magic and wonder flourished, a hidden world that had awakened something within her. From that day on, Lila and Thistle often returned to the enchanted forest, each visit bringing new discoveries and deepening their friendship. The hidden world became a place of refuge and joy, a reminder of the magic that lay within the natural world and within themselves. And as the years passed, Lila grew into a wise and compassionate young woman, her heart forever touched by the magic of the forest and the gentle wisdom of her dear friend Thistle. She learned that the greatest treasures were not always those that could be seen or touched, but those that lay within the heart, waiting to be discovered. And so, in the quiet village of Willow Glen, beneath the ancient trees and the starry sky, Lila found her own kind of magic, a magic that would stay with her always, as warm and comforting as a crackling fire on a cold winter's night. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled deep within an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her unruly red curls and freckled cheeks gave her an air of whimsy, but it was her curiosity and bravery that truly set her apart. Willow's favorite place in the world was the old oak tree that stood tall and proud at the edge of the village. Its gnarled branches beckoned her with promises of adventure, and it was here that she would spend countless hours, lost in daydreams and stories. One spring day, as Willow sat beneath the oak's comforting shade, something remarkable happened. A tiny door, no bigger than her hand, appeared in the tree's trunk. Willow gasped, her heart racing with excitement. Could it be a hidden world within the tree itself? Without a second thought, she reached out and turned the miniature doorknob. The little door creaked open, revealing a dimly lit passage that seemed to stretch on endlessly. Willow's eyes widened in disbelief, but her sense of wonder quickly overtook her apprehension. Taking a deep breath, she crouched down and stepped through the doorway, emerging into a magical realm unlike anything she had ever imagined. The world within the oak tree was alive with vibrant colors and the sweet fragrance of wildflowers. Tiny mushrooms dotted the mossy ground, and streams of crystalline water trickled over smooth pebbles. As Willow wandered deeper into this enchanting place, she encountered creatures she had only heard of in stories. Fairies with gossamer wings, pixies with mischievous grins, and talking animals who greeted her with kindness. One such animal, a wise old badger named Bramble, took Willow under his wing and introduced her to the wonders of this hidden realm. He explained that the oak tree was a magical gateway, and only those with pure hearts and open minds could enter. Bramble became Willow's guide, teaching her about the delicate balance of nature and the importance of protecting this secret world. Together, they embarked on countless ventures, exploring every nook and cranny of the oak tree's inner sanctum. On one particularly memorable journey, Willow and Bramble stumbled upon a clearing where a cluster of glowing mushrooms grew. Bramble warned her that these were no ordinary fungi. They possessed the power to grant wishes, but only to those who truly understood the weight of their desires. Willow, ever the curious soul, couldn't resist the temptation to make a wish. She closed her eyes and wished for the ability to understand and communicate with all living things. In an instant, the world around her came alive with a symphony of voices, the whispering trees, the chattering squirrels, and even the soft melodies of the wind itself. At first, this newfound ability was overwhelming, but with Bramble's guidance, Willow learned to embrace her gift and use it to forge deeper connections with the natural world. She became a bridge between the hidden realm and the human village, advocating for the protection of the forest and its inhabitants. As the seasons changed and years passed, Willow's friendship with Bramble and the other creatures of the oak tree grew stronger. They faced challenges together, solving mysteries and overcoming obstacles with wisdom and courage. One such mystery unfolded during a particularly harsh winter, when the once vibrant oak tree began to wither and fade. Willow and her friends worked tirelessly to uncover the cause, ultimately discovering that a nearby stream had been polluted by human carelessness. With her newfound understanding of the natural world, Willow rallied the villagers to clean up the stream and restore balance to the forest. Slowly but surely, the oak tree regained its strength, its branches reaching towards the sky once more. Through her journey within the hidden world of the oak tree, Willow had transformed from a curious young girl into a compassionate, determined guardian of nature. She had faced her fears, embraced her gifts, and forged friendships that defied all expectations. As the years passed, Willow grew into a wise woman, her hair now streaked with silver. But her spirit remained as vibrant as ever, and she would often return to the oak tree, opening the little door and stepping into the magical realm that had shaped her so profoundly. And as she sat beneath the whispering branches, surrounded by her dearest friends, Willow would share the tales of her adventures with the next generation of wide-eyed, curious children. For she knew that the hidden world within the oak tree was not just a place of magic, but a sanctuary of wonder, friendship, and personal growth, a legacy to be cherished and protected for all time. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. In the heart of a lush, whispering forest, where the trees stood tall and wise, there existed a forgotten glade bathed in perpetual twilight. This place was known only to the creatures of the forest, and a few rare souls who dared to venture beyond the well-trodden paths. The air here was imbued with the scent of pine and earth, carrying the gentle rustling of leaves like a soft lullaby. It was a realm where magic lingered, hiding in plain sight among the shadows and the light. Elliot, a curious young boy with a heart as open as the sky, discovered this hidden world one golden afternoon. His hair, tousled by the wind, glimmered like autumn leaves in the sun. He had been wandering through the forest, drawn by a deep-seated yearning for something he could not name. Elliot loved the forest. Its secrets whispered to him, and its beauty filled him with a profound sense of belonging. As he walked, each step cushioned by a carpet of moss and fallen leaves, he stumbled upon an ancient oak with a hollow that seemed to beckon him closer. Within this hollow, nestled among roots as thick as his arm, lay a peculiar object, a small, intricately carved wooden box. Its surface was smooth, worn by time, and etched with symbols that seemed to pulse with a gentle glow. Elliot's fingers brushed over the box, and a warmth spread through him, as if the object were alive. He hesitated for a moment, then carefully lifted it from its resting place. As he did, a soft sighing sound filled the air, and the forest seemed to hold its breath. With the box cradled in his hands, Elliot sat beneath the oak, leaning against its sturdy trunk. The world around him faded into a serene silence, leaving only the gentle hum of nature. He turned the box over, examining it from every angle before finally deciding to open it. Inside, resting on a bed of velvet as dark as midnight, was a small, crystalline orb. It shimmered with an inner light, casting tiny rainbows that danced around Elliot like playful spirits. Mesmerized, Elliot reached out to touch it, and as his fingertips brushed the surface, a tingling sensation raced up his arm. Suddenly, the orb began to glow more brightly, and a soft voice, warm and melodic, filled the air. "Welcome, Seeker," it said, resonating with a kindness that wrapped around Elliot like a comforting embrace. "You have found the heart of the forest, a gift of magic and mystery." Elliot blinked, his eyes wide with wonder. "Who are you?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. "I am the guardian of this glade," the voice replied. "And you, dear child, have been chosen to carry the heart and listen to its song." The orb pulsed gently, and with each pulse, Elliot felt a connection forming, a bond with the forest and its secrets. "What do I do with it?" he asked, curiosity mingling with a sense of responsibility. "Listen," the voice advised. "Learn. The heart will guide you, reveal hidden truths, and teach you the language of the world around you. But remember, true power comes from understanding, not control." Elliot nodded, his mind awhirl with possibilities. He closed the box, feeling the weight of the orb settle within it, and tucked it safely into his satchel. As he rose to his feet, the forest seemed to awaken, the trees whispering encouragement, the leaves rustling with approval. Over the following days, Elliot returned to the glade, drawn to its serenity and the promise of discovery. He spent hours sitting beneath the ancient oak, listening to the heart's gentle murmur and learning the subtle language of the forest. Each day brought new revelations, a hidden path, a secret grove, the laughter of a brook that meandered through sun-dappled glens. One crisp morning, as the first rays of the sun painted the forest in shades of gold, Elliot encountered an unexpected visitor. A fox, its fur as red as flames, emerged from the underbrush. Its eyes, sharp and intelligent, regarded Elliot with curiosity. "Hello there," Elliot said softly, extending a hand in greeting. The fox approached cautiously, its nose twitching as it sniffed the air between them. Sensing no threat, it sat back on its haunches and regarded Elliot with a look of expectation. Elliot remembered the heart and its promise of connection. He retrieved the box from his satchel and opened it, letting the fox see the shimmering orb. The fox tilted its head, eyes reflecting the orb's light, and for a moment, Elliot felt as if he were gazing into a deep well of ancient wisdom. The fox blinked slowly, then trotted forward, brushing against Elliot's leg in a gesture of trust. Elliot smiled, a warmth spreading through him. Here was a friend, unexpected and wondrous, brought to him by the magic of the forest. From that day on, Elliot and the fox were inseparable. They explored the forest together, the fox leading Elliot to hidden places he never would have found on his own. In return, Elliot shared his discoveries and the knowledge imparted by the heart. As the seasons changed, Elliot grew in wisdom and understanding. The forest, once a place of mystery, became a living tapestry of stories and songs. He learned to read the language of the wind, to interpret the dance of the leaves, and to find beauty in the smallest details. But as Elliot's connection with the forest deepened, so too did his awareness of its fragility. He noticed signs of change: trees that stood bare in the wrong season, streams that ran dry, and animals that seemed restless, out of sync with the natural rhythm. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of crimson and violet, Elliot sat with the fox by his side, pondering the forest's plight. The heart glowed softly in his lap, its light casting gentle shadows. "What can we do?" Elliot asked aloud, his voice tinged with worry. The fox looked at him, its gaze steady and calm. Elliot felt the heart pulse in response, a silent reassurance that they were not alone. "Together we must find the source of this imbalance." The voice of the guardian spoke, its tone gentle yet resolute. "The forest has chosen you, Elliot, to be its champion. Trust in your bond with the heart and your friendship with the fox. They will guide you." Determined and hopeful, Elliot set out the next morning with the fox at his side. They traveled deeper into the forest than ever before, following signs and whispers that only they could perceive. The journey was long and arduous, but Elliot's heart was buoyed by a sense of purpose and the unwavering companionship of his fox friend. As they ventured onward, the forest revealed more of its wonders: a hidden waterfall that sang with the voices of 1,000 dreams, a glen where flowers bloomed in colors more vibrant than any rainbow. Yet alongside these marvels, Elliot also saw the signs of distress: trees that wept sap like tears, birds that called mournfully to the empty sky. One evening, as they rested beneath a canopy of stars, Elliot felt a shift in the air, a subtle change that sent a shiver down his spine. The fox, ever perceptive, rose to its feet, ears pricked and alert. "We're close," Elliot murmured, sensing that the source of the forest's imbalance lay just ahead. Together they pressed on, their path illuminated by the silvery light of the moon. Finally, they arrived at a clearing unlike any other. Here, in the center, stood a tree of immense size and age, its branches stretching wide like the arms of a guardian embracing the world. But this tree, once the heart of the forest, was withering. Its bark was cracked, its leaves brittle and lifeless. Approaching the tree, Elliot felt the heart in his satchel grow warm, its light pulsing in harmony with the tree's faint heartbeat. He understood then that the heart and the tree were connected, two halves of a greater whole. Elliot knelt before the tree, placing the heart upon the earth at its roots. He closed his eyes, reaching out with his mind and spirit to the guardian voice within the orb. "Please," he whispered, "show me how to help." In response, the heart flared with light, and Elliot found himself enveloped in a vision. He saw the forest as it once was, vibrant and alive, its creatures thriving in harmony. But then a shadow fell over the land, a darkness born of neglect and imbalance, threatening to unravel the delicate weave of life. The vision shifted, and Elliot saw himself, the fox by his side, standing as a beacon of hope. He saw the heart, its light spreading across the forest, mending the fractures and restoring balance. Elliot understood. The heart's power was not his to wield, but to share. To heal the forest, he needed to awaken the magic within every living thing, to remind them of their place in the grand tapestry. With newfound clarity, Elliot rose and turned to the fox, his faithful companion. Together they began to circle the great tree, the heart's light guiding their steps. As they moved, Elliot spoke, his voice carrying the ancient words of the forest, words of renewal and rebirth. The fox joined in, its voice a melody that wove through Elliot's words, binding them with the rhythm of nature. Around them the air shimmered, and the forest seemed to sigh in relief, the shadows retreating as light spread like a healing balm. They continued until the first light of dawn touched the clearing, bathing it in gold. The great tree, once withered, now stood tall and proud, its branches laden with leaves that sang with the wind. The balance had been restored, the forest's heartbeat strong and steady. Elliot felt a deep peace settle within him, a warmth that mirrored the light of the heart. He turned to the fox, gratitude shining in his eyes. "Thank you," he said simply, knowing that their friendship had been the key to unlocking the forest's magic. The fox yipped softly, its eyes reflecting the dawn's light, and nuzzled Elliot's hand, a bond unspoken yet deeply felt. Elliot knew that his journey was only beginning. There were more mysteries to uncover, more stories to learn. But he was ready, for the heart of the forest was with him, and the friendship he had forged with the fox was a strength that would guide him through any challenge. As they left the clearing, the forest seemed to embrace them, its song a gentle promise of adventure and discovery. Elliot walked with a light heart, the fox by his side, knowing that together they would keep the magic of the forest alive. And so, beneath the canopy of leaves that whispered secrets only they could hear, Elliot and his fox friend ventured forth, guardians of the hidden world, champions of the magic that danced in the spaces between shadow and light. Together they embraced the mysteries of the forest, finding joy in every step and wonder in every breath. And as the sun rose higher in the sky, painting the world in vibrant hues, they knew that they had found their place in the ever-spinning tapestry of life. Story 50. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, where the cottages are thatched with golden straw and the cobbled streets are lined with the scent of blooming lavender, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her eyes sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 questions, and her heart was as warm as the hearth that crackled in her home each evening. Lila lived with her grandmother, a wise woman whose stories of the world beyond their village were as captivating as the stars that blanketed the night sky. One crisp autumn morning, Lila set out to explore the edges of the great willow forest, a place where whispers of magic were said to dance among the trees. The forest was alive with the colors of fall, leaves of amber and scarlet twirling gently to the earth, creating a soft carpet beneath her feet. The air was crisp and carried the earthy aroma of pine and moss, mingling with the distant hint of wood smoke. As Lila wandered deeper into the forest, she stumbled upon a peculiar object half buried in the leaves. It was a delicate, intricately carved wooden box, adorned with symbols that seemed to shimmer in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity piqued, she gently brushed away the leaves and lifted the box, feeling a gentle warmth emanating from it. Upon opening the box, Lila discovered a small, radiant stone resting inside. It pulsed with a soft, steady glow, casting a gentle light that felt like a hug from the sun itself. She held it carefully, and as she did, a whisper of a voice seemed to float through her mind, gentle and kind. With wisdom and heart, your path will be clear. Intrigued and a little bewildered, Lila returned home, the mysterious stone tucked safely in her pocket. That evening, as the fireplace crackled and her grandmother's knitting needles clicked rhythmically, Lila recounted her discovery. Her grandmother listened with a thoughtful smile, her eyes twinkling in the firelight. "This stone," her grandmother said softly, "is said to be a guide, a friend to those who seek with an open heart. It will show you wonders, but only if you listen closely to its secrets." The following days were a blur of wonder for Lila, as she and the stone embarked on a journey not just through the forest, but within herself. Each day she would venture a little further, the stone lighting her path under the canopy of rustling leaves. Along the way she met the forest's residents, gentle creatures with whom she formed bonds of friendship. There was Thistle, the wise old owl whose feathers glistened like moonlight on water, and who spoke in riddles that led Lila to ponder deeply. Then there was Fern, the sprightly fox with a coat of fiery red, who taught Lila the joy of play and the importance of taking time to revel in the beauty of the world around her. Together, they discovered hidden glades and sparkling streams, places where the air felt thick with magic and time seemed to pause, allowing moments to stretch into infinity. Each location whispered secrets to Lila, gentle nudges that encouraged her to look at the world with new eyes. Yet, as their exploration continued, Lila sensed a growing challenge. In the heart of the forest lay the ancient Tree of Whispers, a colossal oak said to be as old as time itself. The tree was shrouded in mystery, and it was said that those who could hear its whispers would gain insights beyond their years. However, the path to the Tree of Whispers was fraught with illusions, trickster trails that led wanderers astray. Many had tried to reach it, but only those with clarity of heart and mind could succeed. Lila, with the stone's light and her newfound friends, felt a pull to attempt the journey. Resolved, Lila set off with Thistle and Fern by her side. As they ventured deeper, the forest grew denser, the trees towering like ancient sentinels. The air felt different here, charged with an energy that tingled on the skin. The path twisted and turned, often doubling back on itself, confounding even the sharp-eyed thistle. It was in one such moment of confusion that Lila remembered the stone's whisper. With wisdom and heart, your path will be clear. She closed her eyes, letting go of doubt and fear, and listened, not just with her ears, but with her heart. The gentle hum of the stone began to resonate, and she felt a shift, a subtle realignment of her senses. Opening her eyes, the path before her seemed to shimmer, revealing a trail bathed in a soft, inviting glow. Trusting in the stone and the guidance of her friends, Lila led the way, each step taken with mindful purpose. As they neared the Tree of Whispers, the air grew still, the forest holding its breath in anticipation. The tree stood majestic and vast, its bark a tapestry of time, its branches stretching wide like welcoming arms. Lila approached, placing her hand gently on the trunk, feeling the life thrumming beneath her fingertips. For a moment there was silence, and then a gentle breeze stirred, carrying with it the softest of whispers. Words not spoken but felt, wrapping around her like a comforting embrace. The whispers spoke of balance, of the harmony between listening and speaking, of the wisdom found in stillness. In that moment, Lila understood. The journey had not been to conquer or claim, but to learn and grow, to find the strength within herself and to appreciate the bonds of friendship that had guided her. The stone's glow dimmed to a gentle warmth, its purpose fulfilled. With a heart full of gratitude, Lila thanked the ancient tree, thistle, fern, and the stone for their guidance. As they made their way back through the forest, she felt a deep sense of peace, a quiet joy in knowing that she carried the lessons of the journey within her. Upon returning to Willowbrook, Lila shared her tales with her grandmother, who listened with pride and love. The stone was placed on the mantelpiece above the hearth, a reminder of the journey and the wonders of the world, both seen and unseen. And so, as the seasons turned and the fires burned bright in the hearth, Lila lived her days with an open heart, forever guided by the wisdom of the forest and the gentle glow of the magical stone. And every night, as she drifted to sleep beneath the watchful gaze of the stars, she knew that the world was filled with magic, just waiting to be discovered. Story 58. In the heart of an ancient forest, where sunlight danced upon emerald leaves and mist swirled like a silken veil, lay a secret world. This realm was one where the whispers of the wind and the songs of the stream spoke of ages past, where the creatures of the forest lived in gentle harmony with nature and each other. The forest was home to a myriad of creatures, each with their own role in the delicate balance of life. Among them lived a wise old turtle named Tully, whose shell bore the intricate patterns of countless years. Tully was known as the keeper of stories, his wisdom passed down from generation to generation, like a river flowing through time. One crisp autumn morning, the forest awoke under a blanket of fog, the air tinged with the rich scent of damp earth and fallen leaves. It was on this morning that the young squirrel named Pippin scurried through the underbrush, his eyes wide with wonder. Pippin was a curious soul, his heart filled with questions about the world he called home. As Pippin scampered over gnarled roots and around towering trunks, he stumbled upon Tully, who was basking in a patch of sunlight that had broken through the canopy above. The old turtle's eyes twinkled with the warmth of 1,000 dawns as he watched Pippin approach. "Good morning, Pippin," Tully greeted, his voice as smooth as the river stones worn by time. "What brings you to my sunlit spot today?" Pippin hesitated for a moment, his bushy tail twitching with excitement. "Tully," he began, "I've heard whispers of a magical phenomenon that ties the changing seasons to the very heart of our forest. Can you tell me more about it?" The old turtle chuckled softly, the sound like the rustling of autumn leaves. "Ah, the dance of the seasons," he said. "It is indeed a wondrous thing. Sit with me, young one, and I shall share the tale with you." Pippin settled beside Tully, listening intently as the turtle began his story. Long ago, when the world was still young, the forest was entrusted to the care of 4 ancient spirits, each one embodying a season. There was Bridget of the spring, with her cloak of blossoms and breath of warmth; Theros of the summer, radiant as the sun, bringing life and laughter; Aurum of the autumn, cloaked in gold, whispering change and reflection; and Hyros of the winter, serene and still, blanketing the forest in peace and rest. Tully paused, allowing the gentle rustle of the wind to fill the silence. These spirits, in their wisdom, understood that balance was essential for the harmony of the forest. And so they came together to create the Dance of the Seasons, a magical phenomenon that ensured the smooth transition from one season to the next. Pippin's eyes were wide with awe as he imagined the scene. "And what happens during this dance?" he asked eagerly. "The dance," Tully explained, "is a symphony of nature. It begins with Brigid painting the forest in vivid colors, coaxing the first buds from their sleep. As her song fades, Theros enters, his laughter echoing through the canopy as the sun's golden rays dance upon the leaves. When it is time for Theros to rest, Orem steps in, his footsteps scattering leaves like whispers of wisdom, teaching us the beauty of letting go. Finally, Hyros arrives, wrapping the world in a gentle silence, a reminder that rest is as important as growth. As Tully spoke, Pippin could almost see the spirits moving through the forest, their presence felt in the shifting of the wind and the changing of the light. "But how do they know when to begin the dance?" he asked. "Ah," Tully smiled, "that is the magic of the forest itself. The spirits listen to the heart of the forest, to the rhythms of life that pulse beneath the earth and sing through the air. It is a bond forged through wisdom and respect, a cycle of giving and receiving that has existed since time immemorial." Pippin nodded, understanding now the delicate balance that sustained the world around him. The wisdom of the spirits was rooted not in power, but in harmony, a lesson passed down through the ages. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the forest floor, Pippin thanked Tully for sharing his tale. The young squirrel scampered away, his heart light and his mind filled with the stories of the forest. In the days that followed, Pippin watched the dance of the seasons unfold before him. He saw the first blush of spring color the world, felt the warmth of summer's embrace, marveled at the vibrant tapestry of autumn, and found solace in the quiet peace of winter. And with each change, he remembered the wisdom of the spirits and the balance they maintained. The forest continued its timeless cycle, a testament to the harmony that could be achieved when all creatures, great and small, lived with respect for each other and for the world they shared. And so, in the heart of the ancient forest, where reality and magic intertwined, the stories of the Dance of the Seasons were passed down, whispered through the leaves and sung by the streams, a gentle reminder of the beauty of balance and the power of nature's wisdom. As the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Pippin curled up in his cozy nest, the warmth of the forest enveloping him like a soft blanket. He closed his eyes, his dreams filled with visions of the spirits' dance and the gentle lessons of harmony they imparted. And so, with peace in his heart and the promise of a new day, Pippin drifted into a deep and restful sleep. Story 59. Story 60. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lay a place where magic wound itself into the very fabric of everyday life. This was the village of Willowbrook, a realm where the sun painted the sky with hues of gold and pink each evening, and the stars blinked like 1,000 tiny lanterns in the velvet night. Willowbrook was known for its peculiar charm and gentle enchantments, but lately it had become the stage for a puzzling mystery that left even the wisest of villagers scratching their heads. Strange occurrences had begun to unfold, candles flickering without a breeze, teapots whistling tunes without a flame, and gentle chimes sounding from the old oak tree by the square, though no one was there to ring them. Among the kind-hearted inhabitants of Willowbrook was a young girl named Lila. She had eyes the color of the morning sky and a heart as warm as freshly baked bread. Lila loved the village and its quirky magic, but the recent oddities piqued her curiosity. Determined to uncover the source of the strange happenings, she set out with her faithful companion, a wise old tabby cat named Oliver, whose whiskers twitched with an air of knowing far beyond his years. As dusk painted the sky in lavender hues, Lila and Oliver began their investigation. They wandered through the cobblestone streets, where lanterns flickered with a soft glow, casting playful shadows on the walls of quaint cottages. The air was filled with the scent of honeysuckle and the distant sound of a babbling brook. Their first stop was the bakery, where the sweet aroma of cinnamon buns greeted them warmly. Mrs. Pumpernickel, the baker, was kneading dough with a smile as wide as a crescent moon. "Ah, Lila, dear, come to solve our little mystery, have you?" She chuckled, wiping flour from her hands. "Yes, Mrs. Pumpernickel," Lila replied, her voice a gentle melody. "We've noticed the odd happenings and thought perhaps we might find some clues." Mrs. Pumpernickel leaned closer, her eyes twinkling like the stars. "Well, I've noticed the bread rising faster than usual, almost as if it has a mind of its own. Perhaps it's the work of the mischievous brownies." Brownies were small, magical creatures known for their playful antics and love of baked goods. Lila nodded thoughtfully. "We'll keep that in mind. Thank you, Mrs. Pumpernickel." With Oliver padding silently by her side, Lila continued to the village square, where the ancient oak tree stood. Its leaves rustled softly, whispering secrets only the wind could hear. As they approached, a gentle chime echoed through the air, though the tree's branches were still. Intrigued, Lila looked up and spotted a tiny, shimmering figure perched among the leaves. It was a sprite, its wings glistening like dewdrops in the morning sun. "Hello there," Lila called softly, her voice filled with wonder. The sprite fluttered down, landing gracefully on Lila's outstretched hand. "Greetings, child of Willowbrook," it chimed, its voice like the tinkling of distant bells. "I am Sylvan, guardian of this tree. What brings you to my realm?" "We seek to understand the strange occurrences in our village," Lila explained gently. "Do you perhaps know what might be causing them?" Sylvan's wings fluttered with delight. "Ah, the magic of Willowbrook has been mischievous of late. The brownies have been restless, their playful spirits heightened by the full moon's approach. They mean no harm, only seeking to share their joy." Lila's eyes brightened with understanding. "Perhaps we can find a way to help them channel their energy without causing confusion." With a nod of agreement, Sylvan whispered a plan to Lila. They would host a moonlit festival for the brownies, a celebration where their antics could be welcomed and enjoyed. That evening, as the moon rose full and bright, Lila and the villagers gathered in the square. Lanterns were hung from every branch, casting a soft, inviting glow. Tables were set with sweets and treats, and music filled the air, an enchanting melody that beckoned all magical creatures to join in the revelry. As the brownies appeared, their giggles like the rustle of leaves, they danced and played, their joy contagious. Lila watched, her heart full as she saw the village come alive with laughter and light. Even Oliver, usually reserved, found himself pawing at a stray ribbon with uncharacteristic abandon. The festival continued deep into the night, a celebration of magic and harmony. As the first light of dawn painted the horizon, the brownies thanked the villagers with a gentle breeze that wrapped them in warmth and contentment. With the mystery resolved and balance restored, Lila returned home, her heart as light as the morning mist. As she drifted into a peaceful slumber, she knew that in Willowbrook, where magic and kindness intertwined, there would always be a place for wonder and friendship. And so, beneath the gentle gaze of the moon and stars, the village of Willowbrook settled into a tranquil hush, wrapped in the comforting embrace of another enchanting day. 61. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between lush, rolling hills and a whispering forest, there lived a gentle soul named Marin. Marin had always been a creature of habit, finding comfort in the rhythm of her daily routine. Her days were spent tending to her garden, a patchwork of vibrant colors that danced beneath the sun, and her evenings were reserved for quiet moments by the hearth, where the flickering flames cast a warm glow over her cozy cottage. But deep within her heart, Marin felt a stirring, a whisper of something new and unfamiliar. It was as if the wind carried a secret just for her, one that promised adventure beyond the horizon of her known world. Despite this yearning, the thought of change filled her with trepidation. She clung to her familiar patterns like a child to a cherished blanket, fearful of what might lie beyond. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves blushed gold and crimson, Marin set out for her daily walk through the woods. The air was sweet with the scent of pine and earth, and a gentle breeze rustled the branches overhead. As she wandered deeper into the forest, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a circle of mushrooms, perfectly formed with a luminescent glow. She had heard stories of such rings, whispered tales of magic and transformation. Curiosity mingled with her apprehension, but something in the air urged her forward. As she stepped into the circle, a tingling sensation spread through her, as if the very earth beneath her feet was alive with possibility. The world around her shimmered, and she felt a gentle tug at her heart, as though inviting her to embrace the change she had so long resisted. In that moment, the forest seemed to breathe with her, its ancient magic awakening. From the shadows emerged a creature of ethereal beauty, a silver fox with eyes that sparkled like morning dew. The fox approached with graceful steps and spoke in a voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "Fear not the winds of change, dear Marin," the fox said, its eyes kind and knowing, "for within them lies the seed of your growth. Embrace the journey, and you shall find the strength that has always dwelled within you." Though her heart still fluttered with uncertainty, Marin felt a newfound courage stirring. She realized that the fox was right. Perhaps it was time to step beyond the safety of her routine and discover what lay beyond. With a nod of gratitude, she followed the fox deeper into the forest, where the path was lit by the gentle glow of the mushrooms. Along their journey, they were joined by other creatures of the woods, a wise old owl who shared stories of the stars, a playful squirrel who taught her the joy of spontaneity, and a gentle deer who showed her the peace found in stillness. Each companion offered Marin a lesson in embracing the unknown, and with every step she felt her heart grow lighter. As the days turned into weeks, Marin discovered the beauty of transformation. She learned to dance with the wind, to listen to the whispers of the trees, and to find wonder in the smallest of things. The forest became her teacher, and with each lesson she felt herself blossoming, much like her beloved garden back home. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Marin stood at the edge of a glistening lake. The fox, who had become a dear friend, stood beside her. The reflection on the water was that of a woman transformed, not by magic alone, but by the courage to embrace her own potential. "You have grown, dear Marin," said the fox, its voice filled with pride. "You have found your way through the forest of your fears, and now the world is yours to explore." Marin smiled, her heart brimming with gratitude for the journey she had undertaken and the companions who had walked beside her. She understood now that change was not something to be feared, but a gentle nudge from the universe, inviting her to become her truest self. With a heart full of newfound wisdom and an adventurous spirit, Marin returned to her village. Her garden seemed even more vibrant, as if reflecting the transformation within her. And though her routine had shifted, she found joy in the balance of old comforts and new discoveries. As the seasons turned, Marin continued to nurture her garden and her heart, always remembering the lessons of the forest. And on quiet evenings, as she sat by the crackling fire, she would tell tales of her journey to those who sought her wisdom, sharing the magic of personal growth and the beauty of embracing change. And so, in the gentle embrace of the village and the whispers of the forest, Marin lived her days with a heart open to the wonders of the world, knowing that true magic lay not in resisting change, but in welcoming it with open arms. Story 62. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the gentle rustling of leaves sang lullabies to the moon, there was a small, unassuming glade that the villagers of Elderglen rarely traversed. It was a place of serene beauty, where the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of honeysuckle, and the ground was carpeted with soft moss that glimmered like emerald velvet under the sunlight. This glade was the gateway to a hidden world, known only to those with the purest of hearts and sharpest of eyes. One such heart belonged to a young girl named Leora. With hair that tumbled like cascades of sunlight and eyes as bright and curious as a robin's, Leora was the kind of child who saw magic in the mundane. She lived with her grandmother, a wise woman who spun tales of wonder by the fireside, her voice weaving threads of enchantment that captivated young Leora's imagination. It was from these tales that Leora learned of the Enchanted Glade, a place her grandmother described as a realm of endless possibilities, where the boundaries between reality and dreams blurred like the morning mist. One crisp autumn morning, when the world was painted in hues of amber and gold, Leora set off into the woods with a heart full of adventure. She followed the winding path, her feet crunching through a carpet of fallen leaves, until she reached the glade. There, the air was different, thicker, almost palpable, with the promise of secrets waiting to be unveiled. As she stepped into the clearing, the glade seemed to sigh, welcoming her into its embrace. In the center of the glade stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches stretching toward the sky like the arms of an old guardian. Nestled in its roots was a peculiar object, a small, intricately carved wooden box. Leora felt an irresistible pull toward it, as if the box itself was whispering her name. She knelt beside it, tracing the elaborate patterns with her fingertips. The wood was warm and alive under her touch, humming with a gentle energy that resonated with her very soul. With a soft click, the box opened, revealing a shimmering stone, no larger than a robin's egg. It pulsated with a faint, ethereal glow, casting delicate patterns of light across Leora's face. As she held it in her palm, she felt a rush of warmth and a sense of profound peace. It was as though the stone was a conduit, connecting her to the very heart of the forest. Leora knew, instinctively, that this was no ordinary stone. It was the heart of the woods, a fabled treasure her grandmother had often spoken of. A stone said to hold the power to bridge worlds and bring forth the hidden wonders of nature. Yet with such power came responsibility, for the heart was also a guardian of balance, a keeper of harmony between the seen and unseen. As Leora held the heart, the world around her shifted subtly. The glade seemed to come alive, the leaves whispered secrets, the flowers turned their faces toward her, and the very air vibrated with anticipation. She realized that she was now a part of something greater, a guardian of the glade, entrusted with the care of its mysteries. Her first challenge came in the form of a shadow that crept into the forest, a blight that threatened to suffocate the vibrant life within. The trees began to wither, their leaves turning to ash, and the air grew heavy with sorrow. Leora, with the heart clutched to her chest, felt the forest's pain as if it were her own. Determined to save her beloved woods, Leora embarked on a journey to seek the source of the shadow. Guided by the whispers of the heart, she ventured deeper into the forest than ever before. The path was fraught with obstacles, tangled underbrush that snagged her clothes, murky bogs that threatened to swallow her whole. But Leora pressed on, her resolve as unyielding as the ancient trees. Along her journey, she encountered a curious creature, a fox with fur as silver as moonlight, and eyes that twinkled with mischief. His name was Reuven, and though he appeared sly, there was a kindness in his gaze that put Leora at ease. Reuven offered his aid, his nimble paws guiding her through the treacherous terrain. Together they formed an unlikely friendship, one forged in shared purpose and mutual respect. As they journeyed deeper into the heart of the forest, Leora learned to listen, not just with her ears, but with her heart. She discovered the language of the woods, the songs of the streams, and the stories etched into the bark of ancient trees. The heart revealed to her the interconnectedness of all things, the delicate web of life that bound every creature to the land they called home. It was this wisdom that led them to the source of the shadow, a dark, twisted entity born of imbalance and greed. It sought to consume the heart, to wield its power for its own ends, and in doing so threatened the very fabric of the forest. Leora understood then that true strength lay not in power, but in harmony. With Reuven by her side, she faced the entity, her heart filled with the light of the heart. She spoke not with words, but with the essence of the forest itself, extending a hand not in conflict, but in understanding. The shadow hesitated, its dark tendrils quivering in uncertainty. In that moment, Leora saw the truth. It was not a creature of malice, but of sorrow, born from the neglect and forgotten dreams of those who had once cherished the woods. She reached out with compassion, offering the shadow a place within the balance of the forest. Slowly the shadow began to dissolve, its darkness giving way to light. Where once there was despair, there was now hope, a new beginning woven into the tapestry of the glade. The forest breathed a sigh of relief, its life force restored, its harmony renewed. With the threat vanquished, Leora and Reuven returned to the glade, where the ancient oak stood proud and strong. The heart of the woods glowed warmly in Leora's hand, a testament to her courage and compassion. She knew that she was not just a guardian of the glade, but a part of its eternal story, a story of friendship that defied expectations, of wisdom that overcame adversity, and of a journey that transformed a young girl into a true caretaker of the earth. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of twilight, Leora nestled the heart back into its wooden box, returning it to the roots of the oak. She understood now that the heart was not hers to keep, but to protect and cherish, just as she cherished the friendships and lessons she had gained. With a heart full of gratitude, Leora and Reuven bid farewell to the glade, their bond stronger than ever. As they walked back through the whispering woods, the forest seemed to hum with contentment, its leaves whispering a gentle song of thanks. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Leora returned home to her grandmother, who welcomed her with open arms and a knowing smile. Together, they sat by the crackling fire, the warmth enveloping them like a tender embrace. As Leora recounted her adventure, her grandmother listened with eyes that sparkled with pride and love. In the quiet of the night, as the stars twinkled like diamonds in the velvet sky, Leora drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the magic of the woods and the promise of new adventures yet to come. For she knew that as long as there were stories to tell and hearts to guide, the world would always hold a place for those who dared to see beyond the ordinary into the extraordinary realms of wonder and possibility. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, where stars shimmered like scattered diamonds across a velvet sky, lay a vibrant planet called Verdantia. Known for its lush emerald landscapes and gentle rolling hills, Verdantia was home to the Verdantii, a race of beings with skin that mirrored the deep green of their surroundings. The Verdantii were peaceful creatures, thriving in harmony with nature, their hearts as open as the endless sky above them. On a day when the sun painted the horizon with strokes of amber and rose, a peculiar event unfolded. A small, glimmering spacecraft descended from the heavens, its hull reflecting the colors of the sky. It landed softly in a meadow, its entrance hatch opening with a gentle hiss. From the vessel emerged a being unlike any the Verdantii had seen before. This visitor was from the planet Crystallon, known for its shimmering ice cities and the ethereal beings who dwelled there. The Crystalli. The Crystalli were beings of light and crystal, their bodies refracting the light in a dazzling array of colors. This particular Crystalli, named Lyra, stood cautiously at the edge of the spacecraft, her crystalline form catching the setting sun's rays in a spectacular display. Nearby, a young Verdantii named Joran watched with curiosity from the cover of a leafy thicket. Joran was known among his people for his boundless curiosity and gentle spirit. Seeing Lyra, he felt a mix of wonder and apprehension. Gathering his courage, he stepped forward, his movements slow and deliberate, so as not to startle the visitor. "Greetings," Joran called softly, his voice as soothing as the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. "Welcome to Verdantia." Lyra turned, her eyes wide with surprise, the colors within her shifting like a kaleidoscope. "Hello," she replied, her voice a melodic chime. "I am Lyra, from Crystallon." As they began to converse, it quickly became apparent that their differences extended beyond mere appearance. Lyra's world was one of precision and logic, where emotions were often subdued beneath layers of crystalline perfection. Verdantia, in contrast, was a world of feelings and intuition, where the heart guided the hands as much as the mind did. Their initial attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings. When Joran spoke of the warmth of the sun and the joy of feeling the earth beneath his feet, Lyra struggled to comprehend. To her, warmth was a rare luxury, and the concept of feeling connected to the ground was foreign. Conversely, when Lyra described the way light danced through the crystal towers of her home, Joran found it challenging to envision such a place, where everything was as bright and hard as diamond. Despite these challenges, a bond began to form between them, woven together through their shared curiosity. They spent their days exploring the verdant fields and whispering forests, learning from one another. Joran taught Lyra to appreciate the simple joys of a sunlit morning and the rustling symphony of leaves. In return, Lyra shared stories of her ice-clad world, painting vivid pictures with her words that brought a touch of Crystallon to Verdantia. One afternoon, as they wandered through a meadow awash in wildflowers, a sudden storm rolled in from the distant mountains. The sky turned a deep, stormy gray, and rain began to fall in heavy sheets. The wind howled, bending the trees and sending ripples across the fields. Joran, accustomed to such weather, found shelter beneath a great, spreading tree. He beckoned to Lyra, who hesitated, her crystalline form not built to withstand the force of the storm. Seeing her reluctance, Joran reached out, offering his hand. "Trust me," he said, his eyes warm with reassurance. With a flicker of uncertainty, Lyra took his hand, and together they made their way to the shelter of the tree. There, as rain drummed a steady rhythm on the leaves above, Joran shared stories of storms past, of how they would pass and leave the world renewed and vibrant. Lyra listened, feeling the warmth of his words seep into her being. In that moment, she understood something new, the strength that came from sharing burdens, the comfort of companionship. It was a lesson her world had never taught her, but one that Verdantia offered freely. As the storm subsided and the sun broke through the clouds, painting the world in shades of gold and silver, Joran and Lyra emerged from their shelter. The air was fresh and crisp, carrying the scent of rain-kissed earth. Together, they walked through the glistening meadow, their steps in harmony. In the days that followed, their friendship deepened. They learned to see beyond their differences, finding strength in their diversity. Joran marveled at Lyra's ability to bring light into the darkest of places, while Lyra cherished Joran's endless capacity for wonder and his unwavering kindness. Through shared challenges and moments of mutual support, they discovered the true meaning of friendship, a bond that transcended worlds and differences, a connection that was as enduring as the stars themselves. And so, in the heart of the cosmos, under the vast canopy of the universe, a Verdantia and a Crystali stood side by side, their friendship a testament to the power of understanding and the beauty of embracing the unknown. Together, they learned that while they came from different worlds, their hearts beat in harmony, united by a shared journey and the discovery of a friendship that would last a lifetime. As the sun set on another day, casting long shadows across the land, Joran and Lyra sat side by side on a hillside, watching as the stars began to twinkle in the deepening sky. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the faint scent of blooming night flowers. It was in this serene moment that they both realized how much they had grown, not just in understanding, but in spirit. "Joran," Lyra began, her voice a gentle melody in the quiet evening, "I never imagined I would find such warmth and acceptance so far from home. You've taught me that there's so much more to the universe than I ever knew." Joran smiled, his eyes reflecting the starlight. "And you've shown me the beauty in things I've never seen, Lyra. Our worlds may be different, but our hearts are not." They sat in companionable silence for a while, watching the stars dance across the sky. It was a silence filled with unspoken words and shared understanding, a testament to the bond they had forged. In time, Lyra knew she would have to return to Crystalon. Her people would be waiting, eager to hear tales of her journey. But she also knew that part of her heart would remain on Verdantia, among the gentle hills and the friends she had found. When the day came for her departure, Joran accompanied her to the spacecraft, the grass whispering beneath their feet. At the threshold of the ship, they paused, a bittersweet moment hanging in the air. "Promise you'll come back," Joran said, his voice a mix of hope and longing. Lyra nodded, her eyes bright with emotion. "I will, Joran, and until then, I'll carry the warmth of Verdantia with me." With a final embrace, Lyra stepped into the ship, the hatch closing behind her with a soft hum. As the spacecraft lifted into the sky, Joran watched, his heart full of gratitude for the friendship that had enriched his life. And so, beneath the endless stars, a promise was made, a promise of return, of continued friendship, and of the enduring bond between two unlikely companions from different worlds. As the spacecraft disappeared into the heavens, Joran knew that no matter the distance, their friendship would remain a guiding light, as constant and as brilliant as the stars above. For in the vast tapestry of the universe, there are no strangers, only friends yet to be met, and journeys yet to be shared. And it was this understanding that would lead Lyra and Joran back to one another, time and time again, across the stars and through the ages. Story 66. The Whispering Woods and the Lantern of Truth. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of the lush and rolling hills of Oakshire, lay a small, quaint village known as Willowbrook. This village was surrounded by an ancient forest, known to all as the Whispering Woods. The woods were a place of mystery and enchantment, where the trees seemed to murmur secrets to the wind, and the leaves danced in the gentle breeze like 1,000 tiny fairies. In Willowbrook, there lived a young girl named Anwyn. With her auburn hair and bright green eyes, she resembled the very woods she loved to wander. Anwyn was known for her kind heart and boundless curiosity. She often spent her days exploring the edges of the forest, collecting wildflowers and listening to the gentle symphony of nature. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun painted the sky with strokes of gold and crimson, Anwyn set out on a journey deeper into the whispering woods than she had ever ventured before. She had heard tales of a hidden world within the forest, a place where magic thrived and the ordinary transformed into the extraordinary. As Anwyn walked, the soft crunch of fallen leaves under her feet echoed through the woods. The air was cool and fresh, carrying the earthy scent of moss and the sweetness of ripened berries. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting playful shadows that danced around her like old friends. After wandering for what seemed like hours, Anwyn stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen. In the center stood a magnificent tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches stretching towards the heavens like the arms of a gentle giant. This tree was unlike any other. Its bark shimmered with a silvery hue, and its leaves glowed with an emerald light. As she approached, Anwyn noticed something unusual at the base of the tree, a small, ornate lantern, crafted from bronze and adorned with intricate carvings of stars and moons. The lantern emitted a soft, warm glow, as if harboring a tiny piece of the sun within its confines. Curious, Anwyn reached out and touched the lantern. Instantly, she felt a surge of warmth spread through her fingertips and into her heart. The forest around her seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for something wondrous to unfold. In that moment, the lantern spoke, its voice as gentle as a whisper, yet as profound as a distant echo. "Anwyn," it said, "you have found the lantern of truth. With it comes the power to see into the hearts of others and unveil the truths hidden within their souls. But tread carefully, for truth can be both a blessing and a burden." Anwyn, though taken aback, was not afraid. She felt a sense of purpose and a quiet determination growing within her. She knew that with great power came great responsibility, and she vowed to use the lantern's gift wisely. As Anwyn journeyed back to Willowbrook, the woods seemed to come alive with a newfound energy. Birds sang with greater fervor, and the wind rustled the leaves in a melodious chorus. Anwyn felt as if she were part of a grander story, one that was just beginning to unfold. In the days that followed, Anwyn learned to wield the lantern of truth with care and compassion. She discovered that truth had the power to heal, to mend broken relationships, and to bring understanding where there was once confusion. With each revelation, Anwyn's heart swelled with empathy and wisdom. But as time went on, Anwyn also learned that truth could be painful. It could reveal hidden wounds and unearth memories long buried. She realized that not everyone was ready to embrace the truths the lantern unveiled, and she had to learn the delicate art of patience and timing. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the village was bathed in the soft glow of twilight, Anwyn found herself by the village pond. The water was as smooth as glass, reflecting the myriad stars that began to pepper the sky. As she sat there, the lantern of truth by her side, Anwyn noticed a figure approaching. It was Rowan, a boy from the village who was known for his quiet demeanor and gentle nature. Rowan and Anwyn often shared stories by the pond, their friendship blossoming like the wildflowers that grew along its banks. Tonight, however, Rowan seemed troubled. His brow was furrowed, and his usually bright eyes were clouded with worry. Anwyn sensed that something weighed heavily on his heart. "Rowan," she said softly, "what troubles you so?" Rowan hesitated, his gaze fixed on the rippling water. "Anwyn," he began, his voice barely a whisper, "there are things I have kept hidden, things I fear might change the way you see me." Anwyn reached for the lantern, its comforting glow casting a gentle light between them. "Rowan, the truth is like the stars in the night sky. It is always there, even when hidden behind clouds. Trust that it will guide us, just as it guides the travelers who follow its light." With a deep breath, Rowan spoke of his fears and insecurities, the burdens he had carried in silence. As he spoke, the lantern's light seemed to envelop them both, wrapping them in a cocoon of warmth and understanding. In that moment, Anwyn realized that the lantern's true power lay not in revealing truth, but in creating a space where truth could be shared without fear. It was a power that fostered connection, empathy, and healing. As the night wore on, Anwyn and Rowan talked until the stars began to fade and the first light of dawn kissed the horizon. They spoke of dreams and fears, of hopes and past regrets, their hearts growing lighter with each word shared. From that day forward, Anwyn used the Lantern of Truth not as a tool, but as a bridge, connecting hearts, mending rifts, and fostering friendships that transcended the boundaries of expectation. The villagers came to see the lantern not as a relic of power, but as a beacon of hope and understanding. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Anwyn's story became legend in Willowbrook. The whispering woods continued to hold their secrets, the leaves dancing to the wind's eternal song. And in the heart of the forest, the ancient tree stood as a reminder of the magic that lay within, and the truth that could transform the world. And so, as the fireside crackles and the shadows lengthen, we find ourselves at the end of our tale. But remember, dear listener, that truth is not just a lantern to be found in enchanted woods. It is a light within us all, waiting to illuminate the paths we walk and the stories we share. With a gentle sigh, the tale comes to a close, leaving behind the warmth of friendship and the glow of understanding. Sleep now, with dreams as bright and boundless as the stars that guide us home. Story 67. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and vibrant meadows, where the air was always infused with the sweet scent of blooming lilacs, there lived a gentle young woman named Clara. Clara was known for her kindness and her deep love for the woods that surrounded her home. Every morning she would wander through the forest, her senses alive with the whispering leaves and the song of the brook that wound its way through the ancient trees. Yet, despite her love for the world around her, Clara felt a heaviness in her heart, an uncertainty about the changes that life seemed to be whispering on the breeze. She cherished the familiar patterns of her days, the way the morning sun painted golden streaks on her kitchen floor, the comforting chatter of her neighbors, and the steady rhythm of village life. The thought of anything disrupting this brought a shiver of apprehension. One late afternoon, as Clara sat by the brook, dipping her fingers into the cool, flowing water, she noticed something unusual. A tiny, luminescent butterfly, unlike any she had seen before, fluttered down to rest on her hand. Its wings shimmered with an iridescent glow, shifting colors like the sky at dusk. Clara watched, mesmerized, as the butterfly fanned its wings, casting a soft, magical light around them. "Hello," came a gentle voice, startling Clara slightly. She looked around, but the woods were empty, save for the rustling leaves and the babbling brook. "Down here," the voice said. Clara blinked in surprise, realizing the voice was coming from the butterfly itself. "Oh my," she whispered, her heart fluttering with the unexpected magic of it all. "I am Lumi," the butterfly introduced, its voice as soft as a whispering breeze. "I've come to help you see the beauty in change." Clara hesitated, unsure. "Change frightens me," she confessed, her voice barely above a murmur. "Everything seems so uncertain and vast." Lumi nodded understandingly, its wings glinting in the fading light. "Change can be daunting, but it is also the canvas upon which new beginnings are painted. Would you allow me to guide you?" Though hesitant, something in Lumi's presence soothed Clara's fears, and she nodded. "Yes, I'd like that." With a gentle flutter, Lumi led Clara deeper into the woods than she had ever ventured before. The forest air was rich with the scent of pine and earth, and the ground beneath her feet was a tapestry of fallen leaves, soft and inviting. Clara felt a quiet strength in the ancient trees, their branches forming a cathedral of green above her. As they walked, Lumi spoke softly of the magic woven into the fabric of the world, a magic that thrived on change and growth. Clara listened, her heart opening to the possibilities she had never dared to consider. In a clearing, bathed in the soft glow of twilight, Lumi paused and gestured with its delicate wings to a cluster of wildflowers. "Look closely, Clara," it encouraged. Clara knelt down, her fingers brushing against the petals that seemed to hum with a quiet energy. "What is it?" she asked, sensing something wondrous just beyond her understanding. "These flowers," Lumi explained, "are like moments of change. They bloom with the promise of transformation, revealing colors and patterns unseen before. Each one is unique, yet all are part of the same cycle. Clara watched in awe as the flowers began to shift, their hues blending and changing before her eyes. She felt a warmth spread through her, a gentle acceptance of the changes she had feared. As the colors danced, she realized that change was not something to be fought against but embraced, for it was through change that beauty and wisdom unfolded. Feeling lighter, Clara rose to her feet, a newfound calm settling within her. "Thank you, Lumi," she said softly. "I think I'm beginning to understand." Lumi alighted on her shoulder, its presence a comforting weight. "Remember, Clara, you are never alone. Friends and loved ones are like stars in the night sky, guiding you through the darkness." With Lumi's words echoing in her heart, Clara returned to the village, her steps sure and steady. She found her friends waiting, their faces illuminated by the warm glow of lanterns as they gathered to share stories and laughter. As the evening wore on, Clara felt the gentle support of her friends, each one a beacon of kindness and understanding. She realized that her own growth was mirrored in their companionship, each moment of change a new thread in the tapestry of their shared lives. In the days that followed, Clara embraced the changes that came her way, her heart open to the magic of possibility. She discovered that within her was a strength she had never known, a resilience born of the gentle guidance of a tiny butterfly and the love of those who surrounded her. And so, in the quiet of the forest and the warmth of her village, Clara found her peace. She learned that the beauty of personal discovery was not in resisting change, but in welcoming it with an open heart, trusting in the magic of transformation and the friends who walked the journey beside her. Under the starlit sky, as the village drifted into slumber, Clara lay in her bed, the soft rustle of leaves whispering through her window. She smiled, her heart full and content, knowing that the beauty of life lay in its ever-changing dance, a dance she was now a willing part of. And as she closed her eyes, she felt the gentle flutter of Lumi's wings, a reminder that she was never truly alone. Story 68. In a quaint and quiet village nestled between rolling emerald hills and shimmering streams, there lived a gentle soul named Leora. Her days were filled with the simple joys of tending to her garden, where sunflowers nodded lazily in the breeze and the scent of lavender hung sweetly in the air. Leora had often felt a whispering call from the past, a gentle nudge that tugged at the edges of her consciousness. Her grandmother, a wise woman who seemed to know the secrets of the earth and sky, had once shared stories of their ancestors, guardians of an ancient legacy that had long been forgotten. These tales, softly spoken beside the warmth of the kitchen hearth, painted pictures of wondrous artifacts imbued with magic and meaning. One golden morning, as the first rays of dawn kissed the dewdrops on her garden leaves, Leora discovered a curious object half buried in the soil. It was a small, intricately carved box of warm mahogany, its surface etched with symbols that seemed to dance in the light. Her heart skipped with a sense of familiarity, as if the box had been waiting for her all along. With gentle care, she brushed away the earth and opened the box. Inside lay a delicate necklace, its pendant a translucent stone that shimmered like captured starlight. As her fingers traced the cool surface, a warm glow enveloped her, and she felt a connection to something far greater than herself. It was as if the voices of her ancestors whispered through the ages, guiding her toward an understanding that had eluded her until now. Eager to uncover the story behind this enchanting find, Leora sought the wisdom of the village elder, a kind-hearted sage named Tavian, known for his deep knowledge of the old ways. His cottage was a haven of serenity, filled with the comforting aroma of herbs and the soft, flickering light of candles. Tavian listened intently as Leora recounted her discovery, nodding with a knowing smile. "Ah, my dear," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "You have found the Heartstone, a symbol of unity and strength passed down through generations. It holds the essence of our heritage and the wisdom of those who came before us." The elders shared tales of their ancestors, a community bound by friendship and harmony, who revered the natural world and lived in balance with its rhythms. The Heartstone, he explained, was a reminder of their values, kindness, courage, and the enduring power of love. As Leora listened, she felt a deep sense of belonging, as if the threads of her life were weaving into a tapestry that spanned across time. The lessons of her ancestors resonated within her, teaching her that true strength lies in the bonds we forge and the love we share. With newfound clarity, Leora returned to her garden, the heartstone resting warmly against her chest. She began to see her world through different eyes, the vibrant colors of the flowers, the gentle rustle of the leaves, the symphony of birdsong that filled the air. Each moment was a gift, a reflection of the legacy she now carried forward. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of rose and gold, Leora sat beneath the old willow tree, its branches swaying softly in the evening breeze. She felt at peace, embraced by the gentle glow of the heartstone, a beacon of the love and wisdom that flowed through her veins. In that tranquil moment, she understood that the journey of discovery was not just about uncovering the past, but about embracing the present with gratitude and grace. The legacy of her ancestors was alive within her, a guiding light that would illuminate her path and inspire others to seek the beauty in their own stories. And so, with the stars twinkling like distant ancestors watching over her, Leora closed her eyes, her heart full and content. She had found her place in the world, a place of connection, understanding, and endless possibilities. As she drifted into a peaceful slumber, she knew that the legacy of the Heartstone would continue to glow brightly, a timeless testament to the enduring power of love and unity. Story 69. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled between rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Lily. Her days were filled with the simple joys of exploring the meadows and befriending the woodland creatures that called the forest home. One crisp autumn morning, Lily ventured into the woods as she often did, her curious eyes scanning the fallen leaves for any signs of adventure. As she rounded a bend in the well-trodden path, something caught her eye. A glimmer of golden light peeking out from beneath a carpet of rust-colored foliage. Brushing aside the leaves, Lily gasped in delight as she uncovered a small, intricately carved wooden box. Its surface was adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer and dance in the dappled sunlight. Lily's fingers traced the intricate markings, and as she did, the lid of the box sprang open with a soft click. Inside, nestled on a bed of velvet, lay a single acorn. But this was no ordinary acorn. It shimmered with an otherworldly glow, its surface smooth and polished like a precious gemstone. Lily reached out to touch it, and as her fingertips made contact, a warm tingle spread through her body, filling her with a sense of wonder unlike anything she had ever experienced. From that moment on, Lily's world was forever changed. The acorn, she soon discovered, possessed an extraordinary power, the ability to bring inanimate objects to life with the mere touch of her hand. A stick became a loyal walking companion, a pebble transformed into a playful puppy, and the fallen leaves danced and swirled at her command. At first, Lily reveled in her newfound magic, her days filled with endless delight and discovery. But as time passed, she began to realize that with great power came great responsibility. The forest creatures, once her friends, now looked to her for guidance and protection. It was then that Lily embarked on a journey, not a physical one, but a journey of the heart and mind. She sought out the wisdom of the ancient oak trees, the whispering streams, and the gentle meadow flowers, learning the ways of nature and the importance of balance and harmony. Along the way, she found unexpected allies in the form of a quirky squirrel named Nutkin, whose mischievous antics often concealed surprising insights, and a wise old owl named Hooty, whose soft hoots offered sage advice. Together, they faced challenges that tested their courage and compassion. When a greedy logger threatened to destroy the forest, it was not through force but through wisdom and diplomacy that Lily and her friends were able to sway his heart and protect their beloved home. And when a terrible drought struck the land, Lily used her magic to coax the rain clouds to open, quenching the thirsty earth and ensuring that the delicate balance of nature was restored. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Lily grew into a young woman whose kindness and understanding touched all who knew her. The acorn's power became a tool for nurturing and healing, bringing joy and wonder to those around her. And though the magic of the acorn was extraordinary, Lily knew that her greatest power lay not in the ability to command objects, but in the capacity to love and cherish the world around her, a lesson she carried with her always, like a warm embrace from the forest itself. So, as the night draws to a close and the embers of the fire fade, remember the tale of Lily and the Enchanted Acorn, a story of discovery, friendship, and the extraordinary magic that can be found in the most ordinary of places, if only we open our hearts to its wonders. Story 70? Story 71. Story 72. Once upon a time, in the vast expanse of the universe, where stars twinkled like a million lanterns in the velvet sky, there were two distant planets, each with its unique inhabitants. One was the lush, emerald-covered planet of Verdantia, home to the gentle Verdantians, creatures resembling elegant deer with shimmering leaf-like antlers that glowed softly in the moonlight. The other was the arid, rust-colored world of Farum, inhabited by the Ferites, sturdy beings with metallic skin and eyes that sparkled like polished gemstones. Despite the vast distance separating their worlds, a series of cosmic events had aligned to bring together two unlikely companions. From Verdantia came Lyra, a curious and kind-hearted Verdantian, whose antlers glowed with the soft light of 1,000 tiny stars. From Farum came Zeph, a resourceful and resilient Ferrite, whose metallic skin gleamed like polished copper. Their meeting was not by chance, but by the workings of an ancient interstellar tradition known as the Convergence, a rare event when the gravitational forces of their planets aligned perfectly, creating a temporary bridge of shimmering light connecting the two worlds. It was said that during the convergence, those who dared to cross the bridge would gain wisdom and insight beyond their wildest dreams. Lyra, with her adventurous spirit, and Zeph, driven by a desire to understand the universe beyond his own world, both embarked on this mystical journey. They met at the bridge's midpoint, where the air was thick with shimmering particles of stardust, and the silence was punctuated only by the gentle hum of cosmic energies. At first, their encounter was marked by misunderstanding. Lyra, with her gentle grace and ethereal presence, found Zeph's sturdy metallic form intimidating. Meanwhile, Zeph, accustomed to the harsh conditions of Farum, mistook Lyra's delicate appearance for fragility. They exchanged polite, cautious greetings, both unsure of what to make of the other. Their initial attempt to communicate was fraught with confusion. Lyra spoke in soft, melodic tones, her words like a gentle breeze rustling through leaves, while Zeph's voice had the resonance of deep, rolling thunder. Each struggled to understand the other's language, and their efforts were met with awkward silences and hesitant gestures. But the Bridge of Light was a place of magic, and its energies soon worked to bridge not just the gap between their worlds, but between their hearts. As they journeyed further across the bridge, facing the challenges of the unknown together, they began to learn each other's ways. One night, as they rested beneath a canopy of stars that shone brighter than any they had ever seen, Lyra shared the stories of her ancestors, tales of harmony and growth among the forests of Verdantia. Her antlers glowed softly, casting a gentle light that enveloped them both. Zeph listened intently, his eyes reflecting the light like mirrors, and in that moment he saw not fragility, but a strength that was gentle and enduring. In return, Zeph spoke of Farum, of the resilience required to thrive in its harsh landscapes. He described the beauty he found in the patterns of rust on ancient stones, and the way the sun set the sky ablaze with fiery hues. As he talked, Lyra began to see the world through his eyes, recognizing the strength and beauty in the starkness he described. Their bond deepened as they faced shared challenges. The bridge was not without its trials, and they encountered storms of cosmic energy that threatened to sweep them away. In those moments, they leaned on each other for support, Lyra's wisdom guiding them through the storm's chaos, and Zeph's strength anchoring them against its force. Through these trials, they found comfort in each other's presence. Lyra discovered that Zeph's solid form was a source of warmth and protection, while Zeph found solace in Lyra's gentle light, which calmed his heart and soothed his spirit. As the convergence drew to a close and the bridge began to fade, Lyra and Zeph stood at its end, looking back at the journey they had shared. They had come to understand that friendship was not about sameness, but about embracing each other's differences and finding strength in unity. With a newfound appreciation for their own worlds and each other's, they prepared to return to their planets. As they parted, they exchanged a promise to carry the lessons they had learned into their lives, ensuring that the Bridge of Light would remain, not in the sky, but in their hearts. And so, under a sky ablaze with the fading glow of the convergence, Lyra and Zeph returned to their homes, forever changed by the friendship they had forged among the stars. Though they were separated by the vastness of space, they knew that their bond would endure, shining brightly like the stars above, a testament to the power of understanding and the magic of friendship. Story 73. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang softly to the rhythm of the wind and the ground was carpeted with a thick, velvety layer of moss, lay the tranquil village of Willowbrook. The village was known for its charming cottages, each with unique, colorful shutters and gardens spilling over with vibrant flowers. Smoke curled lazily from chimneys, filling the air with the comforting aroma of burning wood and freshly baked bread. The villagers of Willowbrook were accustomed to a serene life, surrounded by the gentle magic that infused the forest. It was a place where the birds could be heard chatting with the squirrels, and the streams giggled as they danced over smooth stones. However, lately, a series of strange occurrences had set the villagers at witter with curiosity and mild concern. Every morning, just as the sun kissed the horizon, small objects would mysteriously move from their places. Teacups would relocate from kitchen tables to garden walls, and watering cans would be found hanging from tree branches, as if the trees themselves had decided to tend to the gardens. Though these happenings were harmless, they had puzzled the villagers, who were keen on understanding the playful mischief. Among the villagers was a young girl named Lila, known for her inquisitive nature and gentle heart. Lila had a particular fondness for the magical creatures that dwelled in the whispering woods, and often spent her afternoons exploring the forest paths, befriending the creatures she met along the way. Her best friend was a wise old owl named Oliver, who had feathers the color of moonlight and eyes that gleamed with ancient wisdom. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves crunched underfoot and the air was filled with the scent of cinnamon and cloves, Lila set out to unravel the mystery of the moving objects. She donned her favorite woolen cloak, the one her grandmother had knitted, and tucked a notebook under her arm to record her observations. Her first stop was the quaint cottage of Mrs. Poppy, the village baker, who greeted Lila with a warm smile and a plate of freshly baked scones. "Oh, Lila dear," Mrs. Poppy chuckled, "those teacups of mine have quite the wanderlust. I found them perched on the windowsill this morning, enjoying the sunrise." Lila noted the incident in her book, and with a scone in hand, continued her investigation. She meandered through the village, speaking with the blacksmith whose tools had mysteriously rearranged themselves, and the gardener whose watering cans had taken to the trees. As she walked, Lila listened closely to the whispers of the forest, for she knew that the woods held secrets and stories untold. The rustle of leaves and the babble of brooks were like a melody, guiding her deeper into the heart of the forest where the oldest magic lay. It was here, in a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight, that Lila found Oliver perched on a low branch. The owl blinked thoughtfully as Lila approached, her curiosity evident in her bright eyes. "Hello, Oliver," Lila greeted, giving a small bow. "I seek your wisdom in solving a curious puzzle. The objects in our village have taken to wandering in the night, and I wonder if the forest knows why." Oliver ruffled his feathers, considering the question. "Ah, young Lila," he hooted softly, "the forest is alive with ancient magic, and not all of it is understood by those who dwell in cottages. Sometimes the magic decides to play, to remind us of its presence and its joy." "But why now?" Lila asked, settling onto the soft moss beside the owl. "Why have the objects begun to move only recently?" Oliver tilted his head, his eyes reflecting the gold of the autumn leaves. "Perhaps the forest wishes to share a message or a lesson. Have you noticed anything else that might offer a clue?" Lila thought for a moment, recalling her observations. "The objects always move at dawn, when the first light touches the village, and they seem to gather in places where they can see the sunrise." The owl hooted in agreement, a sound like the gentle rustle of leaves. Very good, Lila. The dawn is a time of new beginnings, of light overcoming darkness. Perhaps the forest wishes to teach the village the importance of embracing change and seeing the world from a new perspective. With the wisdom of Oliver's words, Lila felt a spark of understanding. The forest's magic was not a mystery to be solved, but a reminder to be cherished. The moving objects were an invitation for the villagers to pause, to appreciate the beauty of their world, and to find joy in the unexpected. Armed with this insight, Leela returned to the village and gathered the villagers in the town square. As the sun dipped behind the trees, casting a warm glow over Willowbrook, she shared Oliver's message. "The forest is inviting us to see our world anew," Leela explained, her voice clear and steady, "to find joy in the little changes and to embrace the magic of each sunrise." The villagers listened, nodding as the truth of her words resonated in their hearts. From that day forward, they welcomed the playful magic of the forest, delighting in the whimsical surprises that greeted them each morning. And so, the village of Willowbrook continued to thrive, nestled in the heart of the whispering woods, where the air was always filled with the scent of fresh bread and the gentle hum of ancient magic. The villagers learned to cherish the dawn, to seek out the beauty in each day, and to find comfort in the knowledge that they were part of a world filled with wonder and possibility. As for Lila, she continued her explorations, guided by the wisdom of her friend Oliver, and the understanding that sometimes the greatest mysteries are those that invite us to open our hearts and see the world through eyes of wonder. And each night, as the stars twinkled overhead and the forest whispered its lullabies, Willowbrook slumbered in peace, comforted by the magic that cradled them all. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between rolling green hills and a placid, shimmering lake, there was a small cobblestone cottage that stood at the edge of an ancient forest. The cottage, with ivy clinging to its stone walls and a wooden door that creaked with age, belonged to a kindly old woman named Clara. Clara was known throughout the village not just for her herbal remedies and wisdom, but also for her stories about the world beyond the hills. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced down from the trees in hues of gold and crimson, Clara discovered a peculiar item in her garden. It was a simple-looking, well-worn wooden spoon. But as she held it, she felt a gentle warmth spreading through her fingers, as if the spoon was alive with a soft, pulsing heartbeat. Intrigued, Clara brought the spoon inside her cozy kitchen, where the scent of fresh-baked bread mingled with the earthy aroma of drying herbs. She placed the spoon on her wooden table, and as she did, an astonishing thing happened. The spoon shimmered with a faint, luminescent glow, casting a gentle light that filled the room with a comforting warmth. Curious about the spoon's secret, Clara decided to take it to her dear friend Henry, the village's wise blacksmith. Henry, with his thick beard and twinkling eyes, was known for his knowledge of all things mysterious. As Clara entered his workshop, the clang of hammer on anvil rang out, mingling with the smell of hot metal and burning coal. Henry examined the spoon with a thoughtful gaze. "This," he said, "is no ordinary spoon. It is a spoon of stories, an ancient relic said to hold the tales of the world. It is said that when stirred in a pot, it can reveal the truths hidden in the depths of hearts and minds." Clara was fascinated. "But what should I do with it?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Henry smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "Perhaps it is time for a journey, Clara. A journey to discover what stories this spoon has to tell." Encouraged by Henry's words, Clara decided to embark on a journey into the heart of the ancient forest, where she had never ventured before. She packed a small satchel with her herbal remedies, the spoon, and a loaf of her crusty bread. As she stepped onto the forest path, the air was filled with the scent of pine needles and the distant chatter of birds. As Clara walked deeper into the forest, the trees seemed to whisper secrets, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. She followed a winding stream, its water sparkling under the dappled sunlight, until she arrived at a clearing where a gentle waterfall cascaded into a crystal-clear pool. In the clearing, Clara met a curious creature named Finn. Finn was a small, fluffy creature with a coat as soft as a cloud and eyes as bright as the morning sun. Finn was known in the forest for his playful nature and boundless curiosity. "What brings you here, Clara?" Finn asked, his voice like a soft melody. Clara smiled and showed Finn the wooden spoon, explaining its mystical properties. Finn's eyes widened with excitement. "Oh, we must discover its story. Let's stir the spoon in the pool's water and see what it reveals." With Finn's encouragement, Clara knelt by the pool and gently stirred the spoon in the water. As she did, the surface of the pool shimmered and began to swirl with colors, forming shapes and images that danced in the water's depths. To Clara's amazement, a story unfolded before them. It was a tale of a forgotten village, hidden deep within the forest, where a great oak tree stood as the heart of the community. The tree, however, had fallen into a deep slumber, its branches drooping with sorrow, causing the village to fade from memory. "The tree needs to awaken," Finn said, his voice filled with determination. "But how can we help?" Clara pondered, her mind racing through the stories and wisdom she'd gathered over the years. Then it struck her, a memory of a tale told by her grandmother about the power of laughter and joy, and how it could awaken even the deepest slumber. "Laughter!" Clara exclaimed. "We must bring laughter back to the tree." With renewed purpose, Clara and Finn set off to gather the creatures of the forest. They met with the chatty squirrels, the wise old owl, and the mischievous foxes, each eager to help. Together they devised a plan to hold a grand festival beneath the oak tree, filled with music, stories, and joy. As the sun began to set, casting a golden hue over the forest, the festival began. Clara, with her spoon of stories, told tales that made everyone laugh until their sides ached. Finn led games that had the squirrels and foxes dancing and the owl hooting with delight. As the laughter echoed through the forest, a magical thing happened. The great oak tree began to stir, its branches lifting towards the sky, leaves shimmering with vibrant life. The village, hidden in the tree's shadow, slowly reappeared, its people awakening with smiles and gratitude. Clara and Finn watched in awe as the tree, now filled with life and joy, stood proudly at the heart of the village once more. The grateful villagers thanked Clara, Finn, and all the forest creatures for their kindness and wisdom. As the stars twinkled overhead, Clara knew it was time to return home. The journey had changed her, filling her heart with the magic of friendship and the power of laughter. The spoon, now resting in her satchel, had shared its first story, but Clara knew there were many more tales waiting to be discovered. And so, with a warm heart and a gentle smile, Clara returned to her cottage by the lake, where the fire crackled softly in the hearth, and the night embraced the village with a blanket of peace. And from that day on, Clara continued to share the stories of the spoon, spreading joy and wonder wherever she went, knowing that the simplest of objects could hold the most extraordinary secrets. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. Story 81. Story 82. In the heart of the ancient verdant wood forest, where the trees whispered secrets older than time itself, lay a hidden world unknown to most. This forest thrived under the gentle guardianship of creatures both seen and unseen, each playing a role in the delicate balance of nature. The air was perpetually infused with the heady scent of moss and pine, and the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze sounded like the forest's own quiet symphony. At the center of this lush wilderness was a particularly grand oak, known as the elder tree. Its vast branches stretched towards the sky, and its roots delved deep into the earth, connecting it to all the life surrounding it. This venerable tree was the heart of the forest, a living repository of wisdom and magic. It was said that the elder tree had witnessed the changing of countless seasons, each one leaving its mark in the rings of its trunk. As spring unfurled her emerald banners across the landscape, a gathering began beneath the oak's expansive canopy. This was a time of renewal and celebration, marking the beginning of another cycle of growth and abundance. Creatures of every kind convened here, the nimble-footed deer with their gentle eyes, the wise old owls with feathers as soft as the dusk, and the industrious squirrels, their fur a flash of russet among the greenery. Even the tiniest of beings, like the glittering dragonflies and the industrious ants, found their place in this circle of life. Among these creatures was a young fox named Rowan. With fur as bright as autumn leaves and eyes the color of amber, he was known for his curiosity and kindness. Rowan had grown up hearing the stories of the elder tree and the magic that pulsed throughout the forest, and he dreamed of understanding the mysteries that lay hidden within the woods. On this particular day, the air was alive with the scent of blooming wildflowers and the distant song of the river winding its way through the forest. Rowan found himself seated at the foot of the elder tree, listening intently to the stories being shared. The forest elders, wise creatures who had lived through many seasons, spoke of the importance of harmony and balance, of how every creature, no matter how small, contributed to the whole. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting a warm, golden light across the forest floor, an unexpected visitor arrived. It was Zephyr, a gentle spirit of the wind, who often roamed the skies and danced among the treetops. Zephyr's presence was as light as a whisper, and whenever he appeared, the leaves would shimmer and sway, as if greeting an old friend. "Rowan," Zephyr called softly, his voice barely more than a breeze, "come walk with me." Intrigued, Rowan rose to his paws and followed the wind spirit. They moved through the forest, Zephyr guiding him with a playful gust here, a gentle nudge there. The world around them seemed to come alive with vibrant colors and sounds, the call of a distant owl, the trickle of a nearby brook, the soft crunch of leaves underfoot. As they wandered deeper into the woods, Zephyr began to share stories of the seasons and the magic they carried. "Each season brings its own gifts," Zephyr explained. "Spring brings renewal and hope, summer warmth and abundance, autumn wisdom and reflection, and winter rest and resilience. The forest thrives because each season knows its place and purpose." Rowan listened intently, his heart swelling with understanding. He realized that just as the seasons worked together, so too did the creatures of the forest, each with their own role to play in maintaining the harmony of their home. Their journey led them to a clearing where the ground was carpeted with soft, fragrant moss and the sky above was a canvas of twinkling stars. Here Zephyr paused, allowing Rowan to take in the beauty of the world around him. "Remember this, young Rowan," Zephyr continued, his voice gentle and wise. "True strength lies not in power or force, but in understanding and cooperation. The forest flourishes because its inhabitants work together, respecting the balance of nature." Rowan nodded, feeling the truth of Zephyr's words resonate deep within him. He understood now that his own small acts of kindness and curiosity could contribute to the greater good of the forest. He felt a renewed sense of purpose, ready to play his part in this intricate dance of life. As Zephyr prepared to depart, he left Rowan with one final message. "Cherish the stories of the elders, for they are the threads that weave the tapestry of our world. Pass them on, and you will keep the magic of the forest alive for generations to come." With that, Zephyr took to the skies once more, a gentle breeze rustling through the treetops. Rowan watched him go, feeling a serene sense of peace settle over him. He knew that he was part of something much larger than himself, a timeless cycle of life and magic. Returning to the elder tree, Rowan rejoined the gathering of creatures, his heart full of newfound wisdom. As the stars twinkled above and the night wrapped the forest in its tranquil embrace, the stories continued to be shared, each one a testament to the enduring harmony of the natural world. And so, under the watchful gaze of the elder tree, the forest thrived, a sanctuary of life and wonder, where creatures great and small lived in balance with the seasons and with one another. Rowan, with his bright eyes and gentle heart, became a guardian of the forest's secrets, ensuring that the wisdom of the past would light the path for all who followed. In the quiet of the night, as the last embers of the day faded into darkness, a sense of comfort and resolution settled over the forest. It was a place where magic and reality entwined, a haven of peace and possibility, forever cradled in the arms of nature. Story 83. Title: The Whispering Woods. In a quaint little village nestled between rolling green hills and a vast, shimmering forest, there lived a girl named Leora. Her heart was as warm as the summer sun, and her curiosity was as boundless as the starry night sky. Leora was known throughout the village for her gentle spirit and her love for the forest, which stood like a guardian beyond the village's edge, its leaves whispering secrets that only Leora seemed to hear. Leora's days were filled with wonder as she wandered through the village with her best friend, a clever fox named Finnegan. Finnegan had soft russet fur that gleamed in the sunlight and eyes that sparkled with intelligence and mischief. Together, they explored the hidden nooks and crannies of their world, always seeking the mysteries that lay just beyond their fingertips. One crisp autumn morning, as the scent of fallen leaves and wood smoke filled the air, Leora and Finnegan set off on one of their many adventures. The forest, with its canopy of amber and gold, beckoned them with its enchanting allure. As they wandered deeper into the woods, the familiar path gave way to a trail neither had seen before, overgrown and winding like a forgotten dream. Curiosity tugged at Leora's heart. "Shall we see where it leads, Finnegan?" she asked, her voice a soft melody in the quiet of the forest. Finnegan twitched his bushy tail in agreement, his eyes alight with excitement. Together they stepped onto the path, feeling the crunch of leaves beneath their feet and paws, the cool breeze whispering through the trees like a gentle lullaby. As they delved deeper, the forest seemed to change around them. The light grew softer, filtered through a veil of delicate branches. The air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and the distant, melodic calls of unseen birds. And then, quite suddenly, they found themselves standing before a grand ancient tree. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, its bark etched with the passage of time. From within its depths came a soft, glowing light, warm and inviting. Leora approached the tree with reverence, her heart pounding with a sense of discovery. As she reached out to touch the bark, the light pulsed gently, and a soft, musical voice filled the air. "Welcome, seekers of truth," it said, resonating like a choir of distant stars. Startled, Leora drew back, but Finnegan stood firm, his gaze fixed on the tree. "We've come to explore," Leora said, finding her voice, "to understand the secrets of the forest." The tree's light shimmered in response, casting a gentle glow that seemed to wrap around them like a warm embrace. "You have found the heart of the Whispering Woods," the voice explained, "a place where the stories of the forest come to life, where the past and the future entwine." As the words washed over them, the world around Leora and Finnegan began to change. The forest shimmered and shifted, revealing a hidden world teeming with magic and wonder. Creatures of all shapes and sizes appeared, their eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom and playful curiosity. There were tiny fairies flitting about on gossamer wings, their laughter like the tinkling of bells. Majestic stags with antlers that glowed like moonlight stood among the trees, watching with gentle eyes. Leora felt a thrill of joy and awe. This hidden realm was a tapestry of life and magic, woven together by threads of light and shadow. She and Finnegan wandered through this enchanted world, marveling at its beauty, until they came upon a small clearing. In the center of the clearing stood a stone pedestal, upon which rested a small ornate box. Its surface was intricately carved with patterns that seemed to shift and change, catching the light and drawing the eye with their mesmerizing dance. Leora approached the box, her fingers tracing the delicate carvings. "What is this?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The tree's voice answered, its tone gentle and wise. "This is the Box of Echoes, a vessel of memories and dreams. It holds the stories of those who have come before and those yet to come. To open it is to embark on a journey of discovery and transformation." Leora felt a flutter of excitement in her chest. She glanced at Finnegan, who nodded encouragingly, his eyes bright with anticipation. Taking a deep breath, Leora lifted the lid of the box. A soft, golden light spilled forth, and the air was filled with the sound of distant music, like the echoes of a long-forgotten melody. Leora and Finnegan leaned closer, drawn into the light, and found themselves swept away on a journey through time and space. They drifted through scenes of wonder and mystery, witnessing the lives of those who had walked the forest paths before them. They saw a young girl, much like Leora, who had befriended a mischievous raccoon and discovered the secret of the singing stones. They watched as an elderly man, with hair as white as snow, found solace and wisdom among the trees, guided by the gentle touch of a wise owl. With each story, Leora felt a connection, a thread binding her to the tapestry of life that stretched across time. She realized that every creature, every soul that had passed through the forest, had left an imprint, a story that was woven into the very fabric of the Whispering Woods. As the final echoes of the music faded, Leora and Finnegan found themselves back in the clearing, the box of echoes glowing softly on its pedestal. The tree's voice spoke once more, filled with warmth and kindness. You have seen the stories of the past, and now it is time for you to shape the future. The Whispering Woods are yours to protect, to cherish, and to share with those who seek their magic. Leora felt a deep sense of purpose, a newfound understanding of her place in the world. She knew that the forest held secrets beyond imagination, but it was also a living, breathing entity that needed love and care. With Finnegan by her side, she vowed to honor the stories of the past and to create new tales for the future. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Leora and Finnegan made their way back to the village. The forest, once a place of mystery, now felt like a friend, a sanctuary filled with whispers of hope and dreams. From that day on, Leora and Finnegan became the guardians of the Whispering Woods, sharing its magic with all who sought it. Their adventures became legends, stories shared around warm fires on cold winter nights. And as the stars twinkled in the velvet sky, the forest stood watch, its heart beating with the stories of those who had come before and those who would come after. For in the Whispering Woods, every soul was a part of the grand tapestry of life, woven together by love, friendship, and the timeless magic of the world. The tale of Leora and Finnegan is a reminder that the world is filled with wonder and wisdom, waiting to be discovered by those with open hearts and curious minds. As you drift into slumber, may your dreams be filled with the magic of the Whispering Woods, where stories live and secrets dance in the light of the moon. Story 84. Story 85. Title: The Secret of the Whispering Woods. In the tranquil village of Wildwood, nestled at the edge of the Whispering Woods, there lived a girl named Leora. The village was a serene tapestry of cobblestone paths, thatched cottages, and fields that stretched endlessly beneath a sky that seemed to cradle the sun. It was a place where time meandered like the gentle brook that wound its way through the village, bringing with it stories of the forest's ancient mysteries. Leora was known among the villagers for her curious spirit and her kindness that warmed even the coldest of hearts. Her days were spent exploring the woods, where the trees whispered secrets through their rustling leaves. These woods were rumored to be enchanted, a place where the ordinary world met the extraordinary. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun painted the forest with golden light, Leora set out on one of her usual adventures. The air was filled with the scent of pine and earth, and the ground crunched softly beneath her boots. She wore a cloak the color of twilight, its hood pulled up against the chill, and carried with her a small leather satchel, a gift from her grandmother who had told her stories of the forest's magic. As she wandered deeper into the woods, following a path that seemed to call her name, she stumbled upon something unusual. Beneath a sprawling oak tree, shrouded in a cascade of amber leaves, lay an object that glimmered faintly in the morning light. It was a delicate silver key, its surface etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and dance as she held it in her hand. Leora felt a tingle of excitement, tempered by curiosity. She had heard stories of magical objects hidden within the forest, but never had she imagined finding one herself. Clutching the key, she continued her journey, the forest now feeling more alive, as if it were guiding her steps. As she walked, the path began to change. The trees grew taller, their branches weaving a canopy that dappled the ground in soft hues. The air was filled with a gentle hum, like a distant melody, and Leora felt as though she were being drawn towards something unseen. After what felt like hours, she arrived at a clearing bathed in sunlight. At its center stood an ancient stone archway, entwined with ivy and covered in runes that glowed softly. Leora's heart raced, for she knew this was no ordinary place. This was the gateway to the hidden world of the Whispering Woods, a realm spoken of only in hushed tones and bedtime tales. With the key trembling in her hand, she approached the archway. As she inserted the key into a hidden lock, the runes flared with light, and the air shimmered with anticipation. The archway began to hum, and slowly it opened, revealing a world beyond the veil of the ordinary. Leora stepped through, her breath catching in her throat. The hidden world was a tapestry of wonders, a place where the fantastical mingled with the familiar. Flowers of every hue filled the air with their fragrance, and creatures of legend darted between the trees, their eyes alight with curiosity and warmth. As she ventured further, Leora met a small fox with fur like spun gold. His eyes sparkled with intelligence, and he introduced himself as Finley, a guardian of the forest. Finley explained that the key she had found was one of the forest keys, magical objects that maintained the balance between the two worlds. Each key was entrusted to a guardian, chosen by the forest itself. Leora listened with rapt attention, her heart swelling with wonder at the responsibility that had been bestowed upon her. Finley spoke of the forest's harmony, its delicate balance threatened by those who sought to exploit its magic for selfish gain. The keys, he said, were the forest's way of ensuring that only those with pure hearts could access its secrets. Over the days that followed, Leora and Finley explored the hidden world together. She learned of the creatures that called it home and the enchantments that wove it into being. They visited the luminal grove, where the trees glowed with an inner light, and the crystal falls, whose waters sang with the voices of the ancients. Each place was a marvel, a testament to the forest's magic and its enduring beauty. Yet, as much as Leora marveled at the wonders around her, she was also aware of the responsibility she bore. The key she had found was a symbol of trust, a bond between her and the forest. It was a promise to protect this hidden world and to ensure its secrets were kept safe from those who would do it harm. One evening, as the setting sun painted the sky with hues of rose and gold, Leora and Finley sat beside a babbling brook. The air was cool, and the forest was filled with the gentle songs of night creatures waking to the twilight. Leora, Finley began, his voice soft with the weight of what he was about to say. The forest chose you for a reason. It sensed the kindness in your heart and the strength in your spirit. But this journey isn't just about protecting the forest. It's also about discovering who you are and what you are capable of. Leora listened, the warmth of Finley's words settling over her like a comforting blanket. She knew what he said was true. The forest was a part of her now, as much as she was a part of it. In its depths, she had found a sense of belonging, a connection to something greater than herself. As the days turned to weeks, Leora's bond with the forest deepened. She learned to listen to its whispers, to understand its needs and desires. She discovered a strength within her that she had never known, a quiet resilience that allowed her to face the challenges that came her way. But not all who entered the forest were as kind-hearted as Leora. One day, while exploring a secluded glen, she encountered a stranger. He was a tall man with a sharp gaze and an air of mystery about him. His presence unsettled her, for she sensed an undercurrent of darkness in his intentions. The man introduced himself as Marcellus, a traveler seeking the forest's secrets. He spoke in a smooth, persuasive voice, weaving tales of exploration and discovery. Yet beneath his words, Leora sensed a hunger, a desire to possess the magic of the forest for himself. Leora knew she had to protect the forest from Marcellus's greed. She and Finley devised a plan to guide him away, using the forest's enchantments to create illusions that would lead him astray. It was a delicate dance, one that required all of Leora's ingenuity and the forest's magic. Through patience and cleverness, they managed to divert Marcellus, leading him in circles until he grew weary and confused. Frustrated, he eventually left the forest, his ambitions thwarted by the very magic he sought to control. With Marcellus gone, peace returned to the forest. The creatures resumed their songs, and the trees sighed with relief. Leora had proven herself a true guardian, her wisdom and kindness shielding the hidden world from harm. As the seasons changed, Leora continued her guardianship, learning and growing with each passing day. Her adventures in the hidden world taught her the importance of balance, of living in harmony with nature and respecting its mysteries. One day, as she sat beneath a willow tree, watching the sun set over the horizon, she realized how much she had changed. The girl who had first wandered into the whispering woods was still there, but she had grown into someone wiser, someone more attuned to the world around her. In time, Leora became a legend in Wildwood, her tales of the hidden world inspiring generations to come. She remained a guardian of the forest, a bridge between the two worlds, ensuring that its secrets were preserved for those who would honor and cherish them. And so the Whispering Woods continued to thrive, its magic a beacon of hope and wonder in a world that sometimes forgot the beauty of the unseen. Leora's story was one of friendship and transformation, a testament to the power of kindness and the enduring magic of the world around us. As the firelight flickered and the stars began their nightly dance across the sky, Leora sat quietly, listening to the woods whispering their ancient secrets, knowing that she was exactly where she was meant to be. Story 86, Story 87, Story 88, Story 89. Once, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between whispering woods and meandering streams, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her spirit was as bright as the morning sun, and her curiosity as deep as the night sky. Lila lived with her grandmother, Esme, in a cozy cottage at the edge of the village. Their home was filled with the warmth of laughter and the scent of fresh herbs drying by the fireplace. One crisp autumn morning, as leaves painted the ground in shades of amber and gold, Lila set off to explore the woodland paths she'd wandered since she was a tiny child. The forest, with its towering oaks and singing bird life, was a world of secrets and whispers, where every rustle of leaves suggested a hidden tale. While meandering through the familiar trails, Lila stumbled upon a small, peculiar object, partially buried beneath a tangle of roots. It was a thimble, seemingly ordinary, yet it shimmered in the dappled sunlight with a gentle, iridescent glow. Intrigued, she slipped it onto her finger, and at that very moment, a soft, melodious chime filled the air, as if the forest itself was humming a welcoming tune. Unbeknownst to Lila, this was no ordinary thimble. It held a secret, the ability to reveal the true nature of things. As she wandered deeper into the woods, she noticed subtle changes around her. Leaves sparkled with a gloss of hidden patterns, and stones beneath her feet whispered stories of ancient times. Every creature she encountered seemed to gaze at her with knowing eyes, as if acknowledging her newfound gift. Curious and a little overwhelmed, Lila returned to her grandmother, seeking guidance. Esme, with wisdom etched into her gentle smile, listened intently. "Ah, my dear," she said, "you found the thimble of truth. It chooses its bearer and unveils the unseen. But remember, with great insight comes great responsibility." Emboldened by her grandmother's words, Lila decided to explore her village through the lens of her magical thimble. She soon discovered that the baker's cat, often seen lounging lazily by the window, was actually a guardian of the village's dreams, protecting them from nightmares. The ancient oak in the village square was a keeper of time, its roots entwined with memories of generations past. But it was not long before Lila faced a challenge that would test her wisdom. The village had long suffered from a mysterious ailment affecting the crops, causing them to wither before the harvest. The villagers, though kind and hard-working, were at a loss, and fear of famine loomed. Determined to help, Lila ventured to the heart of the forest, accompanied by her two closest friends. Oliver, a mischievous squirrel with a heart of gold, and Tamsin, a wise old turtle who had seen more seasons than anyone could count. Oliver, with his nimble paws, would dart about, gathering clues, while Tamsin, with her steady pace and thoughtful nature, provided counsel. As they journeyed deeper, the forest grew denser. Shadows stretched long, and the air was thick with the scent of pine and earth. Lila felt the thimble warm upon her finger, guiding her steps to a hidden glen bathed in silvery moonlight. In the center stood an ancient willow, its branches drooping low, whispering secrets in the night breeze. Lila approached, feeling a pull in her heart. She placed her hand upon the willow's gnarled trunk, and the thimble vibrated with a gentle hum. Suddenly, images flooded her mind, of the village, of the crops struggling under a strange, unseen weight. And then, she saw it, the source of the ailment. A tangled web of forgotten promises and neglected kindnesses, woven over years, had settled like a shadow over the fields. Understanding dawned upon Lila. The solution was not in force or confrontation, but in healing the bonds between people, in nurturing the goodwill that once flourished. She shared her vision with Oliver and Tamsin, who nodded in agreement, their eyes shining with shared purpose. Returning to the village, Lila and her companions gathered the villagers. With gentle words, she spoke of the need to rekindle the connections between them, to share their hopes and dreams, to support one another with open hearts. The villagers, inspired by Lila's wisdom and the sincerity in her voice, came together. They shared meals, exchanged stories, and worked the fields as one community. Slowly the shadow lifted, and the fields began to thrive once more, vibrant and abundant. As the harvest festival approached, the village was filled with joy and gratitude. Lila, with her magical thimble, had not only revealed the truth, but had also reminded them of the power of unity and kindness. That night, under a sky dusted with stars, Lila sat with her grandmother by the crackling fire. The thimble, nestled in her palm, glowed softly, a testament to her journey and the wisdom she had gained. Esme, with a proud smile, whispered, "You have done well, my dear. You have seen with your heart and healed with your spirit." And so the village of Willowbrook thrived, its fields lush, its people united. Lila, the girl with the thimble, continued to explore the wonders of her world, guided by the truth and bound by the love of her community. And as she drifted into dreams, the forest sang its lullaby, a gentle reminder of the magic that lay in every corner of life, waiting to be discovered. Story 90. Story 91. Once upon a time, nestled between lush, rolling hills and the whispering babble of a crystal-clear brook, lay the quaint village of Meadowdown. This little village was known for its charming cobblestone streets, the scent of sweet lavender drifting from cottage gardens, and the gentle chime of bells from the old stone chapel at the village square. But beyond the common sights and sounds, Meadowdown held a secret known only to those who had the heart to discover it. In a small, ivy-clad cottage at the edge of the village lived a young girl named Clara. Clara was a kind-hearted soul, with hair the color of ripe chestnuts and eyes that sparkled like dew-kissed leaves. She was known throughout the village for her gentle nature and unwavering curiosity. Her days were filled with helping her neighbors, tending her garden, and dreaming of adventures beyond the horizon. One crisp autumn morning, as Clara wandered through the golden-hued forest that bordered Meadowdown, she stumbled upon an object unlike any she had seen before. It was a delicate, silver key, its surface intricately etched with swirling patterns that glinted in the dappled sunlight. Intrigued, Clara picked up the key, feeling a gentle warmth spread through her fingers as she held it. As she examined the key, a soft voice broke the gentle rustling of the leaves. "Ah, you have found it," the voice said, seemingly coming from nowhere and everywhere at once. Startled, Clara looked around until her eyes fell upon a small rabbit with fur as white as freshly fallen snow and eyes as blue as the summer sky. This was no ordinary rabbit, for it wore a tiny emerald-green waistcoat and a pair of spectacles perched upon its twitching nose. "Who are you?" Clara asked, her voice filled with wonder rather than fear. "My name is Thistle," the rabbit replied, adjusting his spectacles with a practiced paw. "I am the guardian of the Whispering Woods, and it seems you have found the Key of Whispers." Clara looked at the key in her hand, now understanding its significance. "What does the key unlock?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. Thistle hopped closer, his whiskers twitching with excitement. "The key unlocks the Door of Secrets, a magical portal that reveals the hidden wonders of the forest. But beware, only those with a pure heart and a wise mind can truly benefit from its magic." With Thistle guiding her, Clara embarked on a journey deeper into the forest. The path was lined with towering trees whose branches formed a canopy of vibrant reds and oranges, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. As they walked, Thistle shared stories of the forest's hidden magic, of creatures that sang to the moon and flowers that bloomed only under starlight. Their journey was not without challenges. At one point, they came upon a wide, rushing stream, its waters too deep and swift to cross easily. Clara paused, thinking deeply. Instead of attempting to force her way across, she noticed the pattern of stepping stones hidden just beneath the surface, revealed only to those who took the time to truly observe. With careful steps, Clara and Thistle made their way across the stream, their trust in each other growing with every challenge they faced. Along the way, they encountered other forest inhabitants who offered their unique wisdom. There was Luna, the wise old owl with feathers like moonlit shadows, who taught Clara the importance of patience and listening to the world around her. And there was Fern, the playful squirrel with a tail like a plume, who showed Clara the joy of laughter and the beauty of small, everyday wonders. Finally, after a journey filled with learning and laughter, they reached the Door of Secrets. It stood nestled between two ancient oak trees, its surface shimmering with a light all its own. Clara hesitated for a moment, feeling the weight of the key in her hand, before turning to Thistle. "Are you ready?" he asked, his eyes twinkling with encouragement. Taking a deep breath, Clara nodded and inserted the key into the lock. As she turned it, the door swung open with a gentle creak, revealing a world of breathtaking beauty. A world where the trees whispered secrets of the ages, and the air was filled with a melody only the heart could hear. Clara stepped through, feeling a sense of peace and belonging wash over her. She had embarked on this journey with a heart full of curiosity and returned with a heart full of wisdom and wonder. She realized that the true magic of the key was not in the wonders it revealed, but in the journey itself and the friendships she had forged along the way. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Clara and Thistle made their way back to Meadowdown. The village welcomed them with open arms, its lights twinkling like stars in the gathering dusk. Clara placed the key in a special place in her garden, knowing its magic would always be there, ready to guide those who were willing to listen and learn. And every evening, as the village settled into the comforting embrace of night, Clara would share stories of her adventures, her voice a gentle melody that lulled the village to sleep. And so in the heart of Meadowdown, where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, Clara's story of discovery and wonder was whispered from generation to generation, a reminder that the true magic of life lies not in the destination, but in the journey itself. Story 92. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled amidst whispering woods and rolling hills, there was a young girl named Lila. Her hair was the color of autumn leaves, and her eyes sparkled like the morning dew on a sunlit meadow. Lila lived in a small cottage with her grandmother, a wise woman known by all as the keeper of old tales and forgotten lore. Every evening after the sun had dipped below the horizon and the sky was painted with hues of lavender and rose, Lila would sit by the crackling fireplace, eagerly listening to her grandmother's stories. These tales spoke of enchanted forests, hidden worlds beneath the earth, and magical objects that held the power to transform lives. One chilly autumn night, as the wind howled softly against the windows, Lila's grandmother began a story about a peculiar object known as the Whispering Locket. "This locket," her grandmother began, her voice a gentle murmur against the backdrop of the crackling fire, was said to have the power to reveal truths and guide those who listened with an open heart. Intrigued, Lila asked, "Where is this locket now, Grandma?" Her grandmother smiled mysteriously, her eyes twinkling with secrets. "Some say it lies hidden deep within the heart of the Whispering Woods, waiting for a worthy soul to discover it." That night, as Lila lay in bed, the story of the Whispering Locket lingered in her thoughts, weaving itself into her dreams. She imagined the locket glowing softly beneath the canopy of ancient trees, whispering secrets of the world to those who dared to listen. With the dawn came a newfound determination. Lila decided that she would embark on a journey to find the Whispering Locket. She felt a curious pull towards the woods, as if the very trees were calling her name with the rustle of their leaves. The next morning, with a knapsack filled with bread, cheese, and a canteen of fresh spring water, Lila set off towards the Whispering Woods. The path was dappled with sunlight, and the air was filled with the scent of pine and earth. Birds chirped a cheerful melody, and squirrels scurried across the forest floor, pausing curiously to watch Lila as she passed. As she ventured deeper into the woods, the light grew dimmer, filtered through the thick canopy of leaves overhead. The air was cooler here, carrying the faint scent of moss and damp earth. Lila felt a tingling sense of excitement mixed with trepidation, for she knew she was entering a place where magic lingered in every shadow. Hours passed as Lila wandered deeper into the woods, guided by intuition and the occasional whisper of the wind. She paused to rest beside a gentle brook that babbled over smooth stones, its water clear as crystal. Here, she met a peculiar friend, a small, golden fox with eyes as bright as amber. The fox approached Lila with a cautious curiosity, its bushy tail flicking playfully. Lila extended her hand, and to her delight, the fox nuzzled its nose against her fingers. "Hello there," Lila said softly. "Are you a guardian of these woods?" The fox tilted its head, as if considering her words, then darted off a few paces, pausing to look back at her with an inviting gaze. It seemed to beckon Lila to follow, and with a sense of wonder, she did. They journeyed together through the forest, the fox leading Lila through hidden trails and secret glades. Along the way, Lila marveled at the beauty around her, the delicate ferns that unfurled in the shade, the vibrant mushrooms that dotted the forest floor, and the symphony of birdsong that filled the air. As the sun began its descent, casting long shadows across the woodland, the fox led Lila to a clearing bathed in the golden light of dusk. At the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches reaching towards the sky like the arms of a wise old sage. Nestled among the roots of this grand tree was a small moss-covered stone altar. Upon it rested a locket, its silver surface glinting in the fading light. Lila's heart leaped with recognition. This was the whispering locket from her grandmother's tales. With a sense of reverence, Lila approached the altar. The locket seemed to hum softly, resonating with a melody that only her heart could hear. She reached out and gently lifted the locket from its resting place, feeling its cool weight in her palm. As she held the locket, a soft voice echoed in her mind, warm and wise. "What truth do you seek, dear child?" Lila closed her eyes, allowing the calm of the moment to wash over her. She thought of her grandmother, of the stories and wisdom she'd shared. She thought of her own place in the world, and the courage it took to seek the unknown. "I seek to understand my path," Lila whispered, her voice blending with the gentle rustle of leaves. The locket pulsed gently, and Lila felt a warmth spread through her, as if the very essence of the woods embraced her. Images danced before her mind's eye, her grandmother's loving smile, the friends she had yet to meet, and the adventures that awaited her beyond the horizon. In that moment, Lila understood that the journey she had embarked upon was not just about finding the locket, but about discovering the strength and wisdom within herself. The locket had guided her, but it was her own heart that had shown her the way. With newfound clarity, Lila opened her eyes and looked at the fox, who watched her with knowing eyes. She smiled, and the fox seemed to nod in approval, its tail flicking contentedly. As the stars began to twinkle in the sky, Lila returned the locket to the altar, feeling a sense of gratitude and peace. The fox led her back through the forest, the path now familiar and welcoming. The journey home was filled with a quiet joy, the forest around her alive with the magic of the night. When Lila finally emerged from the woods, the village was bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. Her grandmother was waiting by the garden gate, her eyes full of pride and love. "Did you find what you were looking for?" her grandmother asked, embracing Lila warmly. "I did, Grandma," Lila replied, her voice filled with the wisdom of her journey. "I found the whispering locket, but more importantly, I found myself." Her grandmother smiled, her heart full of understanding. Together, they walked back to their cozy cottage, where the fire crackled merrily in the hearth, casting a warm glow across the room. As Lila lay in bed that night, she felt a deep sense of contentment. The forest had whispered its secrets, and she had listened with an open heart. Her dreams were filled with the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft glow of moonlight, a reminder that magic was everywhere, waiting to be discovered. And so, Lila's story became one of many, passed down through generations as a tale of courage, friendship, and the timeless journey of self-discovery. In the quiet village by the Whispering Woods, the legend of the Whispering Locket lived on, inspiring those who dared to seek their own truths. As the night deepened, the village lay in peaceful slumber, the stars watching over all with their gentle light. And in the heart of the woods, the ancient oak stood sentinel, its branches whispering secrets to the wind, a reminder that the world was full of wonder for those who listened with their hearts. Story 93. Title: The Whispering Grove. Underneath the pale glow of the moon, nestled in the heart of the Whispering Woods, there was a grove known only to a few. Cloaked in mystery and enchantment, this grove was said to hold the secrets of the forest, whispered by the tall, ancient trees that stood like guardians around its periphery. It was here that the story of a young girl named Leora began, a tale spun with magic, friendship, and self-discovery. Leora was a gentle soul, with eyes the color of a clear summer sky, and hair that tumbled down her back like a cascade of golden leaves. She lived on the outskirts of the woods, in a quaint cottage with her grandmother, who often spoke of the wonders hidden in the forest. Though Leora had heard these tales countless times, she had never ventured beyond the familiar paths, until one fateful night when the winds carried a peculiar melody to her ears. It was a soft, haunting tune that seemed to call her name, weaving through the branches and rustling the leaves. Curiosity ignited within her, a flame that refused to be extinguished. So she wrapped herself in her favorite cloak, a deep green that matched the forest, and set out under the starlit sky, guided by the moonlight that danced across her path. As she wandered deeper into the woods, the air around her began to change, filled with the scent of pine and earth, mingled with a hint of something sweet and elusive. The trees stood taller here, their bark rough and ancient, their leaves whispering secrets she could almost understand. Her heart beating with a mix of excitement and trepidation, Leora followed the melody until she found herself standing at the edge of the whispering grove. Bathed in the moon's gentle glow, the grove was a sight to behold. Flowers of every hue blossomed in wild abundance, their petals glistening with dew like tiny jewels. A narrow stream wound its way through the clearing, its waters shimmering like liquid silver, and in the center of it all stood an ancient oak, its branches stretching wide, as if embracing the sky. As Leora stepped into the grove, the melody grew stronger, resonating through her very being. She felt a warmth spread from her heart, as if the grove itself welcomed her presence. It was then she noticed a small, curious object resting at the base of the oak tree, a locket, its surface etched with intricate designs that seemed to pulse with a life of their own. Drawn to it, Leora knelt beside the locket, her fingers tracing the delicate patterns. As she touched it, a gentle warmth spread through her hand, and she felt a connection, as if the locket knew her. With a soft click, the locket opened, revealing a tiny glowing ember inside. The light was mesmerizing, a soft, golden glow that seemed to pulse in time with her heartbeat. In that moment, the world around her shifted. The grove was no longer just a clearing in the woods. It was alive with magic. The trees whispered in a language she could almost grasp. The flowers swayed in rhythm with an unseen breeze, and the stream sang a tune of its own. Leora felt a sense of belonging, as if she had found a hidden part of herself in this enchanted place. But as she marveled at the wonders around her, she noticed she was not alone. From behind the oak emerged a creature unlike any she had ever seen. A fox, but not just any fox. Its fur was a deep, lustrous red with a tail tipped in gold and eyes that gleamed with intelligence and warmth. The fox regarded her with a gentle curiosity, as if assessing her worth. "Welcome, Leora," the fox spoke, its voice soft and melodic, echoing the grove's whispers. "I am Ari, guardian of the Whispering Grove. You have found the heart of the forest." Leora blinked in surprise. "The heart of the forest?" she repeated, her voice a hushed whisper. Ari nodded, stepping closer. "The locket you hold is the source of the grove's magic. It connects all things within the forest. It chose you, Leora, for you have a heart as kind and pure as the grove itself." Leora felt a warmth spread through her chest, a sense of purpose she had never known before. "But why me?" she asked, her voice laced with wonder and doubt. "Because you listen," Ori replied with a gentle smile. "Few hear the forest's whispers, but you do. You have a gift, Leora, and with it, you can help the forest and those who dwell within it." As the night wore on, Ori shared tales of the grove and its magic, of the balance that must be maintained, and the creatures that depended on it. Leora listened, her heart swelling with a sense of duty and determination. She understood now that the journey she had embarked upon was more than she had ever imagined. It was a calling. From that night forward, Leora visited the grove often, learning from Ari and the forest itself. She discovered hidden paths that led to secret glades, befriended creatures both great and small, and grew in wisdom and strength. The locket around her neck became a symbol of her bond with the forest, its glow a constant reminder of the magic she held within. But as with all tales, challenges arose. The forest, though vibrant and alive, was not without its shadows. One day, while exploring a distant part of the woods, Leora encountered a darkness she had never felt before, a creeping shadow that sought to consume the light of the grove. It was a presence that chilled her to the bone, a void that drained the warmth from her heart. She knew then that her true test had arrived. With Ori by her side, she delved into the heart of the darkness, guided by the whispers of the grove and the light of the Locket. Through trials and tribulations, Leora faced her fears and doubts, drawing strength from the friendships she had forged and the wisdom she had gained. She learned that true power lay not in magic alone, but in the courage to stand for what was right, the compassion to heal, and the love that bound all creatures together. In the end, it was not a battle of force, but of heart. Leora reached out to the darkness, offering it the warmth of her spirit and the light of the grove. With a final, resounding whisper, the darkness relented, its anger and pain soothed by the love that surrounded it. As the shadows lifted and the light returned, the forest sang a song of renewal and hope. Leora stood at the center of the grove, the Locket glowing with a radiant light, her heart full of peace. In that moment, she understood the true magic of the Whispering Grove, that even in the darkest of times, love and friendship could light the way. And so, with the forest thriving and the bond between them stronger than ever, Leora's journey of discovery came to a gentle, fulfilling end. The Whispering Grove, with its secrets and wonders, would forever be a part of her soul, a testament to the power of kindness, courage, and the enduring magic of the natural world. And as she returned to her cottage, the moonlight guiding her path, Leora knew that she was truly home. Story 94. In the heart of an ancient forest, where towering trees whispered secrets to the skies and streams danced over smooth stones, lay a world hidden from the hurried eyes of humankind. Here, in the gentle embrace of nature, the creatures of the forest lived in harmonious balance, guided by the rhythms of the earth and the wisdom passed down through countless generations. The forest was alive with the gentle symphony of life. The air was rich with the scent of pine needles and moss, while the ground was cushioned by soft layers of fallen leaves that crunched lightly underfoot. Sunlight filtered through the thick canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor, and lending a golden glow to the world beneath. It was spring, the season of renewal, when the earth awakened from its winter slumber. The forest creatures were busy with the tasks of the season. Birds flitted from branch to branch, their songs weaving a melodious tapestry through the air. Squirrels chattered merrily as they gathered nuts, their bushy tails flicking with excitement. And in the sheltered glades, the deer moved gracefully, their eyes soft and watchful. Among these creatures lived an old, wise tortoise named Elder Mossback. His shell was a tapestry of lichen and moss, and his eyes held the depth of centuries. Elder Mossback was known far and wide for his stories, which he shared beneath the ancient oak that stood at the heart of the forest. Creatures of all kinds would gather there, drawn by his gentle voice and the warmth of his tales. One particular spring morning, as the mist lifted from the forest floor and the first rays of sun kissed the dew-laden leaves, Elder Mossback began to speak. The animals gathered around, their eyes wide with anticipation. Once, in a time long forgotten, the forest was threatened by a great imbalance. He began, his voice a soothing rumble that seemed to resonate with the very earth itself. The seasons had forgotten their dance, and winter lingered too long, casting a chill over the land. A shiver ran through the assembled creatures, for they knew the importance of the season's dance, each one flowing into the next, bringing with it the changes that nurtured life. In those days, continued Elder Mossback, there lived a young fox named Fern. She was clever and kind-hearted, with a coat as red as the autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled like the stars. Fern had always been a curious soul, eager to learn the secrets of the forest and her inhabitants. The animals leaned in closer, captivated by the tale of Fern, who was known to them as a figure of legend. Fern was troubled by the endless winter, Elder Mossback said, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. She saw the hardship it brought to her friends, the struggle for food and warmth. Determined to help, she sought the wisdom of the ancient beings who dwelled in the forest's hidden places. The forest seemed to hold its breath as Elder Mossback spoke of Fern's journey. She traveled to the heart of the forest, where the trees grew so tall and thick that they whispered only to the sky. There, in a grove untouched by time, lived the season's circle, ancient spirits who watched over the world. As Fern approached, the spirits appeared before her, he said, describing their forms, spirits of mist and shadow, of light and wind, each one embodying the essence of a season. Fern bowed her head respectfully, her heart full of hope and courage. The spirits listened as Fern spoke of the forest's plight, her voice steady and sincere. Winter, represented by a figure draped in frost and snow, stepped forward. "We did not realize our dance had faltered," Winter said, his voice like the soft crunch of snow underfoot. "We have become lost in our own rhythms." Fern, with her gentle wisdom, proposed a solution. "Perhaps," she suggested, "if you each share your gifts with us, the forest can remind you of your dance." The spirits considered her words, and slowly they nodded in agreement. Thus, a pact was made. Spring brought forth a rain of blossoms, new life unfurling in vibrant hues. Summer followed with warm breezes and sunlight that kissed the earth. Autumn painted the world in gold and crimson, while winter, now mindful of his place, brought the gentle hush of snow. Through Fern's courage and kindness, Elder Mossback concluded, the seasons found their balance once more, and the forest thrived in harmony. The creatures around Elder Mossback nodded, their hearts warmed by the tale. They understood the lesson woven into the story, the importance of balance, of listening and understanding, and the power of a single kind heart to make a difference. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a soft twilight over the forest, the animals slowly dispersed, each carrying a piece of the story with them. Elder Mossback watched them go, a gentle smile on his ancient face. In the heart of the forest, beneath the watchful eyes of the stars, life continued its timeless dance, guided by the wisdom of the past and the promise of the future. And so, the forest remained a sanctuary of harmony and peace, where the whispers of old stories lingered like a gentle breeze, reminding all who listened of the beauty of balance and the magic of the natural world. Story 95. Story 96. Once upon a time, deep within an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. The towering trees that surrounded her humble cottage seemed to whisper secrets of a world unseen, hidden from the eyes of those who could not hear the language of nature. One crisp autumn morning, Willow ventured into the heart of the woods, her bare feet crunching on the carpet of fallen leaves. As she wandered deeper, a strange warmth enveloped her, like the embrace of an old friend. Suddenly, a glimmer of light caught her eye, and she gasped in wonder. Nestled among the gnarled roots of a mighty oak lay a peculiar acorn, shimmering with an otherworldly radiance. Willow reached out, her fingers tingling with anticipation, and the moment she touched the acorn, the world around her transformed. The trees stretched skyward, their branches intertwining to form a verdant canopy. Streams of sunlight filtered through, casting dappled patterns on the mossy ground. Willow spun in awe, her eyes wide with delight, for she had stumbled upon the hidden realm of the forest spirits. A gentle voice beckoned her forward, and she followed the melodic sound to a clearing where a magnificent oak tree stood tall and proud. At its base sat a wizened old woman, her face carved with lines that spoke of centuries of wisdom. "Welcome, dear child," the woman said, her eyes twinkling like stars. "You have been chosen to bear witness to the wonders of this ancient realm." Willow listened, entranced, as the woman revealed the secrets of the acorn's magic. It was a conduit, a gateway to a world where the boundaries between dreams and reality blurred, where the very essence of nature danced in harmony with the rhythms of life. From that day forth, Willow became the guardian of the acorn, tasked with protecting the delicate balance between the seen and unseen worlds. With each adventure, she learned invaluable lessons about courage, compassion, and the profound beauty that thrived in even the smallest of things. One day, as Willow wandered through the enchanted forest, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight. A tiny creature with wings like gossamer, fluttering helplessly on the ground. As she drew closer, she recognized the creature as a sprite, one of the mischievous but kind-hearted beings that inhabited the realm. "Please help me," The sprite cried, its voice like the tinkling of silver bells. "I've lost my way, and without my wings, I cannot return home." Willow's heart ached for the little sprite, and she vowed to aid her newfound friend. Together, they embarked on a journey through the twisting paths and secret glades, encountering wondrous beings and unraveling riddles that tested their courage and wit. Along the way, they forged an unbreakable bond, defying the expectations of those who believed sprites and humans could never be true friends. Willow learned the value of empathy and the strength that lies in unity, while the sprite discovered the boundless potential of unwavering loyalty. Their quest led them to the heart of a mysterious glade, where a crystalline pool shimmered under the dappled light. As the sprite dipped her weary wings into the enchanted waters, a miraculous transformation took place. Her gossamer wings unfurled, shimmering with renewed vigor, and she took to the skies once more, her laughter like a gentle rain upon the leaves. With a heavy heart, Willow bid farewell to her friend, but the sprite made her promise to return, for their destinies were intertwined forevermore. And so, Willow continued her journey as the guardian of the acorn, her steps lighter and her heart fuller, forever changed by the power of friendship and the magic that dwelled within the hidden realm. Years passed, and Willow grew into a wise and gentle woman, her eyes reflecting the depths of the ancient forest. One fateful day, as she wandered the familiar paths, she stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen before, its existence a mystery even to her. In the center of the glade stood a towering oak, its branches reaching skyward like gnarled fingers grasping at the heavens. Willow felt an inexplicable pull toward the tree, as if answering a call that echoed through the very fibers of her being. As she approached, she noticed a peculiar sight, a door carved into the trunk, its intricate patterns whispering of secrets long forgotten. Without hesitation, Willow reached out and turned the knob, her heart pounding with anticipation. What greeted her on the other side was a sight beyond her wildest dreams. A vast underground cavern stretched before her, its walls adorned with glowing crystals that cast ethereal radiance upon the scene. In the center, a magnificent waterfall cascaded into a crystal-clear pool, its waters shimmering with otherworldly hues. Willow ventured forth, her footsteps echoing in the cavernous space, and as she drew nearer to the pool, she felt a profound sense of peace wash over her. It was as if the very essence of the hidden realm had been distilled into this sacred place, a convergence of all the magic and wonder she had witnessed throughout her life. Overcome with reverence, Willow knelt at the water's edge and gazed into the depths of the pool. What she saw reflected back at her was not her own face, but a kaleidoscope of images, memories of her adventures, the friends she had made, and the lessons she had learned along the way. In that moment, Willow understood the true nature of her journey. The acorn had been a catalyst, a key that unlocked the hidden realms within herself, enabling her to grow and transform in ways she could never have imagined. As she rose to her feet, Willow felt a profound sense of purpose, a calling to share the wisdom and magic she had discovered with others. From that day forth, she became a beacon of hope and wonder, guiding those who sought solace and understanding toward the hidden realms that existed within their own hearts and souls. And so, the tale of Willow and the enchanted acorn became a cherished legend, passed down through generations. It was a story of friendship, courage, and the transformative power of embracing the magic that lies within us all, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, there is always light to be found in the most unexpected of places. Story 97. In the distant reaches of the cosmos, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds against the velvet backdrop of space, there existed a small, vibrant planet known as Luminara. Its skies shimmered in hues of lavender and gold, and its lush landscapes teemed with life. Among its gentle inhabitants was Lyra, a creature of light and song, whose translucent wings caught the sun's rays and scattered rainbows across the fields as she fluttered from one blossom to the next. On a nearby planet shrouded in twilight and mystery lived Corin, a towering being of earth and stone. His world, Teros, was a place of deep valleys and echoing caverns, where the ground whispered ancient secrets. Corin's strength was matched by his gentle heart, and he wandered his land with a quiet reverence for the beauty of the stones and the life they cradled. One fateful day, as the stars aligned in a cosmic dance, a curious portal opened between these two worlds. Lyra, drawn by its shimmering allure, darted through the portal, her heart filled with wonder and a touch of trepidation. She found herself in the shadowed realm of Taros, where the air was cool and the scent of earth was rich and comforting. Corin, who had been exploring near the portal's edge, watched in awe as the delicate creature emerged. Her light was a stark contrast to the muted tones of his world, and for a moment they simply stared at one another, two beings from different worlds, brought together by the whims of the universe. Their initial attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings. Lyra's melodious trills and chirps seemed like mere music to Corin's ears, while his deep rumbling tones were too low for her to comprehend fully. Yet there was a spark of curiosity in both their hearts, a desire to bridge the gap between them. Over time, they learned to communicate through gestures and shared experiences. Lyra would guide Corin to the hidden nooks where flowers bloomed in the shadows, their colors vibrant even in the dim light, while Corin showed Lyra the secret paths within the caverns, where crystals glowed with an inner fire. Their bond deepened as they faced challenges together. One day, a fierce storm swept across Taros, its winds howling through the valleys, and its rains turning paths into torrents. Lyra, unused to such weather, found herself struggling against the gale. Corin, with his sturdy form, shielded her with his broad back, guiding her to the safety of a cavern where they waited for the storm to pass. In that quiet refuge, they shared warmth and stories, their differences fading as they found comfort in each other's presence. As the days turned into weeks, Lyra and Corin discovered the true meaning of friendship. They learned to appreciate each other's strengths and to lend support in times of need. Lyra taught Corin the joy of laughter, her tinkling giggles echoing through the caverns, while Corin showed Lyra the beauty of silence, the way it allowed the heart to listen more deeply. One day the portal shimmered once more, signaling that it was time for Lyra to return to Luminara. The thought of parting was bittersweet, yet both knew that their friendship had transcended the boundaries of their worlds. As Lyra prepared to leave, she touched her wings lightly to Corin's forehead, a gesture of gratitude and affection. Corin, in turn, placed a small crystal in her hands, its glow a reminder of the light they had found in each other. With a final, shared glance of understanding and warmth, Lyra stepped through the portal, her heart full of memories and a newfound wisdom about the strength of friendship. Back on Luminara, Lyra often gazed up at the stars, her thoughts drifting to her friend on Taros. And on Taros, Corin would sit in the quiet of a cavern, feeling the gentle hum of the crystal Lyra had touched, knowing that their bond was as enduring as the stones of his world. In the vastness of the universe, Lyra and Corin had discovered the simple truth that true friendship knows no bounds, and that even the most unlikely companions can find understanding and joy in one another. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the stars, their friendship endured, a testament to the harmony that could be found in diversity and the strength that could be born from shared hearts. Story 98. Story 99. Once upon a time, in the quaint little village of Willowbrook, nestled between gentle rolling hills and whispering woods, lived a young boy named Finn. His days were filled with the sweet simplicity of village life, gathering wildflowers with his friends, listening to the soothing lull of the babbling brook, and exploring the endless wonders of the forest that bordered his home. Willowbrook was a place where the grass was always a lush emerald, and the air carried the fragrance of honeysuckle and freshly baked bread. Each evening, the sun would cast a golden glow across the thatched rooftops, promising the village another peaceful night. One serene afternoon, as Finn wandered through the forest, his gaze fell upon something peculiar. It was a small, ornately carved box, half hidden beneath a blanket of fallen leaves. The box was crafted from a rich, dark wood and adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity piqued, Finn carefully lifted the box into his hands. As he did, a gentle warmth spread through his fingers, as though the box were alive with a quiet, comforting pulse. With a soft click, the The box opened to reveal a single, delicate feather inside, iridescent and gleaming with colors that danced like the northern lights. This was no ordinary feather. It whispered secrets to Finn's heart, unlocking a sense of magic he had never known. The feather granted Finn an extraordinary ability to understand the language of the forest creatures, and so began his wondrous journey of discovery and wonder. Finn's first encounter was with a wise old owl named Sage, who perched regally on a gnarled branch. Sage's eyes, deep and knowing, regarded Finn with a hint of amusement. "Ah, young one," he hooted softly, "the forest speaks to those who listen. What brings you to our sacred woods?" Finn explained his newfound gift, and Sage nodded sagely, his feathers rustling like pages of an ancient book. "There is much to learn in these woods, but remember, wisdom is the key to understanding." With Sage as his guide, Finn journeyed deeper into the heart of the forest, where sunlight wove through the canopy in threads of gold. Along the way, he met a myriad of creatures, each with a story to tell and a lesson to share. There was Willow, the gentle deer, who taught Finn the importance of patience and observation. Her eyes, soft and brown like the earth, held a serenity that calmed Finn's restless spirit. Then there was Bristle, the mischievous squirrel with a knack for finding the hidden treasures of the forest floor. Bristle's chatter was a constant reminder that joy could be found in the smallest of things, and his laughter echoed through the trees like a playful melody. As Finn's journey continued, he found himself in a secluded glade where the air was thick with the scent of pine and the ground was carpeted with soft moss. Here, he encountered a challenge, a riddle posed by the enigmatic Mist, an ethereal fox with eyes like liquid moonlight. Mist spoke in a voice that was both melody and mystery. "To unlock the secret of the forest's heart, you must answer this. What is it that speaks without words, guides without force, and is felt but never seen?" Finn pondered the riddle, feeling the cool breeze brush against his cheek, hearing the rustle of leaves and the distant call of a nightingale. He closed his eyes, letting the symphony of the forest fill his senses. And then, with a smile, he answered, "It is love." Mist nodded, her eyes twinkling with approval. "Indeed, young Finn, love is the language that binds us all, the unseen force that guides our hearts." With the riddle solved, the forest unveiled its deepest secret, a hidden grove where the ancient wisdom of nature was inscribed on the stones, like whispers of time. Here, Finn learned that true magic lay not in power or grand gestures, but in the kindness shared between friends, the quiet moments of understanding, and the gentle touch of love that connected all living things. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in a soft twilight glow, Finn returned to Willowbrook, his heart forever changed. The village welcomed him home with open arms, unaware of the magical journey he had undertaken. Yet Finn carried with him the lessons of the forest, whispering them to those who would listen, weaving them into the fabric of village life. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, Willowbrook continued to thrive, a place where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, and where the gentle power of love and wisdom prevailed. With a heart full of warmth and a spirit enriched by the wonders of the forest, Finn drifted into peaceful slumber, knowing that the magic of the feather and the lessons it had taught would remain with him always. And in the quiet of the night, the forest whispered its eternal lullaby, cradling Willowbrook in its timeless embrace. In the dim, purple-hued light of a distant galaxy, where stars twinkled like cherished secrets, lay the planet Etheria. Its skies were a tapestry of swirling nebulae, painting the heavens in shades of lavender and gold. Here, the air was sweet with the scent of blooming stardust lilies, and gentle breezes whispered through the crystalline forests, singing lullabies to those who listened closely. On this enchanting world lived a gentle being named Leora, whose translucent wings shimmered with the colors of dawn. Leora belonged to the Etherians, a species known for their deep empathy and melodic voices that could calm even the fiercest of storms. She spent her days tending to the celestial gardens, her heart in tune with the rhythm of the universe. Far across the cosmos, on the arid planet of Terok, dwelled a sturdy and pragmatic creature named Kor. The Terrakians were a resilient people, with skin like polished stones and eyes that sparkled with the wisdom of ancient sands. Kor was a skilled engineer, adept at crafting machines that hummed with life, bringing water and sustenance to his harsh world. Fate, in its whimsical way, drew these two unlikely souls together. It began with a distress signal, faint and crackling with static, sent from Core's starship as it faltered above the atmosphere of Etheria. Leora, ever attuned to the needs of others, heard the distant call as though it were a note in her heart's own song. Without hesitation, she soared into the sky, her wings catching the wind like an artist's brush capturing light. When Core awoke, he found himself in a glade bathed in twilight, surrounded by the soft glow of luminescent flora. Leora was there, her presence as serene as a lullaby, tending to the small wounds he had sustained. Despite her gentle demeanor, Core felt an unfamiliar tension in his chest. The Terrakian customs were steeped in practicality and stoicism, and he was uncertain how to interpret the warmth emanating from his rescuer. "Thank you," Core rumbled, his voice like distant thunder, as he sat up slowly. "I owe you my life." Leora smiled, a gesture that seemed to illuminate the entire glade. "No debt, only friendship," she replied, her voice as soft as the breeze that carried stardust. Her words, though foreign to Core, resonated deep within him, like the echo of a forgotten melody. Their initial days together were marked by gentle misunderstandings. Leora's world was one of harmony and intuition, while Core's was governed by logic and precision. Yet as they navigated these differences, each found unexpected beauty in the other's perspective. Leora learned to appreciate the elegant simplicity of engineered creations, while Core discovered the profound wisdom in the natural symphony of Etheria. Their bond deepened as they faced shared challenges. The starship, still nestled among the celestial gardens, needed extensive repairs if Core were to return home. Together, they labored under the starlit sky, Leora's delicate fingers weaving circuits like strands of silk, while Core's sturdy hands crafted components with unwavering skill. Each night they would sit by a small fire, the crackling flames whispering tales of their worlds as they shared meals of sweet nebula fruits and hearty Terrakian grains. It was during one of these quiet evenings, as the fire painted their faces in warm hues, that Core spoke of the droughts plaguing Terrak. "Our water supplies are dwindling," he confessed, his voice heavy with concern. "We need new technologies to sustain life." Leora gazed into the distance, her eyes reflecting the glow of distant stars. "Perhaps there is a way to blend our world's wisdom," she suggested softly. "Your technology, my connection with nature. Together, we can create something new." The idea took root, growing as they continued their work. They designed a device that harnessed the moisture from Etheria's atmosphere, refining it using the engineering principles of Terrak. As they tested their creation, the first droplets of pure water trickled into a waiting vessel, shimmering like liquid diamonds. In that moment, both understood the true magic of their friendship, the merging of hearts and minds, transcending the boundaries of their worlds. They realized that differences were not barriers but bridges, leading to discoveries neither could have achieved alone. With the starship finally repaired, Core prepared to return to Terrak, his heart torn between the desire to stay and the duty to his people. Leora, sensing his inner conflict, placed a hand over his, her touch a gentle promise. "This is not farewell, but a new beginning," she assured him. "Our friendship is a journey that will continue to unfold, no matter the distance." As Core ascended into the cosmos, Leora's wings shimmered in farewell, a beacon of light guiding him home. The starship's engines hummed with the melody of their shared dreams, carrying with it the promise of renewal for Terrak. Back on his home planet, Core implemented the new technology, transforming the arid landscapes into thriving oases. The Terrakians marveled at the change, their gratitude a song that echoed across the sands. Meanwhile, on Etheria, Leora continued to nurture the celestial gardens, her spirit enriched by the lessons of friendship and unity. The stars above twinkled in approval, their light a gentle reminder of the bond that now spanned galaxies. And so, under the vast, watchful sky, two unlikely companions discovered the true meaning of friendship. Their hearts, once separate as the stars themselves, now beat in harmony, a testament to the power of understanding and love in a universe filled with endless possibility. In the heart of the ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets older than time itself, there lay a hidden glen cloaked in perpetual twilight. Here, The canopy of lush emerald leaves allowed only the gentlest dapples of golden sunlight to kiss the forest floor, illuminating the soft carpet of moss and the delicate ferns that danced with the slightest breeze. The air was filled with the earthy aroma of damp wood and the sweet perfume of wildflowers, creating a symphony of scents that wrapped around the senses like a comforting embrace. In this enchanted realm, the creatures of the forest lived lives intertwined with the rhythms of nature, each playing its part in the delicate balance of their world. Among them was a wise old turtle named Bramble, whose shell was etched with the patterns of 100 seasons. Bramble was revered among the forest dwellers for his deep understanding of the natural world and his gentle, patient counsel. Bramble's closest companions were a sprightly squirrel named Pippin and a graceful deer called Lyra. Pippin, with her fur the color of autumn leaves, was full of boundless energy and curiosity, always eager to explore every nook and cranny of their woodland home. Lyra, on the other hand, moved with the serene grace of a river flowing through a quiet valley, her eyes as deep and calm as a forest pool. One crisp morning, as the first hints of autumn painted the leaves in shades of amber and crimson, Bramble gathered his friends beneath an ancient oak. Its branches stretched wide and strong, offering shelter and wisdom from the ages past. "The time has come," Bramble began, his voice as steady and soothing as the rustle of leaves in the wind, "for us to prepare for the changing of the seasons. We must ensure that the balance of our forest is maintained." Pippin's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "What must we do, Bramble?" she chirped, her tail flicking with excitement. Bramble smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "Each season brings its own magic and challenges. Autumn is a time of harvest and preparation. We must gather the bounty of the forest and ensure that all creatures have what they need to sustain them through the winter." Lyra nodded thoughtfully, her ears twitching as she listened to the gentle hum of the forest around them. "And how do we maintain the balance, Bramble?" The wise turtle looked out across the glen, where sunlight danced through the leaves, casting intricate patterns on the ground. "We must work together, each of us using our strengths to support one another. Pippin, your nimble paws can gather the acorns and berries that will feed many. Lyra, your keen senses will guide us to the hidden caches of food and safe havens for the colder months." With their roles clear, the friends set about their tasks, moving through the forest with a sense of purpose and unity. Pippin scampered up and down the trees, her cheeks full of acorns as she chattered happily to herself. Lyra glided silently through the underbrush, her hooves barely making a sound on the soft earth as she searched for hidden treasures among the leaves. As they worked, the forest seemed to come alive around them. Birds sang sweet melodies that echoed through the trees, and the gentle rustle of leaves created a peaceful harmony with the bubbling of a nearby brook. It was as if the forest itself was lending its magic to their endeavors, guiding them with unseen hands. Days passed in a blur of golden light and rustling leaves, each one bringing them closer to the heart of autumn. The forest glen transformed into a vibrant tapestry of color and life, a testament to the creature's dedication and the power of harmony. Yet as they toiled, a gentle reminder of the forest's wisdom came to them through the subtle signs of nature. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and lavender, Bramble called his friends to him once more. The air was cool and crisp, carrying the faint scent of wood smoke and fallen leaves. "There is something more we must consider," he said, his voice soft but firm. "The changing seasons are not just a time for gathering and preparing, but also for reflection and understanding." Pippin tilted her head, her eyes wide with curiosity. "What do you mean, Bramble?" The wise turtle gestured with a gentle nod toward the horizon, where the first stars began to twinkle in the fading light. "Nature teaches us in whispers and signs. We must learn to listen, to understand the lessons she offers. Balance is not just about physical preparation, but also about harmony within ourselves and with each other." Lyra pondered this, her gaze thoughtful. "How do we learn to listen, Bramble?" With a knowing smile, Bramble replied, "By being present, by observing the world around us with our hearts as well as our eyes. The forest speaks to those who are willing to hear its song." And so, as the seasons continued their dance, The companions embraced this new wisdom. They spent their days not only gathering and preparing, but also pausing to appreciate the beauty and magic of their forest home. They watched as the leaves fell in a gentle cascade of color, listened to the songs of the wind through the trees, and felt the cool touch of the earth beneath their feet. In time, they came to understand that true balance was found in the harmony of all things. Each creature, each leaf, each breath of wind was part of a greater whole, a tapestry woven by the hands of time and nature. Through their efforts and understanding, they ensured that the forest thrived, not just for themselves, but for generations to come. As winter's chill began to creep into the air, the glen lay blanketed in a soft quilt of fallen leaves, the forest at peace in its slumber. Bramble, Pippin, and Lyra gathered once more beneath the ancient oak, their hearts filled with the warmth of friendship and the wisdom they had gained. "Thank you, Bramble," Pippin said, her voice a soft whisper in the twilight, "for teaching us to see the magic in our world." Lyra nodded, her eyes reflecting the soft glow of the setting sun, and for showing us that we are part of something much greater than ourselves. The old turtle smiled, his gaze tender as he looked upon his dear friends. "It is you who have taught me," he replied gently. "For in your companionship and kindness, I have found the truest form of harmony." And so, as the stars filled the night sky with their silvery light, the forest glen lay wrapped in a peaceful silence, a testament to the enduring power of wisdom, friendship, and the gentle balance of nature. The creatures of the forest slept soundly, their dreams filled with the promise of spring and the eternal cycle of life, knowing that within their hearts lay the magic of the seasons and the whispers of the ancient trees. Once upon a time, nestled deep within the heart of a vast and ancient forest, there lay a village unlike any other. This village, known as Luminara, was a place where the air was always sweet, with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the gentle rustle of leaves whispered secrets of old to anyone who cared to listen. Each cottage was quaintly adorned with climbing ivy and surrounded by vibrant gardens, creating a tapestry of colors that danced in the golden light of the setting sun. In this enchanting village lived a young girl named Anwyn. Anwyn was known for her boundless curiosity and the sparkle of wonder that never left her hazel eyes. She spent her days exploring every nook and cranny of Luminara, often accompanied by her faithful companion, a clever little squirrel named Thistle. Together, they would venture into the heart of the forest, where the sunlight filtered through the canopy like streams of liquid gold, and the ground was a plush carpet of moss and fallen leaves. One crisp autumn morning, as the world was painted in hues of amber and rust, Anwyn and Thistle embarked on a journey to the farthest edge of the forest, where the trees grew tall and wise, their branches reaching out like ancient arms. It was said among the villagers that beyond those trees lay a hidden world, a place where magic was as natural as the air they breathed. Anwyn's heart danced with excitement at the thought of discovering this realm. As they wandered deeper into the forest, Anwyn noticed a peculiar glimmer beneath a pile of freshly fallen leaves. With a gentle brush of her hand, she uncovered an exquisite pendant, its surface shimmering with an iridescent light that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. The pendant was shaped like a teardrop, and within it swirled a myriad of colors, like the northern lights captured in a single drop of dew. "Look, Thistle," Anwyn whispered, cradling the pendant in her palm. "It's beautiful." Thistle chittered softly in agreement, his small eyes reflecting the pendant's glow. Anwyn felt an inexplicable pull towards the pendant, as if it held secrets waiting to be unveiled. She slipped it around her neck, feeling its warmth spread through her like a gentle summer breeze. As they continued their journey, Anwyn felt a strange sensation, as though the forest itself was awakening to her presence. The leaves rustled with a language she could almost understand, and the path seemed to unfold before her, guiding her steps. It wasn't long before they reached the heart of the forest, where the trees formed a natural archway, their branches entwined like the fingers of old friends. Anwyn paused at the threshold, her heart pounding with a mixture of anticipation and trepidation. "Do you think this is the entrance, Thistle?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Thistle nodded, his tiny tail flicking with excitement. Together, they stepped through the archway and into a world that defied all imagination. Beyond the archway lay a realm of breathtaking beauty, where the air was filled with the sweet melody of birdsong and the faint tinkling of unseen bells. The sky was a tapestry of swirling colors, painting the world in a perpetual twilight that shimmered with magic. Here the flowers glowed with an inner light, and streams of crystal-clear water wound their way through fields of emerald grass. As Anwyn and Thistle explored this hidden world, they encountered creatures that seemed to have stepped out of a dream. Gentle deer with antlers adorned with flowering vines, iridescent butterflies that danced in the air like living jewels, and wise old owls with eyes that held the wisdom of ages. It was in this magical setting that Anwyn met Lyra, a kind-hearted fairy with wings that shimmered like sunlight on water. Lyra was perched upon a toadstool, her delicate wings fluttering as she watched them with a curious smile. "Welcome to the Glade of Whispers," Lyra said, her voice as soft as a breeze through the leaves. "We have been waiting for you, Anwyn." Anwyn blinked in surprise. "You know my name?" Lyra nodded, her eyes twinkling with a light of their own. "The forest speaks of you, young seeker. It senses your heart's desire to understand its mysteries." Anwyn felt a warmth spread through her chest at Lyra's words. "I've always felt drawn to the forest," she admitted. "It's like it holds secrets just waiting to be discovered." Lyra's smile widened. "Indeed it does, and you, Anwyn, have found the Pendant of Verity, a magical object that reveals the truth within all things." Anwyn glanced down at the pendant, its colors swirling with a gentle luminescence. "What do you mean by reveals the truth?" "The Pendant of Verity has the power to see beyond appearances," Lyra explained, her voice like the soft rustle of leaves in the wind. "It can unveil the true nature of things, allowing you to understand the world and yourself more deeply." Anwyn's heart leapt with curiosity. "How do I use it?" "By listening," Lyra replied simply. "Listen with your heart, and the pendant will guide you." Encouraged by Lyra's gentle wisdom, Anwyn placed her hand over the pendant and closed her eyes, focusing on the rhythmic pulse of its light. As she listened, she felt a shift within herself, as if a door had opened to a deeper understanding. In the days that followed, Anwyn and Thistle explored the Glade of Whispers, discovering its many wonders and mysteries. With each new encounter, Anwyn learned to see beyond the surface, to understand the heart of the creatures and the forest itself. She discovered that the world was a tapestry of interconnected lives, each thread woven with care and purpose. Through her journey, Anwyn formed a bond with Lyra, and together they shared stories and laughter beneath the starlit sky. Lyra taught Anwyn the language of the forest, the songs of the wind, and the secrets of the streams. In return, Anwyn shared tales of her village, of the people she loved, and the beauty of the world beyond the forest. One evening, as the twilight deepened into a velvety night, Lyra revealed to Anwyn a hidden grove within the glade. There, the trees formed a circle around a shimmering pool of water, its surface reflecting the stars like 1,000 tiny lanterns. "This is the pool of reflection," Lyra said, her voice a soft song. "It holds the memories of the forest, the stories of those who have come before. With the Pendant of Verity, you can glimpse these memories and learn from them." Anwyn knelt beside the pool, her heart filled with a mixture of awe and reverence. She leaned over the water, and as she gazed into its depths, the pendant began to glow with a gentle light. Images danced across the surface, scenes of joy and sorrow, of friendship and courage. Through the memories, Anwyn saw the stories of those who had walked the forest paths before her. She witnessed their triumphs and challenges, their moments of kindness and bravery. Each story touched her heart, weaving a tapestry of understanding and compassion. As the final image faded, Anwyn felt a profound sense of connection to the world around her. She realized that her journey was not just about discovering the magic of the forest, but about understanding the magic within herself. With this newfound wisdom, Anwyn returned to Luminara, her heart forever changed by the wonders of the hidden world. She shared her experiences with the villagers, inspiring them to look beyond the surface and see the beauty and truth in all things. As the seasons turned, Anwyn continued to visit the Glade of Whispers, her bond with the forest and its inhabitants growing ever stronger. The pendant remained a cherished reminder of her journey, a symbol of the wisdom she had gained and the magic that lived within her heart. And so, under the watchful gaze of the ancient trees and the twinkling stars, Anwyn's story became a part of the forest's tapestry, a tale of friendship, discovery, and the transformative power of seeing the world with eyes of wonder and a heart of truth. As the years passed, Anwyn's once youthful curiosity matured into a profound wisdom that was respected and cherished by the villagers of Luminara. She became known as the Story Keeper, for her ability to weave the tales of the forest into lessons that taught love, empathy, and understanding. The children of the village would gather at her feet by the warm glow of the hearth, eyes wide with wonder as she recounted the stories of her adventures in the glade of whispers. Each story carried with it a gentle lesson, a reminder that true magic was not found in grand gestures or spells, but in the quiet moments of connection and compassion. One winter's eve, with snowflakes cascading gently from the sky, Anwyn felt a familiar tug at her heart, a call from the forest that she could not ignore. With Thistle by her side, now older and wiser, she made her way through the snow-draped trees to the familiar archway of the Glade of Whispers. Lyra awaited her there, her wings shimmering with a soft, silvery glow that mirrored the moonlight. "Welcome back, dear friend," she greeted, her voice a melody of warmth and joy. Anwyn smiled, her heart swelling with the familiarity of their friendship. "It's good to be home," she replied, her voice a whisper in the stillness of the winter night. As they walked together through the glade, Lyra shared news of the forest, of new life and the changes that time had wrought. Anwyn listened with a heart full of gratitude, her love for this hidden world as strong as ever. "Anwyn," Lyra said softly, pausing beneath a towering oak, "the forest has a gift for you, a token of gratitude for all that you have given to us." Curious, Anwyn followed Lyra to the pool of reflection, where the water lay still and silent beneath a blanket of snow. As she approached, the pendant around her neck began to glow, casting a gentle light upon the surface of the pool. With a soft murmur, the water parted, revealing a small, intricately carved box that shimmered with the iridescence of the pendant. Anwyn reached out, her fingers brushing against the smooth wood, and she felt a warmth spread through her, a sense of peace and fulfillment. "This is the box of echoes," Lyra explained, her voice filled with reverence. "It holds the echoes of your heart, the memories and wisdom you have gathered on your journey. It is a reminder that your story is woven into the very fabric of the forest." Tears of gratitude filled Anwyn's eyes as she accepted the box, feeling the weight of its significance. She knew that her journey had come full circle, that the magic of the forest was now a part of her, as she was a part of it. With the box in hand, Anwyn returned to Luminara, her heart filled with a sense of purpose and belonging. She continued to share her stories, her wisdom growing with each passing season, her love for the village and the forest as enduring as the stars in the night sky. And so, the tale of Anwyn and the Glade of Whispers became a cherished part of Luminara's history, a story passed down through generations, reminding all who heard it that magic was not just something to be found, but something to be lived, in every act of kindness, every moment of understanding, and every thread of connection that bound their hearts to the world around them. As the years turned to decades, Anwyn's legacy endured, her stories becoming a source of inspiration and guidance for the villagers of Luminara. Her presence was felt in the gentle rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the songs of the forest creatures that continued to thrive in the hidden world she had discovered. The villagers often spoke of the Story Keeper with fondness and admiration, recounting her tales by the fireside during long winter nights and beneath the starry sky on warm summer evenings. Anwyn's stories became a bridge between generations, a reminder of the power of love, friendship, and the indomitable spirit of exploration. Children who had grown up listening to Anwyn's stories would often venture into the forest themselves, guided by the lessons she had imparted. They would seek the archway to the Glade of Whispers, their hearts filled with the same wonder and curiosity that had once guided Anwyn on her journey. Although the forest remained a place of mystery and magic, Anwyn's wisdom had taught the villagers to respect and cherish its secrets, to walk its paths with reverence and gratitude. The bond between the village and the forest grew stronger with each passing year, a testament to the enduring legacy of the young girl who had once listened to the whispers of the trees. Anwyn herself continued to visit the Glade of Whispers, her friendship with Lyra deepening with each encounter. Together, they would sit by the pool of reflection, sharing stories and laughter as the stars twinkled above them like 1,000 tiny lanterns. One evening, as the forest was bathed in the silver light of the moon, Lyra placed a gentle hand on Anwyn's shoulder. "You have given so much to the forest, dear friend," she said, her voice filled with warmth and gratitude. "Your heart has touched the lives of all who dwell here." Anwyn smiled, her eyes reflecting the stars above. "The forest has given me more than I could ever repay," she replied softly. "It has taught me to see the beauty and magic in every moment, to cherish the connections that bind us all." Lyra nodded, her wings shimmering in the moonlight. "Your story is woven into the very fabric of the forest, Anwyn. It will continue to inspire and guide those who come after you." With a heart full of gratitude, Anwyn returned to Luminara, her spirit forever intertwined with the magic of the forest. The pendant around her neck, the box of echoes in her hand, were cherished reminders of her journey, symbols of the wisdom and love that had shaped her life. As the years passed, Anwyn grew older, her hair turning silver like the moonlit sky, her eyes still shining with the same wonder and curiosity that had defined her youth. She remained a beloved figure in the village, her stories a source of comfort and inspiration for all who heard them. Eventually, Anwyn's journey came to a gentle close, her spirit at peace with the world she had come to love so deeply. Her passing was marked by a quiet reverence, a celebration of a life well lived, a story well told. The villagers of Luminara gathered by the hearth, their hearts filled with gratitude for the storykeeper who had shared her wisdom and love with them. They spoke of Anwyn's legacy, of the magic and beauty she had brought into their lives, and the lessons she had imparted. As the years turned to centuries, Anwyn's story continued to be told, a timeless tale of friendship, discovery, and the transformative power of seeing the world with eyes of wonder and a heart of truth. And somewhere deep within the heart of the ancient forest, the Glade of Whispers remained, a hidden world where magic was as natural as the air they breathed, a place where the spirit of Anwyn lived on, in the gentle rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the songs of the forest creatures that continued to thrive in its embrace. Once upon a time, nestled between the rolling hills and whispering woods, lay the quaint village of Bramblebrook. It was a place where the morning sun kissed the rooftops with gentle warmth, and the evening breeze carried the sweet scent of blooming honeysuckle. The villagers were a close-knit bunch, their lives intertwined like the ivy that clung to the stone cottages. In this serene corner of the world, magic was spoken of in hushed tones, a relic of old tales and distant memories. In a small cottage at the edge of the village lived a young girl named Leora. With hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes as bright as the summer sky, Leora was known for her curious spirit and kind heart. Her days were spent exploring the fields and forests that surrounded Bramblebrook, her laughter echoing through the trees like a melody carried on the wind. Leora's closest companion was a wise old owl named Horace. His feathers were a patchwork of browns and whites, and his eyes held the depth of ancient knowledge. Horace had been Leora's friend for as long as she could remember, guiding her with gentle wisdom and watching over her adventures with a protective gaze. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in shades of gold and crimson, Leora set out on a new adventure. She had heard whispers from the villagers about a hidden world within the heart of the forest, a place where the ordinary and extraordinary intertwined. The stories spoke of a magical glade, a sanctuary for creatures unseen and wonders untold. With Horace perched on her shoulder, Leora followed the winding path into the woods. The forest was alive with the symphony of chirping crickets and rustling leaves, a lullaby that soothed the soul. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor as they ventured deeper into the woodland realm. As they journeyed, Leora noticed something peculiar. A faint glow seemed to emanate from beneath the moss-covered roots of an ancient oak tree. Intrigued, she knelt down, brushing aside the leaves and twigs to reveal a small, ornate box. It was crafted from polished wood, inlaid with delicate silver filigree that shimmered in the dappled light. "What do you suppose this is, Horace?" Leora wondered aloud, her fingers tracing the intricate patterns on the box. Horace tilted his head thoughtfully. "It appears to be a relic of the old magic, Leora. Handle it with care, for such objects often carry both wonder and responsibility." With a gentle touch, Leora opened the box. Inside, nestled on a bed of soft velvet, lay an exquisite amulet. It was a pendant of silver and sapphire, glowing with a soft, ethereal light. As she held it in her hand, a warmth spread through her as if the amulet recognized her touch. "It's beautiful," Leora marveled, slipping the chain around her neck. The moment the amulet settled against her heart, the forest around her seemed to shift. The colors grew more vibrant, the sounds clearer, as if the world had come alive in a way she had never experienced before. With Horace by her side, Leora continued her journey, drawn by an unseen force that guided her deeper into the forest. The path led them to a secluded glade, where the air was thick with enchantment. Here the trees stood tall and proud, their branches adorned with blossoms that glowed like stars. A gentle stream babbled nearby, its waters sparkling with 1,000 tiny rainbows. In the center of the glade stood a magnificent tree unlike any other. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, its bark a tapestry of twisting vines and emerald moss. From its branches hung clusters of luminescent fruits, each one pulsating with a soft, inviting light. As Leora approached the tree, a soft voice echoed through the glade, warm and welcoming. "Welcome, Leora, guardian of the amulet. You are in the realm of the Whispering Woods, a sanctuary for all that is magical and true." Startled, Leora looked around, searching for the source of the voice. "Who's there?" she called, her curiosity tinged with awe. "I am the spirit of the woods," the voice replied, gentle as a summer breeze. "I have watched over this land for centuries, preserving the balance between the seen and unseen." Leora felt a sense of peace wash over her, the presence of the spirit comforting and reassuring. "Why have I been brought here?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "The amulet chose you, dear child," the spirit explained. "It seeks a heart pure of intent, one who can see beyond the veil of the ordinary. You possess the ability to bring harmony between our worlds." As the spirit spoke, Leora felt the weight of responsibility settle upon her shoulders. Yet it was not a burden, but a promise of purpose and belonging. "What must I do?" she asked, determination in her voice. "There is a storm brewing, one that threatens to disrupt the balance of our worlds," the spirit warned. "An ancient feud between the creatures of the forest has awakened, and only through understanding and unity can peace be restored." Leora nodded, her resolve unwavering. "I will do whatever it takes to help," she vowed, her hand clutching the amulet. Horace hooted softly in agreement, his wings ruffling with anticipation. With the guidance of the spirit, Leora set out to mend the rift that threatened the Whispering Woods. Her first task was to speak with the dryads, the tree spirits who guarded the forest. Their home was in a grove of silver birch trees, where the air was thick with the scent of earth and rain. The dryads emerged from their arboreal homes, their forms shifting between wood and flesh. They regarded Leora with curiosity, their eyes reflecting the wisdom of the ages. "Why have you come, child of the outside?" one of them asked, her voice like the rustle of leaves. "I seek to understand the discord that has taken root in the forest," Leora replied, her tone respectful and earnest. "I wish to help restore harmony." The dryads exchanged glances, a silent conversation passing between them. Finally, another spoke, her voice tinged with sorrow. "Our kin, the sylphs, have grown distant. They dwell in the upper reaches of the forest, where the wind sings a different song. We once danced together in harmony, but now distrust has taken root." Leora listened intently, her heart aching for the fractured bonds between the forest dwellers. "What caused this rift?" she asked gently. "It began with the loss of the Heartstone," the first dryad explained. "A gem of great power, it was a symbol of our unity. Without it, our connection has withered, leaving space for fear and misunderstanding." Leora thanked the dryads for their honesty and promised to seek out the sylphs. As she and Horace continued their journey, she pondered the wisdom in the dryad's words. She understood that the Heartstone was more than a mere object. It was a representation of the unity and trust that bound the forest together, The path to the sylph's domain was steep and winding, leading them to the treetops where the air was crisp and the sky stretched wide. The sylphs, ethereal and graceful, greeted Leora with wary curiosity. Their translucent wings shimmered in the sunlight, casting iridescent shadows on the leaves. "What brings you to our realm, earthbound one?" one of the sylphs inquired, her voice melodic and airy. "I come seeking understanding and reconciliation," Leora answered, her gaze steady and sincere. "The Dryad spoke of the lost Heartstone and the rift it has caused. I wish to help bridge the divide." The sylphs exchanged looks, their expressions a mixture of hope and skepticism. Finally, a sylph with wings the color of twilight spoke. "The Heartstone was entrusted to the care of both our kin. It vanished one stormy night, leaving only whispers of betrayal in its wake." Leora listened carefully, her mind piecing together the fragmented story. "I believe the Heartstone still exists, hidden away, waiting for the right moment to be found," she mused aloud. "Perhaps it lies in a place where both worlds touch, yet remain separate." The sylphs considered her words, their gazes softening. "If you can find the Heartstone, perhaps the wounds can begin to heal," the twilight-winged sylph agreed, hope flickering in her eyes. With a promise to return, Leora left the sylph's domain, her mind racing with possibilities. The amulet around her neck pulsed with a gentle warmth, guiding her thoughts like a beacon in the night. She realized that the Heartstone's hiding place must be at the confluence of the two realms, where the magic of the forest and the world beyond intertwined. Determined to find the Heartstone, Leora retraced her steps to the enchanted glade. As she approached the magnificent tree at its center, she felt the amulet's warmth intensify, the sapphire glow resonating with the energy of the glade. Leora knelt before the ancient tree, her fingers brushing the soft earth. "Spirit of the woods," she called softly, her voice a gentle plea. "Guide me to the Heartstone, so that I may help restore the harmony that has been lost." The spirit's voice answered, a soothing presence that enveloped her like a warm embrace. "The Heartstone lies within, child. It is a part of the forest, yet hidden from sight. Trust in your heart and the amulet's guidance." Closing her eyes, Leora let the amulet's warmth flow through her, connecting her to the pulse of the forest. Images danced in her mind's eye, visions of roots intertwining, branches reaching skyward, and the gentle rhythm of life that flowed through the whispering woods. With newfound clarity, Leora rose and approached the tree once more. Her hands moved with a purpose not entirely her own, guided by the amulet's magic. She reached into a hollow within the tree's trunk, her fingers brushing against something cool and smooth. When she withdrew her hand, she held the Heartstone. It was a gem of unparalleled beauty, its surface swirling with colors that mirrored the forest's vibrant hues. As she held it aloft, the glade seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, the air shimmering with renewed energy. With the Heartstone in her possession, Leora returned to the Dryads and Sylphs, her heart filled with hope and determination. She gathered them in the glade, where the spirit of the woods watched over them with a gentle presence. Holding the Heartstone high, Leora addressed the gathered spirits, her voice carrying the weight of the forest's ancient wisdom. "This is a new beginning, a chance to mend what was broken and rebuild the bonds of trust and friendship." The Dryads and Sylphs regarded the Heartstone with reverence, its light reflecting in their eyes. Slowly, tentatively, they began to approach one another, their hands reaching out in gestures of reconciliation. As they joined hands, the Heartstone blazed with a brilliant light, its magic weaving through the forest like a gentle breeze. Leora watched as the bonds of friendship and unity were reformed, a tapestry of harmony that enveloped the whispering woods. In that moment, Leora understood the true power of the amulet and the Heartstone. It was not the objects themselves, but the connections they represented, the trust, understanding, and love that bound the creatures of the forest together. With the rift healed and harmony restored, Leora bid farewell to the Dryads and Sylphs, her heart light with the knowledge that she had played a part in preserving the magic of the whispering woods. Horus flapped his wings in approval, his eyes twinkling with pride. As they made their way back to Bramblebrook, Leora felt a deep sense of peace. The village was bathed in the warm glow of twilight, the stars beginning to twinkle in the vast sky above. She knew that the magic of the forest would always be a part of her, a reminder of the power of friendship and understanding. That night, as Leora lay in her cozy bed, the amulet resting on her bedside table, she drifted into a peaceful sleep. Her dreams were filled with visions of the whispering woods, the gentle rustle of leaves, and the soft, comforting presence of the spirit. And so, the story of Leora and the Whispering Woods became a cherished tale in the village of Bramblebrook, a reminder that even in the simplest of places, magic could be found in the hearts of those who believed in the power of friendship and the beauty of the world around them. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, where the trees sang softly to the rhythm of the wind, nestled a quaint village named Willowbrook. It was a place where the sky stretched in hues of lavender and gold at dusk, and mornings were greeted with the gentle caress of mist. The villagers were warm-hearted, and each day was filled with the comforting hum of a community in harmony with nature. In this village lived a young woman named Anwyn. Anwyn was known for her gentle spirit and thoughtful nature, but she carried a burden within her heart, a fear of change. She found solace in routines, like the familiar path through the woods she walked each morning, the comforting scent of her grandmother's lavender-scented shawl, and the melodic chimes of the village clock tower marking the hours. However, the winds of change were blowing gently but persistently through Willowbrook, whispering secrets of transformation that Anwyn could not ignore. A new season was approaching, one that promised new beginnings, and Anwyn found herself standing at the edge of this change, anxious and uncertain. One crisp autumn morning, while Anwyn was wandering through the woods, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a ring of mushrooms glowing with a soft, ethereal light. It was a fairy ring, a rare and magical phenomenon that was said to appear only to those with open hearts and yearning souls. Drawn to its quiet luminescence, Anwyn stepped closer, feeling a strange yet comforting warmth enveloping her. The ground beneath the fairy ring shimmered like stardust, and from it rose a gentle, wise spirit named Era. With eyes like sparkling dew and a voice as soft as the rustle of leaves, Era greeted Anwyn warmly. "Fear not, dear Anwyn," said Era, her presence as soothing as a lullaby. "For every change holds a promise of growth. The path of transformation is woven with threads of magic and wisdom, and you are not alone on this journey." Anwyn, though hesitant, felt a flicker of hope kindling within her. She had heard tales of spirits guiding those in need, but never did she imagine experiencing such an encounter herself. Ira extended a hand, inviting Anwyn to join her on a walk through the woods, a journey that would mirror the transformations she feared. As they walked together, Ira shared stories of the trees, each one unique, bending and stretching towards the sun, their colors shifting with the seasons, a reflection of the beauty and change. "Just as the trees embrace the changing winds," Ira explained, "so too can you find strength in adapting to life's gentle turns." Along their path, they encountered an array of woodland creatures, an industrious squirrel gathering acorns, a family of deer moving gracefully through the underbrush, and a chorus of birds harmonizing with the breeze. Each creature, Ira pointed out, had its own way of adapting to the shifting seasons, finding joy and purpose in the process. Anwyn began to see the world around her with new eyes, noticing the subtle transformations in the forest, and in herself, with a sense of wonder rather than apprehension. The magic of the woods mirrored the magic within her, a quiet strength lying dormant, waiting to awaken. As twilight descended, painting the sky in soft shades of indigo, Anwyn and Era returned to the fairy ring. There, Era offered a parting gift, a pendant shaped like a leaf, its surface shimmering with the colors of the forest. "This pendant will remind you of the magic that dwells within and around you," Era said, her voice a gentle breeze. "Remember, dear Anwyn, that change is but a dance in the rhythm of life, and you are more than capable of moving to its tune." With gratitude in her heart, Anwyn accepted the gift, feeling a newfound courage blooming within her. She knew that the path ahead would not always be easy, but she was ready to embrace the changes that life would bring, trusting in the wisdom she had gained. As Anwyn made her way back to Willowbrook, the village lights twinkling like stars in the distance, she felt a comforting sense of peace. The change she once feared now seemed like a gentle unfolding, revealing layers of her own strength and potential. In the days that followed, Anwyn shared her experience with the villagers, who were both enchanted and inspired by her tale. Her story became a beacon of hope, a reminder that within each of them lay the power to embrace change with grace and courage. And so, under the watchful eyes of the whispering woods and the gentle guidance of the spirit Ira, Anwyn and her village flourished, their hearts open to the beauty of transformation, forever connected by the magic of personal growth and discovery. Through the seasons and years, the village of Willowbrook continued to thrive, a testament to the enduring strength found in embracing the dance of life. In a quaint village nestled at the foot of the misty mountains, where the air was always sweet, with the scent of blooming wildflowers and the gentle hum of bees filled the lazy afternoons, there lived a young girl named Miri. Miri had a heart full of dreams and eyes that sparkled with the curiosity of 100 adventures yet to be told. Her favorite pastime was to sit on the porch of her cozy little cottage, gazing at the mysterious mountains that loomed like ancient sentinels, their peaks hidden beneath a perpetual veil of mist. One golden autumn morning, when the leaves were turning to shades of amber and the cool breeze carried a hint of the coming winter, Miri decided it was the perfect day for an adventure. She packed a small satchel with her favorite honey cakes, a flask of warm tea, and her mother's old map, though she knew it by heart, and set off towards the mountains with a skip in her step. The path to the misty mountains was lined with towering oak trees whose leaves whispered secrets to the wind. As Miri walked, the world around her seemed to hold its breath in gentle anticipation, the air thick with the kind of magic that only children and dreamers could truly sense. The further she ventured, the more the familiar village faded into a distant memory, replaced by the wonders of nature's untouched beauty. After several hours of weaving through the verdant forest, Miri emerged into a clearing where the mountains stood tall and proud before her. Here the mist was thick and cool, wrapping around her like a soft, silken cloak. It was here that she first met the whimsy wisp, a curious little creature that glowed with a soft, shimmering light. It fluttered around Miri, trailing sparkles in the air like a comet tail, its laughter like the tinkling of tiny bells. "Hello there," Miri greeted, her voice gentle and welcoming. "Are you a guardian of these mountains?" The whimsy wisp giggled, swirling around her with delight. "I am a friend to explorers like you," it chimed, its voice as light as the breeze. "Follow me if you dare, for there are wonders to behold and secrets to uncover." With her heart beating with excitement and wonder, Miri followed the wisp deeper into the mountains. The path was winding and sometimes steep, but the whimsy wisp was always there, its light guiding her through the mist. Along the way, they encountered a stream that sang as it danced over stones, its melody as soothing as the lullaby of a mother to her child. Miri paused to drink from the stream, its water crisp and refreshing, invigorating her spirit. As they climbed higher, the mist began to part, revealing a hidden valley bathed in golden sunlight. The valley was unlike anything Miri had ever seen, a place where colors seemed brighter and sounds more melodious. Here, trees bore fruits of every hue imaginable, and flowers bloomed in cascading waterfalls of color and scent. In the heart of this enchanted valley stood the grand oak, a tree so old and wise that it seemed to have witnessed the birth of time itself. Beneath the grand oak's sprawling branches, Miri found a gathering of creatures, none of which she had ever seen before. There was a fuzzle, a round, fluffy creature with fur that changed colors with its mood, a trillfin, a bird with iridescent feathers that sang in harmonies that echoed through the valley, and a gentle glimmerfox whose eyes sparkled like the first stars of evening. "Welcome, brave traveler," the grand oak's deep voice resonated through the air, warm and inviting. "You have come far and shown courage in the face of the unknown. What is it that you seek in this land of wonders?" Miri thought for a moment, her heart full of the beauty and magic surrounding her. "I seek to understand the world beyond my village," she replied softly. "To learn and grow, to see with my own eyes the miracles that lie beyond the familiar." The grand oak's leaves rustled approvingly, and the creatures gathered around her with smiles and nods. "You have shown courage, young one," the oak spoke, "for it takes a brave heart to step into the unknown. Know this, the world is full of wonders, and each step you take opens a new door to discovery. As the day wore on, Miri spent her time learning from the creatures, listening to their stories, and playing in the sun-dappled meadow. The fuzzle taught her how to weave crowns from the flowers that grew abundantly, while the trilfin sang songs that told tales of ancient times and distant lands. The glimmerfox, with its gentle gaze, showed her the beauty of stillness and reflection. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and purple, Miri knew it was time to return home. She bid farewell to her newfound friends, her heart full of gratitude and joy. The whimsy wisp once again became her guide, leading her safely back through the mountains, its light a comforting presence in the growing twilight. When Miri finally emerged from the mist and saw the warm glow of her village lights in the distance, she felt a peace settle within her. She had ventured into the unknown and returned with stories and wisdom that would forever be a part of her. As she curled up in her bed that night, the soft quilt pulled up to her chin, Miri closed her eyes with a smile. She knew that the world was vast and full of wonders waiting to be discovered, and she would face them all with courage and an open heart. And so, with dreams of shimmering valleys and starry-eyed creatures, Miri drifted into a restful sleep, her spirit as light and free as the whimsy wisp that had led her to her adventure. In the soft twilight of a universe filled with countless stars, there existed a peculiar planet known as Lumina, a place aglow with a warm, perpetual twilight. The sky was a tapestry of swirling purples and golds, and the air carried a gentle, sweet aroma akin to blooming lilacs. Lumina was known for its luminous flora and gentle creatures, but it was also a world where paths often crossed in unexpected ways. On one such evening, when the sky shimmered with the brilliance of 1,000 tiny moons, two travelers found themselves in a serendipitous meeting. The first was a young being named Zephyr, hailing from the airy plains of Arion, a planet where the winds sang songs of old and every creature was gifted with wings. Zephyr's feathers were a soft azure, and his eyes sparkled with curiosity and wonder. His heart longed for adventure, to see beyond the horizon of his wind-swept home. The second was a wanderer named Mira, from the oceanic depths of Narrator, a world where the seas glowed with bioluminescent life. Mira's skin shimmered like the surface of the sea under a full moon. Her hair danced like seaweed in a gentle current, and her eyes held the depths of the ocean's mysteries. She had ventured beyond her watery domain in search of stories and the secrets of the stars. Their meeting was not a planned one. Zephyr had been gliding through the skies of Lumina, entranced by its beauty, when a sudden gust of unfamiliar wind threw him off course. He landed, rather ungracefully, in a clearing where Mira was setting up camp for the night. Startled by the sound, Mira turned, her eyes widening at the sight of the winged newcomer tangled in a thicket of luminous vines. "Oh dear," Mira exclaimed softly, her voice like the gentle lapping of waves. "Are you all right?" Zephyr, flustered and a little embarrassed, untangled himself with a sheepish grin. "I'm fine, just a bit wind-blown," he chuckled, brushing off his feathers. "I didn't mean to intrude." "Nonsense," Mira replied with a kind smile. "Any friend of the stars is welcome here." And so, under the canopy of twinkling lights, a friendship began to blossom. They spent the evening exchanging tales of their homelands, their voices mingling with the soft rustle of leaves and the distant calls of Lumina's nocturnal creatures. Zephyr spoke of the skies that carried the songs of Arion, while Mira shared the mysteries of the deep, the rhythm of the tides in her heart. Yet, as with all new friendships, misunderstandings were inevitable. Zephyr, ever the inquisitive one, was fascinated by Mira's tales of the sea, but often interrupted with a barrage of questions, eager to know more. Mira, unused to such interruptions, found herself growing frustrated, feeling that her stories were being lost in the whirlwind of Zephyr's curiosity. One evening, as they sat by a shimmering brook that wound its way through the forest, Mira's patience wore thin. "Zephyr," she said gently, but with a hint of exasperation, "sometimes it's important to listen fully before asking more." Zephyr blinked, taken aback. "I didn't mean to be rude," he replied, his voice tinged with remorse. I find your stories so fascinating that I can't help myself." "Perhaps," Mira suggested softly, "we could learn to understand each other's ways." I will try to be more patient, and you, perhaps, could pause and reflect a little longer. Zephyr nodded, understanding dawning in his eyes. I'll do my best, he promised, and they shared a warm, comforting silence, the brook's gentle babbling filling the space between them. Their bond grew stronger as they faced shared challenges in the days that followed. Lumina, for all its beauty, held its own mysteries and obstacles. There were paths that twisted and turned unexpectedly, and creatures that tested their wits and resolve. One such moment came when a sudden storm swept across the land, with winds that howled like lost spirits and rain that fell like a curtain of silver. They found themselves seeking shelter in a cave, the entrance hidden by a cascade of glowing vines. Inside, the storm's fury was muted, replaced by the soft echoes of their breath and the distant rumble of thunder. Zephyr, who was used to dancing with the winds, felt a pang of unease in the confined space. Mira, sensing his discomfort, placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "It's all right," she murmured, her voice a soothing balm. "We'll weather this storm together." Zephyr nodded, grateful for her presence. "Thank you," he whispered, his heart warming at the gesture. As the storm raged on, they shared stories to pass the time, each learning to appreciate the other's perspective. Zephyr listened more intently, finding joy in the rhythm of Mira's words, while Mira found herself swept up in Zephyr's enthusiasm, his questions now a welcome part of their conversations. When the storm finally passed, they emerged from the cave to find the world washed anew, the air crisp and fragrant. They laughed together, feeling a renewed sense of camaraderie, their friendship strengthened by the trials they had faced. Their journey continued, with each day bringing new wonders and lessons. They learned to navigate the challenges of Lumina, drawing strength from each other, their bond a testament to the power of understanding and support. One evening, as they sat atop a hill, watching the stars dance in the sky, Mira turned to Zephyr. "I've always believed the stars tell stories," she mused softly, her gaze drifting across the celestial tapestry. Zephyr nodded, his heart full. "And I've learned that sometimes the best stories are shared," he replied, his words carrying the warmth of their friendship. In that moment, beneath the vast expanse of the universe, they understood the true meaning of companionship, a shared journey, filled with laughter, understanding, and the gentle support that only true friends can offer. As the night deepened, they wrapped themselves in the comforting embrace of their newfound friendship, knowing that, no matter where their paths might lead, they would always carry the light of this connection within their hearts. And so, in the gentle glow of Lumina, under a sky that held the promise of infinite adventures, Zephyr and Mira drifted into a peaceful sleep, their dreams intertwined with the stars,